In this world, the Meovinger family is the #1 magic family on the entire continent. And our protagonist, Eric, comes from this very family. 30 years ago, when the war with the demon race took place, the Meovinger family led humanity to victory. However, most of the family's key members also sacrificed themselves in this battle. And when Eric turned 8 years old, his father, who had already been affected by the war, and his mother, a magic teacher, both passed away. The only 2 direct blood descendants of the Meovinger family remaining were Eric and his sister. Since then, the vassal families who had once sworn loyalty to the Meovinger family betrayed them. At that time, Eric swore that he would become the greatest magic user and restore the honor of his family. That was his plan, but what happened next didn't go as expected. Because Eric, despite being the direct grandson of the first great patriarch, couldn't even open the first magic circle. This happened because Eric suffered from a very rare condition called magic obstruction. Because of that, he couldn't use magic at all. His dream of restoring the Meovinger family's honor was gradually put aside, and he became a laughingstock. For many years, Eric trained to the point of exhaustion just to find a way to cure that magic obstruction. But he was completely stuck. However, heaven never abandons good people. Eric guessed that his prayers had reached heaven. When one day, he met a dragon. That was also the only chance he had to restore his family from the ashes. "It is you will free me from this accursed seal, my new vessel. Come here, become one with me, and we will rule this world together, little human." Those were the words the black dragon said to Eric at the time. Then, the pitch-black stream of power gradually invaded his body. At first, the feeling was very unpleasant. And if Eric had known it was the Demon Lord's test, he would have never sought that dragon. However, as the only remaining son of the Meovinger family, how could Eric let himself be devoured by this? On the other side, that scoundrel also sensed what was happening. He didn't know where the mysterious power in Eric's body came from, but he couldn't deny that it was too strong. And then, when Eric stepped out from behind the curtain of black mist, the Demon Lord could feel a threat exactly like during the ancient demon war. "I hope this voice will reach our descendants in the future. Here, according to the agreement, the first Demon Lord will be devoured." Eric's voice echoed, but it didn't seem to belong to him. And then, with just a snap of a finger, the tables were turned. Eric, from the one being assimilated, became the assimilator. As for the Demon Lord, who had just been gloating over finding a vessel, he was now pitifully weak, only able to scream in helplessness as he was devoured by Eric's power. After that snap, the sky was calm and the sea was still. And then, a deep blue tattoo appeared on Eric's arm. It was a dragon. Even so, Eric didn't seem to fully understand the situation he was experiencing. The proof is that he didn't even know where he was or what he was doing. Then, in a daze, Eric suddenly encountered a shadowy figure. Although he couldn't see their face clearly, he felt like the person was very familiar. Then, the voice of this seemingly ethereal man rang out. "We are the first scholars to pursue the pinnacle of magic." This voice made Eric even more confused, because he felt as if he had heard it before. But with his mind in turmoil, he couldn't figure out who the owner of this voice was. However, there were those who vied for greater power, the person continued. They brought misfortune to the world because they were corrupted by demons. We have decided to rectify this. And to atone for our past, we created an opportunity in this world, an opportunity that could eradicate demons to their very roots. As that voice echoed, Eric seemed to see a giant demon, or rather, the Demon Lord. The things slowly drifting before his eyes were like a reenactment of the demon war from many years ago. And the owner of that mysterious voice also firmly stated that annihilating all demons was their mission. However, demons will never completely disappear, they will always reappear. He also added, you must constantly destroy them, again and again. Until then, the entire order cannot be disbanded. That fierce battle was unfolding right before Eric's eyes. Although the entities appearing before him didn't touch him, nor did they hurt him, it was still too real. So real that Eric didn't realize he was merely lost in fragments of memory. And when he saw danger approaching the owner of that mysterious voice, he couldn't stop shouting. "Look out!" Eric shouted loudly, extending his hand, wanting to grab the mysterious man's hand, but he only grasped empty air. Then, the illusion disappeared, the demon lord was gone, and the mysterious man with his voice was also gone. Eric returned to reality. What just happened could only be called a dream. Currently, Eric was lying on a soft bed, in a room filled with sunlight, very suitable for recovery. Someone was sitting by the bed, although their back was turned, with that familiar red hair. Who else could it be but Xian? "Xian," Eric called out. "What?" the other person retorted grumpily. "Were you crying?" "Me, crying?" Xian stubbornly replied, but his shoulders were trembling, and his voice was shaky, making Eric bet that he was indeed crying. Xian also silently cursed Eric for waking up at precisely this moment, causing him utter embarrassment. "It's okay, you can cry. Now that I think about it, you cried in the cave too, didn't you?" Eric originally wanted to comfort the other person, but instead, he seemed to hit Xian's sore spot even harder. It wasn't until he turned his face halfway, his eyes looking as if they wanted to take Eric's life, that Eric meekly said, "Sorry, big brother." The intimidation session over, Xian told Eric to get up and out of bed. Eric initially thought he was going to beat him up. But Xian only wanted to confirm a suspicion. It was after leaving the dragon's cave that Eric had grown taller. Before, he was half a head shorter than Xian, but now, after experiencing an incident, the two of them were the same height. Even Eric didn't anticipate this would happen. Looking at himself in the mirror, he displayed an incredulous look. Eric hadn't thought his body would change after leaving the dragon's cave. Waiting for him to calm down a bit, Xian asked, "What happened? Tell me, and what about the dragon?" "Well, I'll tell you the full story when the time is right, I promise." Eric scratched his neck. Although he really wanted to, he felt he couldn't tell Xian these things yet. Xian looked at Eric for a long time, then sighed deeply. Although the obscure truth made him uncomfortable, Xian trusted his best friend and guessed he had some idea or plan. So Xian patted his shoulder to encourage him. But then again, Eric keeping secrets even from him still hurt Xian's pride greatly. "Oh, don't get mad." Eric chose his words carefully, coaxing Xian like a child. Then he smoothly changed the subject. "Speaking of which, what happened to that cave?" Xian peeled an egg and said that his family would take over the place. Eric felt it was good, at least it fell into Xian's family's hands instead of others. He thought the Nestor family would be busy excavating the dragon's cave after taking it over, but to his surprise, Xian casually said they would only guard the entrance to prevent anyone from entering or exiting. "Because it belongs to you, the one who found it. They can't let anyone just do as they please." Xian added, his tone utterly trustworthy. Indeed, what he said was true. By law, the dragon's cave belongs to the person who found it. But normally, large academies could completely seize benefits by requesting excavation permits. Of course, after this dragon's cave was discovered, the magic tower and the academy would surely frantically try to get their hands on it. Eric understood this very well, which made him even more grateful to his best friend. He knew the Nestor family also wanted permission to excavate that cave, but Xian still did this for him, truly a great friend. "What are you laughing at?" "Stop laughing, you weirdo." Xian got goosebumps from Eric's overly sappy smile. "Thanks, hee." But putting aside Xian's help for Eric, a name suddenly popped into his head. That's right, there's still that old geezer Barracks, isn't there? How could he forget the scoundrel who dared to plot against him while exploring the dragon's cave? Thinking of Barracks, a malicious smile appeared on Eric's face again, making Xian's skin crawl. "Hey, what kind of crazy stunt are you planning now? Every time you smile like that, something dangerous is about to happen." Xian asked, gritting his teeth. "Xian, I want to ask you for a favor." Eric suddenly leaned in close, and his expression made Xian feel even more uneasy. To everyone's surprise, Eric's request was very simple, just announce that he was very seriously injured. Although Xian didn't understand what he was planning to do, he still agreed to comply with his friend's request. So right after that, the Royal Magic Hospital became Eric's recovery place for the heavily injured person in a deep coma after returning from the dragon's lair. When Barracks and his subordinates arrived here, he was informed of this. And the doctor of the Royal Magic Hospital also flatly asked him to leave. I made the effort to come all the way here, and you're telling me to go back? What about the excavation rights? Are you planning to leave that cave empty? Whispers arose among the people following Barracks. After that, these questions became more pressing. They questioned why members of the Nestor family were blocking the hospital entrance. But no matter how much they asked, they couldn't get in. Eric stood on the third floor, looking down through the window and gleefully mocking these old geezers as truly foolish. Please rest well. Donis, the spokesman for the Nestor family, had just entered to clear the lunch. After he left, Eric breathed a sigh of relief because finally, the space became a bit more private. Enough for him to converse with another creature present here, whom no one else could see. Hey, why don't you stop staring? How long are you going to keep staring at me, Mephisto? Facing Eric now was a scowling face. Mephistopheles was the first demon king he had assimilated in the dragon's lair. Not only did he lose the vessel he painstakingly found, but he also lost his freedom, so how could he not scowl? Hey, why don't you show some respect to the esteemed king standing right in front of you, Mephistopheles? Mephistopheles retorted irritably. He was the great demon king who once shook the world with his danger and chaos, with the full name Mephistopheles. However, now he was merely an evil spirit trailing after Eric, enduring the boy's disdain without being able to resist. Not long after waking up, Eric had vaguely guessed at his change. And just as he thought, he hadn't imagined it. Everything that happened in the dragon's lair was real. Proof was the dragon heart in his chest, the source of absolute power of the ancient dragon. That dragon had clearly died after being pierced by the demon king's red spear. But now, a beating dragon heart existed within his chest. Eric wasn't sure if it belonged to that dragon, because he still felt something was different. And his hazy memories only went up to the point where the demon king tried to possess his body. For this reason, Eric wanted to extract information from this Mephistopheles. In ancient times, when the gods ruled the world, there was a being called the demon god, representing darkness, who had 4 attendants. They were Finish, annihilation; Ensignite, madness; Fornicationer, lechery; and finally Astoral peccatum, the origin of sin. And this last name is also the origin of the Demon King, the supreme and most powerful Demon King in legends. I told you not to call me Mephisto. My name was bestowed by the great demon god. Mephistopheles went ballistic, but it was clear his anger didn't scare Elric at all. After all, he's just a noisy evil spirit with no power to intimidate now. Does a demon king usually act so stupidly? I've told you many times, but you still don't understand? Are you hard of hearing due to old age? Elric yawned as he replied, then climbed back into bed. Mephistopheles was trembling with rage. It had been 1,000 years, he had waited for 1,000 years, but not only could he not be resurrected, he also had all his mana stolen by a mere mortal. He once made the whole world submit at his feet. That was also the reason for Mephistopheles' existence. Then, he met a powerful enemy, the evil dragon King Zen. He stood in the way of his conquest, and in their final battle, both were buried together. And so, 1,000 years passed. Mephistopheles waited and waited, finally meeting Elric, a vessel suitable to free him from this seal. During his exploration of the dragon's lair, the boy brilliantly passed all the tests he had set, which Elric still thought were the dragon's tests. And then, when Mephistopheles had almost succeeded in taking control of his body and soul, as everyone saw, a colossal power within his body suddenly erupted. And all of Mephistopheles' plans were ruined. Now, he was left with only a fragment of demonic energy, even his physical manifestation was pitifully weak. Despite this, Mephistopheles was still incredibly puzzled. He still couldn't figure out what the colossal power Elric possessed truly was, how terrifying it must be to be able to devour even him. Most importantly, Elric currently had no respect whatsoever for a legendary demon king like him. This made Mephistopheles' life even more difficult, because he valued his dignity more than his life. Even though this demon king's name kept nagging in his ear, Elric didn't pay any attention. At this moment, he was still engrossed in thought about the mysterious voice he had heard before waking up. This person had said they hoped that message would reach a future descendant someday. After regaining his senses, Elric seemed to have guessed that the voice belonged to his own grandfather. Here, according to the covenant, the first demon king shall be devoured. This sentence suddenly reappeared in Elric's mind. It made him bolt upright. That's right, so that means he had absorbed the demon king's power? So the pendant, the Mavinger family's heirloom, is a tool to devour demon kings? Or in other words, it's a tool to swallow demons. If so, can it devour other demons besides Mephistopheles? If there was a first demon, then there will be a second, a third, and many more. Thinking this, Elric couldn't help but turn to look at Mephistopheles, then flashed a wicked smile. If his speculation was true, then demons would soon become his manna. And Mephistopheles, even though he couldn't guess what Elric was thinking, just seeing that smile sent shivers down his spine. So right after that, Elric snuck out. Mephistopheles kept asking why he came here, but Elric had no intention of answering this noisy evil spirit. Before figuring out how to use the power of this pendant, he needed to verify a few things first. So Elric sat cross-legged and began to channel mana within his body. It was truly miraculous. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly sense what was happening around him. For example, a ladybug flapping its wings, or the sensation of a gentle breeze passing by. Elric could see and feel everything, to confirm if his suspicions were correct. Elric then reached out his hand, instinctively using burning magic. A blazing fire erupted before him. As soon as this happened, Mephistopheles' face turned pale, because it was dragon magic. But how could a normal human use the magic of dragons? Even if Elric carried the bloodline of the Mavinger family, this was a bit too much. As for Elric, standing before that flame, he was silent for a long time. Only then did he throw his head back, letting out a few dry laughs. The emotions at that moment were truly indescribable. So now, Elric could use magic. Finally, the miserable magic blockage that had tormented him for so many years, the insults calling him the disgrace of the Mavinger family. All those who had betrayed the family and abandoned him, everything was now due for reckoning. Below, reporters continuously aimed their cameras, flashes incessantly bright. They kept asking, is it true that student Elric Mavinger is in a coma? What about the right to excavate the dragon's lair? He cautiously gave his answer, the official announcement will be made at the Magic Tower, so please confirm the official statement. When the press conference concluded, he quickly left, returning to his workplace. He was still trembling all over, his voice choked with confusion. Young master, please don't make me do things like this. At this moment, he was rubbing his temples, praising, you're here, Cass. You did well. He complained, it's nothing. All the commotion you cause every time you're with Elric almost killed me. Cass worried, but if your deception is exposed, the Magic Tower and the royal family won't support you. Can you bear the consequences? He held out a handkerchief in front of him, hesitantly replying, well, then. He continued, Elric said he's planned everything, so I'll trust him. You're covered in cold sweat, wipe it off. Elric's excited face appeared in his mind, the greater the risk, the higher the reward. He trembled with anger, secretly cursing, Elric, that bastard, does he know how much I've endured? Cass wiped his sweat and asked, where did young Master Elric go? He replied indifferently, I don't know, he's wandered off somewhere. He recalled the note Elric left behind, hey, I'm going out for a bit. What are friends for, right? I'm counting on you, hee. The thought popped into his mind, with that weak body, where could he possibly go? Suddenly, among the stack of documents in his hand, he discovered a letter. Cass slowly approached him. Young master. He stammered, his voice full of worry. There's trouble. At the same time, a figure appeared at the door, and Xian's voice rang out. What is it? Cass's eyes were fixed on the blazing red seal on the letter. He hesitated, not daring to say it. The door burst open under a powerful kick, and she angrily yelled. Are you planning something without telling your sister? His face was filled with horror. The woman spoke in a cold voice. Standing before them was the Firebird Witch, Tassa Nestor. She scoffed. The Magic Tower, the Royal Family, and the Devout Alliance each produced great geniuses of the century in the same generation. They are the 3 stars who will lead the Empire and are called the new 3 stars. Tassa pinched Cass's ear. He equivocated. Xian's sister, the youngest in history to achieve the title of Archmage, was one of those 3. He frowned, his voice a bit annoyed. She calmly replied. Isn't Elric in his room? Is the kid somewhere else? Anxiety welled up in Xian's heart. He secretly schemed. Xian fabricated. Tassa looked at him with sharp eyes. Xian trembled. She suddenly grabbed his hand. Tassa angrily growled. She questioned. Xian was stunned, thinking to himself. Tassa coldly pressed. He was terrified, sweating profusely, and stammered. Xian was forced to betray his closest friend. She frowned, her eyes full of menace as she stared at the person in front of her. Magic instantly flared up fiercely, illuminating the entire room. Tassa said coldly. Her hand squeezed his trembling arm. Suddenly, Tassa gently released his hand, leaving Xian standing bewildered. She waved her hand and left. Tassa continued. She threatened. The image of his sister tormenting him suddenly flashed in his mind, making Xian shiver. He silently pleaded. Cass's faint call rang out, startling Xian. At this moment, he looked utterly miserable. He frantically shouted. At the same time, in the town area, news spread quickly. The heir of the prestigious magical family is unconscious. Elric stood in front of a newsstand, fully covered in a cloak, hiding his identity. The hawker's cry echoed throughout the street, papers here. Who will have the right to excavate the dragon's cave? He praised, Xian is handling everything well for me. At this moment, a figure in the newspaper caught Elric's attention. Ah, who's this? His eyes were fixed on the newspaper in his hand. Our Dean looks pretty good in photos, doesn't he? Elric muttered, keep smiling while you still can, Dean. Transitioning to the academy, looking at the information displayed in the newspaper, River fawned, congratulations, Principal. He bowed subserviently, now you can do what you desire. Din interrupted, don't be so hasty. He cleared his throat softly, the election hasn't even begun yet. River flattered, I was too impulsive. I couldn't possibly understand your desire to protect the future of the academy and its students, Principal. The flattering words, sweet as honey, made Din chuckle with amusement. Honestly, I told you I haven't been promoted to principal yet. Then, he inquired about the situation. By the way, how is student Elric doing? He immediately replied, I heard he's barely clinging to life every day. Although his face couldn't hide his delight, Din still feigned regret, oh dear, how unlucky. River immediately suggested, but if he wakes up, it'll be a big problem. We should hire a few assassins too. The old man's face darkened, gloomy as a stormy night, and magic flared up violently, as if about to burst forth. Din angrily snapped, silence. His eyes blazed, his gaze sharp as a blade, filled with murderous intent. He trembled, drenched in sweat, his face pale as death. I apologize. Suddenly, the magic dissipated, as if it had never existed. Din said in a low voice, there will be an empty professor position after the election. His words were full of hidden meaning. I wonder who will take that position. River froze. What? Din continued, I am just the dean. I don't know what's happening outside the academy. He seemed to understand, exclaiming softly, ah. Next, River bowed deeply as a gesture of gratitude. I won't disappoint you. He silently sipped his tea. Behind his calm demeanor was a profound gaze, full of schemes. At the same time, the entire town was plunged into darkness, with only rays of light from the windows seeping out, creating a gentle yet vibrant night scene. In a gloomy alley, a figure in a black cloak quietly hid in the shadows. That person slowly took off their hood. Eric's face gradually emerged in the dim light. He looked up at the building in front of him. Well, shall we begin? Eric mused, with the eye of mind, I can see the other side of the world. A thought arose in his mind, if I find the hidden space. Eric suddenly raised his hand, thinking to himself, and inject the dragon's heart mana into it. At that very moment, the blood in his veins seemed to ignite, surging intensely. Eric froze, his eyes wide with shock, his mind blank. Eric's entire body trembled, as if a strange surge of energy had awakened something dormant within him. Immediately, a burst of magic erupted, sweeping Eric skyward, leaving his cloak deserted on the ground. It glowed blindingly, waves of intense energy surging without any sign of stopping. Right after that, a booming explosion shook the ground, its aftershock spreading like a tsunami. A feeling of exhilaration spread throughout his body. He could barely believe it, he could use magic without complicated incantations. Eric let out a small sigh of relief, the first step was fine. Under the full moonlight illuminating the path ahead, he walked leisurely. He thought to himself, I'm finally at the starting line. A bright smile blossomed on Eric's face, as if all his worries had vanished. At this moment, Mephi appeared. His voice full of ridicule, how pathetic. You can only use that level of magic even with my power? Just a simple jump? Are you using a trick? These words were like salt rubbed into his wound. He's right, I need to be faster, stronger. Seeing him remain silent, he angrily pointed and yelled, You bastard, how dare you ignore me when I'm talking? In my time, humans, the demon realm, even the dragon race, would cower when they saw me, whenever I spoke. Eric mused, there's something called mental imprint enchantment in the dragon's true dragon magic. He slowly extended his left hand forward, mana converged, and his thoughts began to be guided, taking shape. Eric's right hand also quickly gathered magic, then he spoke aloud. Then both his hands quickly formed a seal to activate the magic. Mephi tensed, watching every movement, a feeling of unease creeping into every breath. At this moment, sensing the time was right, he yelled, Jump! In that instant, Eric's foot slightly trembled. And in just a flash, his entire body was hovering in midair. The sight before him made him exclaim in astonishment, No way! Eric's shout rang out, followed by a violent burst, Fly! At this moment, his eyes glowed fiercely with magic fire. Eric soared continuously, piercing through layers of air. He instinctively glanced downwards, startled and astonished, uttering, Huh! Next, Eric began to freefall, yelling in panic, Too high! His heart filled with excitement, amazing. Simple, yet extremely effective. After that, Eric activated his magic, shooting off in a flash, All right, one more time. Mephi pressed close behind him, his mind in turmoil. He frowned, a stream of thoughts running through his mind. An ordinary kid, who only just learned magic, is already using mental imprint enchantment and dual magic. Mephi remembered, the eternal enemy of the demon realm, the M.O. Binger family. He thought to himself, even the most terrifying M.O. Bingers might not be able to compare to this guy. Mephi stared intently at the person in front of him, a thought flashing in his mind, Oh no, it must be him. His heart gradually affirmed, only one person. A familiar face with an arrogant smile on his lips, his eyes seemingly challenging everything before him. Mephi flinched, Oh no, I shouldn't think that way. He secretly calculated, no matter the cost, before he gets any stronger, I must seize that body and crush this dangerous seed. Mephi's face darkened, his heart in turmoil, is there any way? At this moment, Eric's mind was utterly chaotic, completely oblivious to the killing intent emanating from him. He was deep in thought, the mind imprint, it's truly amazing, but it's still so difficult to utilize it on my own. Eric clenched his fist. To become stronger, I must understand the core of dragon magic. I need a teacher who can keep a secret. He was disheartened. In this academy, which is already controlled by idiots, there is no one competent enough to teach me. Very quickly after that, Eric descended, landing softly. He still couldn't stop thinking, at the very least, it has to be someone on par with Graham, but there's no way they'd accept me as a disciple. Eric sighed softly, thinking, if he were still alive. He shook his head, telling himself, no, not even his two fathers. At this moment, Mephi was still immersed in his own thoughts. Crush the seed, I still have feet. Seeing him, an idea sparked in Eric's mind, wait. Without hesitation, he called out loudly, hey, Mephi. Eric proposed, can you teach me magic? A thought echoed in his mind, I've only just thought of this. Mephi must be the most suitable person to be my teacher. Mephi exclaimed in surprise, what? What the hell are you talking about? He immediately spun around, acting cold. But as soon as he heard Eric shout, a triumphant smile subtly curved Mephi's lips. Mephi. He cunningly pretended indifference, what good would that do me? He immediately replied, I'll create a new vessel for you using alchemy. Mephi scoffed, you think a mere human can create a vessel for me? Eric continued, then make me strong enough to do it. Those conditions still weren't satisfactory to him. Still not enough, he gave a fake laugh, what can you do if I don't get stronger? Eric raised his hand, proposing, then you suggest other conditions. Mephi's reply stopped him in his tracks, I refuse. He continued, why would I enlighten you? I might consider it if you become one of my kind. Seeing Eric remain silent, Mephi glanced at him, scrutinizing. At this moment, his heart was utterly delighted, look at that bewildered face, utterly satisfied. How dare he trick me all this time? A cunning thought sparked in his mind, even though I'm still too weak to devour him, what if I secretly use dark magic on him while teaching him? Mephi thought to himself, he'll grow stronger and stronger, and at the same time, his soul will be invaded by dark magic. By then, I'll devour him. He smirked, his eyes full of conceit, now, kneel and beg me to take you as my disciple. Know your place and obediently become my vessel, you idiotic Mo-binger. Oh, damn it. Suddenly, Eric yelled, forget it. Mephi's face turned pale, his facial muscles tensing up, a bewildered look spreading across his gaze. He was stunned, speechless, what? He growled, listen, Mephi, there's a limit to how much you can demand. Eric angrily spat, his voice full of resentment, don't you understand what situation you're in? He stared at him with wide eyes, stammering, what? Each chuckle of teasing laughter rang out, making Mephi tremble with anger, you bastard. Immediately after, he angrily lunged towards Eric. He didn't dodge, merely said calmly, shut up. In an instant, his mouth was sealed shut. Eric exclaimed with delight, a success beyond expectations. Mephi was enraged, cursing incessantly, but his mouth was sealed shut, only guttural moans could be heard. He quickly covered his ears, his voice full of teasing, oh my, you're being too noisy. Those curses were, no way can I be subdued by just a mind enchantment. Next, Eric cast a spell, cute action. Very quickly, a baby Mephi wearing pink bunny ears, pouting cutely, appeared before his eyes. This transformation left Eric speechless, blood seemed to drain from his face. Finally, unable to bear it, he bent over and vomited, my eyes, oh God. After a bout of vomiting, Eric looked up at Mephi, who was still maintaining the cute action, and blamed himself. Why did he ask him to do such a disgusting thing? It felt like he'd vomit again if he looked any longer. Trying to suppress the churning disgust in his stomach, he handed him a notebook. Calm down, I don't want to see that again. Okay, if you change your mind, write down all the explanations about mind enchantment magic here. I'll dispel it for you after I've read everything. Both silenced and forced to perform cute actions, Mephi was in indescribable misery. He screamed in his heart, you think I'll compromise with just this? Me, who endured being sealed for 1,000 years. Eric was clearly not a patient person. He stretched his muscles and mumbled, "So should I use this time to practice?" At night, Eric continued to practice with the fireball in his hand, ignoring Mephi, who was forcibly performing cute actions with his internal screams. "I'll graciously forgive you if you admit your mistake." Next, Mephi was furious when he saw Eric not even glancing at him. He thought to himself, he should be begging him to teach him new magic right now. The next day, Eric became more proficient with fire magic. While Mephi began to attract attention, he was confused. What was wrong with him? And the day after the next day, after many days of being ignored and unable to speak, Mephi began to think, anyway, he would teach him, but should he pretend to compromise? His reason said, no, he couldn't lose, but his body honestly picked up the pen and wrote, "The basic principle of mind enchantment is." Seeing him finally compromise, Eric smiled with satisfaction. Mephi was very angry. "Did you really have to go that far, huh?" He fumed inwardly, his pride flaring up. "No, I am the demon lord Mephistopheles. No way would I hand it over to a human." However, his body didn't seem to listen to him much. Looking back, Mephi found himself trying to curry favor with Eric. "What is this? Why am I acting like his dog?" Eric took the notebook. The basic principle of mind enchantment was an ancient knowledge he couldn't find in any book. He read it through, then praised, "Good, very good. Shouldn't you be happy to help me?" Keeping his promise, Eric snapped his fingers, dispelling the cute action, returning Mephi's bodily freedom, but then he continued to demand, "Oh, and the information after this." He pointed to a part of the notebook. "Could you write in more detail? I might let you speak. Isn't it a bit boring, not being able to talk?" Mephi trembled all over with anger, cursing in his heart, You bastard." When he received the additional details, he said very unhappily, "What the hell is this? Don't you know you should write more than the day before?" Looking at Eric's provocative face, Mephi stammered in fury, but only he understood what he wanted to say. "Who decided that?" Eric ignored his resistance. He enticed, "So you can write multiple times a day, adding a little each time. I'll lift the speech ban in 3 days. How about it? Deal." Mephi was now like fish on a chopping block, and Eric was the knife. Having fallen into his hands, he could only silently endure Eric's complaints and criticism. "Oh, and by the way, your handwriting is terribly illegible. Try to write a bit more neatly. I've thought about it again, many times won't be enough. How about you just write it all out in one go? Have you ever thought of teaching me some secret technique as well?" As Mephi wrote, he schemed, "Just you wait, the dark magic hidden in these notes will utterly tear apart the body and soul of you who don't know your place." After studying and learning magic from Mephi, Eric had achieved some results. The first was a shining block of ice. He had only learned the initial part. A chill emanated from the ice in a forest where there shouldn't be any ice or snow. But with only that much power, he could already create a block of ice several times larger than his body. Mephi didn't want to believe it, but the cold around him kept him alert. "This is impossible. Why are there no signs of the dark magic activating? I distinctly remember putting it in there." At this moment, Eric suddenly turned his head to look back. "What's with that expression, Mephisto? Your face clearly shows an intention to do something shady to my body, doesn't it? But nothing happened, so you're disappointed?" Mephi spun around, hiding his guilty conscience. "I don't understand what you're talking about," Eric said. "Do you think I'm so stupid that I'd just learn anything you give me without reviewing it?" Facing Mephi's scowling face, Eric chuckled, "That's fine, thanks anyway. Thanks to you, I've reached a new level." Mephi broke out in a cold sweat, feeling panicked inside. He knows? Damn it, all this damn stuff. Eric examined the notebook. Is there anything else? Becoming stronger and stronger, he didn't want to stop at all. Mephi yelled, "Are you dreaming, human?" Finding him too noisy, he threatened, preparing to snap his fingers. "All right then, more silencing." Mephi quickly said, "There's nothing left." Eric was quite surprised by this. "What?" Mephi said, "Aside from my true heart incantation magic, there's nothing else I can teach you." The surrounding air suddenly fell silent. A flock of birds flapped their wings and flew from their nests. Eric was stunned, thinking to himself, that true heart incantation thing, he means the highest level mental spell casting apart from the divine voice. Not divine incantation? Mephi showed clear disdain, you can't fully comprehend it at your current level. You might go berserk. Seeing the other's attitude, Eric scratched his head, pondering. He wasn't lying. Now what? Mephi suddenly said, magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. That's always been the destiny of your M.O. Binger family. These words left Eric stunned. Can magic only be perfected on the battlefield? Childhood memories flooded his mind. His father once taught, that is the motto of the M.O. Binger family, who will continuously protect the continent from evil. His father taught his sister and Eric about the M.O. Binger family's honor in the devastated territory during the war with the demons. Even if he didn't say a word, Eric's father, who was severely wounded by the aftermath of the war, must have still remembered the days he fought alongside his grandfather as a mage. After the war, he was injured, his body weakening and deteriorating day by day. When he was little, Eric mischievously asked, Dad, later when I go to the battlefield, I'll be able to use super cool magic like Grandpa, right? Great Mage Eric is here. He hesitated, that thing. Then, his wife, Eric's mother, interrupted, Eric. She placed her hand on her husband's shoulder, making him tremble. And she looked at her little son and smiled, saying, I've told you before, what do you need to do to become a powerful mage? Little Eric answered dejectedly, study. She was satisfied, that's right, study. You can't just have a ridiculous facade of powerful magic like your father. Didn't I tell you that your grandfather became the greatest mage even before he became the strongest person on the continent? Seeing his wife disregard him, Eric's father gently reminded her, Madam, I'm still the head of the family, you know. That's a bit much, Eric's mother retorted, my dear husband. Stop filling the children's heads with delusions. Honestly, no man in the M.O. Binger family ever listens. The mother turned to praise her daughter. Our High always listens to her mother so well. So the father took the opportunity to whisper to his son, even so, magic should only be perfected on the battlefield, son. Just when Eric thought his father would finally teach him something useful, he vanished right before his eyes. His mother was too quick, pushing him away, and didn't forget to give Eric a task. Eric, make sure you've read the entire research summary on the relationship between ancient magic circle systems and the new era language system by the end of the day, okay? Hi, please look after Eric. Hi coldly pinched Eric's ear and dragged him away, despite his screams and cries, Mom, no. Today I want to play with Dad. Sis. My ear is about to fall off, let me go, damn it. The father spoke up, wanting to intercede for his son, Madam, studying is good, but after all, they're just children. The mother sighed, that's because you spoil him too much, giving him bad habits. Like father, like son, indeed. The son gradually set. Facing his powerful wife, he could only sigh helplessly, oh, my dear. The scene shifts to a rainy night, dark clouds obscuring the moonlight in the sky. Wailing cries echoed from the M.O. Binger mansion, father, mother. Father's illness grew heavier, and mother, who cared for him day and night, also suddenly collapsed. Father spent his last breaths beside mother, and they departed peacefully together. Before passing, his father weakly said, I'm sorry, my dear. You always shone brighter than anyone in this world, it was all my fault. His mother gently reassured him, don't say that, my love. Since I met you and had such wonderful children, there hasn't been a single day I wasn't happy. The two held hands, and he whispered, thank you, my dear. You are the one who raised our children, you are truly a wonderful mother. She searched for her daughter, Hi, are you there? Hi replied, yes. The mother instructed, please take care of your little brother. I'm sorry and thank you, my child. At these words, Hai trembled, unable to hold back her tears. The father looked at his small son, Eric, I'm sorry. Your magic obstruction is all because of me. Eric's eyes were now filled with tears, and he sobbed, Father. I'm so scared, how could you leave like this? If you're gone, what will Sis and I do? Suddenly, his father's thin hand touched his face, wiping away his tears. He whispered, looking back at my whole life, compared to the time I spent as a battle mage on the battlefield, I was much happier during the days I was your father. You don't have to become a mage. He smiled one last time. I only hope that you will live happily with the people around you. With that, the hand resting on Eric's face fell limp. He was stunned, tears streamed down like a river. Looking at his parents' hands still tightly clasped together, Eric softly called out, "Father." But receiving no response, he flinched, his tears suddenly stopped, replaced by a heart-wrenching wail, "Father." Ending the painful flashback, he returned to the sun-drenched primeval forest. Eric quietly confided to his deceased father, "But father, do you know? You were wrong when you told me I didn't need to become a mage. If I'm not strong enough, I'll be discarded in this reality." He clenched his fists and determined, "That's why I must become stronger, so no one can turn their backs on me again." He muttered, "Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield." Eric agreed with this. "That's right, what I need most now is real combat experience." He pondered, "Where should I go? The Blood Ghost Forest, full of ghost-type monsters? That place is too dangerous. Then Goblin Cave? Too many people there already. Where should I go?" Suddenly, Eric remembered his father's words, "Listen, there are secret rooms scattered all over the continent where our ancestors once lived." He found the right place. That's right, that's the place. Immediately after, he called his demon companion, "Let's go, Mephisto." He crossed his arms and asked, "Where to?" Eric replied, "I'm going to the territory of the Snow People." His eyes flashed green. Snow People Plateau. Warm golden sunlight covered the forest, a gentle breeze rustled the tree branches. At a clear, cool stream hidden deep in the forest, Eric was bathing. He thought, it could be a problem if my identity is revealed, I must change my appearance. No sooner said than done, Eric used magic to hurl the stream water high up, spreading it. The cool water poured down onto his head from above. When his hair was wet to a certain extent, Eric suddenly commanded, "Cut." The falling water suddenly transformed into sharp water blades, cutting off his long, unruly hair. Eric's control over magic had become more refined. The stream water was as agile as the hands of a skilled barber, quickly trimming his messy hair. In just a moment, his long hair was neatly trimmed. However, just cutting his hair wasn't enough to conceal his identity. He mumbled, "Transform." Eric transformed into a charming, tanned young man with neat, fashionable brown hair. Only his green eyes remained unchanged. Looking at his new appearance, he smiled contentedly, "Seems good enough, right?" Eric traveled to the city at the foot of the snow mountain. At the guidance branch, someone said, "There's a team preparing to depart, you're in luck." The guide said, "Nowadays, no one goes to the Snow People Plateau anymore. It's surprising that suddenly so many people want to go there. The team I just mentioned is over there." Eric looked in the direction he pointed. The door creaked. The guide said, "They've arrived, just in time." Leading the group was a lively and cheerful boy wearing thick winter clothes. "It seems we have a new person, don't we?" Eric indifferently looked at the team he would be joining. This group was quite large, including 4 herbalists and 3 demon hunters equipped with weapons. And 5 people who were concealing their energy. This group was completely cloaked, their faces hidden. The boy was probably the team leader, always exuding positive energy. "Then I'll reintroduce myself. Our tribe has a tradition of naming everyone based on their birth date. My name is Manhua, which means the second morning of the week. You're probably wondering what this is good for, aren't you? Today is exactly the second morning of this week. In common language, that would be Tuesday. So, as long as you stick with me, you won't be in any danger." As a spirit, no one could see Nephi, but he was affected by everyone around him. He complained irritably, "This bastard talks too much, it's annoying. I swear I'll rip that mouth off one day." Eric ignored the complaints. He raised his hand and asked, Yes, Manhua, right? Can I buy a communication crystal?" A few herbalists whispered, "What for? Our village doesn't have crystals." Someone suggested, "You could use something like a pigeon or send a letter, for example." Suddenly, Manhua spoke up again, "Oh, I just remembered a really funny story that happened a while ago involving pigeons and sending letters." Someone interrupted, "Too bad. Let's go." Manhua was not discouraged. He walked and said, "What a pity, right? I'll tell it on the way then." "Let's go." Eric worried inwardly, "She'll be very upset if I don't contact her soon." Things are getting more complicated now. Anyway, I've already told Xin. He'll handle it. On the way deep into the Snow People Plateau, Manhua told a story about a carrier pigeon, and then the pigeon suddenly dove headfirst into a chimney, but before it could realize it. With that information, that chimney must belong to the one who stole money from the person living next to the lover of the youngest grandmother of the village elder here. On the way, Mi-Fi looked around. "I have a feeling this place is quite familiar. This is where the Snow People live." Eric asked curiously, "You know about Snow People? Have you been here before?" He replied arrogantly, "Of course. They are the scum who dared to defy us." Hearing that, Eric was startled. "Are Snow People demons?" Mi-Fi shouted indignantly, "Don't put me on the same level as that trash." Eric silently thought, "I thought they were just monsters. Who knew they had a connection to the demon realm? That's astonishing." Mi-Fi walked ahead, not turning back. Still, their former king was truly useful. He must have received the demon lord's blessing, although his fate wasn't so lucky. Eric had a belly full of questions. Did the snow monsters once have a ruler in the past? He suddenly heard Mi-Fi say, his grave might still be around here. Hearing that, he immediately asked, "A grave? Do you know where it is?" He shook his head, "I don't know. Even if it's still here, it must have been visited by thieves already." Eric glanced at Mi-Fi, a thought forming in his mind. If snow monsters are demons, their graves must have some connection to the family's secret chamber. When he was little, he used to lie on his father, listening to him tell old stories. The secret chamber was an ancestral hiding place built to protect the family's legacy. Eric, later, when you've grown up and become the patriarch, go to the Snow Monster Plateau first. Confirm all of the family's legacy there and pay your respects to the ancestors. Holding the pendant in his hand, Eric pondered. He wondered what the family's legacy could be. He wondered if he could learn more about this magic pendant if he went there. Ahead, Manhua was still exercising his mouth. He wondered where the boy got so much energy to talk all day. If you follow the legend passed down from generation to generation in the tribe, the first snow monster to appear was abandoned by her husband. Left on this plateau, the woman died. After taking revenge, she met Yukiona, who suddenly appeared, and that's how the story began. Manhua's childish voice prattling in his ear made Mi-Fi feel furious. He covered his ears and questioned Eric, "Can't you use magic to shut that guy up?" "Look, my ears are bleeding now." Eric replied, "Don't worry, just bear with it." What kind of ghost bleeds anyway? He paid attention and was wary of his surroundings. Speaking of the snow monsters the guy kept mentioning, why haven't they appeared yet? Just then, ahead, Manhua turned to look at everyone. The lively boy announced, "All right, everyone. The path from here on will be quite difficult, so we should eat something before continuing our journey." So the group stopped to rest and lit a campfire. The group split and sat according to their parties. Eric sat alone. Someone stood up and walked towards the three demon hunters. Eric suddenly heard him ask the demon hunter group, "Could we get some fire from you?" Since this was someone from the group concealing their identity, he couldn't help but squint his eyes to examine them. The mana energy emanating from him was quite strong, Eric inwardly noted. He's as strong as a noble knight. After asking for fire, the person returned to their group. Thanks to the newly acquired flame, their campfire gradually flared up, radiating warm heat. Eric made an assessment. They didn't seem to be targeting him. Were they on some kind of secret mission? He noticed a person with a blue hood, the most prominent and distinct in the group. Is that guy the leader? He didn't look like it. As he was thinking, the person removed their hood. Eric was slightly startled when he saw the person's appearance, and the demon hunters also stared, unblinking. It was Isabel, a beautiful and polite noblewoman. Thank you. We'll cherish it. Eric was dumbfounded. A woman? The hunter whistled loudly. He teased, why hide such a pretty face? Young lady, another man gave a lewd smile. Oh my, I didn't think I'd be lucky enough to have such an amazing experience here. As soon as the two men finished speaking, a swift figure drew a sword, aiming its tip directly at the foul mouth of the hunter with the goatee. That figure moved as fast as the wind, the hunter barely had time to react. He had just finished smiling when he saw the sword tip right in front of him. His smile suddenly froze. The young man holding the sword grimly declared, You've offended the lady by daring to speak that way. Pay for it with your life. Isabel on the other side yelled, Chen, put down your weapon. Observing from the side, Mei Fei was trembling from trying to hold back laughter. Even Eric felt sorry for the hunter. How dare he flirt with a noble? Does he even have a brain in that head? Suddenly, something lurking behind the snow-covered forest made him and Mei Fei turn their heads simultaneously. Eric sensed something terrifying approaching. His eyes glowed with an ominous light, utterly surprised. On the other side, Chen argued, But, my lady, these bastards. Isabel was very displeased with Chen's independent action. She repeated, Lower your sword. Chen turned to look at her, his eyes showing a hint of reluctance. But he eventually obeyed and sheathed his sword. Just then, Eric suddenly stood up and yelled, Everyone, run! Chen turned to look at him, not understanding what was happening. And the hunter who had just escaped death froze, What? But it was too late, as his body was already riddled with holes. Seeing this, Chen instinctively crouched down, drawing his sword to block. Immediately after, his sword successfully blocked the unexpected projectiles coming from afar. Manhua and the boy's tribe widened their eyes in terror. The boastful hunter who had been shot earlier fell, his surviving companions stared in horror, unblinking. Chen blocked a long-range attack, trembling from the powerful impact, and immediately ordered, Protect the lady. The knights all stood up and surrounded Isabel, all trembling with fear, unsure of what had just attacked them. Eric frowned, This reminds me of the hive. A whirlwind blew in, signaling an ambush. And sure enough, a barrage of spears and arrows shot this way, making Eric exclaim, Why are there so many? The arrows whizzed past his ears, aimed directly at him. The massive arrows and spears came closer and closer, but there was nowhere near Eric to hide. He swung his hand forward and chanted, Block. A shield formed from many hexagons, looking like a honeycomb, appeared before Eric, blocking the enemy's thick arrows. He was fine, so he turned around to check the situation. How are the others? On Isabel's side, a group of 4 knights were taking turns deflecting the arrows. But Manhua's group wasn't so lucky. They were just guides and herbalists, with no self-defense skills. They could only scream for help when they saw their comrades fall, Help me! But no one stepped forward to protect them, only fresh blood splattered from their fallen comrades. Seeing this, Eric's brows furrowed tightly. Meanwhile, Mei Fei appeared indifferent, as if this was completely normal. Just then, there was a loud explosion from behind the pine trees on the mountainside. As a spiritual being, Mei Fei didn't suffer any damage. He smirked, It's those fools from the Blood Eye tribe. Eric quickly used his special eyes to scout how many enemies there were. And in his eyes, bright spots appeared behind the trees. He heard that the snowmen usually traveled in a pack of 10. However, the number of bright spots was more than 10 and they were approaching quite fast. They charged forward and suddenly appeared in front of the group. Eric gasped in fear, but this is too many. Chen hurriedly commanded, Wipe them out. The snowmen, with their large physiques, had an advantage in close combat. Not to mention, their numbers were greater, enough to overwhelm the group. Chen struggled to dodge the attacks of multiple snowmen. Mei Fei excitedly said, The first battle is already quite difficult, isn't it? Eric softly called, Mei Fei, But he didn't listen and continued to babble. You're starting to tremble now that it's time to fight, aren't you? Humans, indeed. Eric found him annoying, so he silenced him. Shut up. With just a small spell, the almighty Demon King was silenced. He coldly said, "This isn't the time for nonsense." I guess the Demon King is a bit thoughtless, aren't they? Eric watched Chen and couldn't help but secretly praise him. I have to admit, they're truly astonishing. His eyes lit up, having found a brilliant opportunity to counterattack. And he swung his sword, the blade like an illusion sweeping past the snowmen, raining down blood. Eric marveled, is this how a knight optimizes their aura? He turned his head to look elsewhere. Although he wanted to admire it more, this wasn't the right time. The snowmen launching a surprise attack was indeed a problem, but this wasn't all of them. In the distance, in Eric's eyes, he saw many other bright spots. Another pack of snowmen is waiting for an opportunity to ambush us. Everyone could be in danger if we make the wrong decision now. However, the story would change if he preemptively struck them first. He crouched and leaped, the powerful force shattering the ground beneath his feet. As he jumped high, Eric discarded his cool, handsome dark-skinned appearance, canceling the transformation. Immediately after, he cast another spell, Armored. As he finished speaking, a pair of wings grew on Eric. He flew away, leaving Chen's group to handle the battle on this side. It seems using memory to store some enhancement spells has proven useful. From above, he easily saw another fierce pack of snowmen moving toward their resting spot. Suddenly, one snowman noticed something descending from above. Eric lunged down onto it, still a bit worried, though he wasn't sure if his attack would work. But he did it anyway, and a powerful stomp landed on the snowman's head. Eric successfully landed on its head, causing it to suffer a skull injury and kick the bucket. His sudden appearance left the remaining snowmen utterly bewildered. Yet Eric didn't falter, at least he could slow them down. Before the snowmen could react, he continued to unleash his move, Explosion. With a loud bang, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing away several nearby snowmen. Then, Eric landed on the ground, his sharp eyes glancing at the remaining snowmen. When he saw them approaching, he chanted a spell, Incinerate. Fire erupted from beneath his feet, incinerating the snowmen in front of him, crackling sounds echoing in his ears. Immediately after, the air froze, sharp shards of ice formed, multiplying endlessly as if alive. Finally, these ice shards transformed into sharp ice swords, raining down from the sky at Eric's command. The surviving snowmen didn't have time to react before having to face his continued assault. Eric lowered his hand, controlling the ice swords, Pierce. Dull thudding sounds echoed, countless ice swords flew and embedded themselves into the snowmen. Eric danced like a ghost, wherever he leaped, an unlucky snowman fell. The sharp ice swords pierced through the snowmen's bodies, leaving them utterly destroyed. When Eric's feet touched the ground again, only 2 snowmen remained, trembling like leaves. He exhaled, only 2 left? Seeing them inch backward, Eric turned and glared, where do you think you're going to run? He flashed an evil grin, wiggled 2 fingers slightly, bind. After defeating countless snowmen, Eric knelt on the snow, panting, I'm pretty amazing, aren't I? He tied up one snowman to interrogate it. By the way, let's have a chat. He turned to call the demon following him, Mei Fei, Mei Fei. Eric had forgotten that he had just silenced him. He was furious, only able to grunt to show his presence beside him. He smiled and snapped his fingers, breaking the silencing spell. Still here, huh? Let's talk a bit. As soon as he regained freedom of speech, Mei Fei began to curse, you son of a b**********, you really are. Without letting him finish his rant, Eric warned, mouth. Mei Fei really wanted to continue cursing but had to swallow his anger. Eric calmly ordered, there's no time, so hurry up and translate for me. Mei Fei was confused, what are you talking about? He pointed at the tied-up snowman, tell it that if it tells me where its tribe is, I'll spare it. So Mei Fei communicated with the snowman, then he said, it says to untie it. Eric replied wryly, I'm sure I'll trust it. Mei Fei looked at him seriously and advised, in this situation, we should negotiate through dialogue instead of threats. Eric snapped his fingers, untying the snowman. There, I've released it, now tell it to talk. Next, Mei Fei continued to converse in the snowman's language. The two whispered for a long time, as if hatching a conspiracy. Then, both turned to look at Eric, their gazes far from friendly. To put it simply, Mei Fei had ill intentions. Translating his words, we had the following one-sided conversation. Now, we'll pretend to cooperate with this rotten guy, all right? Eric felt something was off, so he called out, my good sir. The snowman went back on its word, angrily roaring, wanting to attack him. With a bang, Eric raised his finger, shooting a block of ice at the snowman's head. His finger hovered in midair, purely a natural reflex. Eric breathed a sigh of relief. That was almost a big problem. He glared at Mei Fei and the snowman, both trembling as if they had just done something bad. Eric flashed a harmless smile, carrying a warning, so, shall we talk again? In the snow-covered mountains, the sun slowly rose, signaling a new day's arrival. The sound of conversation between the snowman and Mei Fei echoed through the mountains. Finally, the snowman left, its upper body still bound. Eric followed it and criticized Mei Fei. That gullible snowman almost died because of you, sir. He turned to thank the snowman. Thank you for showing me the way. Mei Fei outwardly formed a heart, but inwardly cursed, all of you, go to hell. The snowy wind blew past. Eric's body trembled. He placed his hand on his chest. Inside was a throbbing heart, a dragon's heart containing the magic of dragons and the Demon King. He could only unleash 3% of the magic power from it. If he unleashed all of that strange magic power, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it and would burst. At this moment, the bound snowman in front signaled that they had arrived. They stood before a snowman village with a giant stone gate. Eric pondered, with my current level, it'd be dangerous to keep fighting like before. He clenched his fist, but he couldn't back down. Carrying great ambitions, Eric bravely stepped forward. If I gave up just for this, how could I ever build a family? He glanced behind him, and looking at the clear blue sky, he wondered, will that noble young lady be safe and sound? Meanwhile, blood splattered everywhere. Chen gasped after a long, exhausting battle. Not just him, but his teammates too. They had just defeated a group of snowmen and were now resting. Isabel rushed over, panicked. Chen, did you see someone who was just here? Chen wiped the blood from his face, secretly thinking, he probably died while running away alone, or he's hiding somewhere. But when he turned to answer Isabel, he smiled. Perhaps he escaped safely, ma'am. The girl frowned slightly, her gaze distant. I suppose so, right? She completely ignored Chen's affectionate gaze towards her. Isabel's violet eyes reflected worry and sadness. She remembered the young man's green eyes. Please be safe and sound. At this moment, Eric had entered the snowman village and was being blocked by them. He was slightly hesitant but still spoke his demand clearly. Don't look at me so bloodthirstily, let me meet your chieftain. He didn't know if the snowmen understood, but at least they didn't attack. Their unfriendly stares, however, remained. Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind. Move aside. The snowmen listened and obeyed instantly, clearing a path. Heavy footsteps echoed from behind, and a large shadow approached. Eric looked up, and he involuntarily swallowed. The snowman chieftain was taller than the other snowmen, like a small mountain towering before Eric. Trying to stay calm, he said, I have a few things I want to ask. The chieftain grumbled, neither answering nor attacking. Eric's hand, hidden inside his cloak, was always ready for a fatal strike. It would be better if he didn't have to resort to this, but if talking failed, that was the quickest way to defeat this chieftain. In the tense moment, he heard the snowman chieftain speak, eyes green. It looked at Eric and asked his name. What is your name? It suddenly spoke so politely, making him react a beat slower. Eric Merbinger. The snowman chieftain looked quite fierce with its scarred body. After hearing his name, it was silent for a moment, then said, follow me. This unexpected friendliness surprised him, leaving a question mark in his heart. A moment later, the snowman chieftain led the way with Eric, while the snowman guards followed at a distance behind. As they walked, it recounted, "Our tribe has a legend." Eric was curious, what legend? It stated, "Long ago, a great king ruled this mountain." These words made Eric's pupils suddenly contract in shock. He immediately turned to look at Mephi, who subtly nodded at him. The snowman chieftain paid no attention to his small action. It continued, "That king said there was only one person he recognized as a friend. The person with green eyes, and Merbinger was that person's name." Eric was surprised again and again. He thought to himself, his family's ancestor and the king of the snowmen were friends. The snowman chieftain continued, "Our chieftains continued to manage their home according to the king's wishes." Eric narrowed his eyes and asked, "Where is that house?" The snowman chieftain stopped, looked in one direction, over there. The two had arrived at a cliff. Before them was a bottomless abyss. The snowman chieftain gestured for Eric to look down. He bowed his head and looked, wondering to himself, underneath this cliff, there's a house. The mountain wind blew up from below, whistling. The abyss was dark and gloomy. Eric squinted his eyes, trying to find the house's silhouette. There were no lights below the abyss. One had to look very closely to see a small house. It's crazy, there really is a house down there. Suddenly, Eric became slightly vigilant because he sensed something. A chilling gust of wind blew up from below the abyss. He was surprised. The airflow intensified. The snowman chieftain shared, "Once a year, when the wind weakens, we go down there, but no one has ever returned." Mephi, hovering nearby, teased, "With so much magic, you couldn't get anything done?" Eric remained silent. He silently looked down. Mephi scoffed, "How could they? No one's been skilled enough yet." Eric nodded, as if speaking to himself, "That's right, it's quite reckless given my current skill. However, if I just stand here, I won't be able to take another step forward." As he spoke, he took a few steps forward. "Besides, it seems our ancestors want to see their descendants' skills." The snowman chieftain asked confusedly, "What are you going to do?" Eric decisively jumped into the abyss. He smiled brightly, "I guess I'll have to indulge them." Watching Eric fall freely down below, Mephi screamed, "This madman, he just jumped down like that?" The chilling wind hitting his face made Eric unable to smile anymore. "Damn it, the wind here is stronger than I thought." Mephi could normally fly, so he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he could even lecture, "You crazy fool, concentrate or you'll die." Eric began to lower his legs, changing his falling posture. "All right, just one more step." He gritted his teeth and focused his mind. "I can reach it now." Looking at the house far below, he silently told himself, go down." With a lightning-fast falling speed, the house gradually became clear. But before he hit the ground face first, the air-treading magic was activated. Immediately after, Eric flexibly jumped down in a Z-shape to gradually reduce the resistance of his fall. Finally, he landed on the snow. The slightly large impact sent thick layers of snow scattering. Eric's landing on the snowy field looked incredibly cool. The gently falling snow was quite poetic. But the very next second, his cool image shattered. He fell backward, lying on the snow, lamenting, "Seriously, I thought I was going to die." A moment later, Eric sat up. He asked and answered himself, "I did it, right? It was awesome, right? Do you admit that?" "I admit it." Mephi was speechless, indeed. Eric stood up, looking at the house before him. "Anyway, it looks so ordinary, it looks like a leaf hut." He stepped forward, reaching out to open the door and go in. However, a magic circle appeared, preventing anyone from intruding upon this house. Eric was surprised. It seems to be locked with ancient magic. He suggested, "You should try entering a mana spell." Mephi thought, then offered a suggestion, "Merbinger." Eric reached out, used mana, and recited countless spells: Demon Lord, Demonic Hunter, Commission, Squirrel Eating Cake, Sorry, Dinosaur. After many failed attempts, he started to think, mana doesn't work? Something similar to a key? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Eric's mind. Could it be? He took out the four-petaled flower pendant, nervously bringing it closer to the door. The pendant was brought near the magic circle, and the barrier began to spin. Light flashed, and the pendant almost sucked away the barrier protecting the house. The door suddenly opened, a creaking sound echoed, and Eric exclaimed, "It really tricks people." Stepping inside the house, which looked small but wasn't, he was almost overwhelmed by the treasure trove of books left by his ancestors. He walked around, reaching out and picking a few books to read. But just by seeing the book titles, Eric's eyes widened. "Oh, this!" He excitedly ran through the library under Mephi's annoyed gaze. Basic doctrines of magic theory, there's even elf and beast magic, and dark magic too? Are all kinds of books here? Mephi looked around, assessing a bit. It seems this is the residence of a great sage. Hearing that, Eric poked his head out and asked, "A great sage?" Mephi felt a bit speechless at his ignorance. But he didn't know Eric was thinking to himself, "That person and the Snow King know our ancestors, and it seems there's a hidden story behind that." Suddenly, Eric's eyes caught a book. This book. He took it out and looked at the cover. The History of Merbinger. Out of curiosity, he opened the book and read, "The mission of our family is to eliminate demons." An image flashed in his mind. This is exactly like what Eric saw in his dream. He temporarily ignored the dream and continued reading the book, but the book was stained dark, some parts were hard to read. What is it? This part is. Certainly requires certain conditions. The mission bestowed by heaven upon the family, it will be achievable. As Eric read this information, the words from the book began to fly out, "Devour demons, then devour devils, if it can be properly digested." Will there be a new harmony of the demonic path? Without a sound, a powerful energy poured out from the book, originating from the words. Eric's eyes glowed green, and guiding scrolls floated in his mind: "Eat demons, swallow demons, drink demons." Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed, and the pendant showed signs of cracking. But it didn't break. Instead, it shed its skin, becoming brilliantly luminous like a precious jewel. "Eat, swallow, drink demons." The black gem in the middle of the pendant acted like a projector, emitting a flickering light. Countless images flashed before Eric, and in his ears were the words read from the book: "If so, all demons will be contained within you." Thus, a new demon magician will appear, the first descended to devour demons and solve the arrangement and test of the demonic path. From now on, it will truly begin. Eric lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself lying on a lush green meadow. He stared, trying to find a familiar feeling. Where is this? Eric jumped up, suddenly hearing someone's voice from behind. "It seems you are the descendant in a distant future promised to receive our arrangement." A man stood with his hands clasped behind Eric. Wind blew through his golden hair, and he turned to look. The man smiled faintly, wearing golden glasses and a matanchab beard. Eric dared not act rashly, cautiously asking, "Who are you, sir?" The other party placed a hand on his chest, introducing himself, Odohan Merbinger. He said seriously, "I am the guide and examiner of the descendant, the main instructor." Odohan Merbinger was the one who established the Merbinger family's demon magic system hundreds of years ago. Over many generations, only a few ancestors could bring glory to the family, and he was the ancestor who brought glory to the family. Odo smiled kindly. "It seems you know me, my child." Eric hesitated and asked, "Could it be that the ancestor is the great sage?" Odo was a bit surprised. "This? None of my descendants know this alias." "Where did you hear it?" Eric looked to his side, but saw no sign of Mephi. Still, he honestly replied, "Well, the Demon King Mephisto said so." "Where did that guy go?" Odo was surprised. "Mephisto, the Demon King of Original Sin?" Eric nodded. "Oh, yeah, he's just a foolish devil, that's all." Odo chuckled. He patted Eric's shoulder. "So, the first demon you devoured was Mephistopheles?" He was extremely pleased. The truly talented descendant has arrived. Should I increase the difficulty of the trials? At the same time, Mephistopheles was still in the library. He picked his ear, annoyed and cursed, "Who dares to insult this king? They deserve to have their limbs cut off." Back to Eric, he politely raised his hand and asked, "What about the arrangements? Did you say something about guidance?" Odo stroked his head. "You're curious about many things, aren't you?" He smiled kindly. "You can record freely. The rest will come later. Why are you in such a hurry to know about complex matters?" Eric shyly nodded, his politeness making the elder grow fonder of him. "Why so shy?" He spread his hands, concentrating magic. A white circle, resembling a wheel, appeared. The elder said, "We've prepared something similar to a magic wheel." He began to use magic and explained, "Once you start spinning them, you won't be able to stop. Therefore, I cannot casually give it to just anyone. No matter how long it takes, I must thoroughly verify the descendant." He said, "Since you've passed my test, from here on, the choice is yours." The elder held the magic wheel before Eric, offering two choices: stop the magic wheel or let it spin. As he finished speaking, the magic wheel was transferred to Eric's hands, much to his astonishment. He didn't know what the family's arrangements were. If he chose the wrong path, his life could vanish. Eric clenched his hand tightly around the magic wheel, believing this was his last chance to escape. The elder thought Eric chose to stop it. He was a little sad but politely said, "All right, I respect your choice." Unexpectedly, Eric said, "I will build the family." These words slightly stunned the elder when he heard Eric say, "I will continue the wishes of my ancestors, the great heroes. To leave my name upon this land as a great mage." Eric recalled the statue honoring his ancestors that he had once seen. His eyes shone with determination. When he spread his hand, and his hand was the magic wheel, that was the dream he had cherished for so long. He began to spin the wheel, letting it roll freely, moving forward. Loud rumbling sounds echoed each time the wheel collided and changed direction, blinding light flickering before the two of them. The elder, seeing this sight, was deeply moved. He enthusiastically patted Eric's shoulder, praising him, "Excellent. Oh, this audacity. If it's our descendant, they'll surely succeed." Eric protested, "Ouch." On the lush green grassland, the wind rustled. The elder spoke, "Self." Then he raised his hand. The warm green spring grassland suddenly transformed into a cold winter snow mountain. Feeling the biting wind, Eric suddenly turned to look behind him. This is... The weather changed 180 degrees. The chilling wind made Eric shiver. "Where are we, sir?" The elder seemed unaffected by the weather. He shared, "This is the first place to test one's acceptance of the arrangements." His teeth chattered, and his breath turned to mist. Eric reorganized his thoughts. "So, I'll have to undergo the test here." Eric suddenly felt excited. He smiled, "If that's the case, compared to now, I might become much stronger." The elder also smiled. "You're smiling? For someone about to enter a test, this mindset is very good." He pointed into the distance. "Then look over there." Eric didn't understand. "Sir, what do you want me to look at?" The elder instructed, "Farther, look deeper." Eric complied, staring intently into the distance. Gradually, he saw something faintly appearing in the darkness. It was a horn peeking out from the deep darkness far away. The figure gradually became clearer, a creature with two sharp horns and patchy white fur stained with blood. Eric wondered, "What is that, sir?" The elder introduced, "The Snow Mountain King. He is the first and last to unite the Snow People tribes, and also the reigning king of this snow mountain. He is a figure with the ambition to bring the Snow People, who were expelled from the Demon Tribe, back to the Demon Tribe once again. But, in the end, he was swallowed by that very ambition, left behind as a fallen demon." Eric's face turned pale when he heard the elder say, "This Snow Mountain King is the second demon you have to devour." He turned his head to look at him, trembling, pointing towards it. "So, that means I have to face that?" The elder corrected him, "No, more accurately, you have to devour it. Are you scared already?" From now on, you'll have to devour demons and obtain their root, which is their entich. Eric heard a new word, entich, sir. The elder explained, entich are primeval and dark emotions like fear, depression, and resentment emanating from living beings. They are existences created from the ego, stemming from the four notions, the dark thoughts of the self linked together. That is the demon race. Therefore, each demon has its own dark thoughts, those are their essence, class, and symbol. The heart, where these dark thoughts are stored, is called the entich. The entich of the original sin, Mephistopheles, can be seen. The demon's mark appeared on Eric's hand. Only now did he realize, this is the entich of the demon king. While Eric was still admiring Mephi's entich on his hand, the elder's voice echoed in his ear, from now on, you will hunt demons and seize their root entich. He walked over and patted his shoulder, if you devour demons, all of their power will belong to you. These words seemed to energize Eric. He looked at the Snow Mountain King in the distance. How strong would I become if I received the power of such a formidable monster? Eric secretly swallowed, I'll only know if I try first. He began to use mana spells, flying up. The elder's admonition still echoed in his ear, remember this. Eric continued to activate his combat skills, opening his armaments. The elder reminded him, it's not about defeating it. Eric had now flown towards the Snow Mountain King, his fists ready. The elder's voice echoed in his ear, but devouring it. These words annoyed Eric slightly, no, but what's with this eating and devouring? What does that even mean? In the depths of the black mist, a shadow stirred. The Snow Mountain King spoke hoarsely, this demonic power, is it Mephisto for Mebinger? It remembered Mephi's face, with a hint of expectation, prove it. Conversely, the elder frowned slightly at Eric's actions, stop. In the distance, as he rushed forward, someone's voice rang out, our Marshal. Eric's sharp eyes spotted something ahead. He paused slightly, dodging countless unexpected attacks from the opponent. A loud shout rang out, kill them. A rumbling sound echoed, and a giant foot appeared amidst the pristine white snow. From within the black mist, the foot stepped out, freezing the white snow. Countless antlered warriors wearing iron masks, holding sharp spears and grim steel shields, appeared, blocking Eric's path. He swallowed, the king's warriors. There were dozens of them at a glance. To some extent, they were different from the snow people he had faced before. Especially that one, the leader, with Eric's current abilities, could he even win? If he only used the entich of original sin with the power of the Demon King, Eric was confident he could capture even the king of that snow mountain. A bead of sweat trickled down. He pondered, damn it, if I don't know how to use it, it's no different than just random doodling. Without giving Eric much time to think, the warrior shouted loudly and charged forward. He thought to himself, but this is the first test, so with the Demon King's power, it wouldn't be considered cheating, would it? The mark of original sin glowed, a fireball condensed. Let's make it explode. Eric pointed at the warriors charging towards him, and boom, a deafening explosion rang out. The explosion was blindingly bright, and a wave of heat spread from the blast. However, the outcome Eric desired didn't happen. He stared wide-eyed as a sharp spear stopped right in front of him. The battle's result came too quickly. He was stunned, finding it hard to believe. The warriors were incredibly fast. In an instant, they held their spears and lunged at Eric, completely evading the explosion he had created. Eric wavered only slightly, then immediately swung his right hand from left to right. And swung his left hand downwards, raising it and thrusting. Immediately, countless sharp ice pillars rose, blocking Eric's path and creating difficulty for the warriors. Some warriors couldn't avoid them in time and were dealt with on the spot. Eric remained cold, letting blood splash around him. But soon enough, the warriors broke through his ice wall. Eric spoke indifferently, I heard you once belonged to the demon race but were cast aside. So I'm sure you already know that when you are incompetent, you will be abandoned. Hearing this, the warriors were furious, grinding their teeth. Watching the warriors rush towards him, he told himself, he had to be stronger. The warriors were getting closer and closer. If he could be stronger, then this kind of challenge. Eric spread his five-fingered hand in front of him, as if preparing to cast a spell. He was filled with determination to overcome the challenge. He would shatter it 100 times if needed. With just a thought, Eric summoned a gigantic fireball, its scorching heat blazing throughout this snowy mountain space. The fireball exploded, its light engulfing the entire screen. At the same time, it seemed to incinerate everything its sparks touched. Done, the next second, a beam of light deflected the fireball's sparks. The snow warrior broke through the sea of fire, swinging its weapon towards Eric. The attack was so powerful that he sustained internal injuries, spitting blood. With a bang, the snow where Eric had just stood exploded. Then his body fell backward, a gash on his abdomen, blood gushing out. Eric glanced at the warrior who had just attacked him, unable to help but curse in his heart. Damn it! His heavy body collapsed onto the snow. Eric scrambled to his feet, coughing heavily, watching the warrior emerge from the fog. He secretly sighed, at this rate, I'll lose. He gritted his teeth, his breath turning into wisps of dark green energy swirling around him. No, he couldn't fall at the very first challenge. Eric braced his hands on the ground, struggling to stand up. The dark green energy grew denser, even though his body couldn't endure it anymore. He tensed his body, and more energy surged out. The snowy area where Eric stood immediately exploded from the suppressed energy. Eric didn't hesitate to confront the powerful warrior standing before him. He gritted his teeth, telling himself he would draw more energy. The warrior narrowed its eyes. It didn't speak, so no one knew what it was thinking. Suddenly, it swung the sword in its hand. Eric quickly ducked to dodge. At the same time, he opened his eyes wide and began to chant a spell from the dragon's heart. A flash of light streaked past like a comet's tail in the dark night. That was Eric moving at the speed of sound, and just an instant, he pierced through the warrior, bursting out, scattering. With a loud bang, the warrior's body exploded on the spot. Using too much strength left Eric a bit exhausted, he panted. Black energy, like a hazy smoke, poured out of his body. Eric collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, his black bones floating in the air behind him. He narrowed his eyes, smiled, and breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, feeling a difference, Eric opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Is this for real?" He looked at the black mist, like an ink stain on a watercolor painting, and complained, "No matter how I look at it, the first round is already too harsh." The black mist began to gather in one direction. Eric felt something was wrong. Damn it, my heart feels like it's about to explode, and the soldiers are forming again. What should I do? However, no soldiers formed, only the black mist rushed towards him. Confused, Eric reached out to stop it. Huh? However, what greeted him was a faint black-green mist that settled on his hand. Eric looked at his right arm in disbelief. This is a seal. The black mist continued to pour into his body without stopping. Eric assessed the new seal. Although it was fainter than the seal of original sin, a new seal had definitely been created. He wasn't sure what was happening, but the dragon heart's energy, which had been on the verge of exploding, was now stable. Just then, Otto spoke, and that's why demons call their seals by their true names. Therefore, if you want to use their power, you must know their true names. Eric wondered, how do I find out? There's no way they'll tell me their names. Otto didn't share how to subtly ask for names, he just said, don't worry. When the time is right, you will naturally feel it. At this moment, Eric faced a newly formed group of warriors. He closed his eyes, feeling the newly collected energy. Eric raised his hand, creating a circle of snow-white energy. The true name of the snowman is Malice. A chilling snowflake fell from his hand, although he couldn't explain it. The snowstorm around them blew stronger than ever, Eric only knew. He narrowed his eyes, telling himself, the way to use seals. The challenge he was facing was in a cold, snowy mountain area. In front of him, the group of warriors charged forward. And what are their true names? The whistling wind roared in his ears. He muttered, "May you be cold and ruthless." A surge of white-blue snow energy emanated in all directions, scattering the approaching group of warriors. But then, they quickly reformed their physical bodies amidst the biting wind. This time, they were more cautious, using iron shields to block themselves, preparing to continue their assault. However, it was useless, because the very next second, they were hit square by a massive snow explosion. Standing on the snowflake-shaped ice, Eric panted wearily, using energy. It was a bit too much. Yet, he could still smile, but still. The snowflake beneath Eric's feet was like a protective barrier for him. Any creature attempting to approach was shattered by the ice and snow. He was surprised. Is this the power of the seal? To test it further, he magnified the snowflake beneath his feet. Icy power gushed forth, continuously shattering many warriors. Countless warriors fell, and Eric's breathing also grew heavier. He looked at the remaining warrior on the battlefield. Now, only you are left. As soon as he finished speaking, an unexpected event occurred. Without a word of warning, without any sign, Eric suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Huh? Before losing consciousness, there was only one question in his mind: why? A piercing scream echoed in the vast space. Eric sat up, clutching his neck and panting heavily, sweat pouring down. At this moment, he was back in the library within the building left by his ancestors, books scattered haphazardly on the shelves. Eric thought back in horror. What just happened? Mephi appeared beside him, praising, "It seems you've overcome quite a tough trial." He looked at him and softly called, "Mephi." Eric sat up, still disoriented. Mephi continued, "I was hoping the quest would activate since you fell asleep when your pendant glowed. It seems it won't be that easy." Hearing this, Eric was stunned. A quest? So I didn't actually die. He touched the tattoo on his arm. Because he had been too quick to believe in the seal, he must have passed out after absorbing all the mana. Recalling what had happened, Eric exclaimed, "But its power is much stronger than I imagined. If the incomplete seal of evil is already that strong, how much more powerful is the seal of original sin? But how should Eric use them?" Suddenly, Mephi spoke, grabbing his attention. "Could that be the seal of evil?" He frowned and crossed his arms. "It seems the sage has come up with quite a strange scheme." Eric sat up straight, sincerely asking, "Mephi, how do I use the seal of evil?" Mephi replied, "I guess he told you my real name." He sneered, "Do you think I'd tell you?" Mephi still harbored deep hatred for him. "No matter how you humiliate me, you'll never get anything from me." Eric scratched his head. "I just asked. No need to be so dramatic." Mephi ignored him, turning his head away. Eric thought to himself, he knew he'd say that. After all, seals are the most important thing to demons. If Mephisto allowed him to use the seal of original sin, it would mean his most important possession had been stolen. That's unfortunate, but for now, he wouldn't touch it. Not thinking too much about it, Eric pulled his sleeve down to cover the seal on his arm. Above all, the seal of original sin is the Demon Lord's seal. If he couldn't even control the power of the Snow King yet, there was no way he could control the Demon Lord's power. Eric changed his tone, excitedly asking, "Mephi, you said you knew the Snow Mountain King, right?" Mephi seemed annoyed. "Why are you suddenly asking me that?" He replied, "This is his tomb, and it seems I have to capture him." Mephi wondered if he'd misheard. "Huh? Otto Hanger, I know you're crazy, but how dare he send someone like you to capture an entity recognized by me?" Eric looked at him, asking directly, "So about that, do you know any way?" His gaze made him shiver a bit. Mephi chose to evade. "No." Eric didn't give up, stepping closer, trying to persuade him. "Come on, he's not a demon anymore, at least you can tell me that, right?" Mephi frowned. "What are you talking about?" Revealing the secret of the seal includes the secrets and weaknesses of their tribe. It's like... Without waiting for him to finish, Eric offered a condition: 3 days of no mischief. Mephi turned a blind eye. "Do you think you can subdue my pride that way?" Eric continued to bargain, holding up 5 fingers. 5 days. Mephi gritted his teeth in anger. "You're still looking down on me." Seeing him get angry, Eric gave up. then never mind. Mephi immediately changed his tone, disdainfully, but, because my generosity is as vast as the sea, I'll give you a gift this time. Eric scoffed, just for 5 days of no mischief? Mephi coughed awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. After that, he became serious. Listen carefully, with the seal you currently have, forget about completing the mission, you can't even get close to the Snow Mountain King. Eric deduced, you mean? Mephi continued, but... He grinned triumphantly, showing off his white teeth, that doesn't mean there's no way. A moment later, they returned to the cold snowy mountain in the trial. Eric complained, it's freezing, that's why I didn't come back. Looking at the Snow Mountain King in the black mist, he muttered to himself, but it seems I have to use the hint Mephisto told me. With that, he lunged forward, remembering Mephi's words, improve your achievement rank. Eric charged forward without hesitation, fighting the warriors created by the Snow Mountain King. Seals can be divided into common, advanced, precious, unique, and legendary tiers based on their rarity. There's also something called an achievement rank, which can lead to different power levels even within the same tier. Thanks to his previous experience, he quickly dodged the warrior's moves. The evil seal is precious, it's certainly not a low tier, but Eric's achievement rank is only 1 star. The warriors continuously attacked, demonstrating some of the power of their creator. On the other hand, the Snow Mountain King seal has cultivated to 10 stars. So Eric is forced to raise his achievement rank to 10 stars, or upgrade his tier to unique. He smiled, his fighting spirit stimulated, my achievement rank is only 1 star. So he didn't hesitate to defeat them all, devour them all, turning his vanquished foes into his own strength. He didn't know how much time had passed, the snow fell thicker. A foot ambled through the white snow. Eric endured the cold, his voice slightly hoarse from the chill. Finally we meet, Snow Mountain King. Looking at the powerful being before him, he sighed to himself, no matter how many warriors he defeated. His achievement rank kept getting stuck at 2 stars. In other words, Eric had to face the Snow Mountain King to increase his achievement rank? He shivered when he realized, but... Holy crap, that's not a shadow, but the entirety of a demon's energy. What kind of entity was it when it was alive to be this powerful? Eric said to Otto, you told me to defeat that thing? Otto gave an encouraging thumbs up, it's fine, you won't die. He was still afraid. Are you really our esteemed ancestor, not our sworn enemy? Easier said than done, but he still had to complete the challenge. Snow wind howled on the white snow plateau. Eric made up his mind, but he'd try anyway. It'll be tough, but if he just keeps trying. He was ready, he could definitely win. A moment later, in the library, Mephi looked over, slightly startled. Because he saw Eric had woken up, his face blank for a few seconds. Then, he lay stretched out on the ground, laughing self-deprecatingly. Eric was troubled. After collecting all the seals, after working my butt off, I died instantly. How can I possibly win? Mephi saw his failure and smugly advised, do you understand now? Just give up on that mission. Eric ignored him, continuing to mumble, however, if I obtain that entity seal. He shot up, staring intently at Mephi. Which made Mephi tremble in fear, that bastard's doing it again. Suddenly, Eric asked a question, right, this is a bit abrupt, but the Snow Mountain King is a woman, right? Mephi flinched when he heard that. Receiving no answer from him, Eric continued to stare at Mephi. He didn't dare to look him in the face, his bloodless face showing apprehension. Mephi was silent for a long time, noticing Eric's unusual gaze, he glanced over, He saw a mischievous, knowing look in Eric's eyes. Mephi involuntarily felt a chill down his spine. Why are you looking at me like that? You. What's with your eyes, You. Damn it. Seeing his overreaction, Eric chuckled to himself, he understood. There was something between the Snow Mountain King and Mephisto, and he would gradually uncover it. Holding the transformed pendant in his hand, he organized his task. Right now, the more important thing was to devour the Snow Mountain King. Placing the pendant between his hands, he continued to start the challenge. though he still didn't know how, but light flashed from the pendant, and Eric would figure it out if he beat her to a pulp. Entering the challenge space, Eric dashed forward and shouted, "Die!" But before he could do anything, he was engulfed by chilling ice bones. His body was instantly frozen, looking like a beautiful sculpture. It's just that if you fall into this situation, no one would see it as a masterpiece. This time, Eric froze to death. Following that, were countless times he was annihilated. 101 different ways to die, being split in two, cut in half, disemboweled, decapitated, losing limbs, and so on. Only one thought was in his head: it hurts so much. His head was about to explode. But he didn't give up. Eric was very stubborn. He constantly sought a breakthrough, even as the bitterly cold bones covered his body. After many attempts, he finally managed to repel the Snow Mountain King's attack. Gradually, he got closer. Little by little, Eric finally saw her face. The Snow Mountain King roared fiercely. She seemed to have lost all reason and charged towards him. Eric didn't falter either. Now he had seen it, the Snow Mountain King's wicked use of the seal. Although, someone who had just obtained a seal would find it hard to surpass one who had mastered its use. The Snow Mountain King roared loudly, defying all odds and bursting out of the black mist. Eric extended his hand forward, delivering a palm strike, muttering to himself, but he would overcome it. His hand clashed with the Snow Mountain King's palm. Habits, actions, methods, theories. A small hand, fighting against a large hand, spiritual energy surged, shock waves emanated from the clash. Slowly, cracks appeared on Eric's hand, even if he had to steal everything from her. With a bang, ice magic exploded, pushing both of them back. Otto stood high on the cliff, observing the entire scene. He remarked, it wouldn't be strange if his ego collapsed if he kept dying like this. Otto's sharp eyes noticed something unusual on Eric's face, but he was smiling. When the dazzling explosion occurred, Eric found an opportunity. He didn't just have innate talent. He had an indomitable will and an endless desire to perfect himself. Yes, that child. Eric spun around and severed the Snow Mountain King's arm. Otto remarked, "You are the type of person who would never appear, not even in our family." The Snow Mountain King's severed arm flew out, black energy pouring out instead of blood. But because her entire body was demonic energy, the hand quickly decomposed into energy. And Eric seized the opportunity to absorb it. Even Otto had to exclaim, "A madman." Eric laughed heartily, incredibly pleased. He had reached 3 stars. However, he rejoiced too soon, because he had only been momentarily distracted when her weapon swung in front of him. Eric quickly retreated, nearly losing a leg. He struggled to parry the blows. She wouldn't even give him time to breathe. Damn it! The Snow Mountain King changed her stance. She gripped the handle of her weapon. Then plunged the sharpened tip, covered in a thick layer of ice, towards Eric. He was utterly astonished, and immediately crossed his hands in front of him to create a defensive barrier. However, the Snow Mountain King's direct attack was too powerful. How could an ordinary shield or barrier stop it? With a bang, the barrier shattered. Eric endured her furious assault. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, is this his limit? Just stealing isn't enough." Watching her swing her weapon down, he thought, to defeat the Snow Mountain King, he had to understand her. Eric exhaled smoke, then negated his previous thought. No, he had to. He charged forward. Despite the demonic energy striking him, he concluded, he had to become her. Thick black mist brushed past Eric's body. The demonic seal on his hand glowed, as if accidentally activating some mechanism. Suddenly, Eric felt cold all over. His vision seemed to darken. Did he die again? When he opened his eyes again, he saw Mephi hovering in a blood-red sky. Eric stared blankly at that annoying face, with 1,000 questions in his heart. Mephisto, why is Mephisto here? He looked at the Snow Mountain King kneeling on the ground, challenging her. "Prove that you are worthy of becoming a part of our race, Snow Mountain King." A strange feeling arose in Eric's heart. He realized that, at this moment, he was the Snow Mountain King. In a respectful kneeling posture, he discovered that she also had a demon seal on her hand. Suddenly, the seal on the Snow Mountain King's hand lit up, and Eric lost consciousness again. When he opened his eyes again, he saw an unfamiliar face wearing a bone mask, along with a long white beard. The image gradually became clearer. He saw his hands were small with pure white fur. Eric screamed in his heart. What was actually happening? He heard that man say, "The demon god has granted us a prophet." He held the Snow Mountain King in his arms, loudly declaring, "Our queen, the leader of the highlands." Having finished speaking, the Snow Mountain King was lifted high. Her tiny, pretty body reached out and waved, looking incredibly adorable. Standing on a high cliff, the old man loudly said, "This mountain range will be ours," and was cheered on by countless people below. Suddenly, a female voice rang in Eric's ear. "I was born a king who would rule Snow Mountain." He realized this was the Snow Mountain King's past. She recounted, however, "I, the first to unite the tribes in Snow Mountain's history, could not be satisfied with just Snow Mountain." Clearly, the Snow Mountain King was an ambitious woman. She always felt the urge to reclaim the former glory of the Snow People. Before her tribesmen, the Snow Mountain King loudly declared, "Hear me, for we were once a part of the almighty demon race. Once again we will return to our rightful place." Beyond Snow Mountain, she and the Snow People made countless humans and demons kneel before them. Wherever the Snow Mountain King went, she brought slaughter and destruction. And finally, they became a part of the demon race again. And more than that, she tried to become a demon king. However, her tribe failed. Even the Snow Mountain King had to kneel before one person, and that was the demon king, Mephistopheles. To the demons, Mephi was the supreme being, admired by all. And he, both arrogant and unpredictable, simply had the right to be so. The Snow Mountain King realized that the wall of the almighty demon king was too high. She could only taste the bitter fruit of failure. Yet, she never stopped, and did everything just to polish her true name and strengthen her seal. Therefore, the Snow Mountain King took the first step. Just a little more and she could receive Mephistopheles' recognition, but her memory shifted to a tall city wall. A familiar warm voice to Eric rang out, "Stop." The Snow Mountain King had to face the great mages and warriors of humanity. She was stopped by a wall, even steeper than anything she had ever faced before. In the Snow Mountain King's memory of conquest and spreading fear, there was one time she ordered her tribesmen, "All energy, fire." But no sooner had she spoken than the person standing right behind her exploded into a spray of blood. The Snow Warrior died unexpectedly, something no one had predicted. This person's death threw the ranks into disarray. A terrified scream rang out, "What?" A human warrior charged forward, swinging his sword. He didn't say much, successfully taking the Snow Warrior's life. A thunderous explosion occurred, blowing away not just one, but countless Snow Warriors. The cries for help from her tribesmen echoed in the Snow Mountain King's ears, "Save me, I don't want to die." The warriors were terrified facing the powerful opponent. The person in front of them was like an insurmountable mountain, forcing them to bow down. "I want to live." But no, a giant hand slammed down, turning everything into dust. The surviving warriors trembled with deep fear in their souls. Then, an axe carved with the Snow Tribe's patterns was swung high, raising hope in their hearts. The mighty Snow Mountain King bravely held the axe and stepped forward. She yelled, "Calm down. We are the proud demon tribe. There's nothing we can't accomplish. Let these enemies blocking our path see our terror." In response to her were the sounds of weapons piercing flesh, the gushing sound of blood. The Snow Mountain King was stunned, her face covered in bloodstains. In her ears were desperate screams. Her warriors had been almost completely wiped out. Only the Snow Mountain King remained, with the blood of her tribesmen splattered across her face. And the one who just acted was Ottohan Merbinger. The Snow Mountain King and her Snow Tribe had lost the war against humanity led by Otto, and were driven back to Snow Mountain. She was unwilling, continuously yelling, "Why? Why?" Otto expressed deep pity for the Snow Mountain King, despite her cries and accusations. "You humans already have everything you want. Do you mean you won't allow us to have even one thing?" Tears fell onto the resolute face of the Snow Mountain King. She cried, crying for the fate of her tribesmen, and also crying because her ambition had been thwarted. The seal on her hand glowed. The Snow Mountain King now returned to her demon energy form. Eric left the memory, standing opposite, looking at her. His face showed empathy. This is. He saw his own reflection in her. Your mission. Eric was like a lost boy, cautiously taking each step, even if you despair. The Snow Mountain King was the same. She was lost in her own ambition, even if you have to endure. Eric remembered his childhood, when life was difficult. The Snow Mountain King also seemed to return to her youth, with countless hardships. He reached out his small hand to reclaim the glory for your tribe. Two kindred spirits found each other, comforting one another, a great mission. After that day, Adohan stayed in Snow Mountain to watch over the Snow Mountain King, and the two, after countless battles, gradually grew to respect each other, and had been together for quite a long time. But even so, the Snow Mountain King could not let go of her obsession. I must reclaim our former glory. She couldn't completely escape the temptation of her ambitions, and eventually became a monster. Otto had no choice but to stop her, regardless of their long-standing friendship. And the Snow Mountain King died at his hands. Finally, her memory truly ended. Eric slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he heard the woman's voice. You must be a descendant from the very distant future. The Snow Mountain King spoke, she said. He said so. She held the arm that Eric had severed earlier, and smiled faintly. Seeing you destroy a part of my mana and even sever one of my arms, it seems he wasn't boasting. Eric pointed to her severed arm, slightly hesitant. I'm sorry about your arm. These words made her flinch slightly. The Snow Mountain King burst out laughing, then the strong movement made her groan softly in pain. She said, even though I ended up like this because I couldn't give up my ambitions, I am still a king and a warrior commanding a race. The Snow Mountain King said coldly, I don't need any pity from an enemy. These words made Eric snap awake. He never intended to pity her. The Snow Mountain King continued, now seems like the time to end this drawn-out battle, so I can atone for my people and honor their sacrifices. Eric clenched his hands, which trembled as he listened to her self-reproach. Why did I greedily want to join the demon race? The gloomy demonic energy swirled around the Snow Mountain King. Just being happy with those I love would have been enough. The energy fluctuated intensely. Eric broke out in a cold sweat. She was finally consumed by the demonic energy. He agonized. What should he do now? Just watch her be consumed by the demonic energy? Then, Eric was only slightly flustered. He quickly composed himself. No, snap out of it. Your opponent is the Snow Mountain King. The king who united this giant snow mountain, and the greatest warrior of the snow people. And an enemy he had to devour, even if she had now fallen into a berserk state. Eric extended his hand, using mana. If he didn't use all his strength to defeat her, it would be disrespectful to her. Abundant mana energy emanated from him. The Snow Mountain King, in her berserk state, charged forward. I'll show you. Eric did the same. He charged forward to meet her, the great mission you have established. Both charged forward, attacking each other. Magic clashed and exploded between them. However, Eric's spiritual powers surged like a tide, bearing the characteristic blue color of ice and snow. Meanwhile, the Snow Mountain King's spiritual power, eroded by demonic energy, was blood red. The two energy currents overlapped like a classic Cloud toothpaste commercial with fire and ice. The axe carrying the Snow Mountain King's red and black energy came down, once again. On Eric's side, he replicated an identical axe, only difference was it bore cool blue ice energy. With a bang, the two weapons collided fiercely. Eric gritted his teeth, accepting the powerful aftershock. Become her. The battle between the two erupted fiercely. Red and blue light exploded, attacks swirled. Eric and the Snow Mountain King dramatically clashed, neither giving way. It could be said that both gave their all in this battle, fighting more passionately as they went on. Eric suddenly thought, how strange. The Snow Mountain King stomped her foot on the snow, gaining momentum to spin. Eric did exactly the same. He assessed, this is clearly a fight to the death. He almost copied every stance of the Snow Mountain King, wanting to fight fire with fire. Eric gritted his teeth and attacked, his eyes glowing. But why is this so fun? She, even more so, did not back down, attacking ceaselessly, almost without reason. Deafening explosions rang out, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. The aftershocks not only affected their battleground but also spread far, with nearby mountains almost shattered. Rocks fell like early season snow, only if unlucky enough to be hit on the head, there was a high chance of reincarnation. But for those two, these small rocks were nothing. While trying to become the Snow Mountain King, Eric could feel the days full of happiness that she had with Otto. The two were evenly matched, give and take, both hitting and being hit. When the Snow Mountain King swung her axe, Eric also raised his axe to parry. When he used the force from some rocks to launch himself into the air, she did the same. It could be said that the two fought tirelessly, exchanging martial arts until they were bruised and battered. After many collisions, energy exploded, and a foot jumped back to the left. Similarly, on the opposite side, a foot jumped back to the right. Shockwaves spread, both temporarily retreated a few steps, standing in a defensive posture. Eric panted exhaustedly, gritting his teeth to stay conscious before ending the match. The Snow Mountain King was no better. She gritted her teeth, enduring the violent energy within her. Both of them had reached their limits. Therefore, the battle would be decided by this final blow, as both simultaneously leaped up once more. They wanted to decide victory with the technique that had made countless races kneel before them. The Snow Mountain King's secret art, she focused energy into her hand, turning it into a palm strike. Eric quickly followed suit, also turning his hand into a palm strike. And boom, the two hands met in a palm strike, one large hand and one small hand. Crushing ice palm, as effective as its name suggests, within the affected area, ice and snow shattered, and shockwaves spread far, far away. A moment later, when the dust and smoke gradually cleared, two figures stood in place. One tall figure was the Snow Mountain King, and one short figure was Eric. Amidst the icy, snowy landscape, this battle had come to an end. The Snow Mountain King's body was pierced with a large hole, and Eric was the victor. He was slightly stunned for a moment, his eyes staring at her, unable to believe that he had won. The Snow Mountain King's body cracked, like a damaged ice statue. Gradually, her body melted into demonic energy. She burst into laughter, a laugh of liberation. Ha ha! The Snow Mountain King looked at Eric, stammering a few dying words. Finally, he seemed to understand what she wanted to say, his facial muscles trembling slightly. He lowered his head, gritted his teeth, trying to hide his complex emotions. But unexpectedly, the Snow Mountain King said, "Thank you." For the first time, he saw tears of happiness on her cold face. The snowy mountain was no longer cold, warm golden rays of sunlight had shone down. The Snow Mountain King's body lost control, collapsing to the ground. The dark clouds in the sky had dispersed, making way for the warm sunlight. The sunlight shone on her face, highlighting the happy smile of liberation. No longer amidst cold ice and snow, the Snow Mountain King passed away peacefully on a beautiful sunny day in front of Eric. At this moment, her body, condensed from demonic energy, began to disintegrate. In just a flash, the Snow Mountain King was no longer here. She transformed into a stream of energy, surrounding Eric. Finally, she became a snow mountain-shaped seal on Eric's hand. And where the Snow Mountain King disappeared, a small, vibrant sapling sprouted. Soon, it bloomed and swayed under the warm sunlight. The fresh, pure white flowers represented abundant vitality, a new life. A new journey, Eric softly whispered, "Rest in peace." Thus, his first task was completed. Otto appeared and clapped his hands in praise. "You actually devoured the Snow Mountain King, that's amazing." Eric turned to look at him, sighing with a hint of reproach. It seems like this first test was too difficult from the start. Otto felt no guilt. He laughed and said, "Our family is invincible. If you can't even overcome something like this, you can't call yourself a Moringer." These words made Eric angry but helpless. He thought to himself, is this why Moringers are called arrogant? Otto continued to exclaim, "But I must admit, I'm truly surprised. Even with talent, I thought it would take you at least 1 to 3 years." For a kid who's only studied magic for a few years to defeat the Snow Mountain King in just 1 month. Eric calmly corrected him, it was 1 month. Otto thought he was referring to the time it took to defeat the Snow Mountain King, and he nodded, yes, 1 month. Eric shook his head, holding up 2 fingers, no, I've only been studying magic for 1 month, about 1 to 2 months. Otto burst out laughing, ha ha ha, what a joke. But looking at Eric's serious face, he suddenly paused, really? Eric nodded honestly. He continued to ask, isn't this just a boastful joke like M.O. Binger? Eric seriously shook his head. The more Otto looked at him, the more he found him pleasing. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha, my judgment of people is truly good. Eric was very suspicious. He quoted Otto, you just said it, I'll repeat it exactly, even if I have talent, that was just now. Seeing his descendant leaving him no face, Otto pulled out his trump card. He hugged Eric, patting his back loudly, this brat. Ha ha ha, indeed. Eric had to beg for mercy, ow, ow, your beard, your beard. After they finished joking around, the two sat down to talk. Otto asked, in her final moments, how was she? Eric honestly shared, she was smiling. Otto felt relieved hearing this news, that's truly good to hear. It was time to part ways. Eric politely bowed, thank you for everything so far. Otto nodded, take care on your way back. Eric awkwardly prefaced, I probably won't be able to visit often. Otto didn't blame him, I understand. After all, the position of family head is an extremely busy one. Then, Eric turned and left, all right, see ya. But after a few steps, he turned back, much to Otto's surprise. Eric asked a very naive question, oh, by the way, how do I get out? Otto raised his hand, laughing, you've been out countless times already, don't you remember? Before Eric could fully process it, a ball of light slammed into his face, ah. Immediately after, he woke up in the real world. That. Holy crap, a respectable ancestor, my ass. He covered his face, rolling around on the floor, my face, my handsome face. Nephi laughed loudly, ha ha ha, looks like that crazy Otto guy killed you, huh? Mentioning this made Eric even angrier, who kills someone without saying a word, seriously? Nephi asked, seemingly concerned, have you devoured the Snow Mountain King yet? Eric pulled up his sleeve to show the seal, just finished it. Hee. Seeing this, Nephi tilted his head back, praising himself, it's all thanks to my help. Eric was too lazy to argue, yeah, our great demon king is number 1. He thought to himself, this guy really likes to twist things around, doesn't he? Nephi was smiling outwardly, but internally, he was slightly panicked by Eric's progress. No way, I only told him a few things. This guy has surpassed genius level, he's truly a monster. After enduring the flattery, Eric asked a question, I'm still curious about something. Didn't you have a rather special relationship with the Snow Mountain King before? Why didn't you let her remain a demon? Nephi suddenly broke out in a sweat, how did you? Eric switched to gossip mode, well, at the end, I peeked into the Snow Mountain King's memories a bit. Why did you do that? Nephi stammered, I am the Demon King. She was merely a commodity of the demon race, nothing more. He recalled old memories and recounted, at that time, I was just a little bored. And I heard someone at Snow Mountain King say she would definitely become a demon, so I came to see what kind of person that was. Well, if she wants to become a demon, she's a bit lacking, really, but her ambition and skills are commendable. Nephi praised himself, if the person she met wasn't a truly good and beautiful demon king like me, but someone like Arael or Lilith, she'd probably have been pulverized. Anyway, I told her to come find me again when she got stronger, and then I left her there. Eric asked further, is that all? You never met her again? Nephi flinched, he said loudly, why would I meet her? But the truth is, he secretly went to the Snow Mountain and saw Snow Mountain King having a good time with Otto. So our Demon King regretfully left, not wanting to be the third wheel, truly understanding to the point of heartbreak. As he left, he even smiled and wished them well, even remembering it now makes him smile and blush. Eric's mind raced, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, I get it, I get it. Mi-Fi wondered, what? He looked like a sly cat bullying a lovelorn mouse. Do you know, the way those snot-nosed brats bully the girl they have a crush on? Sure enough, Mi-Fi's embarrassment turned to anger. He roared, what? Snot-nosed brats? Crushing on someone? Eric casually scoffed, this is why you're still single after thousands of years. Mi-Fi was furious but couldn't do anything but bare his claws. You bastard, how dare you mock me? Eric pressed on, teasing more vigorously, Mi-Fi is a single dog, a single dog. Mi-Fi was enraged, he yelled, die. In that trial space, Otto's fist was still smoking. This very fist had just sent Eric out of the space. He smiled and said, he truly is an interesting junior. The spring breeze rustled, blowing a few green leaves off their branches. He suddenly felt a little sad, muttering to himself, don't you think so? Otto closed his eyes, as if searching for a long-gone old friend. He murmured, aren't you angry with me? A memory tinged with pain surfaced in Otto's mind, a trembling hand cradling a lifeless snow baby, a voice also trembling. No, Snow Mountain King knelt on the ground, her body covered in the blood of her people. She blamed herself, my own hands. She couldn't accept the painful truth that her ambition had killed her own tribe. Like this. Otto appeared at that moment, he softly called, Snow Mountain King. She suddenly became frantic, her eyes sharp as she looked at him. But mostly, she hated herself more. Snow Mountain King threw her head back and wailed in agonizing pain. Otto stood with his arms crossed, watching the demonic energy erupt around her. Finally, she reached out to him, tears streaming down her face. She pleaded, Otto, please. Before being swallowed by the demonic energy, she begged, please, kill me. And Snow Mountain King saw Otto's lips move. He said, I'm sorry. He didn't kill her but raised his hand to seal her with magic. When Otto closed his hand, completing the seal, Snow Mountain King was destined to become a trial target for the descendants of the Mo Binger family. But Otto couldn't be happy because he had forever lost a friend. Back in the present, he opened his eyes, softly whispering, and thank you. Standing in the spring morning sunlight, Otto said, cast aside your regrets and responsibilities to that child and rest in peace. He shed tears, bidding farewell, see you in the next life. He looked up at the high sky, I hope it will be better than now. In the house filled with books like a library left by the ancestors of the Mo Binger family, Mi-Fi asked Eric, puzzled, what are you rummaging for? He didn't stop what he was doing and continued flipping through books. I need to find something. Mi-Fi didn't understand. Find what? What is it that made you turn the whole library upside down? Suddenly, something glowed inside Eric's jacket. He reached in and pulled it out. Mi-Fi exclaimed in surprise, wait, isn't that? He took out a small blue egg. Mi-Fi asked suspiciously, an ice crystal? Eric recalled Otto's instructions, take this ice crystal and go find the god Camellia. At that time, he was very surprised. What did you just say? Give it to Camellia? Do you mean a camellia flower? He replied, that's right, that person will become your new guide. Eric scratched his head, is this a mission? Otto nodded and said, that's right. He curiously looked at the ice crystal in his hand, which looked like a chicken egg, and tiredly asked, how long do I have to do this mission? At this rate, I'll become a hunched old man. Otto narrowed his eyes and seriously replied, until you reach the rank of our predecessors. Eric was stunned. He stammered, repeating, predecessors? Otto reassured him, you must have a lot of questions, but they will all always be willing to answer within a certain amount of time. The predecessors have completed and left many things in this land. We have prepared many missions to guide you to him, so all you need to do is diligently follow that path. Eric put the egg back into his jacket pocket. All right, I just want to make sure I've brought this egg with me. Otto spoke regretfully, I apologize for placing this burden on your shoulders. He entrusted his hope, But only you, Eric M.O. Binger, the Lord of M.O. Binger, can walk this path. Go. He was serious. Go and complete winter. Back in reality, Eric looked at the ice crystal and summarized for Nephi, well, it's just. I've been told to bring this ice crystal to the god Camellia. Nephi covered his face and laughed loudly after hearing that, ha ha ha. He struggled to suppress his laughter. The god Camellia? I guess he's trying to create winter. Evidently, Eric didn't understand anything. He asked, winter? Do you know what it means? He nodded sarcastically, of course, those despicable 4 seasons. He frowned with hatred, they've obsessed demon lords like me. Hearing that, Eric suddenly felt interested. He stood up and requested, please tell me more in detail. Nephi turned his head, why should I tell you? Eric held up 4 fingers, proposing a condition, 4 days off, then. Nephi glared at him, what do you think 4 days off will accomplish? Eric conceded, all right, then no gag order, all right? No more than that. Having achieved his goal, Nephi smiled gleefully, excellent, listen carefully. He began to share, there were 4 subordinates who supported our predecessors to lay the foundation of Merbinger, spring, summer, autumn, winter. Because their personalities and characteristics matched each season, we demons often called them the 4 seasons. One of them, Ottohan, corresponds to winter. Nephi stated, in any case, the fact that someone remains behind just to guide such missions means that he is trying to pass on the power he possesses to you. Hearing that, Eric couldn't help but think, so, if this mission is completed, he can also receive missions from the other 4 seasons? Gaining the power of the 4 seasons also means you can acquire power like a predecessor, whom they will support. If Eric can continue to devour powerful seals like the Seal of Cruelty, or even stronger ones, then. He smiled, it's very likely you'll successfully rebuild your family. Eric asked, so how important is this ice crystal to the god Camellia that he needs it so much? Nephi thought for a moment then replied, the ice crystal. It is the core of winter, formed only from the deepest parts of snow mountains, covered in eternal snow, or in other words, it is a divine egg. Since camellias are flowers that bloom in winter, there's no better flowerpot than the ice crystal. Eric, now a curious boy, asked, so where do I have to go to meet the god Camellia? Nephi replied, probably in the flower temple, it's somewhere to the south. Hearing this name, Eric was extremely surprised, the flower temple? I've only heard of it in legends, but it really exists? Nephi nodded, that's right, that noisy one must be governing the temple. Hearing that, Eric began to seriously consider the matter. From this moment on, you can confirm that after looking through the records in the royal library. But, isn't he becoming too friendly? What scheme is he planning this time? He suddenly noticed a faint presence of power around Nephi, his soul form seems to have become stronger. But he didn't hide it at all, instead, he thought triumphantly, he seems to have noticed my power has returned a bit. However, even if you notice my power, there's nothing you can do. You'll have no other choice but to undertake missions to become stronger. Eric also had a similar speculation at this moment, undertake missions to become stronger, and at the same time, they can also make Mephisto stronger. And then, in the end, you might receive a great demon king who has the power to plunge this entire world into despair. Nephi saw Eric's body trembling, and he thought, what a face full of suffering, you must be scared, of course you must be scared. Nephi was extremely excited, although it's annoying to have to leave a Merbinger just to get stronger, there's nothing for it. His recovery process needs to be prioritized, but his eyes suddenly caught Eric's unusual behavior. Huh? Nephi saw an amused smile on his lips. He suddenly yelled internally, this bastard is smiling again? Little did he know, right now, he's the delicious, juicy prey in Eric's eyes. He calculated, so that means I can even absorb Mephisto's power. After all, for him to recover his power and escape from me, I need to become stronger. Eric's unusual behavior made Nephi tremble. What's wrong with that son of a bitch? Has he gone from scared to insane? Eric's gradually inhuman smile sent shivers down a demon king like Mephi's spine. He kept reassuring himself that Eric was going insane, or to just stop thinking for now. Then, Eric adjusted his mood. All right, once I've finished everything I need to do, should we come back here? The two didn't think much, deciding to leave. He looked up at the tiny crack far above his head. Because his power was different from before, Eric could easily fly up to the crack. After gently stepping onto the high cliff, he complimented himself. Just a month ago, it would have been very difficult to return here. But now it's as easy as pie. Mephi grumbled, "You're really too arrogant." The two didn't stop, but rushed forward like a gust of wind, blowing away the accumulated snow on their path. Now that I have a guide, should I head straight to the Red-Eyed tribe? Eric smiled expectantly. He quickly returned to the Snowman tribe. He wasn't sure if it was because he had been fighting with the snowmen for a very long time. Or maybe it was because he had devoured the Demon King's seal, but he wanted to see them. But upon arriving, Eric's eyes widened in unbelievable shock. The Snowman tribe was heavily devastated, the white snow stained with fresh red bloodstains that had dried hard. What? Snowman bodies lay scattered on the ground. Houses and structures in the village were destroyed. Desolation was the word to describe this place. Eric whispered, "What in the world happened here?" Some victims were brutally tortured, with dozens of spears piercing their bodies. Mephi remarked, "It seems they were killed slowly, even though they could have been killed instantly, so they were definitely used for entertainment." He coldly concluded, "I don't know who the perpetrators are, but they have a far more cruel nature than most demons." Eric looked at the bloody, ruined scene before him and said, "I feel a little uncomfortable." He stepped forward. Because snowmen are monsters, they can die at any time. Even if you've killed countless snowmen, you would never treat them as toys. Eric gritted his teeth, suppressing the unusual emotions rising within him. This unsettling feeling, is it because of the mission to devour the Snow Mountain King? He let out a breath, trying to calm himself. "Calm down, you are not the Snow Mountain King. You have no right to pity these snowmen." As he thought this, his pupils suddenly contracted. Before him were bodies planted upside down, feet in the air, heads buried in the freezing snow. Eric walked to a small mound of snow nearby. He reached out and dug through the snow, despite the cold frost biting his hands. Eric gritted his teeth. A drop of liquid ran down, unclear if it was sweat or tears. Gradually, from beneath the white snow, he dug out a baby-sized fur hat. Eric couldn't help but cry out in the nameless pain spreading through his heart. He dug more frantically, wanting to know who lay beneath the white snow. Finally, little Manhua appeared from beneath the cold white snow. Breathless, the boy had passed away with tears still clinging to his eyelashes. Memories of Manhua flooded Eric's mind. "It seems we have a new member, don't we?" The boy was always lively and adorable. "From now on, the journey will be more difficult, so let's eat something before we depart." Eric's face darkened, silent. The surrounding air suddenly grew colder. Even Mephi frowned. He looked at the victims with their heads buried in the snow, his voice chilling slightly. "This is what that bastard did before, isn't it?" Mephi replied, "That's right." The hatred demon deep within Eric seemed to be activated. He growled darkly, "Aren't they making me feel even more uncomfortable?" Transition, a white forest covered in a thick layer of snow appeared. Chin gripped his sword tightly, silently walking at the back. Estu was severely injured in one arm. He still struggled, taking heavy steps, following closely behind Isabel, while she continued to rush forward. Isabel ran, breathing heavily. Hot breath formed white smoke plumes that dissipated in the frigid air. She rushed across the thick white snow, but because the snow was too slippery, Isabel suddenly lost her footing and fell. Seeing her suddenly fall, Chin rushed over in a panic, asking, "Mistress, are you all right?" Isabel was gently helped up by him. She spoke to reassure him, "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Isabel commanded, "We don't know when the assassins will return, so let's focus on finding that cemetery." Chin said worriedly, "But you should rest now." Isabel's eyes became very determined. "I am the daughter of the Blue Lion. I don't want to be a burden to everyone again." He desperately wanted to stop her. "Mistress." Isabel trembled, clutching the map tightly in her hand. She thought to herself, the assassins chasing me have caused many deaths. With their sacrifice, I cannot fall here. Just like that, Isabel, along with Chen and ES, continued to move forward. She looked at the map. Doubt couldn't help but arise in her heart. It's already been a month. We've been searching for the cemetery for a month now, but... Isabel couldn't help but feel helpless. She frowned, asking herself, where in the world is it? Her eyes welled up as she gently looked up at the sky. At this moment, Isabel was almost in despair. She could only utter a desperate cry from the bottom of her heart, Father. A sarcastic voice suddenly rang out, the Blue Lion's only daughter. She can't even swing a sword properly anymore. The vast castle stood majestically under a gloomy, black moonlit sky. The great lion family, the Blue Lion Quio family. The servants in the castle endlessly discussed Isabel's strength. If we consider the rule that has been announced, that lions only follow the strong, then the mistress. The other person saw her coming and quickly reminded, Shoo, do you want her to hear you? Isabel, of course, heard every word they said, but instead of speaking up to refute them, she chose to remain silent, then quietly left. Knowing her shortcomings, Isabel made relentless efforts to practice every day. She practiced her sword alone in the courtyard from early morning until late evening. Even though Isabel was very determined and put in a lot of effort, nothing changed. At this moment, the sword in her hand suddenly fell, plunging straight into the ground. Why? She panted, constantly asking herself, why can't I have any talent at all? Isabel helplessly bowed her head onto the sword. The mocking words echoed in her ears, each word like a knife piercing deep into her heart. The Blue Lion's only daughter, she can't even swing a sword properly anymore. The future of the Quio family is bleak. How unlucky for the Blue Lion to have such a child. The beloved child of the family is a daughter. She's only treated well because she's the Blue Lion's daughter. What are we expecting from a woman anyway? Lions only follow the strong, at least try. A flower without fragrance, yet calling herself the Blue Lion's child. Just as Isabel was despairing, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind her, Isabel. Surprised, she quickly turned around and called, Father. He is the Blue Lion, Herman Quio. The two of them sat together, confiding under the bright moon. Herman said sadly, I'm sorry for letting you carry such a burden. Isabel shook her head and replied, No, it's just that I'm not good enough. He smiled gently, My daughter, you don't have to follow my path and become the Blue Lion. Herman gently comforted her, You may not be gifted, but you are still a proud member of our family. Isabel was about to reply, But, Father. He suddenly burst out laughing, then patted his arm and said, And I'm still as strong as an ox. Try touching these hard muscles. She smiled softly and replied, That's armor, Father. Nevertheless, Isabel was still very sad. I'm sorry, Father, but I... Herman smiled faintly. He exuded the demeanor of a kind father, advising her, Don't worry about Blue Lion Herman. Isabel's eyes welled up as she looked towards Herman. She silently listened to his words. As usual, I will continue to pursue my dream of becoming the continent's top swordsman. Though tears still streamed down her cheeks, Isabel unexpectedly broke into a rare, radiant smile. Ironically, not long after, Herman suddenly fell gravely ill. Isabel's choked voice echoed through the hallway, Why won't you wake up, Father? Isabel gently held his frail hand. After the doctor completed the examination, he immediately reported Herman's condition. He has symptoms similar to an obstruction disease. The doctor carefully explained the reason. His health has deteriorated because he used too much spiritual energy imprudently. If we don't treat him soon, his muscles will atrophy. Isabel sadly gazed at his emaciated face. Now she could only remain silent and listen as the doctor continued his analysis. The problem would be solved if we could restore his vitality. But that's almost impossible with human capabilities, simply because he has depleted too much vitality from his body. His voice deepened. At this point, I will have no other choice but to rely on some magic for help. If available. At that very moment, all thoughts in Isabel's mind vanished. She knew only one thing: she had to save her father. Since ordinary items are completely useless to treat father, I will risk my life to retrieve advanced magical tools that have been seized by the Magic Tower or the Academy. Though she risked her life traveling everywhere to find a cure for Herman, still, their magical tools were also useless. Isabel slumped, realizing she couldn't find anything that could cure her father's illness. Suddenly one day, while Isabel was resting with Chen and Ed at a tavern, she overheard a conversation between two men there. "Hey, do you know there's a cemetery ruled by the Snow Mountain King in the Snowy Mountains?" The man sipped his drink in disgust. "Really? If it's the king's cemetery, then it must be full of treasures. There are also many magical tools that humans can never obtain. If we get one of those, we'll be rich. Should we try to get it?" Isabel listened intently, nodding to signal Ed and Chen. The man suddenly exclaimed, "Moron, do you want to be eaten by those snow people just for that one legendary item?" Upon receiving her signal, the two immediately understood. The man continued to advise the other, "Don't waste your life and keep drinking." Next, Isabel approached the two men to inquire for information, after trying her best to find that cemetery. Then, "I also found out that the cemetery does exist, and I can also find where it is." She thought everything would go smoothly, but a problem arose because this plan reached her uncle's ears. Everything around them suddenly became chaotic, screams incessantly reaching them. "Run, mistress! Save me!" My Uncle Powell, who had been waiting for an opportunity to usurp the throne of the Blue Lion, sent assassins to kill me because I am the heir. Back to reality, Isabel was still diligently relying on the map to search for the cemetery. She thought to herself, "It's just that." Isabel gritted her teeth. She couldn't believe what Paul had done. Just how great was his cruelty? Chen suddenly yelled, "Mistress! You must hide." She replied in confusion, "What's wrong?" Without waiting for Isabel to figure out what was happening, Ed suddenly appeared and grabbed her hand, pulling Isabel forcefully backward. Ed firmly kept her close beside him. Then, a slow voice rang out, startling Isabel. "We had to search everywhere to find you." Chen quickly drew his sword. His eyes immediately became vigilant. He calmly said, "We wondered which corner you had hidden in. But anyway, here you are." With his sharpness, Chen recognized him with just a glance. The sixth Blue Wolf, an elite knight secretly sent by Powell. Hainan sneered. "Since you are still members of the Powell family, I will at least let you go peacefully." He slowly probed. "Now that you're here, the mistress must be nearby, right?" Chen angrily yelled at him to draw his attention. "Nonsense, Hainan, you will pay for the deaths of Isaac and Zard with your own life." In his heart, he silently prayed, "Mistress, run and don't look back." When Isabel witnessed that scene, she immediately lost her composure and wanted to rush forward. But Ed stopped her, "Don't go out there. Just the two of us can't stop them." Isabel stubbornly replied, "I have to go. Or Chen will die." He loudly explained, "Chen is risking his own life to buy us time to run. Do you want him to sacrifice himself in vain?" She clenched her teeth, unwilling, but Chen suddenly yelled, his piercing scream echoing throughout the forest. "Mistress!" Isabel immediately turned around, then froze, her eyes wide as she looked towards Chen. Hainan smugly stepped on Chen's body with his foot. He spoke loudly, intentionally for Isabel to hear. "Your loyal servant is about to die. Are you just going to abandon him here?" He used his last bit of strength to mock Hainan, "You fool. The mistress is long gone." He didn't say a word, then directly thrust his sword through Chen. Hainan flashed a sinister smile. Then he began to feign disappointment. She must have abandoned her loyal knight then. She's quite heartless, isn't she? So now, Hainan intentionally lured Isabel out by harming him. "I will cut off your head." Just as the sword was about to strike Chen, Isabel couldn't restrain herself and screamed, "Stop!" She didn't want to see anyone else sacrifice their life for her. So she chose to reveal herself. Though Isabel was very afraid, with tears still streaming down her face. She resolutely made a demand. Are you targeting me? Then just kill me and let Chen go. Hainan calmly replied, I'm sorry. But I won't do that. Isabel exclaimed in surprise, What? He leisurely explained that. We've decided to kill everyone involved or who witnessed this incident. Isabel's throat immediately tightened, No way. You. Hainan struck her with a psychological blow, a reproach. If you hadn't run away, everyone could have survived and been happy with their families. He slowly uttered the first word, What? The images of those who had sacrificed themselves for her kept flashing before her eyes. A real. Manhua's pained face was etched deep into Isabel's mind, pity. Hainan smirked as he spoke the last word, What a shame. Isabel's face instantly darkened. Her mind was now completely shattered by the venomous words uttered by him. She kept blaming herself. That all the innocent people died because of someone like her. Hainan seized the opportunity and swung his sword towards her. Let's end this. In that critical situation, another voice suddenly echoed. I understand. Hainan exclaimed in surprise, Who's there? A dark branch gently swayed in the cold, snowy wind. The voice from before echoed again, Shift. At that very moment, a foot unexpectedly appeared from nowhere and gently landed on the branch. Hainan clenched his teeth. He was so angry his whole body trembled because someone else ruined it. Eric sat calmly on the branch. He raised an eyebrow and replied, Just a passing devil. In a fit of rage, Hainan cursed. You bastard! The story goes that previously, Eric, who had received a mission to make winter perfect after his first mission was completed. After he had prepared to leave the snowy mountain to carry out the mission, but a bloody scene suddenly appeared. He learned that the snowman people, Manhua was also one of the victims, and the humans. All had been cruelly murdered. Meanwhile, Isabel, who was looking for the Snow Mountain King to cure her father's illness. She was pursued by a group of assassins. The Blue Wolves. That was Hainan and his accomplices, who had been sent by her uncle. And at that very dangerous moment, Hainan showed contempt for Eric. Devil! What idiot are you to meddle in my affairs? Are you a devil worshipper? If you hadn't come by here, you might have lived. Then, Eric suddenly sprung up, leaping from that branch. He jumped from there so quickly that the man had no time to react. By the time he came to his senses, Eric had already charged. He landed directly in front of Hainan, who exclaimed in surprise. Magic! Hainan quickly stepped back, maintaining his distance. He flew into a rage, yelling, Who the hell are you? Eric asked, Is everyone okay? Ed and Isabel were startled by him. She quickly replied dazedly, We're okay, but... Isabel worried, Are you okay too? Eric slipped and fell right in front of everyone. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain, and replied, Of course. Hainan's subordinates, standing by, whispered, Do mages usually land like that? Didn't he just fall? Why isn't he getting up? How humiliating. Eric slowly stood up, his whole body trembling with embarrassment. He helplessly sighed to himself, If it weren't for the slippery snow, I could have impressed them. Isabel looked at Eric's back and suddenly remembered something. Isn't that the person who went missing? She secretly vowed, I can't let him fight alone like that. Isabel screamed a warning, Run. You can't win. At this moment, Hainan also spoke up to remind her. Mistress, didn't I tell you that we wouldn't leave any witnesses? He stared at Eric. Then ordered his subordinates, Eliminate that devil. Upon receiving the order, all of them charged towards Eric like arrows. Isabel screamed in fear, No. Eric bowed his head and murmured, Indeed. Mercy is bestowed upon. He looked at them with fiery eyes filled with hatred, But for bastards like you, it's truly a waste. Eric immediately unleashed his first technique, Storm Dragon. He roared and directed his power towards them with his hand. Hainan's subordinates were momentarily confused. They didn't know their own limits. They just kept rushing to attack Eric. In just a few moments, all of Hainan's subordinates were engulfed by a radiant light. Then, Eric clenched his hand. He decisively punched the air. The cracking sound was the moment they were all struck down by Eric. Ed had just helped chin up, when the scene before him made him exclaim in surprise. What? Even Hainan couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? He yelled furiously, "What are you guys doing? Kill him quickly. Don't let him get a chance to make a move." The remaining subordinates immediately charged forward. Die. Eric was as fast as lightning. In just 1 second he flashed in front of them. He sneered and replied, "Who allowed that?" Eric's eyes blazed. He glared at them, his sharp gaze as if he wanted to devour them all. Eric raised his hand into the air, shouting the name of his next move. Penetrate. Countless swords were immediately created, their tips aimed directly at Hainan's subordinates. Each one of them was successively pierced through the body by a sword. They screamed in pain. Break it. One of them, terrified by Eric's power, quickly fled, his mouth constantly pleading, "Help!" But even so, he still couldn't escape the tragic fate like the others. Eric alone easily eliminated all of Hainan's subordinates. Hainan also gradually became afraid of his terrifying power. "You. Who the hell are you? You already know who we are, don't you?" Eric merely replied to his words with a scornful smile. "I don't care who you are, so why don't you kneel first?" Ha gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. He still defiantly declared, "I'll kill you." Isabel hid behind a large tree, her mouth agape, curious about Eric's identity. "Who is that man? He defeated the pack of blue wolves so easily." "No, that's not the problem right now." Isabel carefully assessed him through her observations. "He's definitely a powerful mage, but he looks very dangerous if I get close." Ha couldn't hold back anymore. He gripped his sword tightly and charged at Eric. Ha seemed to turn into a madman, swinging his sword wildly while continuously yelling, "I'll at least kill you." Eric was quite surprised by Ha's attack speed. He's that fast. When the situation became tense, Isabel suddenly rushed out, loudly reminding them, "Keep your distance from him." He quickly cast another skill, weapon enhancement. Thanks to his quick reaction, Ha was immediately pushed back by the shot, and Eric successfully maintained his distance from him. Ha was still about to swing his sword for another attack. His intention was immediately seen through by him. Eric swiftly took a step ahead of him. Ice seal. Giant ice blocks continuously rose from the ground. Ha laughed loudly and said, "You really think you can stop me with this kind of magic?" He charged straight into the mushrooming ice blocks, then swung his sword, smashing them all. Just as Ha thought he was about to reach Eric, "You're done for, you bastard." At this moment, he was very calm, rushing straight towards Ha without hesitation, his face unchanging. When Ha's sword tip almost touched his body, Eric suddenly yelled, "Ice pillar." A colossal ice block instantly appeared, absorbing Ha's attack, then deflecting that attack back at him. Ha asked himself in confusion, why didn't it break? Eric just smiled slightly. "Do you know what's more important than that?" He touched his own head, implying, "It's your head that's about to be buried underground." Upon hearing that, Ha immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "What? That son of a bitch!" Next, the ice block blocking Ha's path suddenly flew up, then directly delivered a fatal blow to his head. That fierce battle finally ended. Just as Eric said, Ha's head was buried deep underground. After the battle, he stood silently for a while in the snow-covered forest. Continuously exclaimed, "Unbelievable. He defeated the pack of blue wolves in an instant." Isabel also agreed, "I didn't think there would be such a mage on the hill." She quietly hid behind the tree, observing him for a while longer. "Incredible, he doesn't seem to be my age, but..." Isabel was extremely curious about Eric. How can he be so strong? He's so young and yet he's already this powerful. He can totally match Tasa Naresta, one of the members of the new 3 constellations. So why don't I know who he is? He truly is a mysterious person. Eric still stood there, calmly taking a deep breath. Then, Eric gently looked up at the sky. In the vast, snow-covered forest, only his deep sigh could be heard. Eric remembered those who had sacrificed themselves, not only Manhua, but also other beasts. He slowly opened his eyes, silently praying for them, "Please, rest in peace." Nephi felt uncomfortable, so he interrupted. "Hey, they keep staring at you. Why don't you say something to them? They're staring so much it's giving me the chills." "Hello." Nephi helped Eric start the conversation. "Hello." He remained silent, not knowing what to do, because Eric had appeared unexpectedly without introducing himself at all. All 3, Isabel, Chen, and S, held their breath, waiting for him to speak. Eric forced a smile and said, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Chen gripped his sword tightly, always on high alert. "Even if he did help us, he's still a complete stranger. We shouldn't let our guard down so soon. If he doesn't have other motives, he'll be just as dangerous as them." Just as Chen was about to act, Isabel suddenly knelt down, to Chen's astonishment. Even though she was a princess, Isabel knelt before Eric, bowing her head solemnly to express her gratitude. "Thank you, our savior." Chen was surprised. "Miss." S also looked confused. "Why did you kneel, miss?" Eric, flustered, waved his hand and said, "No, there's no need to do that." Isabel didn't care. She called out sternly, "Chen, S." The 2 immediately obeyed. Chen and S knelt down and simultaneously expressed, "Thank you, our savior." That made him even more awkward. Eric quickly explained, "Anyone would have done the same as me, so please, stand up." Nephi stood with his arms crossed, very pleased with Isabel's attitude. Looks like she knows how to behave, unlike those 2 scoundrels earlier. She boldly approached Eric and made a request. "It may sound rude, but can I ask my savior for a favor?" He turned pale with fear. Eric trembled as he asked, "Do I have to go somewhere?" Isabel repeatedly held his hand. "No, I want to commission you." His voice stammered, "My hand." Seeing her resolute attitude, Eric felt a little shy. His face immediately turned red like a ripe tomato. Inside, Eric wondered, "This is..." The silent night gradually fell, and the bright moonlight gently illuminated the towering mountain ranges. The rattling sound of the horse-drawn carriage faintly echoed through the quiet forest. Eric sat in the carriage, facing S and Isabel, his hand propped on his chin, deep in thought. Nephi sighed, reminding him in a low voice, "I can see you smirking. You bastard, cover it up if you're about to." Eric immediately put both hands to cover half of his face. At this moment, he felt extremely joyful. Just as I expected. Eric looked at the gold coin in his hand, because I was given something incredibly valuable. Going back a few minutes before he got into the carriage, Eric was surprised to realize that Isabel had pressed a gold coin into his hand. "This is..." "Gold," he admired it for a moment. "Not only that, but it's a blue lion coin?" Eric curiously inquired, "Are you a lady from the Quio family?" Isabel nodded and replied, "That's right, how embarrassing." Only then did he understand, that's why she was so beautiful. From the moment she was born until now, she was known as the scentless flower. Isabel Quio, even when her exquisite beauty made the crown prince fall deeply in love and propose to her. She was still discarded simply because she was a scentless flower, someone born without any special talent. Even as a child, Isabel was accustomed to enduring those sarcastic remarks bitterly. If a lion's flesh and blood has no fangs and sharp teeth, then they deserve such an end. Eric felt a bit of pity for her fate. I heard that after the marriage fell apart, she lived alone in her own land. Isabel's face was covered in various large and small wounds. She just silently bowed her head, waiting for his response. To dispel the awkward atmosphere between them, Eric quickly introduced himself. "My name is Rick. It's an honor to meet the only daughter of the Blue Lion." She awkwardly asked, "Why is it an honor to meet someone like me?" He smiled cheerfully. Eric gently comforted Isabel, "You should be proud of yourself. From what I see, your perseverance is not something that should bring shame to the name of the Blue Lion." As this was the first time Isabel had ever been praised by anyone, she shyly replied, "Thank you." He cleverly brought up her request. "Oh right, you mentioned something about a commission, didn't you?" Isabel immediately nodded and replied, "That's right. I have nothing now, but—" She resolutely made a request, "Could you escort us back to the capital?" Chen cried out in a panic, "Lady, we haven't found that place yet." Isabel turned her head and explained, "Chen, I don't want to lose you because of my greed. First, I must go see my uncle to negotiate." He was helpless against her determination. "Lady." Upon hearing this, Eric became curious. "Uncle?" Then he secretly glanced at Ha and speculated. These knights must also be part of the Quio family. Is there some hidden secret within their family? Eric frowned. He suddenly remembered something. "I also heard that the Blue Lion is suffering from a rather difficult-to-treat illness. She must be looking for medicine. I forgot, Xian told me about it before." Just then, a bold thought suddenly appeared in his mind. "Wait, can't I make the Blue Lion indebted to me?" At this moment, Eric's mind envisioned a beautiful future. In that scene, he and Herman happily shook hands, and constant praise echoed in his ears. The Merbinger family rebuilt and indebted to the Blue Lion. The Merbinger family rebuilt and allied with the Blue Lion. Merbinger cures the Blue Lion's illness. Duke Merbinger and the Blue Lion smiled at each other while shaking hands, the family relationship firmly bound. He thought to himself, it would be such a beautiful sight, wouldn't it? Eric was triumphant. He smiled, proud of himself. "I truly am intelligent, always keeping a cool head." Isabel saw him silent for a long time. Thinking he wouldn't agree, she offered another proposal. "Indeed, it is difficult for us to get your help. So, I will give you double what I just offered, as a reward after you complete the commission." Eric didn't reply, only stared at the gold coin in his hand. Isabel anxiously inquired, "I guess it's not possible, is it?" She stepped forward, intending to withdraw her request. How embarrassing. In that case. The corner of his mouth unexpectedly curved upwards, which confused Isabel. He firmly grasped her hand and immediately agreed to Isabel's request. "I will escort you safely, my lady." Back in reality, Eric was traveling with Isabel, Chen, and S in a carriage back to the capital. Mephi curiously asked, "There's a pile of treasure in Sene's nest, so why do you still need money?" Eric used his telepathic thoughts to reply, "I've figured it all out, and besides." He pressed his lips together, silently scolding in his heart, "Don't talk like that if you've ever been beaten black and blue before." He silently looked at him. Mephi's face showed confusion. Eric glared at him angrily. He patiently explained, "What am I supposed to do now when I don't have a single penny? Maybe it's not important to you because you're a worthless spirit, but humans need money to eat and sleep. Do you think you understand what it's like to be deprived?" Mephi casually replied, "That's a human problem." Eric's face showed interest. He covered his mouth with his hand, marveling at that ability. "But this telepathy is quite convenient, isn't it? With just a little energy, I can talk to whoever I want." Mephi sneered, "I taught you only because I get really annoyed whenever you go completely silent when someone else is around." Eric couldn't help but tease him, "I know why you hate being silenced now. You're so chatty." Mephi angrily yelled, "How dare you?" He changed the subject, "Never mind. Are you just going to sit there quietly for the rest of the journey? You look more unsightly than you think. What should I do now? I'm so bored." Isabel kept staring at him the whole way. She wondered, he's not saying anything, is it because I've entrusted him with this? Isabel had to press her lips together to let Eric do as he pleased, but now she needed his help. She thought to herself, if Uncle sends even stronger assassins, there's no way the three of us can outsmart them. Scene change, Isabel's family's imposing castle stood majestically under the dark night. Bao sat calmly on the throne, listening to his subordinate report the situation. He exclaimed in surprise, Team 6 has been annihilated? The intelligence subordinate trembled all over. He bowed his head, confessing, I apologize. Bao slowly approached him. He coldly drew his sword. If you apologize. Bao angrily roared, then you shouldn't have done anything in the first place, only to apologize and atone now. Bao decisively swung his sword, piercing through the subordinate kneeling at his feet. His head immediately separated from his body. Other subordinates immediately appeared to clean up the scene. After executing the man, Bao still calmly turned and asked, Huan, where do you think Isabel will go? He carefully analyzed, because her tracks leaving the snow mountain have been confirmed. Huan made a speculation based on his observations. It's very likely she's returning to the capital. Bao wondered, if she's returning to the capital, does that mean she wants to negotiate with me? He smirked and replied, very likely. He said with a contemptuous attitude, what a foolish child. How dare such a talentless girl negotiate with me? Bao swung the sword in his hand, shouting his name, Huan. He retrieved his sword, then growled a threat at Huan, you only have one chance. The clatter of horse hooves gradually faded until it stopped completely. Chen stopped the horse. At this moment, Isabel had just woken up. Seeing this, he immediately informed her, we've arrived at Law Center, my lady. Isabel felt refreshed from a good night's sleep. She stretched and said, we arrived here in just 2 days of continuous travel. Mephi suddenly clutched his lower back and complained, my whole body aches. Eric replied in surprise, a flying spirit like you. He smirked at him sarcastically, don't you know that the correct posture helps relax the nerves? For what reason were you upside down? Before Eric could finish his sentence, his attention was caught by the scene before him. He was curious, they are. Inside the castle, Huan loudly commanded, summon Blue Wolf Squad 2. His subordinate asked in confusion, what? He quickly explained, is it really necessary to mobilize the strongest squad for such a trivial matter? The young lady's return to the capital means accepting surrender. Before that subordinate could finish his sentence, Huan instantly decapitated him without hesitation. A hound must behave according to its status. He calculated Isabel's moves. She would definitely have to pass through Law Center if she wanted to go from the snowy mountains to the imperial capital. Huan loudly commanded, turn that place. Eric's expression suddenly turned grim. He gaped as he looked ahead. Blue cloaks immediately caught Eric's eye. A lion's head emblem was embroidered on them. The subordinates all turned to look at him, their eyes as if wanting to devour everything. They absolutely obeyed Huan's order, make it their grave. Isabel wasn't surprised. I had anticipated this journey wouldn't be easy because of the Lord ruling this place, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Chen anxiously asked, should we turn back, young lady? She firmly refused, no. Just then, their 4-person carriage caught the eye of one of them. He patted the shoulder of the person next to him and pointed towards the carriage. Isabel carefully explained, we've already attracted their attention, doing that will only make them more suspicious. She came up with an idea, leave this carriage behind, escape secretly, and find another place. Eric suddenly interrupted, no need. Isabel was startled, what? What did you say? He whispered, disguise. Immediately, Chen skillfully drove the carriage past the guards without being questioned. He was unusually calm. Chen quickly drove the carriage away from that place. Isabel sat inside, trembling with fear. In just a few minutes, all 4 of them had safely escaped that deadly encirclement. Chen continued to drive the horses through a large tunnel. After exiting the tunnel, a bustling street appeared right before their eyes. Eric was the first to quickly step out of the carriage. Isabel wondered, what magic did you just use? Eric slowly explained, it's just a simple illusion spell that makes our appearances different. It's no different from a type of hypnosis that can be broken by a slight shock, so we need to be cautious. She greatly admired Eric's talent. Isabel once again bowed to express her gratitude, thanks to you, Rick, we've safely entered the city. I am truly grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. Before leaving, he carefully instructed her, spend the night here, I'll return after taking care of some matters. Isabel agreed, okay, return safely. Mephi casually followed Eric, wondering, why did you use illusion magic when you could have just killed them all? He calmly replied, I don't want to start a fight when I know nothing about the enemy. Besides, I need to conserve mana for emergencies. Mephi glanced around and nonchalantly said, what do you think oaths and soul contracts are for? Isn't it because you're lazy? Mephi suddenly remembered, anyway, you need to quickly get to the academy or something, right? Eric nodded, yes, but I need to look into something. His lips immediately curved into a smile. Eric asked Mephi something, a while has passed, but you surely still remember, right? He told him his plan, I need to know Din's situation to prepare for eliminating him. Mephi shrugged, I don't know who that is, but how unlucky, to be targeted by someone like you. He was suddenly drawn to a group of children playing ahead. Mephi noticed something unusual when he looked at the children. I have a question, I sensed something like mana from that night. What is it? Eric immediately understood Mephi's meaning, I guess in your time, aura chains hadn't appeared yet. He was confused, aura chains? Seeing his confusion, he quickly explained to Mephi, it's simple. Mana is originally a blessing for mages. But over time, even martial artists could develop methods to use mana on their bodies. Eric went into more detail to help him understand. If mages cast spells by creating magic circles in their hearts, martial artists enhance their bodies by accumulating aura chains around their dantian. Not only that, he continued to provide more information, similar to how mage ranks are divided. 6 circles are sorcerers, 7 circles are archmages, and 8 circles are sages. Martial artists are divided into 1 entry-level chain, 2 junior chains, 3 master chains, 4 strongman chains, and 5 martial ranks. To make it easier for you to understand, Lady Isabel's knight is around the entry level. Mephi continued to ask, only 5 ranks? Eric nodded, usually, yes, but there are exceptions. Only 1 person can circulate more than 5 chains. He then asked curiously, who? Seeing Mephi's curiosity, he just smiled faintly. Eric immediately answered, the Golden Lion. He is recognized as the strongest person on the continent. He looked bored at the answer, an arrogant nickname. Only by human standards. Eric immediately shook his head and retorted. No, this time it's different. He can fight on par with my grandfather, one of the strongest people in M.O. Binger's history. Mephi whispered, I see. The two continued walking and chatting the whole way. He suddenly stopped and said, we're here. Mephi was very excited. He revealed a sinister smile on his face, I'm looking forward to meeting him. Eric sighed wearily, this old man is stubborn again. Then he reminded himself, don't pay attention to him, what's more important is. Eric cheerfully asked, can I buy all the newspapers from the past month? He thought to himself, find out what happened while I was away. Scene change. Under the dazzling sunlight, another magnificent and splendid castle appeared. Din's impatient voice came through, the matter still hasn't been resolved. River knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing his head, please forgive me, the Nestor group is guarding the hospital like an impregnable fortress. The old man angrily shouted, Nestor? The ungrateful bastard. River intelligently changed the subject of the conversation, but thanks to your achievement in discovering that the lair is being cultivated by the Academy's high-ranking officials and the press. You have an advantage over other candidates in the competition for the principal position. Din sighed and said, but there's no telling what will happen if I don't win the right to excavate the lair. I want an overwhelming victory. He appeared very confident, seemingly ready to follow any order the old man gave. Please give the command. Din chuckled. At this moment, a plan was already forming in his mind. Scene change. Xian sat at the table with a gloomy face. He made a request to KAC, put more pressure on those Nestor guys. He calmly reported the current situation, young master, the transfer of excavation rights for the lair from the Academy's high-ranking officials and the press is under immense pressure. Not only that, this situation is no different from you stabbing the senior professors in the back. The Academy's high-ranking officials are very indignant. Xian suddenly burst into tears, which made Kac a little flustered. Young master. Xian cried, venting all his frustrations on Kac, my sister comes to torment me every day, and that wretched Eric hasn't contacted me even once. His hands trembled slightly. Xian touched the papers on the desk, but I've warned myself. Then he suddenly stood up from his chair. Xian gritted his teeth and said, I will continue to endure until Eric returns. Scene change. In just a short while, Eric had grasped the entire situation from a month ago by reading the newspapers. Din was as cunning as ever, and Xian was facing hell because of him. He unconsciously revealed a disdainful expression as he commented on Din's actions. Old Ginger is spicier. You know how to use public opinion, don't you, old Din? Mephi silently observed Eric from the side. I'm getting used to that expression. He clenched his hand into a fist, then confidently said, keep climbing higher, it will only make my debut more spectacular. Eric suddenly paused for a moment. Anyway, I do feel a bit sorry for Xian. Is there anything I can do for him? While he was thinking of a way to compensate Xian, a brilliant flash of light suddenly appeared outside the window. In just a moment, a deafening explosion erupted from where the flash of light had just appeared. The sudden loud noise startled both Eric and Mephi. They immediately turned towards the direction of the sound. Outside, chaos immediately erupted. The desperate screams of the nearby residents continuously echoed, it's on fire. Bring water quickly. Everyone scattered in panic. Not only that, but there were also children's screams, Mom. The surrounding residents continuously shouted, someone, save us. Eric quickly got up and flung the door open. The sight before him immediately shocked him. What? The entire neighborhood before him seemed to turn into an inferno. Everything was engulfed in a sea of flames. Eric frantically screamed, what the hell is going on? Scene change. Returning to a few minutes earlier, before the disaster struck, Chen asked cautiously, still half doubting, Mistress? Do you really trust Rick? Isabel casually replied, he's the one who saved us. He carefully voiced his thoughts. Even if he's not Powell's subordinate, what if he's an assassin sent by the other 7 masters to take over the main estate? Chen tried to persuade Isabel, I'm not sure about this either, but it's better to be cautious. She remained silent. She thought to herself, I understand Chen's concern, but it seems ever since we were at Snow Mountain, he's been overly protective of me. Isabel slowly turned around. She agreed with his words, Chen, I understand what you're trying to say. Chen was delighted to hear that. He quickly said, yes, mistress, then. Isabel sternly ordered, however, don't say that anymore. Your doubting Rick is tantamount to doubting my decision. Her firm attitude left Kac and Chen stunned, not daring to retort. Isabel recalled the moment Eric stood silently amidst the snowy sky. Based on her own observations, she was certain of one thing, she trusted him. That expression, only upright people could show it. Chen was helpless. He continued, I understand, but isn't he just a mercenary who loves money? Isabel merely smiled at that. She shook her head, denying it. No, he genuinely wants to help us. Chen was surprised. You mean, mistress? She analyzed what she'd observed. Even though he wasn't paid, he still helped us. That proves that even if we asked, he wouldn't help. Replied, like his expression changed when he found out we were from the Quio family. Isabel explained, he considered that our family's reputation might decline, so he deliberately downplayed himself like that. Ed cheerfully replied, I get it. He did that to maintain the Blue Lion's reputation. Chen, beside him, nodded, I see. Isabel smiled, just about to speak, Chen, so. Before she could finish her sentence, a thunderous explosion immediately echoed from outside. The entire neighborhood was instantly engulfed in flames. Simon said, satisfied, the fire looks so brilliant, doesn't it? He widened his eyes, stuck out his tongue, then laughed like a madman, the magic scroll containing fourth circle primeval heat ray magic. It was worth it, indeed. Boskop sighed, exasperated. It's come to this, and you're still laughing, Simonin? Simonin dangled the magic scroll in his hand. He chided him. Hey, Boskop, didn't you agree with my decision just now? Why are you suddenly so serious? You know how much I've invested in this, right? Boskop frowned, looking at him, silently cursing, idiot. But he truly couldn't think of a better way. He hoped that, with her mistress's personality, no matter what happened, she would strive to overcome it and help everyone. Simonin excitedly asked, What do I do now? Burn more? Boskop carefully reminded him, Team 6 has been wiped out. According to Huon's calculations, we still have at least 3 or more enemies. He said there might be mages among them, so we must be careful. He feigned indifference and replied, Come on, even if it's Team 6, I just need to close my eyes once and I can burn them all. You and Huon worry too much. Simonin's lips curved into a smirk, and his voice deepened. I've gone to such lengths to get here, so I hope they're strong enough for me to play with. Boskop was quite annoyed, but he went along with him. All right then, let's begin. Simonin ordered his subordinates, find her. Despite the entire neighborhood being in chaos, they were determined to track down Isabel's whereabouts. He instructed, except for the leading girl, kill everyone else. Chen worriedly shouted, Mistress, you must hide. If the blue wolves are behind this, you're their target. Isabel slowly got up. The first thing she uttered was to check on the safety of her 2 knights. Chen, Ed, are you 2 all right? The sudden, brutal scene unfolding before her eyes caught her off guard. Wah wah. The desperate screams of the people echoed in her ears. Fire! It's on fire! Save me! As Isabel looked up, she froze. The people outside kept shouting, My shop! Run! Everyone was in a panic. In this dire situation, all they could do was clutch their heads and scream. The innocent people tragically died one after another in the fire. Isabel trembled, asking herself, Ba Quio, is this real? What do you want? While she was unsure what to do, Chen suddenly yelled, startling Isabel. Mistress, look out! A small explosion suddenly erupted right next to her. Because she momentarily let her guard down, Isabel was immediately blown backward by the blast. Fortunately, she reacted in time, landing safely on the ground. Chen was crushed by large rocks. He risked his life to plead with her, Please, please, run. Isabel's rage erupted, her teeth clenching tightly together. She trembled, gripping the sword on the ground, her entire body filled with helplessness. A longing for power surged within her. I want the strength to confront this and save everyone, but... She slowly stood up in utter helplessness. I don't have enough strength, nor enough talent to stop them. Isabel bit her lip until it bled. I don't want to run away. I don't want to live such a shameful life. Eric's image suddenly flashed in her mind. Isabel suddenly remembered the encouraging words he had given her. With an intense longing, I want to be like him. Isabel suddenly spoke with a powerful voice, I am a member of the Imperial Protection Family, Quio. She decisively swung her sword, declaring, even if I have to die. Isabel's gaze became resolute, and she shouted, I will still fight to the very end. As soon as Isabel finished speaking, a violent explosion erupted once again in front of them. Frightened, she immediately squeezed her eyes shut, her entire body involuntarily trembling. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Isabel curiously opened one eye. The raging sea of fire from earlier was instantly frozen into large chunks of ice. She exclaimed in astonishment, What? Isabel looked around and asked in confusion, What happened? Eric appeared unexpectedly like a hero, standing tall and blocking her path. And mysterious power emanating from Eric was furiously rushing towards the fires that hadn't been completely extinguished. He controlled a gust of wind, carrying frigid air through each flame. In just a few brief minutes, the entire neighborhood, which had been engulfed in a sea of fire, was now free from danger. The surrounding residents were overjoyed. They continuously cheered with delight, the fires being put out. "We're saved." Isabel was still bewildered, not understanding the situation. "What's going on?" Only upon seeing Eric's familiar back did her suspended heart finally settle. Isabel's tears immediately welled up. She silently gazed at that sturdy shoulder from a distance. Isabel sobbed as she called out to him. Eric remained silent, not answering. She thought to herself, "I don't know how long it will take." Isabel still held a glimmer of hope, but if possible, she silently voiced her only wish: "I hope that one day I will be able to stand beside him." Eric decisively darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. He was furious at the actions of the Blue Wolf gang. Still knights, yet they kill innocent civilians? Mephi chuckled softly, silently observing him from behind. Strong people are often very good at suppressing their rage, but once it erupts, it's hard to extinguish. Mephi chose not to interfere with Eric's business. "This is something I know very well. Because I've confronted them in the past, unlike ordinary people who always make mistakes when they lose their reason." After countless confrontations in the past, he concluded one thing: they are calmer, more patient, and stronger. Mephi slowly spoke, reminding him, "It seems like there are more of them and they're stronger than the last time we met. Do you think you can win?" All the innocent residents collectively turned their eyes towards Eric. He calmly replied, "It will probably be difficult. I don't know how long I can maintain my energy." Eric pointed out his current obstacle: "And now, I can't freely use magic in front of civilians like this either." He suggested to him, "Then why don't you run away?" Eric casually said, "My family has a saying." Then, he immediately uttered the saying left by his ancestors: "Those with strength must have the duty to fulfill their responsibilities." Eric's entire body exuded a powerful aura of killing intent, as if to swallow everything. He confidently declared, "That's why the strong are always the leaders in every battle." Summary: Isabel decided to negotiate with her uncle, Powell. Eric decided to accompany Isabel after receiving her request. Additionally, Powell, who had lost his subordinates to Eric, dispatched the Blue Wolf volunteer squad. They, in order to kill Isabel, turned the city into a sea of fire. Isabel flew into a rage and had to draw her sword, even if she might die fighting, and at that moment, in a situation where death was unavoidable. In that moment of life or death, Eric still stood firm like a pillar of steel amidst the storm. He gazed thoughtfully at the city engulfed in red flames. Suddenly, Eric's eyes flashed, and instantly, powerful magic swirled violently, erupting around his body like a raging vortex about to be unleashed. Seeing the brilliant golden magic blazing against the dark sky, the elite blue wolves froze, stunned and speechless. Simon stammered, The scroll I bought with my hard-earned money, it should have been the 7th magic circle. Where did a guy like him come from? Did he come out of the magic tower? Beskap, what should we do?" "We can't touch the magic tower." He cautiously reminded, "I know all the mages in the magic tower, but I don't recognize him." "We must be careful no matter what." He coldly suggested, "We just need to kill the young lady and retreat." Simon licked his lips, his face alight with brutality. What if that mage interferes? Immediately after, they rushed forward at breakneck speed. Hearing the rushing sound, Isabel panicked, her entire body instantly tensed, vigilant to the extreme. She quickly cast magic, light blazing around her body, ready to confront the enemy's relentless attacks. Beskap's voice rang out coldly, "Then kill him." At this moment, Isabel was filled with extreme worry. "My legs. I have no strength left." But fortunately, Eric arrived in time to help Isabel. She gasped in surprise, "Eric." He turned back, his gaze firm as if to reassure her. Isabel seemed to understand, her face gradually softened, showing silent trust. Immediately after, they both darted away like lightning, escaping the encirclement in an instant. The people behind them were stunned and noisy. One of them shouted, "They're getting away." He immediately ordered, "Formation A." Pursue. You three, go with me. Eric held Isabel tightly in his arms, rushing without pause, a thought surging in his mind. There are over 40 of them. He silently calculated, I need to lure them to an uninhabited place. Suddenly, a piercing whistle ripped through the air. Immediately, countless figures swarmed from all 4 sides, blocking their escape route. Eric unleashed magic, his figure flickering like the wind, darting past them. However, another group of elite blue wolves immediately blocked his escape path. Eric hastily hit Isabel, then quickly turned and rushed back, but the rear was also blocked by another group. He was forced to stop, his feet screeching on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. In a flash, all 4 sides were sealed off, leaving no gap to escape. Behind Eric, an excited voice rang out, there you are. Simon casually rested his sword on his shoulder, a triumphant smirk on his lips. My first mage hunt is a bit exciting. He angrily demanded, where did you hide the young lady? He shrugged, answering nonchalantly, you think I'd tell you? You guys are really stupid. Eric gnashed his teeth, of course you wouldn't know, because all of you just chase after me like a pack of dogs. Simon gritted his teeth and hissed, you're asking for death, aren't you? Immediately after, he coldly ordered, bring me his head. Instinctively, he raised his hand to cover his face from the dazzling bursts of magic. He thought to himself, I've used up a lot of mana to extinguish the fires all over the city. Eric frowned worriedly, the dragon team's mana has increased a lot after absorbing the seal, but my body won't hold up like last time if I exceed the limit again. He mused, back then, I could restart, but now everything will be gone if I die even once. Thoughts raced through Eric's mind, there are 30, no, 40 of them? I heard they would all come out even for just one person, just as Isabel said. The axe immediately appeared in his hand. Eric swiftly charged forward, silently calculating in his mind, first, I'll immediately kill their commander. But as soon as his body touched the light stream created by the elite Blue Wolf squad, Eric immediately felt something very unusual. He panicked, what's this? My body isn't moving as well as it did when I fought the Snow Mountain King. Mephi scoffed, are you sure you defeated the Snow Mountain King? Eric immediately retorted, no, I'm certain that back then my body moved exactly as I wished. Just then, he suddenly realized something was amiss, and he was still cursing loudly. Idiot! Like a flash of lightning, a sword flew straight towards him at terrifying speed. The attacker's face was hidden by a cloak, only cold eyes visible. Mephi continued, annoyed, do you really think that game on the chessboard, the one the car set up for you, will work in actual reality? Eric snapped impatiently, if you're not helping, shut up. He yelled angrily, all of you, get lost. Instantly, a massive burst of light erupted, shining intensely and striking directly at the enemy. Simon immediately raised his shield in defense. Then, he charged forward to attack, his voice full of mockery, what kind of idiotic mage fights in close combat? Why don't you use your almighty magic? Eric gnashed his teeth in anger, his eyes flashing with a cold glint as if wanting to tear apart the enemy before him. He immediately unleashed a move, icy shards hurtling straight forward. Simon sneered, is that all you've got, brat? Eric was irritated, each heavy breath exhaled as if about to explode, his eyes burning with furious resentment, full of killing intent. He continued to attack, his blade whistling as it cut through the air with each movement. He also quickly swung his sword in response, entertain me a bit more, will you? Eric panicked, quickly ducking to dodge. Successive sword slashes were unleashed, torrential like a storm, raining down on him. Simon was ecstatic, attacking relentlessly and frantically. He remained resolute, refusing to retreat, and charged at him recklessly. In a flash, 2 streams of magic collided, an earth-shattering explosion echoed, brightly illuminating a corner of the sky. He dragged his sword, slowly stepping forward. In the swirling dust, Simon's eyes darted around, his voice contemptuous, you're scurrying away like a rat. Soon, the elite green wolves surrounded Eric. Now you're a trapped rat, aren't you? Suddenly, a spark of fire flashed, soaring into the air, accompanied by his fierce voice, it ends now. Then, fireworks exploded loudly, their light tearing through the night. They bloomed brightly like gigantic flowers against the dark sky. Simon startled and spun around, his face full of bewilderment. What the hell? Fire? Seeing his chance, a triumphant smile spread across his lips. At this moment, spiritual energy erupted, engulfing Eric's body. You're all here, aren't you? Seeing the glowing circle appear beneath his feet, they trembled in fear. A magic circle. He couldn't believe Eric possessed such terrifying power, so he turned back and shouted, "Stop dawdling." But the sight before him stunned Simon, his eyes filled with horror. He mumbled, "Huh? How can a human have those eyes?" Simon roared in shock, "Kill him before he activates it." He gave a cold laugh, every feature radiating cruelty, as if he already knew the fate of these foes. He furiously raised his sword and charged forward to stop him. At this moment, the magic circle grew increasingly powerful. Eric yelled, "You want to kill me?" He recalled the conversation when he was fleeing with Isabel in his arms. Eric asked, "How do they fight?" She replied, "They always fight in groups, even if they're only killing one person." Isabel added, "True to their name, they're like a pack of wolves." Eric glided past the elite green wolves, softly stating his next plan. "So, I just have to lure them to the plaza and kill them all." Her suggestion surprised him. Traps would be even better. An idea flashed in Eric's mind. He muttered softly, "Traps, huh?" Seeing Eric silent, Isabel worriedly called out, "Eric." A moment later, he spoke seriously, "Isabel, I'm sorry, but can I ask you for a favor?" After that, the plan was carried out as intended. A spark shot straight up into the sky. A resounding explosion of fireworks, blinding light tore through the silent night. It bloomed like a fiery red flower, illuminating Eric's silhouette, as if marking the beginning of an impending storm. His instructions were etched into her mind, after she had evaluated the civilians from the plaza. Eric continued, "Tear this signal magic scroll." His eyes glinted with a sharp light as he declared vehemently, "I will kill them all, kill." At this moment, the magic surged violently, engulfing the entire space like a raging storm. Eric's voice continued to echo, "Everyone in the plaza." In a flash, everything plunged into ice. The elite green wolves were frozen in place. He praised, "The magic circle truly stores mana very well." Below, Simon, frozen in a thick layer of ice, stammered in shock, "No, it can't be." Eric stood before him, mockingly saying, "How stupid are you not to see me drawing the magic circle?" Seeing his cold hand pressed close to his face, Simon shrieked in panic, "Get away!" Eric growled, "You won't have a peaceful death." Suddenly, someone rushed in from nowhere, stopping his plan. Biscop said coldly, "Not bad, but your luck has run out." Eric's eyes immediately fixed on him, his entire body tensing with vigilance. At Biscop's call, his subordinates quickly rushed forward, forming up, Formation B. He calculated in his head. He lured us closer to kill us all with a magic circle. One must be confident and thoroughly calculated to do that. Noticing Eric's expression, Biscop frowned slightly, surprised. Is he smiling? Does he know we're hiding and watching him? He was confused, his gaze wavering. No, there's no way he knows we're here. If he knew, he wouldn't have used the magic circle. Biscop proposed, "I'll spare your life if you hand over the young lady." Eric calmly replied, "Is that so? But the problem is," he declared firmly, "I don't intend to let you live." Immediately after, magic erupted violently, like a raging storm heading straight for him. Eric spoke in a chilling voice, "You shouldn't have done that. Corrupted knights will receive no mercy." Biscop tightened his grip on his sword, ready to attack. Immediately after, he lunged towards Eric with lightning speed, simultaneously shouting, "Protect your body with spirit energy and maintain the formation." He quickly counterattacked, "Blunt the blade." But the enemy's blade remained sharp, undiminished. It whistled powerfully past him. Eric quickly ducked to dodge, thinking in shock, the dulling curse has no effect? Biscop continued to swing his sword, determined to fight to the end. He immediately raised his hand, spirit energy gathering at his fingertips, quickly casting a spell, blow away. But it was all useless. Eric felt a momentary panic. The storm is also much weaker. He wondered, is it because of the sealing curse that all non-ice magic is weaker? Do I have to get a seal of the same element to use them? Eric thought helplessly, even if that's the case, is it easy to use a sealing curse? No, it's extremely difficult. He muttered, unlike an ice mountain filled with ice energy, it can't unleash its full power in the middle of the city and consumes too much mana. At this moment, Eric cupped his hands together, channeling magic, and his thoughts continued, but instantly, it was unleashed, shooting straight towards the opponent. He immediately raised his sword, hastily blocking the attack. The magic current on the sword quickly weakened, the light faded and then died out. Suddenly, his hands clasped tightly together, his eyes flashed, and a feeling of joy rose in his heart. There is a way. Very quickly, after Eric's shout, his whole body recoiled backward, running. At the same time, a burst of magic instantly shot towards the enemy. Seeing the imminent danger, Boskop furiously roared, "Block them!" His sword's blade collided with the ice bullets, a sharp clang ringing out continuously. Boskop relentlessly swung his sword, quickly batting away the ice bullets flying towards him. Eric showed no weakness, continuously unleashing magic attacks. He couldn't dodge in time, and blood immediately gushed from both his hands. Boskop was annoyed, his eyes burning with rage. He once again raised his finger, preparing to unleash the next attack. Eric squeezed his eyes shut, concentrating his entire body to the maximum, spiritual energy compressed, ready to erupt. He and his subordinates quickly charged forward, his voice full of anger, "Enough playing, I don't have time to play with you. So I'll end this here." Boskop's voice continued, "Killing all of you." But after a moment, seeing no further movement from his comrades, he stared back in shock. Boskop panicked, sweat rolling down his face as he realized his body was slowly freezing. Just a light touch from the poisonous ice would immediately freeze them. Eric scoffed, "Your mistake was blocking them instead of charging in to fight." His entire body trembled with fear. I've never heard of such a curse." He calmly replied, "What are you surprised about?" Eric smugly said, "I just added a curse to the ice magic, that's all." Boskop bitterly spoke, "The captain of Team 1 is truly the biggest fool of them all. He shouldn't have sent just us." He hissed through gritted teeth, "I admit you're very skilled, but you'll soon regret daring to cross us." Boskop chuckled maniacally, "You'll soon die by the captain's hand." He coldly said, "So, it was him?" Eric, furious, channeled all his spiritual energy, unleashing a finishing blow, "The one who conspired this." He was stunned, eyes wide, mouth agape, completely dazed by the scene before him. He declared, "On your way to hell, you won't be alone." Eric's eyes burned with killing intent, "I'll send him down to join you soon." Immediately after, a thunderous explosion rang out. In that moment, elsewhere, Simonon's voice spoke, "Take this." The man was surprised, "What is this?" He knelt on the ground, sincerely recounting, "It's a scroll containing a 6th-level fire magic circle. We escaped him because Boskop held him back, but..." Simonon continued, "We, the Blue Wolf Squad, are Lord Pockle's swordsmen. You will be the next Blue Lion. You cannot tuck your tail and run like this. We can." He added, "Run. Run until your feet are blistered, light a fire, and if that's not enough, burn yourself and run." Simonon's face clearly showed ruthlessness, "It doesn't matter if the young lady dies. Use your life to burn this city too." His voice echoed, blending with the explosion. "We are the Blue Wolves, Lord Pockle's ace card. How can we tuck our tails and run away like that?" Those words reached Eric and Mephi's ears, "Run, run until your feet are blistered, light a fire, and if necessary, use even yourselves as fuel." He bared his teeth and smiled smugly, looking at the boy. Simonon's voice continued, "It doesn't matter if she dies. Even if you have to sacrifice your life, turn this place into ashes." Mephi grinned, "Looks like they're up to some crazy stuff again." He turned back, startled. What? Why? Eric quickly focused his spiritual power, scanning and searching for every remaining member of the elite Blue Wolves squad. He suddenly shot up into the sky, dust swirling thick. The boy angrily ground his teeth and cursed, "Those bastards." Mephi stated decisively, "In this world, the only species that can be more depraved than demons is humanity itself." He loudly criticized, "No matter how civilized they pretend to be, in the end, their true colors are always like this." Eric rushed forward, his eyes scanning everywhere, his face full of worry. "Currently, there are only 3 Blue Wolves left. I don't see anyone. Even more dangerous is that the magic scroll is in their hands." A thought arose in his mind, it must be at least 6-circle magic. Even a small mistake, and this entire city will turn to ashes. On the other side, Simon bared his teeth and laughed delightedly, "Let's see how you're going to stop this." At this moment, Eric saw him, his heart a tangled mess, sweat beading on his forehead. Simon raised the magic staff, his face full of triumph. It's all too late. Suddenly, he sensed an ambush and sharply turned around. Just then, a flickering figure unexpectedly closed in on Simon. Immediately after, his arm was severed, blood gushing out. Eric frowned. "On the mountain, I had a hunch, but I never thought you'd truly be fearless." A moment later, Isabel's figure appeared, gripping her sword tightly. "You dared to steal the item I gave you and run away?" "Humph. It seems my A+ rank scroll-making profession is worth something, huh? That voiceless scroll really is effective." Suddenly, she sensed danger approaching and involuntarily looked up. Simon ferociously charged at Isabel with a knife. "Die!" Instantly, his body was frozen by the boy's spell. "At any cost." Eric scoffed, "Looks like you put in some effort, but you're going to die anyway. Why bother trying so hard?" "What? What kind of attitude is that? Just lost an arm and you're making a big fuss? You were already ugly, now you're even more hideous." He pronounced his judgment, "I'm tired too, let's just end this." He smirked, "You think it's over just like that?" Eric froze, exclaiming in surprise. "What?" Simon continued, "Did you forget about the other 2? Returning to the previous moment, the boy was still focusing his magic. Eric's eyes swept across the square, not missing a single corner. Simon recounted, "While you were going crazy with me here, my subordinates had already prepared everything." He excitedly declared, "Even though I may have lost to you, we, the Blue Wolves, the Lord's ace card, will never lose." Simon exclaimed excitedly, "You witches are too careless. This place will soon become a hell filled with bitter complaints anyway." He chuckled, "I've already stopped them." He couldn't believe what he had just heard. "What?" Eric asked, "Did you just tell me to use the magic I'm always so proud of?" He remembered the moment he swept past Simon, scroll in hand, standing proudly on the rooftop, looking down. At that time, Eric had discovered something unusual. A corner of his mouth slightly curved, everything was exactly as he had predicted. Immediately, Eric unleashed his move, ice bullets shot out, firing from that direction. The remaining ones were all taken down. He coldly said, "Do you see?" His face turned pale, drained of all color, when he heard Eric's words, "Even your trump card is gone." Simon collapsed, mumbling, "No way, it's a joke, it must be a joke." Then, he turned towards Isabel, trembling as he begged, "Miss, please, listen to me. If you let me live, I will definitely speak well of you to Mr. Powell." Seeing her grasp the sword hilt, he broke out in a cold sweat, "We originally only intended to scare you a bit and then escort you to him. I am the captain of the Green Wolf's 3rd squad, he will definitely listen to me." She interrupted Simon's plea with a sword slash, blood splattering. "Don't tarnish the reputation of the Quio family even one more time." Immediately, his head thumped to the ground, eyes still wide open, dying with his eyes unclosed. Isabel slumped to the ground, her voice flustered, "Sorry, I was too impulsive." He immediately bent down to ask, "It's okay, I was going to hand him over to you anyway. Are you hurt anywhere?" Even though her whole body was trembling from the cold, she managed to reply, "I'm fine." Eric worried, "Your body must be in shock. Just wait a moment." Then, he quickly used his spiritual power to warm her. Isabel softly called, "Eric." He immediately replied, "I'm here." She hesitantly pleaded, "Can you spare a green wolf?" Isabel recalled she could never have imagined that the knights from the family would never want to be associated with someone as incompetent as her. Even if they respected Isabel, that respect was only because she was the daughter of the Green Lion, and nothing more. As for the green wolves, sometimes they would show Isabel some deference, but otherwise, no. They always stared at her with cold eyes, eyes that held nothing but contempt. However, Isabel remembered when her father was under house arrest, he had wondered, "Why let me live?" Bao had replied, "Because we want to leave one as a message." Now, those green wolves, they were afraid of her. Isabel declared loudly, "Tell my uncle that he will never be able to become the Green Lion." Eric stood silently, staring at her. Of course, more accurately, they were afraid of him. At this moment, Isabel's mind was full of thoughts. If only I also had strength, the thought echoed in her head. And ability. Isabel clenched her fist, secretly resolving, "No, I must become stronger." What good is self-pity? She firmly thought, to gain power, I must overcome this timid nature. Suddenly, he gently asked, "Where will you go now?" Isabel smiled, "I will go to Cap Noi. My father is cultivating future plans there." Eric exclaimed in surprise, "You want to expand your influence?" She nodded, "Yes. I will ask for help from old acquaintances who owe my father a debt." He encouraged, "That's a wise decision. No one dares to venture near the Green Lion's territory." These words inadvertently touched Isabel's secret thoughts. Yes, because the Green Lion is there. She silently looked at the person in front of her, but if father doesn't wake up, then it will truly be a difficult battle. If Eric helps us, maybe, but a lion shouldn't be involved with a wizard. Isabel mused, "Moreover, I already owe Eric too much. I don't want to rely on him any further. It's time to say goodbye." Suddenly, he offered a stack of papers, "Take this." She reached out to take it. "What is this?" "Documents." Eric calmly said, "I apologize for being so abrupt, but I heard the illness the Blue Lion is suffering from seems similar to a blockage disease. I wonder if it can help." He squinted his eyes, smiling, "But that's a cure for the disease." Isabel was stunned, her eyes wide, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" After that, they both quickly went to examine S's wounds. He frowned, trying to suppress the pain. "What do you mean?" Chen was surprised. "A blockage disease?" Eric raised his hand. A warm stream of magic emanated, penetrating S's body, healing the injuries. He spoke up, "Allow me to introduce myself." Isabel was stunned. "An introduction?" Eric slowly said, "My name is Eric Merbinger." His next words left her stunned, her eyes wide. "A Merbinger tribesman." Eric proudly raised his head, stating his identity, Starfall Duke. Isabel's mouth hung open. Starfall? That's the title bestowed upon Eden Merbinger, the Starfall Archmage, a title granted after his great victory against the demon tribe. It symbolizes his shining bravery on the battlefield. Although a title is just a title, his name alone is enough to forge a title representing glory, Starfall Archmage. She asked curiously, "Do you mean the one still in a coma at the Royal Magic Hospital?" "But I heard that person has." He interrupted her, "I can't tell you the whole story, but it's true that I once suffered from a blockage disease. And now?" Isabel frantically looked at the stack of papers in her hand. "Now?" Eric calmly continued, "What you're holding in your hand is the remedy that helped me recover from my illness. The Blue Lion's condition seems similar to this illness. Perhaps it can help somewhat." His voice continued, "Didn't you want to avenge the past? It would be a pity if the Blue Lion couldn't witness it." She was stunned, her heart heavy, speechless. Unconsciously, tears welled up, rolling down her cheeks. Isabel choked, How can I repay this kindness?" Eric gently stroked her head, his eyes full of comfort. "It's not far off. He gave an awkward smile. Later, I'll ask you to repay this kindness again. The bright sunlight shone on them, illuminating a new beginning full of hope. He looked gently at the girl in front of him, his eyes full of affection. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Isabel looked at Eric with a calm and warm heart. Suddenly, she blurted out, "Well, to repay you somewhat, this time I'll call you Sir Rick." "Oh no, Sir Eric, okay?" Isabel suggested, "Would you like me to help you become a hero?" At the same time, in the devastated and chaotic square, someone urgently shouted, "Clear the way for the patient." Another person called out loudly, "Hey, come over here and lend a hand." Mephi asked anxiously, "Is it okay to reveal your identity like this?" He didn't answer, just thought silently, "That guy named Powell will use every means to find me." Eric mused, "I've killed many of his blue wolves, he's definitely someone who hates to lose." An unease welled up in his heart. "Moreover, my magic is very special. Once I turn the academy upside down, my identity will definitely be exposed." Seeming to understand Eric's feelings, Mephi coldly said, "So, you prepare the act, because you're going to be exposed anyway." A thought flashed through his mind, "Because I've helped the Blue Lion, that will be a good step for the future revival of the Merbinger clan." Mephi admired, "Not only did you create excessive fame, but you also laid a solid foundation for the future. I thought you were only good at magic, but it turns out you also planned everything out." A woman approached, gently asking, "Are you leaving, sir? Won't you stay longer?" Eric politely replied, "Well, I've bothered everyone for too long. It's time for me to return to my own life." She expressed her gratitude, "Thank you, sir. If it weren't for you eliminating those bad guys, perhaps we would have." Before she could finish her sentence, another voice suddenly rang out from behind, making him startle and turn around. "You've worked so hard, sir. I don't know how to repay you." Eric grimaced, "Why do you look so apologetic?" "I already said I was just doing my duty." The man quickly introduced himself. "I, Chen, a knight of Quio, will never forget this kindness." He scowled, annoyed. "I told you it wasn't necessary." Mephi sighed, "This guy only does this for future favors." Eric silently screamed in frustration, "Stop using that, for heaven's sake." Then, he asked, "What are you planning to do from now on, Chen?" He immediately replied, "Although Powell is the wrongdoer, it is still the Quio family's fault." Chen expressed his resolve without hesitation. "Therefore, I vow to help the people here until the very end, and then I will go to meet the young lady." Mephi laughed coldly, "So they want to win public favor, and at the same time, amplify Powell's bad reputation. She looks so innocent, yet her schemes are boundless." Eric said in a low voice, simply uttering a short phrase, "Responsibility." His next words made him fall silent, his eyes gradually becoming sharp, as if he was thinking about something very profound. That's the responsibility of a noble. By now, everyone had gathered to see Eric off. One person exclaimed, "Thank you, Sir Mage." A child looked at him with admiration and cheered. "When I grow up, I want to be a mage just like you." Someone next to them waved, "Please visit again next time." "Thank you very much." Everyone was filled with emotion and gratitude, waving goodbye. Mephi grumbled in frustration, "Responsibility my foot. It's just an excuse." Eric walked slowly, his figure gradually disappearing into the brilliant sunlight. Eric mumbled, "Now then, time to meet Din, right?" Scene change. At the dean's office of Eden Academy, Din was so angry he was speechless. "You!" He pointed forward, yelling, "I told you to get me the excavation permit. Even if the Nestor family got in the way, what the hell did you do?" River stammered fearfully, "I'm sorry." Din angrily questioned, "Nestor, why would he dare to hinder an instructor? I'll never let him set foot in this academy again." He roared, "We must secure it at all costs. Even if we have to bribe the press or senior officials, find a way for me." Following the order, he left, the door slamming shut, leaving Din to sit alone, utterly annoyed. Staring at the newspapers on the desk, Din gnashed his teeth and hissed, "Damn it." Immediately, magic flared up, burning the pile of newspapers. He sighed to himself, the dean election is in 3 days. If I don't have the excavation permit by then, I'm definitely ruined. Before long, they turned to ash, as if they had never existed. At this moment, Din had gradually regained his composure, but his mind was still in turmoil. Kak, who had appeared out of nowhere, asked, "Would you mind repeating what you just said, sir?" The corner of his lips curled into a strangely twisted smile. The old man glanced at Kak, his eyes full of caution. His voice continued, "So you finally want to cooperate, huh?" Finally, Eric arrived at the capital, a place of magnificent castles, bustling streets, and brilliant lights everywhere. But hidden deep beneath that splendor, what awaits him is not just a glamorous capital, but also countless dangers lurking. At this moment, Dean said coldly, "You intend to make me principal. How do you plan to help me get promoted?" Kak calmly replied, "The preparations are all complete. I just need your agreement. Have you made a final decision about cooperating with us?" He questioned, "How can you do something that even we couldn't do?" He said irritably, "Because you didn't trust us. It seems we don't need to negotiate with you anymore." Dean. Kak's gloomy gaze was fixed on the other party. "You're not the only candidate for principal." Dean quickly clarified, "I believe you. So what do you want?" He calmly suggested, "It's simple. Support us." Siesta. Kak provoked, "Isn't that much simpler than what you want?" "Mr. Principal." He pondered for a moment. Then softly replied, "Is that all?" His figure flickered uncertainly. Excitedly said, "That's more than enough." Kak's eyes were sharp, flashing with a violent gleam. He smiled, full of satisfaction. At the same time, whispers began to spread throughout the capital. Kim asked quietly, "Have you heard?" Chip replied in surprise, "Heard what?" He quickly continued, "The small city girl bitch from Law Center? I heard the Green Lion clan has caused a huge mess there recently." Chip frowned, "Just internal strife?" "It's not uncommon for those lions to openly use violence without caring about us commoners." Kim whispered, "You don't know yet. This time, many people died and houses were burned." He exclaimed with wide eyes, "That's truly cruel." Kim eagerly continued, "But then a wizard appeared and annihilated all those wretched guys." Chip was stunned. "There's such an amazing wizard? Who is it?" Eric sat squeezed between the two, his limbs stiff, sweat pouring out like he'd showered. He excitedly continued, "According to rumors, he's quite a handsome young man. I heard that from now on, he'll be called the hero of Law Center." Mephi glanced at him, his voice full of sarcasm. "Ever since we came to the capital, all we've heard about is you. People really go crazy and wild for these hero stories." Eric grinned awkwardly. "I also want to fill my stomach since it's been a long time since I've been back to the capital." "Why are you talking like that? I already told her to keep this quiet, but she keeps making a fuss about it." He suddenly remembered what Isabel had said earlier. "Do you want me to turn you into a hero?" He was startled. She meant. Her voice continued, "There's nothing better than a hero's story to increase public favor." Isabel asserted, "I'm sure this will help you. That fame will help you a lot later." She gave a cunning smile, giving a thumbs up as a guarantee. "Of course, thanks to that, I'll also establish a solid position to put pressure on my Uncle Pao." Back to reality. Eric secretly sighed, "Help me? Is this really helping, milady?" The whispers and discussions continued to echo, leaving him speechless, standing frozen. "I heard he even rescued the scentless flower. The daughter of the Blue Lion almost became a crown princess? Oh, are those two dating? What will happen next? I heard the crown prince still likes her. A love triangle? Have you heard about the hero of Law Center? I heard he's heading to the capital. I wonder who it is. I heard that's a disgrace of a prestigious wizard family." Eric silently sighed. "They're turning a hero's story into a love story." He quickly got up and left, silently praising her, but she really is incredibly good at spotting opportunities and setting the stage. Whether it's a heroic story or a romantic one, it's all good for promoting her name. Eric muttered, I should go eat somewhere else. He casually stretched, unaware of a figure intently watching him from behind. Eric thought to himself, if only I had Isabel's talent for reviving a family, how great that would be. I wonder if she's reached a safe place yet. He turned around and softly called out, Wake up, Mephi. Let's go somewhere else. Before he could finish his sentence, the man lunged straight towards Eric. He was stunned. His heart pounded. He's here. He threw a powerful punch. Eric quickly backed away, dodging it in the nick of time. Magic erupted, shining brightly, making everyone stand still, shocked. What? On the other side, someone asked in confusion. Did a fight break out? Someone exclaimed in surprise, No way. Could that Pow guy really be causing trouble in the capital? Then, he shouted. Everyone, step back. Through the thick dust and smoke, the man threw a straight punch at him. Eric bent to dodge, then looked up, his heart sinking. This man assent. His eyes were sharp and cold, his voice rising, You dare to dodge. Looking at the opponent's punch, Eric said coldly, Long time no see, huh? You seem to be taking this joke a bit too far. The man furiously roared, Do you know how many awful things I've had to go through because of you? If you had any conscience, you should have at least come to the capital to reconcile and take a punch. He gritted his teeth, his voice full of hatred, Don't you think so? You damn traitor, known as. His face was veined with anger. He hissed, Hey you. This man is none other than the third son of the Nestor family, the punisher for Eric's ingratitude. Sin Nestor. Suddenly, a shout rang out, Oh my, look who it is. He raised his hand to block, My wonderful friend. My lovely friend. Sin. He furiously cursed, You damned bastard. Outside, someone exclaimed in surprise. What the hell was that? The person next to them reassured. It's just a friendly greeting between friends. Next, they sat down at a table in the corner. Sin grumbled, Please. After having to curse out a guy like you, what can I expect from someone whose morals are beyond saving like you? Mephi quickly appeared, I like your friend. Eric laughed heartily. If you're already beyond saving, why don't you buy me a beer? He scoffed, You have a proper family now, and you're still freeloading off me? Sin testily replied, This is the last time. You damn bastard. And what's your relationship with the daughter of the Blue Lion? He hastily explained, It's nothing, really. We're not that kind of relationship. He waved to the waiter, It's fine. Charge it to him. I'm not easily fooled, you know. Sin pointed at the menu, We'd like an iced tea and a beer. A caprese oil pasta. And bacon. Although a friendly smile bloomed on his lips. But inside, Eric was fuming. That bastard, he must have sensed my unique mana aura by now, yet he didn't ask a single question. He's probably waiting for me to reveal it myself. He asked in surprise, Why are you making such a serious face? That's not like you at all. Sin grumbled, That's too much. Could you please stop doing that? He concurred, criticizing, He's right. Your expression looks truly disgusting. He pointed towards the food, urging, The food's here. Eat before it gets cold. He boasted, frowning back playfully, What do you mean by disgusting? Don't you know I've been getting praised for being handsome lately? Sin subtly reminded him. You still owe me a punch, you know. Eric said seriously, Well, aside from that, the play that's being prepared exactly as you instructed in the letter, is it really okay? What if I lose everything because of this? Sin lightly swirled his glass, saying in a low voice, "Don't worry. Only two things are important to me now. Dragging that Barks guy who tried to kill me into hell, and the powerful resurgence of the Moger family," he said decisively, "and I'll make both happen at the same time." "All right." He nodded slightly. "I'll continue preparing what you requested then." Suddenly, Sin remembered something. His eyes filled with alarm. But hey, they also went through extreme hardship because of that. He looked around frantically. "Damn it, this is bad. Your witch family must have heard those rumors too." Eric asked indifferently, "Which? You mean her?" Sin was scared, his whole body trembling. "That's right, after hearing the rumors, that dragon fanatic must have gone absolutely insane." Worry surged in his heart. "Our plan will be ruined." Scene change. A vast and magnificent house. Darkness covered it, making the atmosphere even more silent and mysterious. At this moment, hurried footsteps echoed. "Has the promotion order been sent to the academy?" Hanabi reported, flustered, "Yes. It was sent to Dean Barks of the Elemental Magic Institute." Tasa snapped angrily, "How could he let this happen?" "Prepare, we're going to this hospital." She coldly turned around, and Hanabi. "Give me a brief report." Yesterday, the newspapers had nothing but insults for that madman. But now it's different. He stammered. "Why are all the newspapers writing like this?" Hanabi softly flipped through the newspapers. "Dean Barks, who received the promotion order, has regained his wings. Order to postpone the appointment of the academy headmaster. The Nestor family's declaration regarding the promotion order. Predicted pressure to fall on the Hezagram family." Tasa fell silent. "Even if the Hezagram family puts pressure on us, Father won't overlook it." "What about Sin?" He stammered. "Young Master hasn't provided any specific response." She trembled with anger. "What?" Tasa frowned irritably. After all that fuss about him being his friend's friend, now he's silent? Magic quickly flared around Tasa's body. "I'll transmit our destination a little." Hanabi dodged in fear. "Yes." She continued, "Don't you understand? The promotion order isn't ours, nor is it the academy's. How dare they deceive us?" Tasa growled, "Should I go meet those cunning bastards?" The headmaster of Houston Academy, while seemingly just a normal head position of a magic academy, holds a position of great significance and power. Not only is it on par with a marquis, but this title also has great influence in academic and political circles. Can stand alongside the Master of Hezagram Tower, the head of the Imperial Magic Knights, and many other titles. The Witch of the Stars, an honorary position for the descendant of Houston Mober. Today is the day for the headmaster selection. At that time, inside the grand auditorium of Houston Academy, in the middle of the stage, someone was speaking loudly, thanking everyone for coming all this way for the future of our academy. Dean expressed with a gentle, grateful smile, "As you all know, the discovery of the Jade Dragon's lair will likely not happen again. And I, Barks, was at the center of this historic event." Just as he was very confidently and frankly declaring, "If you choose me, I will establish a system that allows us to continue discovering such extraordinary things." Someone in the distance cursed with disgust. "He thinks the academy is already in his hands. The other candidates haven't even arrived yet and he's already started." That person was none other than Sin. Only now he was a bit worried, gritting his teeth and asking himself, "Eric, can he handle this by himself?" Speaking of which, he inadvertently recalled his conversation with him. "Eric, Headmaster Barks's approval rating is far ahead. I know you have a detailed plan, but the bribed supporters won't be affected by it." While Sin was still saying, "So tomorrow," Eric suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Well, they can do whatever they want." When Sin's recollection ended, it was also when Lazuli approached and congratulated Dean. "Excellent speech, Headmaster." Hearing his words, he cheerfully burst into laughter. "I haven't even been chosen yet. Why are you praising me like that?" I'll follow Siesta's wishes even if you don't act like this, so don't worry. Saying that, he quickly ushered him away. Other candidates are speaking, so let's talk later. Lazuli didn't linger long and said, then I'll trust you. As soon as he left, Din revealed his true arrogant face, muttering to himself, that's right. I'll become headmaster, there's nothing to worry about. I didn't even intend to help you from the start. His heart was filled with contempt and mockery. I'll soon be on par with the master of the Hexagram Tower, why would I help an unfound group like Siesta? But Din didn't know that while he was engrossed in his own thoughts, Lazuli, at that moment, had a dangerous look in his eyes. Crushing you all will be as easy as flipping a hand when I become headmaster. The smile on his lips grew wider and more meaningful. Returning to Sin, as soon as the host spoke, he immediately fell into contemplation. The speeches of the 7 candidates have concluded, the election will begin soon, so please be seated. Sin looked at the empty space in front of him, a hint of worry, and quietly called out, Eric. The position he was looking at was the empty chair in the middle. Just then, a sudden sound came from somewhere, and Sin was a little surprised by what he saw. Below the stands, a familiar figure boldly walked in. Upon seeing the person's red hair, the masters of the families were a little astonished. Sister, why are you here? At this, an old master quickly reacted, questioning Tassa. Don't you know where this is, lady of the Nestor family? This isn't a madhouse. The voting seats are only for the leaders of Hexagram. She fearlessly retorted, why do you think I don't know? I know very well, because I'm attending on behalf of the master of the Nestor family. I believe I am the one. Tassa sat down comfortably in the second empty seat, replying, who understands best what will happen? Seeing her demeanor, Sin above suddenly gasped, crying out in his heart. Does she see me? No way. Does she know something? To prevent things from getting more chaotic, Rivern, the host, quickly spoke to calm them down. Please pay attention, everyone. I want to announce the voting before the selection begins. I ask everyone to sit down and remain silent. Everyone must have received this magic stone. You can view the candidate's information using this stone. And vote for one of the 7. The results will be announced as soon as everyone has voted. As soon as he finished speaking, Din, in an extremely excited and expectant mood, muttered, I've been waiting for this day. My promise can draw the attention of anyone related to the Academy, and also give me a chance to cooperate with the Magic Tower and the royal family. And not just that. I've already discussed it with all the selection representatives, so everything is settled. And according to the actions of the selection representatives, Din affirmed with extreme certainty, it's settled. After a period of voting, Rivern also spoke, now, I will announce the results. Excluding the vote of the Merbinger family, who are not present, the person with the most votes is. Just as Din, full of anticipation for the decisive moment, called out, my name. Just as Rivern was about to give him the answer he desired, Bara. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting, wait. Suddenly, a mysterious person in a black cloak appeared from somewhere. Seeing that person, the entire hall became noisy. What? They were full of doubt, questioning, who dares to interrupt the sacred selection? Only Tassa, who seemed to know who that person was, let out a slight breath of delight. Not just her, but Sin also seemed to know, cheering, go, Eric. As his words ended, the person just named revealed his identity, master of the Merbinger family, Eric Merbinger. With every word he uttered, Din's entire body involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. As the Starlight Duke and a selection representative, Eric smiled, lowered his hood, and with a handsome smile, said, I am here to exercise my small but important right to vote. After his introduction, the entire hall began to stir. Eric. The other nobles exclaimed in astonishment, the disgrace of the noble magic family. Confused and bewildered, they asked, what's going on? Isn't he in a coma? And of course, Rivern was also completely surprised, his voice trembling as he called his name, Eric. Under the continuous flashes of light from both sides, he calmly walked straight towards Rivern. Reporters and photographers continuously snapped pictures of Eric. He seemed pleased with this reaction and smiled faintly. At that moment, Din, who had thought victory was secured, was in a cold sweat, panicking. How did this bastard get here? While the other nobles hadn't even reacted yet, the other students loudly protested, "Trainee Eric, what is this? How dare a mere trainee cause trouble at the headmaster's selection ceremony?" Hearing their words, he slowly spoke to refute, "Do you disrespect the imperial law? At this moment, I am not a trainee at the academy." As the dark cloak disappeared, Eric, in an elegant suit, declared, "But a duke of the empire and a selection representative. The empty seat in the middle is Merbinger's seat. Is the master of Merbinger not allowed to congratulate the new headmaster?" At this point, Din had no choice but to force a smile and ask him, "Though I am very glad that Master Merbinger's health has improved, I wonder why your grace would act in such a way when the election has already concluded." While the old man was still talking endlessly with a confident demeanor, "Unfortunately, the election has concluded, I announce," Eric quickly interrupted him. "Uden Academy Selection Law, Article 2, Clause 2. He looked at Rivern and read aloud, "When there is suspicion regarding a candidate detected before the end of the selection ceremony." As he spoke, Eric walked straight towards Din. "The election can be held again if the majority of members agree." Seeing his actions, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and his brows furrowed tightly. Eric walked past Rivern, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "I, Starlight Duke, Eric Merbinger." With every word he uttered, the entire crowd seemed to hold their breath, tense, exposed the headmaster candidate barracks. Eric offered a handsome but dangerously veiled smile and revealed, "He is not qualified to be a candidate due to suspicions of fabricating important documents and conspiring to assassinate the Starlight Duke." In the silent hall, Din unflinchingly replied, "It seems your grace does not understand the gravity of the matter. Can you prove that I am a criminal?" The old man calmly retorted, "Since your grace is participating in this election as a representative of the esteemed magic family, we must follow the proper procedures as you have stated." With that, Din immediately turned to the others and asked, "My dear election members." He looked at the council above and hinted, "Will everyone heed Eric's improving words, Master Merbinger?" Though he tried to appear calm on the surface, he was extremely agitated inside. "Eric Merbinger. He seems to be hiding something, but no matter what you do, the outcome won't change." Din looked at the silent council members, extremely confident, and thought to himself, "How dare you touch me? You little brat, I'll show you what true politics is like." After a long moment, when no one spoke, the old man, fully satisfied, turned to Eric provocatively, "Well then, I don't think anyone agrees with your grace. What will you do now?" His calm demeanor was the only reply to the old man. "Why are you so hasty? It's not too late to decide after you've heard what I have to say." Hearing his words, the old man replied with a slight chuckle, "You insist on spouting such ridicule amidst this sacred election." But just as Din hadn't finished speaking, suddenly, his own voice echoed from somewhere, making him freeze. "You said there was really a dragon's nest there?" In Eric's hand at this moment was a magic orb playing a recording of Din's voice. "This isn't good, deal with Eric as planned. Keep his magic necklace as a souvenir." Seeing that, he stiffened slightly. "That voice is..." Looking closely at the image on the orb, Din exclaimed in astonishment, "Since then?" After playing the recording, Eric began to reveal the truth, contrary to what the public knows. Dean Barracks did not assist in Dean Nestor's and my great discovery. Instead, he tried to eliminate me and steal my family's heirloom. With every word he uttered, drops of sweat beaded on Din's face. "Who still believes?" Eric looked straight at the others with deep, authoritative eyes and asked, "That my words are still baseless sophistry?" Din quickly rebutted his words with a trembling voice, "No, he's accusing me. How dare you deceive everyone with such fraudulent magic?" Hearing that, Eric replied with a smile, "Deceive? How could I deceive you, a 7th-tier spellcaster?" Upon hearing this, Din was a bit disbelieving and bewildered. "You mean I'm an 8th-tier spellcaster?" At the same time, the audience members, who had been watching silently, also began to murmur and discuss. "That's right. How could a common fraudulent spell deceive everyone here? A patient with a ceiling sickness being an 8th-tier spellcaster is even more ridiculous. They seemed to disbelieve what they were hearing and speculated, so, did the Dean really try to kill Duke Starlight? And of course, Din was currently in utter panic. That crystal orb is what I gave Rivern when I ordered him to kill this guy in the den. How did he keep this thing? While he was confused and didn't understand, a hiccup suddenly sounded. He looked towards the back of the person making the sound and silently cursed, "That bastard." At that moment, Rivern, trying to suppress his hiccups, reminded, "Now, because the election council members are having an important discussion. Please, guests, remain silent." As soon as he finished speaking, Din silently cursed in his heart, full of resentment, "Damn you, Rivern, how dare you betray me?" Flashback to Sin's and Eric's meeting in the restaurant. Sin leaned his hand on the table, resting his chin, revealing despondently, "Oh right, we caught a suspicious person wandering around the hospital last night. It was Rivern." Hearing this, Eric was surprised. "Really? That scoundrel Barracks must have ordered him to do something again. Poor guy." Sin gently shook his head and said, "No, this time it seems he had something to say. He said he had something to give you and would wait until you woke up." Receiving this somewhat unexpected answer, Eric pondered slightly. Really? And the reason for Rivern's actions was because, at that time in the school, an angry voice roared loudly, "Find a way to get it, even if it means using the press or bribing high-ranking officials." That voice belonged to Dean Din, his head full of throbbing veins as he pointed and commanded, "Find a way." His fury made Rivern flee in terror, but Din showed no signs of stopping and continued to rant. "Those bastards keep bothering me, even that scoundrel Rivern. Utterly useless." Din's continuous words of contempt and disdain made Rivern grind his teeth in anger, to the point of trembling. And when he couldn't take it anymore, he immediately rushed away. And that very moment helped Eric's plan. He smiled happily, raising his hand as if waving to someone. Luckily, Rivern kept one piece of evidence safe. Of course, the evidence I already had was enough to destroy Barracks, but this makes it easier. And the person he waved to was Rivern. He was momentarily startled and waved back, unaware that Eric was a little puzzled by his actions. But why did Rivern record the conversation? As a precaution? Perhaps saving him in the den was worth it. Not stopping there, he continued to accuse Din of other crimes. This isn't all, according to the law. The ownership of a dungeon like the Dragon's Den belongs to the person who finds it first. However, Dean Barrick seized the right to exploit it without my consent. The more he listened to his accusations, the wider his old eyes opened in fear. Therefore, he was not only convicted of conspiring to assassinate the Starlight Duke. He also tried to steal the Merbinger family's heirloom and the right to exploit the den. After listing all of Din's crimes, Eric turned to the council members and proposed, "I not only demand the revocation of Dean Barricks's candidacy, but I also demand that he be punished for his crimes." As soon as he finished speaking, the election council members immediately started chattering and discussing. What should we do? Is there even a need to ask? If he doesn't have the right to exploit it, Dean Barracks is worthless. Just then, the oldest man on the election council suddenly voiced his confusion. "But Eric, I sense mana from within you. You are no longer suffering from the ceiling sickness?" Hearing his words, the others realized the issue and chimed in. "I also heard you were in a coma, but you seem perfectly fine. Someone even asked me directly. Representative of House Nestor, you seem to know something. What's going on?" Her extremely natural state was their reply. "I don't know. You are related to the representative of House Merbinger, who is my younger brother. And that doesn't even matter, does it?" Although the evidence of his crimes was clear, Dean still refused to give up, desperately trying to refute. "I'm sure that crystal orb has been tampered with. I'm sure that when I analyze it, it will be revealed." He gnashed his teeth, trying to save the situation. "Damn it, at this rate, the dean's position will disappear along with my head. Just deny it and ask Siesta for help." Just as he was in a state of confusion, a strange sound suddenly echoed from somewhere, attracting his attention. Dean looked at the couple before him, puzzled. Lazuli, why is he standing next to Xian? It was only then that he was startled and realized the problem. As Lazuli put on his glasses, revealing his true form, Dean stammered, "That bastard is." That person was none other than Xian's accomplices. Once again, the scene returned to the restaurant. Xian somewhat helplessly expressed, "Anyway, they're really struggling with that." He relieved stress by teasing Barex. Eric quickly retorted, "How can you call me cunning? And that name Siesta isn't that bad either." After the play gradually came to an end, Dean looked at Eric's triumphant smile with angry resentment. "Did you plan everything from the start? Was I, Barex, tricked by a scoundrel like that again?" Immediately after, Eric turned to look at the election committee, startling them. "Respected election committee members, it seems everything has been handled." He ran his hand through his hair and declared with a radiant, sun-like smile, "We can hold the re-election now. Anyone interested in buying the principal's position?" A moment later, the results of the new election were in, and the newly elected person was standing on the podium. "Thank you for entrusting me with the esteemed position of principal of Uden Academy." At this moment, from the position of the Merbinger family head, Mephi somewhat disdainfully criticized, "I'm speechless. I can't believe you cheated so blatantly. Are you courageous or just crazy?" Eric replied with a nonchalant smile, "If it weren't for times like these, how would I get my share? I have to postpone my academy patrol and scholarship grants, you know." "What do you know?" As soon as he finished speaking, he curiously continued to ask, "Also, are you just going to leave that human like that? He looks really humiliated." Eric seemed to hear who he was referring to and exclaimed, "That bald old man?" And it seemed, the person being mentioned also heard his chuckle, causing his steps to falter slightly. Seeing Dean's action, Eric realized something and teased, "I'm sorry, did you receive my telepathic message? I didn't mean to send it to you, my bad." He gave his innocent smile and continued to ask the old man, "You're still in the 7th magic circle despite being bald. You even received my telepathic message, that's great. But why aren't you saying anything? You can use telepathy, right?" Despite him continuing to babble on, Dean silently stared at him with angry eyes. "Well, just being able to hear it is already quite good, I guess. I get it, you can hear it not because of talent." Until Eric's taunts became increasingly excessive. "It goes into your head because you're bald, right?" And that pushed Dean to his limit. He immediately chanted a lightning spell, casting it down on the boy. Dean, full of rage, unleashed his power, shouting, "You insolent brat, how dare you mock me!" Witnessing this scene, the people in the auditorium screamed in panic, "What's wrong, Dean Barex?" They panicked, shouting and scrambling to run away. And Dean seemed to have his reason clouded by hatred. With a triumphant smile on his lips, he growled, "Die." Facing this dangerous situation, Eric showed no fear. Instead, he looked up at the lightning bolt and smiled lightly. And then the lightning bolt struck directly where he was, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Eric calmly looked up at the lightning bolt, a slight smile playing on his lips. Immediately after, he cast magic with his branded hand. Instantly, a magic circle, like interlocking ice blocks, appeared in mid-air, blocking Dean's attack. Seeing the dazzling light in front of them, the election attendees became dumbfounded. They gasped in disbelief, mouths agape. Looking at the barrier above their heads, they grew even more confused and curious. A rank 5 spell circle? Who blocked it? However, Dean showed no sign of stopping. He continued to chant, wanting to attack again. Just then, the sound of something leaping rang out. A familiar figure darted straight towards Dean, confronting him directly. The oldest elder on the election council exclaimed in astonishment, The person from Law Center, he can block a rank 6 lightning spell. Suddenly, others realized who it was and said, "Wait, this person." They stared in shock as Eric, full of might, landed on the ground and exclaimed, "It's the cripple from the Magic Faith family. How can a disabled person like him use magic?" Eric looked up at Dean with a slightly amused smile, secretly calculating. "I thought he'd be easier to deal with since he's old. But he's a rank 7 mage after all. Dealing with him will take a bit of time." He looked at the person in front of him, who was launching an attack, and thought to himself, however, as Eric's thoughts unfolded, a pair of hands raised to snap their fingers. "I think you've forgotten where you are." Immediately, a pillar of fire appeared out of nowhere, striking directly in front of Eric, blocking Dean's attack. Looking at the dazzling firelight in front of him, Eric confidently stated, "If this old man keeps acting so annoying." And from within that dazzling firelight, a pair of giant wings slowly emerged. Someone will get annoyed and eliminate him. Following those giant wings, Tassa proudly walked forward, to everyone's astonishment. "A phoenix, it's a magical firebird." Seeing her, Eric's brows furrowed slightly. The youngest rank 7 mage capable of summoning a phoenix. While he was deep in thought, Tassa seemed to sense his gaze and glanced his way. He wondered if Tassa was involved in this. But the battle will begin right now. With that thought, a powerful, loud declaration rang out. "All your actions will be considered acts of terrorism and will be punished. Dean Barrex." Following that sound, the people from the great families and those in black robes immediately appeared, blocking Eric. Seeing their actions, Dean involuntarily stopped at Eric's cry, "Oh, 6 families and esteemed sirs." It seemed Rivern hadn't anticipated this move either, so he was a bit surprised. Following that was a series of loud noises and shouts. "The Master of Merbinger has been attacked. Capture Barrex immediately." On the other side, Mephi looked at the shadow lying on the ground with a bit of helplessness. "I wonder if it's right for me to call myself a Demon King." The figure he saw was Eric's battered and injured body. "Seriously, if you were born a demon, you'd definitely become a new Demon King." Hearing Mephi's words, his lips curled slightly as he transmitted a message. "Don't you guys realize?" Eric looked at Dean, who was tightly bound by chains, with satisfaction. "This is the end for those who stand in my way." Time passed quickly. After that day, in the bustling town, the sound of chatter echoed. "Have you heard anything about what happened at Uden Academy? About Eric Merbinger's commotion? The one who's in a coma, huh? What can that illegitimate child of a magic family do?" That chatter came from a luxurious restaurant exclusive to gentlemen. "No, you fool. Do you even know who Eric Merbinger truly is? What on earth are you talking about?" Amidst their wonder, someone quickly got to the point. "I heard he's the one who saved Law Center. Dean Barrex was expelled from the academy, then arrested and charged with murder. He was constantly surrounded by a crowd of reporters, interviewing him about this matter. As for Eric Merbinger, Uden Merbinger's grandson, a sorcerer protecting the Demon King. The image of his ruined hands, radiating a faint residual trace of magic, reappeared in their minds that day. They just didn't understand how he could cure illnesses that were considered incurable. Could it be that he discovered some secret when he entered the Dragon's Cave? Eric Merbinger made the Nestor family suffer their deserved punishment. Scene change, somewhere else. XIN was holding today's new newspaper, reading aloud clearly. The Merbinger family is gradually regaining its honor. A hero has emerged, even though he was once ridiculed by many. But not long after, he angrily complained, "My ass. Why do I have to read these things to you?" A pitiful Eric replied coquettishly, "I'm a patient, you know. The spot where Mr. Barrex hit me still hurts a lot." Hearing that, XIN immediately flared up and reproached him. "Damn it, you're just a good actor pretending to be a hero. Don't you see my guards suffering terribly? Just as he said. Outside Xin's mansion, the reporters were pushing and shoving, begging. Please let us meet Mr. Eric Merbinger. Nestor, open the gate, we have the right to know. Xin looked at the person stretching comfortably in front of him and grumbled. Those reporters should know the truth about this swindler. You just pulled off a few small tricks, but now you're a legend in people's mouths. Where did you learn those things? Eric carefully stepped off the bed and calmly replied. Do you think I've just been playing around these past few months? In La Center, the ambassador's daughter. As he said this, he involuntarily stopped, and his face gradually turned red. Immediately after that, Eric suddenly refused to talk about it anymore, making Xin furious. But he put it aside and asked about something else. Also, you don't intend to cause any more trouble, do you? Eric didn't need to think much and immediately replied. Not sure yet. Xin, a little helpless, then said, I don't know what you're planning to do. When he heard his next words, his eyes flickered slightly. But let's leave that for later. My father wants to. Xin's father, why Nestor? He is one of the mages of the 9th rank. A great mage with immense magic power. And also the head of the Nestor family, which leads the magic tower. Even Eric's grandfather wanted to be his disciple. This person is a genius among geniuses. Eric and Mephi saw something that made them gape, trembling and stuttering. What the heck? You're a real bastard. Only Xin was calm and didn't understand, as if he was used to it. Eric, still trembling, replied, I know you're super rich. If I'd known it was this insane, I would have stolen all your money a long time ago. He's truly a silver-spooned young master. What stood before them was the main house of the Nestor family. Eric, unwilling to accept it, exclaimed, Is this a house? It's a whole castle. As he spoke, he gradually imagined himself standing before a gate leading to another mystical realm, thinking to himself, So this is the Nestor family. Along with the magic tower, is where I must be. Eric's eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes full of vigor, ready to break into an amused smile. Immediately after, he dragged his feet, taking one step at a time forward, muttering, Surpassing it someday. And at this moment, Eric and Shin were moving into the castle when he suddenly remembered something and said, Your sister is coming too. Hearing that, he slightly paused and exclaimed, What? Why are you only telling me this now? Shin handed Haige's letter to him, blaming him. Do you know how busy I've been recently because of you? You should have contacted her sooner. Eric took the letter, his hands trembling as he opened it to read. My dearest little brother, Eric. I heard you're planning to visit the Nestor family's territory. Don't cause them any trouble until I get there. And prepare yourself. And at the train station, a familiar figure had also arrived at their destination, running. She carried a gigantic suitcase. It was unknown what was inside. And on the Nestor family's side, when Eric read the last line, his face had lost all color and was drenched in sweat, as if he were about to die. He bowed his head in despair, crying out. Mephi could only let out a sigh. It seems there's a demon lord among the members that I didn't know about, for that person is making you, who is even worse than Satan, tremble in fear. Shin, who was beside him, quickly encouraged Eric. Have you forgotten that she worked herself to death just to get you into the academy? Hearing this secret from him, Mephi had even more reason to taunt him. Eric replied helplessly. But if you saw her true nature, you wouldn't dare say such things. As he spoke, he suddenly paused, looking towards the person approaching. Shin, oblivious to the impending danger, continued to badmouth. You're much better than my sister. Do you think that old hag was called a witch for no reason? While he was still busy complaining about his sister, her personality completely turned to shit after she was hailed as a genius. You can't even consider her a human. Tassa suddenly approached him with a friendly smile. Right? Hearing her voice, Shin's eyes instantly filled with fear. And then, after the sound of something crisp falling, Tassa became the guide. Eric gratefully thanked her. Immediately after this, he turned to tease Shin. "Grow up," he angrily retorted to him. Tassa, unaware that the two were teasing each other, politely said. Hearing that, Shin finally voiced his doubt. Before he could finish, Tassa subtly reminded him. He vehemently protested, unwilling to accept it. "Are you really going to act like this in front of my friend?" She replied nonchalantly, "Oh my, who lied to me first?" At this moment, Eric suddenly saw something, his eyes widening in surprise. Immediately after that, he vanished as if into thin air, just as Tassa's warning echoed. "Once we pass through this Blue Rain True Palace, we can get to where my father is. There are traps set, so don't let down your guard. Follow us carefully. This place is very difficult to escape, even for a mage who has reached the 6th magic circle." It wasn't until this moment that they realized he had disappeared. Eric. At the same time, Eric stood bewildered in the middle of a blank white space. Confused and panicked, he hurriedly called out, "What's going on?" "Shin, Tassa, where did you two go?" Eric anxiously ran around, trying to find everyone in the darkness that was slowly engulfing him. "Where did that weirdo Mephi run off to? He's definitely useless at times like these." After running for a while, Eric suddenly noticed something. "Where am I?" Before him was a large amount of magic forming 2 circles around a black hole in the center, like an eye. Magic reaching this level. Is the Nestor family that strong? All elements are filling this void. Eric stared intently at the center of the eye, assessing. Some places are strong, others soft, some are sharp, and others are painfully dense. They may seem like different magical elements because there's nothing in common between them, but they merge at one point thanks to the wind element. After a moment of assessing his surroundings, his eyes widened with longing as he muttered to himself, "I don't know where this place is, but I feel like if I just study it, I can make it my own." Just then, a gigantic puff of smoke suddenly appeared behind him, speaking, "You're looking at something quite interesting, kid." Eric flinched and turned his head, looking behind him. "Is someone watching me?" The man who had just appeared from the smoke asked again, "Do you know what you're looking at, or do you not know what it is but are still looking?" Hearing the old man's exposure, Eric felt as if he'd been hit in the heart, secretly exclaiming, "It's true that I'm lost, but looking at someone's magic without permission is a capital offense. If that person is controlling this space, they must at least be a grand mage who has reached the 7th magic circle. What should I do?" Seeing him remain silent, the mysterious man chuckled a few times. "Didn't you hear me? I'm sure you reacted." "You didn't hear me, kid." Eric, however, no longer paid attention to the old man's words and was trying to calm himself. "Wait, objectively speaking, this is the Nestor sisters' fault for not giving me careful directions, so I have no reason to be questioned. I'll pretend I don't know anything and escape this maze." But the person seemed to have seen through his intentions and exclaimed, "Now you're going to ignore this old man and run away, huh? I can hear the gears in your head shifting from." Hearing the old man's words, Eric didn't hesitate and immediately cast his magic, invisibility. At his action, the observer, Augustine, was bewildered and astonished. He somewhat admired the boy's intelligence. "I can't see inside the maze. Did he use my own fog to hide himself?" Thinking this, Augustine suddenly sighed and mumbled, "Uden, you died too soon, but it seems you left behind quite an interesting child." After escaping the old man's surveillance, Eric continued to wander in the undefined space. "If it weren't for that elder, I would have deciphered it already, but unfortunately, I might get into big trouble if I stay here any longer." No sooner had he finished speaking than a sudden tremor occurred. The one who caused it was Augustine, who had been watching him all along. He created a gust of wind that swept Eric into the air, playfully asking, "Things are just starting to get interesting, and you're already trying to leave? Since you coveted something that doesn't belong to you, shouldn't you pay the price?" Scene change. At the same time, outside the entrance to the Nestor home, Shin anxiously urged Tassa, "What should we do now, sister? We have to tell father." Before he could finish, someone appeared and spoke, "The Blue Rain True Palace has opened." The person who just appeared was the head of the Nestor family. Why Nestor? He looked angry as he questioned, what the hell happened? Seeing him, Shin wanted to call him father but quickly corrected himself. Father, no, Lord. But Wai paid no attention to his words and continued to question, didn't you guide him properly? Shin hastily found an excuse to answer his question. He disappeared even before we crossed the entrance. Upon hearing this answer, Wai's eyebrows involuntarily furrowed. He disappeared even before entering the true palace. And then he looked at the mysterious magic circle in front of him and stated, it seems the granduncle has gotten involved in this. Hearing that, Shin was full of surprise and confusion. Why would granduncle? But Wai sighed a little helplessly and muttered, his illness must have worsened again. Seeing this, he gathered his courage and quickly suggested, we can't just stand here and watch. He's a guest of the Nestor family, here on behalf of Lord Mebinger. Before Shin could even finish his sentence, if anything bad happens, Tasa immediately interjected, praising, you're so adorable. Receiving her unexpected compliment, he stiffened a little, huh? Tasa curled her lips into a slight smile and replied, he actually made my younger brother, a person who's indifferent even to his own family members, worry this much. However, her eyes and words held a somewhat dangerous air, the starlight formula of this generation. I'm even more curious now. Seeing Tasa's expression, Shin felt a chill. Who the hell's worried? Unexpectedly, it wasn't just her. Wai also said something similar, I'm curious too. And his words made Tasa's eyebrows naturally furrow, her eyes glancing with sharp coldness. As for Shin, he felt a little guilty and secretly broke out in a sweat, listening to every word he uttered, that the new Lord of Mebinger, along with Wai's words, Eric, inside that dimensional space, was struggling immensely. How skilled is the esteemed wizard family, whose position is equivalent to the magic tower? Right after a loud explosion, Eric's thoughts immediately surfaced, Mephi, Otto, and that old man. He gnashed his teeth and rubbed his palms together, creating sparks, muttering, why are all the old people around me? Immediately after, a barrier quickly went up, blocking the avalanche amidst his own complaints. All crazy? After establishing his defense, Eric looked at the scene before him and reassured himself, calm down. Assess the situation first. The mana here doesn't have just one attribute, but the Nestor family's specialty is the wind attribute. In other words, he's just using the wind attribute to shape other attributes. The hot wind carrying the fire attribute is turning moisture into steam, and the gentle wind gathers it in one place to create fog. And when the cold wind carrying the ice attribute freezes the fog, the strong wind penetrates, preventing the fog's movement. But after a while of analysis, he still couldn't find a way. If that old man is strong enough to control wind to that extent, creating a storm would be nothing to him. Did he even shape this rocky mountain with wind? However, that didn't dampen Eric's determination. Even if he didn't intentionally hurt me, since he provoked first, I must decipher what I couldn't complete before. Eric also felt it in Law Center, but besides ice magic, all his other magic was very weak. Eric will use Augustine's method to transform the mana flow and wind in this place with his own mana and ice magic, and if he goes even further to rearrange the mana flow, connecting soul speed and seals to reduce mana waste. Thinking of this, he involuntarily recalled the movements from his battle with Hanan. At that time, he had accumulated mana in one of his hands. Along with his earlier plan, he was able to unleash a massive amount of magic, like an erupting volcano. Wouldn't he then be able to use other attributes with his ice magic? Ending his recollection, Eric returned to reality, still standing firm against the blizzard blowing through. Next, he began to cast his magic. A sudden light appeared before his chest. Eric slowly extended his hand forward, despite the fierce wind blowing from behind. And then, a blue light, like a burning flame, flared up. From Eric's marked arm, a large amount of ice power was released. Not only that arm, but his other arm also released power. Along with the flow of power from both arms, the magical energy formed a figure 8, like an infinity symbol. The stream of light emanating from Eric's magic illuminated the entire area. Not only that, it also dispelled the faint black smoke. And then, a mark similar to the one on Eric's hand immediately descended from the sky. Seeing it, Augustine, full of anticipation, cried out brokenly, "M.O. Binger, finally." As the darkness gradually dispersed, the stream of light and a proud silhouette slowly emerged. And then, Eric returned to the real world, to the astonishment of the Nestor sisters. The two of them stammered in unison, calling his name in astonishment, "Eric." Xin, almost as if unable to believe it, exclaimed, "A 6th-tier mage needs at least 24 hours to escape." Ta Xa quickly chimed in, continuing, "Even I need 4 hours and 52 minutes, but you only needed 46 minutes?" In contrast to the astonished faces of the other two, Mi-Fi's face showed a hint of fear as she said, "Not only that, his evil seal level has increased to 5 stars. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "That's a high-level magic that even impressed me, but he not only deciphered it, he also stole it and developed it to this extent." Seeing them like that, Eric complained a little sadly, "What's wrong with everyone? Why didn't anyone ask if I'm okay after almost dying?" Just then, someone walked over and praised, "Amazing." Worcester exclaimed excitedly, "I should have gone to the principal election. I only heard a few days ago that your blockage disease was cured." He saw the large amount of mana flowing through him and revealed, "But you're already a 6th-tier spellcaster." Hearing that, Xian exclaimed in joyful surprise, "A 6th-tier spellcaster? Really?" Eric, meanwhile, felt heartbroken and complained dejectedly, "My record was broken by my younger brother's friend." After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward to shake Worcester's hand and greeted, "Sorry for the late introduction, I am the head of the Moger family, Eric Moger." He also happily returned the greeting, "I am the head of the Nestor family, Worcester. Please forgive what you've just been through. I apologize that you suddenly encountered such misfortune." Hearing his words, Eric politely replied, "There's no need to apologize. It was a good experience for me." Hearing Eric's words, Worcester expressed his gratitude, "Thank you for understanding. Well then, although it's a bit messy, welcome to the Nestor family's residence." Seeing the warm welcome from the people in front of him and hearing Xian's urging, he subtly curved his lips into a slight smile, "Let's go, Eric. Mom and my brother are waiting." But in the very next second, he suddenly bowed his head and muttered, "Family?" However, that expression was not one of disappointment or boredom, but of emotion in Eric's eyes. He immediately replied cheerfully, "Yes, I'm coming." Scene change. At the same time, at the K family's castle, Isabel looked at the man sitting on the bed and exclaimed in surprise, "Father." She joyfully ran over and hugged Herman, crying loudly. "Father," he hugged Isabel, smiling gently to comfort her, "a grown lady like you acting like a child?" Then, he released her, gently patted her head, and asked, "How did you wake me up? Even the doctors couldn't cure my illness." Isabel wiped away her tears and replied, "Sir Eric helped me. If it weren't for him." Hearing the name she mentioned, Herman exclaimed in surprise, "Eric." After Isabel recounted everything, Herman laughed delightedly, "Truly a prestigious magic family." She agreed with his words and added, "Yes, the Moger family has always been the light shining through the darkness." However, in the very next second, she panicked and cried out, "Father, where are you suddenly going? You need more rest." Herman stood in front of the mirror, adjusting his attire, and calmly said, "How can I prioritize my health at a time like this? If there's such talent, I must find him, even if I have to go to the ends of the continent." As he spoke, he donned his majestic armor, because in this declining world, there is such a righteous child. Herman's smile was like brilliant sunlight as he declared, "Isn't that all the more reason for me to go?" In a flash, the location quickly changed. From a high position, someone was sitting, looking at the corpse in front of them. Immediately after, he spoke to Hugh, who was kneeling on the ground, the killing of Blue Wolf, Isabel's escape. He leaned his hand on the lionhead carved armrest of his chair and growled, "My brother getting cured and Blue Wolf returning alive, then exploding right in front of me, were all caused by that wizard?" Hugh quickly spoke, continuing his words, "He definitely cast a spell on his body." Hearing this, the somewhat familiar mysterious person continued to question, "And him?" He quickly replied, making the man's body flinch slightly. He is traveling with Blue Eagle, and it seems he's trying to contact Eric Moger, who is currently at the Nestor family residence. Receiving the answer from Hugh, the man found it somewhat amusing. Blue Eagle? He didn't attack me immediately but summoned his sworn brother first? And that mysterious man was none other than Paul. He sneered contemptuously. Blue Lion must have become weak. Then, he immediately ordered the person below, Hugh, you and that damned Moger are not to meet. Kill him as soon as he leaves the Nestor family residence. Paul's eyes were sharp, as if piercing into Hugh, warning, don't forget the reason I haven't killed you is because of the trick you possess. Under this implied reminder from him, he clenched his palms so tightly that the mark on the back of his hand glowed with magic, replying, I will remember. At the same time, Eric stood before a magnificent and splendid castle. The dazzling sunlight shone down on every wall and tower, highlighting its majesty and grandeur. Xian slowly went in. He urged, let's go, Eric, your mother and sister are waiting. He softly replied, okay. Behind Eric, Mephi trudged, each step heavy, as if these legs were still unfamiliar to him, growling and cursing, that bastard. Mephi angrily shouted, is he even human? Hearing these words, Eric immediately worried and asked telepathically, what do you mean? Is he a demon? Mephi shook his head, no. He wondered, but if he's just a regular human and not a major, how could he have reached that level? Mephi continued, and not related to any non-human creature. He breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, you scared me. Do you think humans just sat around doing nothing for the thousands of years you were sealed away? Eric began to point out, the other lords of the Magic Tower, the lions of the Great Lion family, the Royal Intelligence Agency, the Revolutionary Army, Beastmen, the Opposition Alliance. There are so many of them. So why do people say this era is full of monsters? He pondered, so you're saying there's not only the Golden Lion, who is considered the strongest on the continent, but also many people as strong as him and even stronger. Mephi laughed with delight. Well, it seems like there's another reason for me, the great Mephi, to awaken in this era. At this moment, magic slowly emanated from him, the wild life where countless beasts devour each other to become king. Then, that power erupted violently, Mephi continued, and the chaos and suffocation from them. His voice continued, the joy of defeating all and walking in victory, I, Mephi will. Very quickly, they stood before a room. He still chatted on, I must push you as much as possible to regain your strength as soon as possible too. Seeing Eric paying no attention, Mephi grew annoyed. Hey, an adult is talking to you. Upon entering, he saw Xian's mother and two younger siblings waiting there. Suddenly, his younger sister pointed at her brother and shouted, Mom, Mom. This idiot dropped his food again because he was looking at brother Eric. The boy angrily yelled, What, idiot? How dare you call your brother an idiot in front of brother Eric? He frowned uncomfortably, raising his voice, Can you two be quiet? Xian's mother smiled kindly, gently reminding them, Why are you two so noisy in front of the Hero Law Center whom you admire so much? Didn't I tell good children to be quiet when eating? The girl obediently replied, Mom did say so. The boy also agreed, exclaiming, And I'll be good too. The scene before him reminded him of his childhood. Hige defiantly, Why do you keep mimicking me? Do you want to get scolded? Eric, annoyed, immediately told his mother, Mom, Mom. This silly girl keeps wanting to hit me. His mother gently instructed, Didn't I tell you not to quarrel while eating? Eric's father defended, Children should be a little mischievous, honey. He continued speaking, You'll be the first person I teach when I become a great sorcerer, little sister, his grandfather instructed. Eric, today you must read 100 thoughts a sorcerer must have. Eric objected, No, today I'm going to play with Dad. Hige, today I'll also leave Eric with you. Eric silently pondered, his eyes filled with deep sadness. Suddenly, Xian's mother's voice rang out, pulling him back to reality, Is the food not to your liking? Eric started, What? He quickly replied, No, it's delicious. I'm just a little overwhelmed by how good it tastes. she said with concern. I'm glad you like it. I was worried we weren't hospitable enough because you looked so sad. He quickly scooped a large plate of noodles into his mouth. Of course not, his eyes sparkling with joy. Dining with others is a very joyful thing. After the meal ended, they moved to a living room to chat. Hot tea, fragrant and steaming, was poured generously. We spoke up. I heard you'll be transferring the rights to explore the lair to us. Eric nodded slightly. Yes, I've owed Xian for a long time. He took a small sip of tea, his mind filled with countless thoughts. His scrutinizing gaze was fixed on the man in front of him. Finally, we revealed his long-hidden feelings. Don't you hate me? Hearing his words, Tasa cried out in alarm. Sir. Xian frowned, remaining silent, only taking a small sip of tea to hide his awkwardness. Eric understood clearly the downfall of Mo Baijer, a family with a history of thousands of years, having led armies to victory numerous times, couldn't have become like that overnight. That truth was deeply etched in his mind: the oppression by the royal family, the political manipulation by the 6 Hexagram families, and the betrayal of those he trusted. The downfall occurred under the guise of politics, and if he asked if he hated, he wasn't sure. Eric answered bluntly, I don't. Everyone has their own circumstances. He knew that the Nestor family did not contribute to his family's downfall, they simply couldn't help due to political reasons. He could blame them for just standing by, but would he have had enough courage to do something if he were in their position? Mephi scoffed. Why would Mo Baijer be cautious of a mere Nestor? 1,000 years ago, the 6 Hexagram families were nothing more than flies buzzing around Mo Baijer's tail, and both were family heads, thus of the same rank. Eric whispered, well, arrogance doesn't feed me, and it's not his fault. Mo Baijer lost its power quite a long time ago. He was surprised. That's unexpected for someone who lives for power like you. Is there any reason for you to come all this way? He expressed his feelings. Although it's my friend's house, this will be a place I'll pass through someday. I must confirm the rank of the mages and what kind of people their family heads are. Then, we suddenly suggested, tell me what you want. Those words made Eric become defensive, his eyes filled with caution. We affirmed, the Nestor family will fully support the Mo Baijer family. He shouted in astonishment, what? His voice continued, don't worry too much about it. It's for the exploration rights, and also my gift to my son's friend. Mephi sneered, he's a formidable one too, isn't he? Is he trying to use this opportunity to get close to you or help the struggling Mo Baijer family? Eric retorted, that's good for me, isn't it? My foundation will be stronger if the Nestor family wants to back me. But I'm sure the other Hexagram members and others will try to rectify the Nestor family if they support me. He continued, why would he want to help the weak Mo Baijer family, even if it means a potential loss? I don't know what he's thinking. Tasa hesitated slightly, his eyes widened a bit, family head, then. But at that moment, outside, a powerful magical force was unleashed by a stranger. In just a blink of an eye, a thunderous explosion rang out, and a large hole suddenly appeared in the ceiling. They looked up, shocked by the sight before them. Bright golden rays of sunlight pierced through the hole, illuminating the entire room. Eric couldn't help but be astonished. What the hell? What lunatic would do that to the Nestor family's house? Soon after, the stranger slowly walked in. You. Seeing that person, he was utterly terrified, his eyes filled with resentment. A thought flashed through Eric's mind, no way. He gnashed his teeth in anger, thinking, it's him. The stranger's eyes glowed, and he spoke in a cold voice, become my disciple. Eric recounted that he once heard Xian say that his father was so greedy for wealth that hundreds of people were living in the main house as guests, not vassals. And the true power of the Nestor family lay with the neutral Elder Council and those monsters. The explosion had attracted the attention of those in the castle. They quickly gathered, seeing the figure before them. They all shouted in unison, Elder, this is the family head study. This action is very disrespectful. Please retreat immediately. His voice continued, and the head of that Elder Council is the great master who taught all the mages of the Nestor family. Bach de Augustine Nestor. Eric was stunned. He's very strong, perhaps even stronger than Weinester. Augustine admitted his mistake. Why suppressed his emotions, trying to stay calm? He decisively pointed at the boy. He calmly introduced. Eric interrupted, politely introducing. He reiterated his origins. Eric bowed, respectfully greeting. At this moment, it seemed Mephi's long-held scheme was about to fall apart. Tassa stammered. Augustine spoke. He explained. He wondered. Eric casually replied. Augustine scoffed. He laughed dryly. Then, he once again made the offer. Eric refused. Augustine trembled with anger, questioning. He spoke. Eric sarcastically added. These words ignited the old man's fury. The boy continued. Unable to listen any longer, Augustine angrily snapped. Immediately, magic intensely erupted from beneath his feet, brightly illuminating the entire room. Augustine roared. His words stunned Eric. In that moment, a dazzling light shone, making Augustine look majestic and imposing. The scene before him astonished the boy. Then, Eric was stunned to realize. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual power shot out from somewhere, striking Eric's nape. He was bewildered, a thought sparking in his mind. No. Eric mumbled. In a flash, he lost all consciousness. The old man swiftly grabbed Eric. Amidst the hazy magic, Xin, although seeing the boy being taken, made no move. Augustine excitedly laughed. Then, Eric was taken away, to the astonishment of everyone present. Tassa grabbed his arm, her voice full of reproach. Xin explained. She exclaimed in surprise. Xin immediately replied, he's just pretending. At the same time, Mephi sneered, you've left me speechless again. It seems there's another victim succeeding me. You're really brave for choosing that monstrous old man as your master. The flow of magic slowly vanished, as if it had never appeared. He uttered, no, as a chess piece. Elsewhere, Eric slowly opened his eyes. The dim light filtering through his eyelids made him frown. A heavy sensation enveloped his body. Eric blinked repeatedly, trying to orient himself. Augustine's enlarged figure appeared before him. You're awake. Eric shot up like a flash, instantly creating distance, his eyes wide in surprise. What the hell? Suddenly, a feeling that something was wrong. He softly uttered, Eric lost his balance, his whole body swaying precariously towards the cliff. I'm at. Faced with that dangerous situation, the old man quickly lunged forward. In a flash, Augustine had grabbed him by the collar. His gaze fixed on the person in front of him, he reminded in a stern voice, be careful. Augustine said in a deep voice, I almost lost my first disciple in 90 years of my life. Eric glanced at the deep cliff behind him, thinking to himself, I plan to gamble and exploit him thoroughly because he's a grand master of the Nestor family. But, I can't believe he kidnapped me while I was playing hard to get, by making him find a reason for me to become his disciple. He wondered, did I make a mistake by provoking the wrong person? Eric's whole body trembled violently, secretly reassuring himself, calm down first, mana activation. But after a while, nothing happened. He thought in surprise, why isn't my mana moving at all, as if I've gone back to when I had mana blockage? The old man praised, it seems you figured it out. Your senses are truly sharp. Eric angrily asked, what did you do to me? Augustine gently soothed, all right, I'll explain the details as we go. Don't rush. Do you see anything down there? As soon as he finished speaking, the old man let go. I don't see anything. Augustine stood high above, his eyes sharp as he looked down, then go see for yourself. Everything happened so fast that Eric couldn't react. At this moment, he belatedly realized his whole body was in freefall, this damn old man. In that critical moment, Eric tried to calm down. Magic immediately converged in his hand. At this moment, magic swirled beneath his feet, allowing Eric to float in midair. Finally, he landed safely, but Eric's story was not yet over. The colossal darkness threatened Eric, bearing its fangs. Previously, when Eric visited the Nestor family and was enlightened at the Lam Vuchan temple. Meanwhile, Pao, who lost the opportunity to become a Blue Master due to Eric's interference, had sent Huan, the captain of the Blue Wolf squad, to prevent the awakened Blue Wolf from meeting Eric. And Eric was kidnapped by a crazy old man and fell into a dangerous place with his mana sealed. Augustine ignored him, letting him fall into danger. Have fun. Eric gritted his teeth in anger. This damn old man. Mephi immediately appeared, his voice mocking. You finally met your match, haven't you? He asked in surprise. Mephi, how did you get here? He casually replied, finding you is as easy as pie for me. Do you realize my importance yet? Eric frantically begged for help. Forget that, save me. If I die, you'll die too. Mephi's voice echoed with hidden meaning. I suppose so. What can I do for you? He immediately demanded, Seal of true sin, you must teach me that so we can escape from here. He offered a hint. Who do you think you're fooling? Your mana is blocked, but you can still use the mana in the air. Hearing that, Eric immediately focused. In just an instant, mana gently enveloped his body. He instantly absorbed that surge of power. After Eric's scream, it swirled violently. Flow. Mephi gloated, yelling, haven't you been tricked once already? The power was so immense that rocks and soil were pulled towards it. Piece by piece, they hurtled towards him. Very soon after, a terrifying explosion occurred, shaking the heavens and the earth. From within the thick cloud of smoke and dust, Eric's pathetic figure emerged. A thought flashed through his mind. I really almost died because my mana was sealed. It feels like when I had an obstruction. Eric panted exhaustedly, ignoring that. Where am I? I know the terrain of the entire continent, but there's no place like this. It's similar to the Azure Rain True Palace. Suddenly, Augustine's voice rang out. This is the Azure Rain Labyrinth. The Azure Rain True Palace is only a part of this place. He continued, and I sealed your mana, but you drew mana from the air to cast magic. It seems I've chosen quite a talented one. He angrily roared, I almost died. Why did you do that? You said you wanted me as your disciple. Augustine continued, and I still do, but I won't teach you things that belong to Nestor, as you said. I can't teach you the magic of the Nestor family. Eric wondered, so what the hell are you trying to teach me? The old man slowly said, though I am the leader of the Nestor family's elder council, I am also the headmaster of a school called Grassland. Augustine explained, its magic is passed down to only one person and has nothing to do with Nestor. I suppose you won't object to learning it, will you? He pondered, grass, what? Why haven't I ever seen it in any history books? Suddenly, Mephi uttered a name, making Eric turn around in surprise, Grassland. He mused, I can't believe it's still active. Those bastards are truly persistent. He asked in surprise, you've heard of it? I've never heard of it. Mephi immediately replied, they came from the west and were quite a bother when I was still active. They use martial magic instead of sorcery. Eric pressed on curiously, they were active 1,000 years ago. In the west, just that? But what is martial magic? Is it like a martial artist's martial arts? He frowned and slowly replied, similar. It's a fighting art that uses the flow of mana as its foundation to enhance the body. Mephi asserted, in short, it teaches you what you need most right now. Grassland is a school specializing in harmonizing various types of magic, so it's perfect for harmonizing the chaotic mana within you. He sneered, even finding your master is lucky for you. The world truly isn't fair. These words filled Eric's heart with joy. A thought popped into his head. I didn't know what to do with the chaotic mana inside me, but this is definitely a good deal, isn't it? So this is why the old man sealed my mana. Thoughts kept swirling in his mind. I can't believe I can learn knowledge perfect for myself. And without being controlled by the Nestor family. There's no better opportunity. Eric probed, so you'll teach me Grassland's martial magic? Augustine replied, you even know about martial magic when there are no records of it. You continue to amaze me. The old man's next words instantly tensed Eric's body, his eyes full of vigilance. In that case, let's begin right away. Mephi explained, you're in the territory of dire wolves. They are 3 times stronger and larger than regular wolves. Augustine cautiously reminded, I'm sure you know that Grassland's martial magic is taught through practical experience, right? So, the old man said coldly, survive. In just an instant, countless dire wolves burst out from the mountain crevice. Eric frantically yelled, this mad old man, you're sealing my mana, what do you want me to do? Augustine said nothing more, just stood there silently observing. At this moment, behind him, a man had been standing there all along. Zep, is it all right to let him continue? From what I heard, he's just a rookie who's only studied magic for half a year. Augustine confirmed, you're here. He's indeed a rookie in terms of experience, but not in skill. Oh, thanks for lending me the dire wolves. He voiced his concern, there will be a big problem if they taste human. Seeing the messy bloodstains all over Eric's face, the man worried, isn't your disciple in trouble? He carefully reminded, if this continues, he'll die. Augustine was confident he would overcome it. He exclaimed, just watch. At this moment, surging magic gathered in Eric's palm, and a faint light began to spread. With an explosive burst of magic, he unleashed a thunderous punch at the dire wolf's face, shattering its fangs, and red blood sprayed into the air. Augustine cheered triumphantly, didn't I tell you? His voice was filled with excitement, he's very different. Augustine's eyes sparkled with pride, I'm sure he can pass my test and fulfill Grassland's aspirations of the past 1,000 years. Suddenly, his voice lowered, Augustine, but because he's still weak. He continued, Zility, you will have to step forward as the developer of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army. Not even the Imperial Intelligence Agency could fully uncover their identities. Their actions went hand in hand with the masters of the magic towers and the lens. And they existed solely to free the continent from the Empire's tyranny. The most notorious terrorist gang, and that was the former leader of the Revolutionary Army. He nodded in agreement, I'll do it because it's your request. That man was the Beast King. He wondered, but you were so excited to have a new disciple. That person was Zility Tens. He probed, are you okay with losing him? Augustine's voice echoed in the gloomy cave, this is the territory of dire wolves. They are 3 times larger and stronger than regular wolves. After a pause of about 2 seconds, he continued, you know that Grassland's martial magic is built on practical experience, right? So, hunt down all the dire wolves living here. As he was gasping for breath, Mephi calmly spoke up, last time, you took down one just by luck, but this time it will be difficult for you, especially in your current state. Though not friendly, he offered a warning, they'll be more cautious after seeing their kind killed, so you can't rely on luck anymore. Hearing that, Eric thought to himself, Mephi is right, I can only absorb ambient energy once or twice. That crazy old man, how can I kill these things with my bare hands? If only I had the weapon I used on Snow Mountain. If I had known, I would have trained my physique more. Wait a minute, physical training. Suddenly, he remembered, that's right, body reinforcement technique. Research on increasing physical strength based on experimenting with many factors. The body reinforcement technique Eric learned is physical training. It seemed he had found a way to win. So, Eric just needs to imitate it, right? The movement technique passed down by the descendants of the Tiger King, the body reinforcement technique. It is a fighting technique that makes human bones as hard as steel, increasing strength many times over, and also teaches the practitioner how to fight using that energy. The Tiger Man, king of all monstrous beings, once said that the body is a miniature version of the world created by God. Just as water flows in nature, breath and blood circulate to every corner of the body. The human body changes based on how they breathe and think. And from the thoughts that constantly revolve in the mind, countless subconscious potentials will be unlocked. Among them, a subconscious potential is chosen by instinct. The transformed body will act instinctively. After completing the body reinforcement technique, Eric told himself he didn't expect anything, just accept this world. Instinct and intuition, a fighting skill based on the boundary between those two. Thinking this, Eric intently observed the lamenting wolf in front of him. He had no plan or reason whatsoever. Eric only knew that this choice was the right one. The next second, he unleashed a decisive blow, which was the fighting skill of the Tiger Man. This terrifying scene left Mephi stunned. A moment later, he intently observed Eric and spoke up, "This crazy bastard." While Mephi was still pondering, his terrifying move had already lunged straight towards the lamenting wolf. Then, Mephi continued to exclaim, "Why would a human want to fight like a monster?" The lamenting wolves were also enraged. They continuously swarmed to attack Eric. Just as he was focusing, Mephi suddenly realized, "Wait, but..." He mumbled in disbelief, "How did he do that?" No sooner had Mephi finished speaking than the remaining lamenting wolf was completely annihilated by Eric. He continuously panted, exhausted after the bloody battle. Seeing this, Augustine slowly began, "Just as my disciple expected, you've taken down two. It seems I should increase the difficulty of this game. But seeing you struggle so much, I'll give you a hint. You'll find some moss growing on the unexposed side of the cliff. Pick them." Before the old man could finish, Mephi interjected, "That old man is crazy too. He must be thrilled to see your current state." Hearing this, Eric angrily told him, "Don't lump me in with that old man." After resting, Eric calmly moved forward. Damn it. It seemed he was ready to continue the battle. "He wants me to hunt all these wolves, doesn't he?" With an extremely confident tone, Eric challenged, "Let's see who wins." In a flash, he darted like lightning through the dark cave. The lamenting wolves also quickly started the battle. The confrontation between Eric and the lamenting wolves continued nonstop. Just like that, 10 long and short days passed. Suddenly, he recalled the question he had asked Mephi, "Is this the flower that contains demonic energy?" Immediately after, his past answer also appeared. "Yes, I don't know why it's here either." Eric gently praised, "So beautiful, red moss?" Hearing this, Mephi slowly explained, "It's a plant from the demon realm, resurrection herb." While fighting actively, he continued to reminisce, "If it contains demonic energy, will eating it restore energy?" He hesitantly replied, "For humans, it has no effect beyond a little medicinal property, but for you, I'm not sure. You are the owner of the seal. No, perhaps it will help you enhance the seal's resilience. I bet that old man didn't bring you here for nothing, but why is it here? Perhaps this place has some connection to that demon." Holding the flower containing demonic energy in his hand, Eric secretly marveled, what a rare opportunity. But he was still angry that the old man had put him in such danger. But thanks to him, Eric was able to increase the seal's resilience, and his energy recovered significantly. After eliminating all the lamenting wolves, he continued to think. Eric also practiced body reinforcement technique. Although he had expended considerable strength, he continued to move forward. Eric said in a deep voice, "This farce is finally over." As soon as he saw the last lamenting wolf, he curiously asked, "Are you the last one?" Suddenly, a curious sound emanated from its back. The next second, Eric saw something. A human feet. While he was captivated by something, Zillidy's voice rang out, "You surprised me again. I heard Big Brother say you're the strongest in Eden Academy. But I didn't think you'd be this terrifying." As soon as he finished speaking, he powerfully leaped off the back of the dire wolf, landing in front of Eric. While Eric was still bewildered, Zillidy decisively spoke, "I've decided. If you can defeat this dire wolf, I'll take you as my disciple." From above, Augustine's furious voice echoed down, "You crazy bastard." Unbeknownst to them, he had appeared with quite a commotion. Augustine roared angrily, "You know how hard I tried to find that kid. And you're still trying to steal him from me?" This familiar figure made Eric exclaim in surprise, "Master." The next second, Zillidy wouldn't back down either and roared, "That's what I should be saying. Do you know how hard I worked to raise these dire wolves, only for them to be slaughtered because of you? I'll have to go find wolf pups all the way from the southern dragon lands, feed them resurrection grass for 5 years, and then... This scene made me fly openly scornful. I'm not that unattractive, am I? Eric, at a loss for words, replied, I can't say you're not. Immediately after, he spoke up to stop their argument. Excuse me, shouldn't you gentlemen ask for my opinion? Before Eric could finish his sentence, Zility eagerly rushed over. My apologies, I just saw such brilliant potential that I got a little carried away. You probably know who I am from those wanted posters, right? Do you want to become the disciple of this beast king? Hearing this, Eric refused without hesitation, surprising him. No. Next, he calmly explained, although Master can be a bit eccentric, I'm already Sir Augustine's disciple. Eric's kindness made me incredulous. What's wrong with him? Even Augustine was deeply moved. You. Ignoring their reactions, Eric continued, so I can't become a disciple. Zility immediately cut him off. I'll teach you Shadow Eye. He smirked confidently. It's a cultivation method that allows you to freely control magical beasts. And it's also what allowed me to earn the title of Beast King. You saw me control the white tiger and dire wolves, didn't you? Hearing this, Eric changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper. Having only one master is nothing but an empty social rule. I accept your guidance, if you don't mind. His decisiveness made Zility even happier. You Mo Binger folk are truly straightforward. I'm very satisfied. The sight of them bantering made Augustine tremble with anger. That bastard. As if used to Eric, Nephi sighed and comforted him. I knew it. There's no way he knows what respect is. Poor old man. Eric cheerfully spoke up. So now, please teach me Shadow. Before he could finish, Zility gently replied, No. He eagerly presented a challenge. Didn't I already tell you? I'll take you as my disciple if you can defeat this dire wolf. Proficient mana control is crucial for those with Shadow Eye. Mana martial arts effectively utilize the flow of mana to amplify the Shadow Eye's power. You seem to be replenishing your mana by eating resurrection grass, but this is the final test. If you defeat this one using only martial arts. While Zility was still rambling, Eric unleashed a decisive blow. In just a moment, the dire wolf standing next to him was struck. It was sent flying by a simple yet direct punch. This sight made Augustine very proud, while Zility was shocked speechless. Nephi had anticipated this scene and merely snorted softly. Immediately after, Eric casually asked, Done now? Even though he was very surprised, he still stammered, Yes, that's right. A moment later, Augustine slowly walked closer to him. Glancing at the old man, Eric spoke up, You're enjoying my suffering, you finally showed up. He seriously asked, Are you satisfied now? Having said that, Eric carefully observed Augustine's figure. The old man didn't answer him but remained silent for a long time. Then, Augustine gently praised, Well done, it seems I can finally. Suddenly, he stopped and began to focus power around Eric. At the same time, the sky had brightened. Augustine continued, Teach you about the hatred of the Chronicles of Darkness. Next, they left the cave and walked on a path covered with resurrection herbs. Eric's determined footsteps had also arrived. Upon reaching another cave, he curiously asked, Where are we? Augustine immediately replied, The Temple of the Chronicles of Darkness. This answer surprised Eric. A temple? It turned out he had sensed something strange here, a dismal and mournful mana flow. Isn't this demonic energy? Nephi also realized. Why, there was a demon realm here. Hearing that, Eric was even more surprised. A demon? A demon realm? Isn't that a territory that only a demon king can create? The next moment, he said seriously, No wonder the revival herb, a plant that only grows in the demon world, appeared here. This energy, is this his territory? But as far as I know, he mainly occupies the east. As soon as Nephi finished speaking, Augustine spoke up, asking, Can you feel it? Before Eric could answer, the old man affirmed, I'm sure a descendant of the Mo Binger clan. The demon hunters. Can feel it. He didn't deny it, but instead asked curiously. Yes. But why is the Temple of the Dark Chronicle a demon realm? Augustine calmly explained. You might know. But the Dark Chronicle from the Far East crosses through here. As he heard the old man speak, Eric thought to himself. Eastern architecture. Isn't that an Eastern language? Noticing his confusion, Augustine continued. The founder of the Dark Chronicle was originally an alchemist searching for herbs in the East. One day, he lost his wife and daughter to a certain demon king, and eventually chased that bastard all the way to this west to seek revenge. Because the demon king was very powerful, the founder changed his plan. He not only combined Eastern knowledge and Western magic knowledge, but even indiscriminately combined the powers of demons to become stronger. Right after that, Eric slowly asked, So, are you saying the founder's hatred has continued until today? The old man replied, That's right. It's been almost 1,000 years. Hearing that, he then guessed, Since you accepted me as an apprentice, does that mean the revenge isn't over yet? Augustine calmly denied. No. The revenge is already over. This answer astonished Eric. Oh. Over? Who could have done that? As he slowly led the way, the old man spoke naturally. Isn't it obvious? Pausing for about 2 seconds, Eric's eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. After stopping in front of a gloomy area, Augustine gently finished his interrupted sentence. It was me. Mephi, standing behind the old man, remarked. His origin might be humble, but he's actually quite strong. I can't believe he managed to capture him. This strange fellow must be incredibly skilled. His words made Eric fall into deep thought. If even Mephi acknowledges the Demon King, then he must be extremely powerful. Then, Master, you defeated him. How strong are you? It seemed Augustine had noticed his question. TSK. This isn't something I should boast about to my disciple. That battle had too many possible outcomes. So it's hard to say who really won. So, just like our founder, I've created a new goal. I will decide the winner of that battle, through a disciple who will someday succeed me. Amidst Eric's startled gaze, the old man calmly replied, My disciple, you will be the one to decide the victor. Whether he's stronger, or this old man's teachings are stronger. Eric asked curiously, Do you mean I have to fight that thing? The next moment, Augustine calmly replied, That's right. Precisely, I want you to fight its seal. Because you can obtain the monster's seal, even as a human. The old man's excessive frankness put him on high alert. How did you? Without hesitation, Augustine gently reassured him. I know what you're worried about. There's no need to worry. Why would a master reveal his disciples' secrets? Even so, Eric still eyed the old man warily. And Mephi also pondered deeply. Seeing this, Augustine slowly unwrapped the bandage on his left arm. All right. Since master and disciple must trust each other. Take a look. The old man's action immediately made Zility scream in panic. P. That. Immediately after, Augustine calmly spoke. Every mage has a secret technique that cannot be revealed to others. And so do I. As he spoke, he tossed his cloak aside. I have one. In an instant, Augustine's strange arm was fully revealed before them. He introduced it. A dark elf's arm. Dark elves are not like the elves living in the forest of light. They live in the dark underground and are followers of demons. Because they were considered demons, they became extinct due to the Empire's annihilation. While Eric was still stunned, Augustine slowly said, You know that implanting body parts from other creatures is forbidden dark magic, don't you? It's even more severe when it's from a demon. Then, he put his cloak back on. Besides Zility here, no one, not even the head of the Nestor family, knows this secret. We now know each other's weaknesses. Are you reassured now? I discovered your secret when I searched you while you were unconscious. It was for the convenience of teaching. But if you don't like it, I apologize. But now that I know you can absorb demon seals and activate them, I can even less let you go due to this hatred. Like a true gentleman, Augustine calmly left the choice to Eric. That's just this old man's greed. So from now on, do as you please. Hearing that, Zility and White Tiger simultaneously turned their heads, staring at him expectantly. Mephi was also curious about Eric's answer. At the same time, Eric had fallen into contemplation. Greed, that's right. It might just be his greed to satisfy himself with something that has disappeared. But is greed a sin? No. There must be a goal. Just like you. Master also has his own goal. How could Eric refuse someone who's pursuing a goal? As soon as he finished speaking, he bravely stepped forward. Eric solemnly clasped his hands together. Without hesitation, he bowed and made his decision. I, head of the M.O. Binger family, Eric M.O. Binger, greet the inheritor of the Night Chronicle, Sir Augustine Nestor, as your disciple. With this choice, Eric's face looked incredibly at ease. Augustine quickly replied, full of satisfaction. Thank you, my disciple. Next, he asked curiously. So, I just need to absorb the Demon King seal, right? What's its name? After a moment of thought, he replied, I don't know exactly. On its journey from the West Coast to its empire, every time it appeared, it had a new name. But we call it. As soon as he glanced towards Dew, Augustine spoke up. Mad Beast. Dew. Eric calmly repeated the name and prepared for action. Mad Beast. The scene before him moved Augustine to tears. Meanwhile, he's ready. So let's begin. He told himself. Dew is a demon king acknowledged by Mephisto. If he could absorb the seal of such a being, he would. Thinking of this, Eric suddenly hesitated. He would do it, but... The next second, Eric inquired. Mephi, how do you absorb a seal? Mephi exclaimed in surprise. You've been talking all this time, but you don't know how to do it? Unlike his previous confidence, he replied anxiously. If he asks that, how dare I refuse? You said demons get stronger by stealing each other's seals, right? So how's it done? He grew even angrier at Eric's unwarranted soft-heartedness. Do you learn how to eat before you eat? Stealing seals is like eating for us. How am I supposed to teach you? Eric's mind began to churn. This is bad. The magic isn't reacting at all. In the cruel sealing incident, it happened naturally because... Suddenly, an idea came to him. Could it be? Without hesitation, Eric immediately performed the technique. Absorb. Immediately after he cast the spell, Dew's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. Following that, the patterns on its body lit up brightly, shaking the entire temple. Even though Augustine and Zility's moods were completely opposite, they both intently observed the scene before them. The surge of power emanating from Dew caused the talismans to fly wildly everywhere. The flow of dark magic quickly approached Eric and surrounded him. Eric calmly thought. What he prioritized learning during the training week wasn't just magic martial arts or body enhancement techniques, but also regulating various types of mana within the body. With an extremely confident expression, Eric told himself, He had tested it by connecting Eric's seal and spirit communication magic. Just as he thought. Just as Eric finished speaking, the scene around him had changed. It worked. It seems the flow of dark magic had brought Eric to an unfamiliar forest. A mind world. Does he have to complete a test and be recognized like in the case of the Snow Mountain King? Eric continuously looked around suspiciously. Is there anything here? A swamp should have insects or birds. But there's nothing here. He didn't think it was just because this was a mind world. It was too silent, as if everything had been devoured by something. A moment later, Eric realized a few things. There was the sound of wind, the rustling of the swamp, palm leaves rubbing together. Something abnormal, bleak yet intense. In this place, there was an elusive predator. Before he could think further, his attention was drawn to something strange. The movements of the surrounding trees suddenly seemed unusual to Eric. He kept moving forward but couldn't shake the feeling of danger. Did something just move? In the forest or in the sky? No. Even though he knew something was lurking, Eric couldn't find any evidence. I can't feel it. Anywhere. As expected, Dew suddenly appeared right behind him. There's an interesting human here. Before that, Eric had become a disciple of Augustine and Zillidy after passing their test, and was tasked with absorbing Demon King Dew, after learning the magic martial arts of the Night Chronicle. But the Demon King's sharp fangs were aimed at Eric's neck. Eric faced Dew and thought to himself. Its shadow and fangs appeared faintly through the sunlight filtering through the leaves. The rest was endless darkness. He calculated. I have to fight. Like how I defeated the Snow Mountain King. He reconsidered. No. I still don't know how to absorb Dew's seal. I should observe the situation first. There might be another way. I'm not sure I can win. Suddenly, Dew spoke. M.O. Binger. Usually acts first and reports later. But you seem unusually patient. Eric was surprised and wondered. That's not the only strange thing about you. At the same time, Dew also whispered. There's something wrong with you. He continued. An ordinary human with a seal. And isn't that Mephistopheles' seal? He clenched his teeth and thought. I can feel his hunger just from his voice. Like a predator. He suddenly said. And Dew is of a lower rank, but you have another seal. It's a dragon's heart. You even know how to use spirit talk? To him. I'm just prey. Eric pondered. All right. Go ahead, I'll attack as soon as he. Suddenly, Dew spoke. Very good. If you were an ordinary human, I wouldn't care, but... Suddenly, a tremor made Eric freeze. A set of sharp teeth appeared. Dew materialized with a ferocious look. He opened his mouth wide and roared. You seem to be valuable. Dew said. Dream Binger child. Keep yearning. Eric was bewildered. Huh? He continued. Keep craving more. Fill your greed and ambition. He questioned himself. My body can't move. Dew said intimately. If you do that, you will meet me again. Returning to reality. Eric was momentarily stunned. He was raising his arm with the tattoo. Mephi wondered. Is it done? Augustine also hesitated. I think so. Mephi looked at him and said. That crazy guy actually revealed his real name. Meanwhile, Eric stared at the tattoo and wondered. Are seals usually this easy to get? It can't be, right? Mephi then clarified his doubt. That was his only choice. Because he had to keep the seal from dying for a long time, so he's reached his limit. He paralyzed your body to return to his original form. He even gave you a seal much weaker than the original. He thought to himself. He said I'd see him again if I continued to yearn. Does he mean I should upgrade this seal back to its original form? Eric asked. You have new family members. Mephi, can you tell me his true name as a favor? He replied. I won't utter the name of that scoundrel who debased himself to survive. Augustine suddenly spoke up. Du's true name is Evil God. He continued, his rank must have dropped after losing to me, so he's probably quite formidable. Mephi exclaimed, this person is crazy, no one asked him to interfere, and he even knows the value of a true name, someone must have possessed him. Eric thought to himself, I was just about to ask Master if Mephi wouldn't say, but why did he suddenly? Augustine spoke again, malevolence. He explained, the seal of malevolence. Augustine continued, Du was originally a demon named Preta. They are demons at the bottom of the food chain and are always fearful because they can die at any moment, yet they are always greedy due to their hungry nature. He explained, that's why you can sense danger like a Preta when you acquire Du's seal, and you can quickly find an enemy's strengths and weaknesses and counter them. Augustine said with tears in his eyes, the awakening of the sixth sense through mana circulation, something combat magic has always sought to emulate. He hesitated, a throbbing heartbeat and all senses tingling. Augustine emphasized, I call it the Preta sense. The false chronicle has finally acquired Du's seal and the Preta sense. Now you just need to upgrade this seal and fight Du. The importance and usage of this seal are detailed pieces of information you can't find in any book. Who knows how much the false chronicle's ancestors and masters struggled to obtain this knowledge? The knowledge and dream of the false chronicle for thousands of years have been to achieve this single goal. Eric used his power and spoke, malevolence. Below him, his shadow and Du's shadow overlapped. It surrounded his body. Eric questioned himself, it's my turn to carry this goal. Suddenly, there were intense movements in the distance. There was a whooshing sound and tiny sparks. Eric turned and asked, Master, you said the Preta sense is when your heart throbs and your senses tingle? He wondered, why is it suddenly activating? Suddenly, Sin appeared and interrupted by calling his name, Eric. He asked in surprise, Sin, how did you get here? He replied, that doesn't matter, there's big trouble. Sin said wearily, out there. Eric asked stunned, huh? Scene shifts to the mansion. Hanabi said, Lady Tassa, you must come outside to see this. Tassa asked again, what's happening? Has the Duke finished training? Her body trembled restlessly. Tassa ordered, tell them to stop her first, I'll come myself. Elsewhere, Mage was carrying a suitcase to meet Eric. She gently said, excuse me, is my younger brother, Eric Merbinger, here? Eric and Sin glided as fast as the wind. They soared through the rock formations. Eric said, you should have tried to stop Tassa earlier, shouldn't you? Sin retorted, how could I possibly stop that crazy witch? And why are you blaming everything on me when it's your fault? He muttered, this is terrible, her battle spirit stag is acting up like this because of you. They continued to soar. Sin thought of Tassa and told himself, I hope nothing happens. Meanwhile, Tassa was also gliding through the wind. She was thinking, Sin said that the Duke's older sister's star spirit sacrificed her entire life for him. In other words, the sister who lacked magical talent, unlike her brother, was suffering from a blockage, and ultimately, it's hard to cultivate a talent from a fallen family. Tassa continued to think, the person the Duke's star spirit fears most is his sister, Tassa? Things must not be simple just because she's his sister, right? She wondered, I wonder what kind of person she is. Scene shifts, Mage carrying a suitcase, stepped forward. She gently smiled and said, excuse me, is my precious younger brother, Eric Merbinger, here? The guard replied to her, the Duke's star spirit is here. Another person spoke up, but you can't enter because you don't have an invitation. Mage stammered, excuse me, why not? Can you call young Master Sin? I'm sure he knows I'm here. The two guards replied, no, besides, we received a request from the young lady not to let you in. Hearing that, she asked in surprise, Sin's older sister? Why would she? Suddenly, Tassa descended from the sky and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you." Hige suddenly turned her head to look. Tassa confidently introduced herself. "I am the daughter of House Nestor, Tassa Nestor." Hige bowed to her and said, "My name is Hige Merbinger. I've heard many things about you from Eric and your younger brother." She continued, "I heard that you are a charming and strong person, like a dazzling flame. But it seems those rumors are quite accurate about you. It's an honor to meet you." Tassa was momentarily surprised, but politely replied, "Thank you." Hige was speaking gently when she suddenly questioned Tassa with a cold voice. "But may I ask why you're stopping me?" "I can't think of any explanation for you stopping me." Tassa quickly responded, "This is the main residence of House Nestor, the head of the 6 families managing the magic tower. This isn't a place anyone can just enter and exit freely, is it?" She continued, "Blonde hair, blue eyes are characteristics of House Merbinger, but you could be in disguise. Furthermore, even if you truly are the Duke's Star Spirit's older sister, you still need to follow some procedures." Hige said, "So in this case, what do you want me to do to prove it?" Tassa growled, "If you are truly the Duke's Star Spirit's older sister, meaning you are also a member of a trusted magic family, then I will only believe you if you defeat me in a magic duel." Hige frowned and replied, "Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to use magic." Hearing that, she laughed and said, "Then." Hige asked again, "What about spiritual energy?" She warned, "You'll get hurt." Tassa arrogantly replied, "I wonder about that." She snapped her fingers and said, "This is simple." An explosion erupted. Tassa said, "The procedure to verify your identity." Both of them soared away. Tassa smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Hige held a large hammer in her hand and asked, "Are you sure you can withstand that massive thing?" She then asked, "Have you ever played tag when you were little?" Fragments of dirt and rocks scattered from the hammer's impact. They flew forcefully towards Tassa. She easily incinerated them with magic. She said, "It's been a long time since I last played, but Sin and I played together a lot in childhood." Tassa used magic and called their names. She threw fireballs towards Hige and said, "I've never lost track of it. What about you? Are you good at this game?" Hige didn't flinch. She gripped the hammer tightly, swung it hard and replied, "I've never faced defeat before either. However, that's because the desire to win within me always flows unceasingly." She reached out and threw the hammer forcefully. The hammer flew with terrifying power towards Tassa. Hige said, "I always caught Eric again and again." Tassa leaned back to dodge the hammer. She looked towards Hige, shimmering behind the light. Tassa mused to herself, "It's truly surprising that a member of a trusted magic family is a martial artist. But it's unimaginable that she can wield a 100-kilogram sledgehammer as lightly as silk without using spiritual energy." She looked at the hammer and thought, "That is truly a member of the Merbinger house, that sign is." She quickly realized the truth through the symbol on the hammer's handle. Black Skull, the Duke's Star Spirit's older sister, is actually a member of the most powerful mercenary corps. The hammer struck hard, creating a large explosion. Hige smiled and asked, "With this result, the score is 1-0, right?" Tassa confidently replied, "I won't go easy this time." Suddenly, a magical wind was created. A voice rang out, "Retreat." Tassa asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Hige calmly said, "Things are only just getting better." Suddenly she reached out and grabbed Eric's neck. Everyone was utterly astonished. Eric struggled and said, "Big sister, you look as healthy as ever, big sister." He hesitated. "It looks like you and Tassa are having a good time together. Are you interfering between the two of us? It'll be a problem when we get to repair fees, so calm down and let me go now." Hige growled, "Eric." She casually turned her neck. A cracking sound rang out. Hige's eyes widened and she said, "Shall we chat for a bit?" Tassa frowned, focusing her gaze. She clutched the paper tightly and pondered. Tassa asked, "Is this it?" The paper displayed the words, "Hige Merbinger, unidentified." Hanabi stammered in response, I'm sorry. According to the intelligence gatherer, the information is very strictly confidential." She clasped her hands and said, "Well, just as I expected. After all, the Black Tower is the strongest underground mercenary organization. The number of enemies is directly proportional to the number of missions completed, so I'm sure their identities are also tiered." She squinted and continued, "Very good. I will seize this opportunity to become a peer." Tassa secretly thought, it's hard to even meet a Black Tower member because they have no relations with anyone other than the Grey Lion family. And what if the young lady of the Merbinger family is a member of the Black Tower? She smiled and thought, these reasons are enough for a close relationship with the Merbinger family, all because of Duke Zayden Star. But in that case, Nestor would surely have nothing to lose, right? It seems we've made the right move. Scene change. Hyde jumped and said, "All right." She swung her hammer powerfully. Tassa commented, "Are those two still playing tag?" Meanwhile, Eric ran and said, "Sister, please, let's just talk." Hyde coldly replied, "You seem to be doing very well with that popularity, don't you? Now you can use magic, huh?" She continued, "And you've also learned how to defy." Hyde slammed her hammer down where Eric was. He quickly jumped away from the spot, exclaiming, "Sister, seriously." Eric thought seriously, if it weren't for Preta, I would have really died. He continued to think, she's been like this since childhood. She would break my legs every time I caused trouble, so I wouldn't do it again. Mephi also exclaimed, "I've never seen you struggle like this." She truly lives up to the Merbinger family name. He added, "But I think I also feel a quite different aura from a Merbinger family member." Eric flinched and darted his eyes to the side. Hyde leaped high into the air, hammer raised. Mephi commented, "This is the first time I've witnessed such an interesting event." She asked, "My shallow little brother, let's see if you can dodge this move, shall we?" Eric used magic and shouted, "Block." Hyde slammed her hammer down, but thankfully the defensive shield protected him. Her strength made Eric grit his teeth while resisting, saying, "Sister, are you serious?" Sweating profusely, he said, "How can you expect me to dodge a move like?" Eric squeezed his eyes shut, trying to resist. Then he opened his eyes and looked. Hyde was holding her hammer in front of him. She stood perfectly still. Eric exclaimed, "Sister." Hyde began, "When I heard you had achieved some basic accomplishments, I felt a bit relieved." She continued, "I know you've had a difficult time because of mana blockage, but you still tried your best, so I wanted to support you as best I could." She went on, "But now what? You've plunged yourself into danger, unable to control yourself. You lost consciousness for several days, and after waking up, you disappeared for months without saying a word about where you were going." Hyde asked him, "When do you think was the last time you contacted me?" "Half a year. I lost contact with you for half a year." Hyde questioned him through tears, "Do you have any idea how worried I was?" Eric pondered to himself, "She's always been overly protective of me. She scolded me for everything I did, saying it was dangerous. She was always by my side." He continued to think, "I never liked that excessive protection, but I understand why she acted that way." Eric mused to himself, "After our parents passed away, to take care of a troublemaker like me." He recalled past images of himself and Hyde. She had to grow up too soon. Then Eric quietly remarked, "Her personality has become a bit excessive." Suddenly, he spoke seriously, "I've found our family's mission." Both losing consciousness in the dragon's cave and disappearing after waking up were for the family's mission. Eric said to her, "Honestly, sometimes I think I don't need to revitalize our fallen family. It's already collapsed, and I wonder if my efforts are meaningful." He asserted, "But after going through many things, a thought crossed my mind, this world will again be filled with calamity at any time." Eric continued, "So, to hide as a Merbinger member would be disrespectful to mother, father, and our ancestors who fought for our lives." He declared clearly, "I will go north. There lies the mission our ancestors left behind." Eric spoke with determination, "Whatever that mission is, or however dangerous the path I take, I will pursue it." he said, thinking of past images, just as our forefathers did, until our family, or this world, and every place I set foot, shines. Eric said seriously, like stars. Hyde suddenly fell silent upon hearing his declarations. Then she smiled, tears gently falling. Hyde asked Eric, if you silently leave again, I will truly crush these feet of yours, understood? He stammered, what? Eric asked her back. Aren't you supposed to be touched? Eric, you've grown up. I won't interfere in your affairs anymore. Shouldn't I be saying things like that? Mephi spoke up. How embarrassing. She should have hit him a few more times for me. Zhu added, luckily, she still has a way to escape my control. You said some decent things this time, but how can I trust you after all you've done? He replied, I'm hoping for that guy's death anniversary this time next year. Putting that aside, humans truly are always moved by the smallest things. Elsewhere, under the bright moonlit night, in a desolate wasteland, Axel looked at a box shaped like small red wings. The box in his hand emitted small sparks. Axel murmured, for the resurrection of the Lord named Azazel. The eagle's wings spread wide, each feather line sharply defined, the wings exuded a majestic beauty. In the vast sky, only the powerful flapping sound of the eagle's wings echoed. Time flew by quickly. 3 months later, Eric underwent rigorous training on a towering mountain peak. That eagle suddenly flapped its powerful wings, aimed directly at him, and then swooped down. Eric's eyes were covered by a white ribbon, but he calmly continued his work. A dazzling ray of light suddenly flashed, shining directly onto the ribbon over Eric's eyes. Then, he quickly extended his arm to catch the eagle's powerful impact. Zillidy suddenly appeared, exclaiming in surprise, you learn fast. Zillidy praised Eric profusely, I didn't think you'd master the image eye so quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared behind Zillidy, and then that shadow instantly glided forward like a gust of wind. That person was none other than Augustine. He wanted to test Eric, so he suddenly lunged out to attack him. Eric was much more formidable now. He blocked Augustine's attack with just one hand. He was satisfied to see Eric pass the test. It seems you've also comprehended the hungry ghost sense. Augustine carefully assessed, you've learned everything you can hear. From this moment on, practical combat will help you enlighten faster. Eric sighed, rubbed his head, and plopped onto the ground, asking, so, it's finally over? We're never going to meet again, right? He casually replied, it feels like just yesterday you were begging to be my disciple. Zillidy was a bit annoyed by his attitude. I must say, you truly are an excellent disciple. Eric adjusted his posture, knelt on one knee, and expressed his feelings. Did you all forget you used training as an excuse to torment me? Anyway, I've learned a lot thanks to you all. Thank you, masters. Augustine exclaimed in surprise, are you flattering us? My goodness. He laughed loudly and instructed, didn't you say you'd head north right away? Remember to bring us some gifts, all right? Eric chuckled lightly. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tease them, gifts, what gifts? I hope we never meet again. Then, Eric's voice suddenly softened. Even so, he intentionally lingered a bit to remember Augustine's and Zillidy's faces. Eric gave a few brief instructions, then immediately left, remember to take care of yourselves, both of you. After seeing Eric go far, Zillidy curiously asked, does this make you nostalgic, leader? About the days when I roamed everywhere with Seth. Augustine slowly replied, every day was full of joy when I was still strong, and now I spend my remaining short days clinging to this place. Zillidy was a bit puzzled. What would Seth say if he were still here? He guessed, he'd probably grumble about us sitting here waiting to die like old men. We're not even 100 years old yet. He burst out laughing, Lord, we're not as old as him. Zillidy nodded in agreement, exactly. Compared to him, we're just middle-aged guys. Augustine expressed regret, ignoring that, how could he leave such excellent teachers? He speculated, to head north alone, I guess. He cheerfully replied, that disciple needs to be taught proper manners again. Scene change. Tassa held the papers Eric gave her and exclaimed in surprise, "You are giving the excavation of the lair directly to me?" Tassa hastily said, thank you so much." Eric calmly replied, "I'm giving it to you." He wondered inwardly, why are you suddenly speaking so politely? He then informed Tassa about his arrangements. "I've prepared a carriage to take you north, it's right at the entrance." She was still engrossed, looking at the paper in her hand. The content on it read, "Agreement for the excavation of the Diamond Dragon's lair between the Firebird Trust family and the Merbinger family. Merbinger family, Eric Merbinger. Firebird Trust family, Tassa Nestor." Seeing that Tassa didn't seem to be paying attention to him, Eric reminded her loudly, "I'll arrange your studies at the academy, so remember to travel carefully." He thought to himself, she's famously fond of dragons, that's why I entrusted it to her. Tassa was so delighted that she kept her eyes glued to the words on the paper. She was overjoyed. "I finally get to touch real dragon items, all good stuff." He was surprised because Tassa's expression far exceeded his imagination, but he didn't think she'd be this happy. Eric silently stared at her, thinking to himself, anyway, I think our relationship with the Nestor family is getting stronger. So perhaps everyone benefits. Come to think of it, someone still owes me. Eric suddenly remembered Isabel's promise. Lady Isabel said she'd contact me after arriving at the various places. Did she forget her debt? He quickly put that thought aside. Anyway, I'll get in the carriage first. Herman slowly retracted the sword in his hand, then angrily shouted, "That bastard Pao really hurt me." Herman coldly looked at the corpses of the subordinates Pao had sent. "No matter how weak I am." He scoffed, "I can't believe he thought this much would be enough to kill me." Just then, Isabel's voice suddenly rang out. Based on her thoughts, she analyzed, perhaps he's impatient. He's weakened after losing too many blue wolves. Isabel slowly approached Herman, explaining, "And he knows if you join the Merbinger family's forces, he'll be in a dangerous position." Upon hearing his daughter's voice, Herman turned around and saw Isabel approaching with 3 others. Hearing that, Vex excitedly reached out and patted her head. He praised enthusiastically, "Wow, our granddaughter is really smart." "She's right, brother." Vex wondered, "Why don't we just stop this game and go kill Pao ourselves?" Isabel blushed, "I told you not to treat me like a child anymore." Gray agreed with his idea. "That's right, the 3 of us will go together." He then laughed, his tone slightly chiding, "I told you, the Quell family's problem will be handled by me. The 3 of you just need to protect Isabel." Herman's expression suddenly darkened, and with deep hatred, he coldly declared, "I will personally meet this Duke to thank him." Isabel, Vex, and Gray immediately became serious. All 3 listened intently to his words. Herman continued, "Then we'll decide how to deal with Pao later." Axel suddenly stopped, raising his voice to question, "Why hasn't Pao been appointed as a Blue Lion yet?" Huon calmly replied, "There's a small problem." He reassured Axel, "Don't worry, the plan hasn't encountered any obstacles yet." He stepped forward. Axel thought for a moment, then slowly replied, "I thought it would be easy to eliminate a Blue Lion with mana obstruction, but to think the declining Merbinger family could stand in our way." He impatiently demanded, "Anyway, it's not time to deal with the Merbinger family yet. Appoint Pao Quell as Blue Lion, leader of the first Blue Wolf squad, Huon, quickly." Huon's expression gradually turned grim. Axel ignored him and continued, "As soon as he becomes a blue tiger, both his body and his power will be stripped away." His eyebrows furrowed tightly. Huon looked at Axel with sharp eyes. He was determined to quickly achieve his goal, to contribute even a small effort to Lord Azazel Anbet. Suddenly, a violent noise rang out, startling the flock of birds, which frantically flapped their wings and flew erratically into the sky. He impatiently replied, "I told you not to worry." A classic carriage slowly stopped in an open field, not far from the bustling city. Eric's startled cry suddenly came through, "No, no way. I planned to go north in secret." He helplessly clutched his head, saying, "I appreciate being prepared with such a large carriage, but I don't need an attendant." Gak reminded him, "My name isn't." Eric was about to continue, "Sin too." "Fine then." After thinking for a moment, he decided to change the subject. It's not bad to go on a trip with friends once in a while. Sin showed an angry attitude. He reluctantly replied, I'm only coming because Dad asked, okay? Not only that, Eric's sister, Heezy, was also in the car. He sighed exasperatedly, Sis, you should go home and rest. Why are you here? She smiled playfully, What's wrong? You don't want your sister to come along? Eric quickly explained, No, I do want to. I'm already so happy I could jump for joy because I get to be with you. What made him even more of a headache was the presence of Augustine and Zility. Master, when people get old, they should stay put. He clicked his tongue and scolded, TSK, you don't allow old people to go out and have fun. Augustine took a deep breath and said, I should re-educate you on how to behave while we're on our way to get some fresh northern air. Zility sat with his legs crossed, nonchalantly accusing Eric, You hurt our feelings by leaving us behind. Mephi gritted his teeth, revealing his annoyance. It seems this will be a noisy trip. I hate being bothered the most. Eric sat there laughing helplessly like an idiot. Wow, how fun. 7 people, truly the perfect number for an exploration trip. He looked up, about to speak, Is this supposed to be a family trip or something? But Augustine cut him off, heartily saying, Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself. I am Augustine, Eric's master. Heezy also happily introduced herself, I'm Heezy. Thank you for taking care of my younger brother. He's so weak he even needs an adorable creature like this to help him. He asked in surprise, You think the species of the Beast King is adorable? Interesting. Xin is annoyed by Eric's attitude. Can you stop frowning, Eric? Did I want to go myself? Eric observed. He frowned, rested his hand on his chin, and then quietly looked away. His gaze then shifted to Hyge, who was happily playing with the white tiger and the two-headed eagle. Eric continued to turn and look at Master Agility, who was laughing and chatting happily. Not only that, Augustine was also smiling at him. Eric suddenly paused. He immediately realized something. Looking at the scene before him, Eric couldn't help but be surprised, his eyes wide with clear delight. That carriage slowly rolled forward under the sunset. Then Eric suddenly took out a shimmering blue stone. The corners of his lips curved up, revealing the happiness in his heart. Eric clenched the stone tightly in his palm. At that very moment, he seemed to feel a warmth seeping into his heart. Perhaps, a family like this wasn't bad at all. Scene change. Guy sat leisurely in a chair. He slowly stirred the hot teacup in his hand. After enjoying a sip of hot tea, Guy gently placed the cup on the table and asked, So? He looked at the butler standing beside him. Guy inquired about the situation. Have they all gone north? He respectfully bowed and replied, Yes, sir. The butler was a little worried. He cautiously spoke up, Chieftain, is something good happening? From the window, Guy quietly looked outside. Isn't it very interesting? Look. He hinted at Eric and the others, that ridiculous combination. Hyde smiled a captivating smile. She gently reminded, Eric, I told you to pay attention to etiquette in front of adults. Hyde used Xin as a standard for him to learn from. Look at Xin, that's a model man. Eric crossed his arms. He sarcastically said, Model, my foot. That made her angry. Hyde politely asked for opinions from those present. I'm about to discipline this troublesome younger brother of mine. Would you all mind? Augustine immediately replied, Not at all, just ignore us. Julity laughed loudly, agreeing with his words. That's right, discipline should be taught by family. She gently bowed her head and expressed, Thank you all for your understanding. Eric didn't know he was about to face danger. Seriously? At this age, I still have to learn discipline again. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyge violently slammed her hand on the chair he was sitting on. She gave a sinister smile, accompanied by fiery eyes that looked as if they were about to devour Eric at any moment. Eric, let's go for a walk for a bit. Hyge angrily clutched the large hammer in her hand, her fervent aura making Eric panic. Hyge, if it's just a walk. His eyes stared at the hammer in Hyde's hand, then leave that scary thing behind. Hyde didn't give him a chance to regret. She immediately pinched Eric's ear and dragged him away. He cried out in pain, "Hyde, let me go." Mephi stood observing the entire process. He smirked, "I never thought I'd see Eric being dragged away like this." Mephi held his stomach and laughed gleefully, "How satisfying." The driver focused on controlling the carriage, each movement decisive. The carriage had just traveled a short distance when he suddenly noticed something ahead. He quickly stopped the carriage. After the carriage came to a complete stop, Eric found it strange, so he poked his head out and asked, "What's wrong, driver?" The village elder, leading Jay and Ryu, all three of them rushed out to block the carriage, each with a sharp knife at the ready. He bellowed, "You're very brave to dare set foot in our territory." The village elder, Jay, and Ryu shouted in unison, "Hand over everything." The atmosphere became silent, and Eric and the driver looked at them, puzzled. Seeing their expressions, he also felt perplexed. Eric, with an innocent expression, was still staring at the village elder. Annoyed by him, the village elder growled loudly, threatening, "You scoundrel, do you want a bloodbath?" Eric immediately got off the carriage, sighed, and thought, what a hassle. A large hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. "Eric." Julity confidently said, "Leave it to me." He assessed the situation, secretly rejoicing, "This is my chance to show Eric how talented his master is." Julity brought out the white tiger, and the village elder, Jay, and Ryu were immediately scared and retreated, shouting, "A tiger?" Julity showed a fiery demeanor and instructed, "Eric, watch closely. From now on, I'll show you why they call me the Beast King." Eric extended his hand forward, murmuring as he cast the energy, "Ice." A gigantic ice block immediately fell, blocking their path. The village elder, Jay, and Ryu were thrown backward by its terrifying power. All three of them were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they could only tremble, sitting on the ground. Julity was a bit upset. He softly said, "Eric, I could handle them. Why did you interfere?" Eric understood Julity's intention and scolded him, "Were you going to turn this place into a bloodbath?" After a quick observation, Eric concluded, "Those guys definitely aren't bandits, they're just poor wanderers from a nearby village." The village elder immediately knelt down on both knees right in front of him. Then, Jay and Ryu also knelt down, pleading, "Spare us, we have families at home, please let us go." Eric slowly spoke, "What if we happen to be powerless good people with no means of resistance?" He looked at them with a glare and interrogated, "Would you still be begging like this?" The village elder silently glanced at Ryu. Eric also remained silent, patiently waiting for their answer. Without thinking much, he immediately slammed his head against the ground to atone, "Sir Mage, you are right." Jay and Ryu worriedly called out, "Village elder." He slammed his head so hard that blood flowed from his forehead. The village elder begged Eric to forgive the two, adding, "But I forced them to come here, so please punish only me." Ryu quickly spoke up, "Village elder, why would you say that? You only did it for this village." Jay also agreed with him, "That's right, it's not your fault." And so, the two of them also confessed their guilt along with the village elder, "Please punish us too." Eric raised a hand to cut them off, "Enough. Let's see if what you say is true." Scene shift. A clear blue sky appeared, white clouds slowly drifting across it. Under the scorching sun, Eric, along with Hyde, Xin, Augustine, and Julity, followed the village elder to where he lived. The village elder explained the events that had transpired. "Due to drought and famine, our lives have been extremely difficult these past few years. We thought we'd become bandits anyway if we starved to death." Mephi observed his surroundings. He suddenly sensed something. Wait, this energy. He tearfully recounted all the hardships the villagers had endured over the past years. Not only does it take 5 continuous days on horseback to reach another village, but we also can't leave the village to find work because our livestock would starve to death. The village chief suddenly covered his face and burst into sobs, blaming himself, "It's all my fault." Augustine stroked his beard and said, "Unfortunately, the country's laws don't reach this place, Eric. Even if these people committed a crime, let's forgive them. They only did it for a good cause." Eric remained silent, thinking for a moment. He suddenly brought up something. "Taking care of the common people, isn't that our responsibility as nobles?" He nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's not entirely their fault either." Hearing that, the village chief immediately bowed his head to express his gratitude. "Thank you, sir." Mephi kept flying back and forth over Eric's head, making him feel dizzy. The village chief grabbed Eric's hand and promised, "We will never steal again." He smiled reassuringly. "It's okay." Eric couldn't take it anymore, so he loudly scolded, "Mephi, why do you keep hovering like that?" He carefully explained, "Though very faint, I can sense demonic energy around here." Eric was surprised. Demonic energy? After hearing that, he immediately became vigilant. Eric used all his senses to perceive. He frowned, concentrating on scanning the air around him. After concentrating on sensing the air for a long time, Eric pondered. He offered a reason: this land is too desolate. Indeed, before them was only a vast empty plot of land, with not a single blade of grass growing on it. Augustine asked curiously, "Disciple, I don't feel anything. Is there something here?" Eric was a little bewildered. This is indeed the place, but Mephi immediately cut him off. "I'm sure I buried it somewhere nearby." He made a demand: "Since I've helped you, you must give me the magic potion as soon as you find it." Eric was annoyed that he had fallen into Mephi's trap. "I knew it, you tricked me." He raised his hand to create an energy source. Eric announced, "First, I need to dig. Everyone, step back." He shouted, "Pierce." Eric frowned, his expression suddenly becoming serious. In just a moment, a gigantic chunk of ice fell from above, and its impact completely destroyed the ground below. The village chief gasped in astonishment, praising, "Oh my, he dug such a huge hole in an instant." Then, Eric decisively took a running start and jumped straight down into the newly dug hole below. Eric landed safely, exuding an air of coolness. He looked down at his feet in surprise. A box. Augustine followed him, quickly climbing down to Eric's location. "Did you find anything, disciple?" He nodded. "Yes, a box buried deep underground." As soon as Eric opened the lid of the box, a strange purple mist escaped. Mephi curiously moved closer to observe. The mist continued to gush out uncontrollably. Augustine exclaimed in surprise, "Demonic energy." After all the mist inside the box had escaped, a winged goat-human statue sitting neatly inside the box was gradually revealed. He wondered in confusion, "Why is it here?" According to legend, the four great demon kings, descendants of demon gods and rulers of the demon realm. Those descendants are, respectively, Mephistopheles, the original sin, Satan, the apocalypse, Lilith, the revolution, and the tyrant who possessed the largest demon army among the demon kings. That is, the demon of madness, Azazel. In the past, Azazel was very greedy and wanted to conquer the human world. During his invasion of the human world, he didn't just destroy 12 villages. Eric picked up the statue and asked, "This is a symbol created by Azazel's followers, right?" Mephi explained, "It was specially created for human sacrifice." After finishing his answer, he suddenly realized something unusual. "Wait, how do you know about Azazel?" He explained, "I read it in a book in the car storage." Eric carefully glanced at him. "It's all human sacrifice, so does that mean everyone in those villages had to be sacrificed to summon Azazel?" Mephi turned his head to look into the distance, considering the state of this village. Then, he concluded, "It seems that's the most reasonable assumption." In Eric's heart, questions kept arising. What are these demons hiding in the human world, and what are they plotting? Mephi spoke up, demanding, "Now, absorb the magic and transfer it to me, as you promised." Augustine immediately stopped him. "Disciple, exploring traces of demons eradicated 30 years ago is a very dangerous task." He offered his opinion. "I think we should give it to the members of the Magic Council." He smirked contemptuously. "Nonsense." Eric, surprisingly, agreed with Augustine. "Good idea." Mephi panicked and quickly asked, "Hey, didn't you promise you'd tell me?" He sighed and explained, "He said he'd give it to the Magic Council, but if I absorb this demonic aura, how am I supposed to explain it to them?" He was speechless, momentarily unsure how to respond. Eric enticed Mephi, "If you tell me how to use my Phi seal, then maybe I'll try." He angrily shouted, "Never." Augustine came over and took the box. He ordered, "Please, send this to the Magic Council immediately." Mephi exclaimed in alarm. He tried hard to negotiate, "Don't you have any other requests?" "Anything except telling me how to use the seal." Eric calmly asked Augustine, "As soon as possible, please." A strange voice suddenly echoed in his ear, "Looks delicious." Immediately after, a strange dark green aura emerged from Eric's arm. Once it had completely escaped from his arm, it swiftly flew towards the box that Sin and Augustine were holding. The mysterious aura opened its large mouth and directly swallowed the box. After swallowing the box, the black auras immediately gathered to form Du's body. Seeing that he had stolen what he needed, Mephi frantically screamed, "No way, my magic!" Augustine was confused and asked, "Disciple, what's going on?" Du once again transformed into black auras and re-entered Eric's arm. He rubbed his head and replied, "It seems this thing tricked me. The evidence I've been tirelessly searching for all this time has vanished." Mephi's rage immediately erupted. "You scoundrel, how dare you steal what belongs to me?" Eric ignored him and quickly explained, "It seems this village won't turn into a desert just because of a nest. To be safe, let's find something else." Scene change. The rough stone wall in the cave appeared, illuminated by a faint light, making the atmosphere even more gloomy. Underneath the ground, a few candles were burning, their small flickering flames illuminating a part of the cave. Damien led his followers, preparing to perform a dark ritual before the giant high priest statue. Damien respectfully knelt, then bowed before the high priest statue. He suddenly discovered something unusual while performing the ritual. When the followers saw Damien stop, they asked, "What's wrong, priest?" He calmly said, "Some heretics dare to disrupt his lordship's summoning ritual." Damien's followers immediately grew angry. Which heretic dares to do such a thing?" they shouted in unison. Damien's face darkened, he raised his head and looked at the statue. Then Damien seemed to turn insane. He loudly proclaimed before it, "High priest, we will deal with those heretics. Please do not unleash your wrath upon us." Damien and his followers swore in unison, "We will certainly fulfill your great intention on this continent. We will resurrect you." He turned and ordered a follower, "Deliver my command to Jordan before heading north." Damien instantly emanated a killing aura that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Meet Kaza and proceed with the summoning ritual. Scene change. The sky had begun to darken. Not far from the nearby river, Eric's group was resting after a long day. Eric's face showed a hint of sadness. He wondered, why has no one paid attention to what the demons have been doing all this time? The nearby villagers, seeing the river's water level gradually rising, were overjoyed and paid no attention to anything else. "Now we can plant crops. The water level is rising rapidly." He pitied the innocent villagers. "They've taken the lives of so many innocent people." Augustine approached him, gently patting his shoulder to comfort him. "Because we've presented evidence to the Magic Council. So they'll start an investigation soon. Not to mention, everything that's happened will be attributed to the lords of this region." Augustine looked into the distance and voiced his feelings. "I also want to decapitate those bastards who set all this up, but it seems this is beyond our reach for now." Eric thought in silence for a moment. Master is right. Since the council will intervene, those bastards will act quickly. The first thing we need to do is find the abominable nest throughout this area. His gaze instantly became resolute. Eric secretly swore, and then crushed those bastards who did this. The village elder was overjoyed. He burst into tears of happiness. Thank you all so much." Eric's group met with the villagers to say goodbye. Before leaving, he advised the elder, the drought is over. Please take good care of everyone in the village. We're leaving now." As Eric turned to leave, the village elder suddenly called out. "Wait." He shyly asked, "At least, could I ask for the mage's name?" He proudly shouted his name, Eric Moberger. The villagers present were all very surprised. They exclaimed in awe, "Duke Morningstar, hero of Maxim." Just as expected. Upon hearing that name, the village elder felt reassured. He smiled, "Moberger, the stars of the Empire are shining once again." Cat continued his work, driving the carriage to take everyone on their way. The 5 people, Sin, Eric, Hige, Augustine, and Judy, sat silently and upright inside the carriage. As the carriage had just rolled a short distance, Cat unexpectedly called out to him, "Eric, I think you should come out for a moment." Eric immediately poked his head out and asked, "What is it this time?" He stammered a little, this." Before their eyes, a group of mysterious masked people appeared. Cat hurriedly introduced, "They are from the Royal Inspection Council." Soon, those people approached Eric. Bakon crossed his arms and arrogantly questioned, "Are you Eric Moberger?" He replied with a cold gaze, thinking to himself, "Look at their insolence. These people belong to the intelligence agency of the Emperor and the royal family, by the Emperor and the royal family, and for the Emperor and the royal family. Everyone knows they are monsters in human guise, resorting to any means from kidnapping, concessions, to murder to complete their mission. Their combat abilities are on par with those from the Magic Tower and the Great Lion family." At this moment, a thought echoed in Eric's mind. No wonder our side hasn't even had time to analyze anything, hasn't even had time to send a report to Tao Tung. They've already come all this way to find me. He sighed softly, his heart filled with annoyance. However, next, Eric let out a sneer, muttering to himself, "Even if they have the Emperor's backing, starting a conversation like this seems a little too polite." His face showed indifference as he spoke dismissively, "Yes, that's right." He paused, his eyes flickering in surprise, stammering to confirm, "Yes, that's right." Feeling disrespected, Bakon's eyes turned red with anger. "How dare you speak so informally?" His whole body flared with killing intent. "We are Royal Intelligence agents. A commoner like you should know to show proper respect to us." Eric feigned panic, "Well." Bakon trembled with rage, growling, "What did you just say?" At this very moment, his spiritual power violently erupted, displaying his might. Eric sneered, "Even if you are from that great intelligence agency, you alone are at most only as strong as a viscount." The intense surge of power made the ground tremble. He was terrified, his heart astonished. "What is this?" Eric angrily shouted, "Since when do officials have the right to disrespect a duke?" Soon, his spiritual power surged, condensing into a giant beast. Bakon was scared, quickly kneeling down, panicked. How the hell did he do that? His eyes widened, thinking in horror, is his level almost comparable to a mage? A moment later, the magic gradually dissipated, and the sky returned to clear. Bakon suddenly glanced behind him. Hearing approaching footsteps, the prince subtly winked as a signal. Bakon seemed to understand, immediately nodding in response. He quickly removed his mask. "We apologize, my lord." Then, Bakon bowed, "Please forgive us for our improper conduct towards you." Seeing this, Mi-Fi praised, "You certainly always know how to teach others manners." He replied sternly, "I only did it because if I had acted as if nothing happened, they would have made a joke of me and later taken advantage, baring their fangs at me." Eric continued, "Next time, if you make such a mistake again, I will speak directly with that noble." He politely replied, "I will engrave that in my mind, my lord." Though outwardly obedient, Bakon's heart seethed with anger. Just a mere figurehead duke dares to act so presumptuously with me? Damn you, wretched brat, consider yourself lucky. Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out, making him turn pale with fright. I didn't expect anyone would dare to disrespect my disciple. Augustine stepped forward, his figure imposing, his voice cold as ice. If it were me, your head would already be rolling on the ground. He broke out in a sweat, muttering, "White Knight, Augustine Nestor." Bacon's heart swelled with astonishment. He's the disciple of the strongest person in the magic tower? That's ridiculous. He gnashed his teeth in frustration, thinking, as soon as I return, I'll have to replace all the intelligence agents. Long streaks of sunlight spread everywhere. The two of them sat down and began to converse. Bacon spoke first. "Please allow me to reintroduce myself." He clearly stated, "I am Bacon of the 4th Intelligence Agency." Eric's eyes were fixed on the person opposite him, a thought briefly flashing in his mind: the 4th Intelligence Agency. They sided with the Crown Prince in the fierce struggle for power in the palace. I wonder if the Crown Prince has been having bad luck with recent events. Bacon continued, "It seems I'm wasting your time, so I'll get straight to the point." He waved his hand and retorted, "Instead of saying that also wastes time, just say it." He grumbled inwardly, annoyed, "This damn brat," but immediately forced a smile to hide his anger. "For a long time now, we've been secretly tracking the bodies of demons, and recently we found a group of demons whose information is still unknown." Eric picked at his ear, his voice utterly nonchalant. "Oh, Grigori, right?" Bacon was startled. "How do you know that, sir?" He narrowed his eyes, his attitude instantly turning cold. "Have you in the intelligence agency forgotten which family I come from?" He bowed his head, his voice choked between his teeth. "Moberger." Eric subtly curled his lips, a clear look of amusement as he heard the other person utter those words, the natural enemy of demons. Bacon questioned, "Next, the report states that 9 totems were found, but only 1 has been submitted. So where are the other 8 now?" He pointed a finger at himself. "I'm keeping them." He yelled, "What? That's illegal." Bacon said sternly, "According to Article 11, Section 2 of the Royal Code, the royal family shall keep all items related to demonkind as evidence." Eric immediately countered, "Article 8, Section 1 of the Property Law, if the administrative department permits, a person may possess items related to demonkind for research purposes." He scoffed, "I already have a permit from the administrative department. Does the intelligence agency know that?" He was trembling with anger. "Then allow me to ask you one last question." Bacon asked, "How did you know the exact location of the totems?" Eric frowned and sighed softly. "Didn't I tell you? I'm from the Moberger family, honestly." He furiously shouted, "That answer alone is too vague." He growled, "So, you want me to reveal my family's secret to the intelligence agency?" Bacon was speechless, veins throbbing on his face. Annoyed inwardly, this cunning fellow, he really has no sense of hierarchy. He keeps using his ancient family name as an excuse. Eric waved his hand. "I think I've answered enough. Let's stop here, okay?" Knowing he couldn't push further, he suppressed his anger, clenching his hands into fists. "Thank you for your cooperation." Immediately after, Bacon quickly turned and left. He stood behind, silently watching his retreating figure disappear. Suddenly, a voice broke the silent atmosphere. "Well, I must say, you've got guts. You even dare to talk back to the almighty intelligence agency." Hyde praised, "You did great, Eric. If you had just stood there and let them walk all over you, I would have chopped off each of their heads." He sighed, rubbing his head. "Good heavens, these sisters are truly alike." Judy reminded, "Eric, the intelligence agency is very stubborn. Once they bite, they never let go. Is it okay to just leave things like this?" He immediately replied, "No, it's not okay." Eric continued, "You know, I'm not the type of person who lets things end so easily." Hearing these words, Xin panicked. What kind of trouble is he planning to stir up this time? Eric continued, "I'm also not the type of person who lets someone with a hostile attitude towards me just walk away without good reason." His eyes flashed with a murderous glint. "They won't get off so easily." Before long, night fell, the full moon hanging high, casting a faint light over the silent space. In a deserted forest, the night wind gently rustled the leaves, creating a whispering sound like the murmur of shadows. At this moment, Bacon knelt before a man. "I am truly a disgrace, I apologize." He said softly, "Raise your head, Agent Bacon." The man exclaimed, "The one who should be ashamed is not you," he said in a deep voice, "but rather I, the Crown Prince. This man is the Crown Prince." Right behind them, a bat was attentively observing, not missing any of their gestures or voices. Suddenly its eyes lit up. "The bat was a scout you planted. Here comes the big fish." The Crown Prince reassured his subordinate in front of him, "I was the one who wanted you to meet the Mervinger family. I was also the one blinded by jealousy, underestimating my enemy. I was the one who acted carelessly." Bakon was stunned. "Sir," he continued, "I have made you suffer humiliation because of my incompetence." He frantically interrupted, "Your Highness, please don't say that." The Crown Prince raised a hand to stop him. "However, everything that has happened until now has been personal matters." He decisively stated, "Our priority objective is to eliminate the hidden remnants of the demons." Bakon bowed his head, accepting the order, "Yes, Your Highness." The Crown Prince stared at the man in front of him, "And, you said Viscount Garat is one of Grigory's subordinates, didn't you?" He cautiously reported, "Yes, we have confirmed it. They are all demons, and everything related to the artifacts is connected to them. To gain the upper hand in the struggle for the throne, we must succeed in defeating the demons in this war." He said sternly, "There's no room for error here." Bakon bowed, respectfully replying, "Yes, Your Highness." Then, he slowly watched the Crown Prince's back as he walked towards the carriage. Bakon mused, he couldn't forget his former fiancée, Lady Isabel. He had no choice but to choose politics over his love for her to secure the throne. He thought to himself, the reason he hid his identity and decided to reveal it now is probably because he wanted to see for himself what kind of person Eric Mervinger, who saved Lady Isabel, truly is. Thoughts kept appearing in Bakon's mind, this is perhaps to give him some peace of mind. But now they have given him a reason to do what he has always wanted, to completely destroy the demons. His heart was filled with hope, he is the son who will lead the empire to good things. Thinking of Eric's arrogant smile, Bakon was furious, and he immediately plotted his next move. We must avoid getting involved with Eric Mervinger any further. This trouble must not continue. In other words, we need to completely eliminate Eric Mervinger. He was deep in thought, completely unaware of the bat attentively watching him from a distance. Then, Bakon gathered his subordinates, Royal Intelligence Bureau, listen up. This is demon territory, where demons infest the entire forest land. He loudly commanded, search every nook and cranny of this place. Leave not an inch untouched. Eliminate all of them. Scene change. In Garat territory, the incessant sound of bombs and explosions echoed, and bright light filled the sky. Eric and his teammates stood high above, observing, their cold gaze sweeping across the entire scene below. He called out, "It seems they've started. It's time for us to move too." Instantly, Eric pushed off the ground for momentum and leaped down. The entire group simultaneously darted after him, like arrows tearing through the wind. At this moment, a thought arose in Eric's mind, sending someone to scout the Intelligence Bureau was indeed the right choice, thanks to that, I was able to get more information than expected. He thought to himself, well, although knowing that the prince is currently also hiding in the Intelligence Bureau is quite interesting information. But knowing the demon's base is the most valuable information. Before long, Eric landed, fighting until the ground was stained with blood. The Intelligence Bureau and the Viscount's family, two opposing forces. He stared at the city wall in front of him, thinking, I'll take this opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Eric secretly calculated, while the remnants of the demons and the Intelligence Bureau are gradually getting closer, I'll seize the relic and escape. He quickly took out his mask, telling himself, my teachers will clear a path for us to escape. They disguised themselves as Intelligence Bureau agents and went inside. Mephi, let's go get some food. At this moment, thunderous explosions rang out nonstop, buildings collapsed, rubble flew everywhere, and smoke and fire covered the sky. The search officially began. Eric, running, suggested, it's only a matter of time before the Intelligence Bureau attacks and reaches this place. We need to infiltrate the mansion as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a figure darted past, making the two of them jump and look back. Xian nodded slightly, his eyes serious. Got it. The two of them said nothing more and continued running straight ahead. As they got closer, he quickly cast a spell. Let's break through this wall and get past it. Sharp ice arrows quickly appeared. Eric waved his hand, and the arrows flew swiftly as he shouted. Surge! A thunderous explosion rang out, brightly illuminating a corner of the sky. Soon, a hole had been blasted in the wall, and rubble scattered. Seeing the sight, the guard cried out in astonishment, What? The wall's been breached. The man next to him stammered in fear, Has the Intelligence Bureau already reached here? Eric leaned back slightly, preparing to continue his attack. Zen, watch closely. Icy arrows ruthlessly pierced the nearby soldiers, and fresh blood immediately gushed out. The two of them looked at each other, nodding slightly as if in unspoken agreement about something. In an instant, they transformed, tearing apart their sturdy armor. Immediately after, a demon quickly appeared, shaggy and hairy, its large wings spread out powerfully. Its eyes glowed brightly, flashing a cold gleam. This is the truth. Eric recalled the earlier instructions, Your teachers will protect the kind people here. The demon frantically charged towards him. Die, human. The reminder kept appearing in Eric's mind, so don't hesitate to unleash all your power. Xian immediately unleashed a huge surge of spiritual power called Wind Blade. Immediately, one demon's wings were torn apart. It weaved among the others, slicing their bodies in half. More and more demons appeared, they had smelled the intruders. Over there. Stop those humans. Immediately after, Heezy quickly bent her knees to get momentum and jumped up. Anyway. She tightly gripped her hammer, swinging it rapidly towards the demons. I just need to smash the head of anyone who appears in my sight, right? One by one, the demons fell under Heezy's power. The scene before them horrified her teammates, their eyes widened. Carrying the bloody hammer on her shoulder, she confidently suggested, Eric, leave this place to me and everyone else. Heezy raised her head high, declaring resolutely, Go now. Listening to her, Eric quickly ran off at her urging. Stop him. At the same time, in another location, the demons laboriously carried the great high priest's wall into the underground museum. Alat angrily yelled, Be careful with that. He thought to himself, even the intelligence agency would struggle to find this place. Alat nonchalantly leaned against the wall, pleased with himself. While they're busy searching for this place, we'll take the artifacts out through a secret passage. Unexpectedly, shards of ice protruded through layers of rock and soil, while cracks began to spread above. Dust cascaded downwards, swirling densely with each tremor. Alat, startled, raised his head high, his face filled with vigilance. Suddenly, a rock fell and hit his face. Eric forcefully embedded the fragment into Alat's face. Fresh blood gushed out. He died tragically, without even closing his eyes. He arrogantly said, See, Mephi? I'm not that bad, am I? The two remaining demons trembled. How did he find this place? Magic quickly surged around him. Eric excitedly said, We're lucky enough to stumble upon a lavish feast again. Outside, flames blazed fiercely, and thick black smoke enveloped everything, as if wanting to sweep away life in an instant. The man angrily slammed his hand on the table. What did you just say? He roared, The Royal Intelligence Agency found the underground museum? His subordinate nervously suggested, Sir, I think we need to get out of here quickly. The man was so furious he trembled. Only my closest confidants knew about that place. How did they find it? He was Viscount Garrot. He stood frozen, his eyes filled with terror, muttering, No way. A spy. Among our own troops? Abruptly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending rock and soil flying into the air. The wall was completely destroyed, its fragments scattered across the ground. One of Garrett's subordinates, too terrified, fainted on the cold ground, his hands still tightly covering his face, as if to hide the lingering horror. Immediately after, Ba Tran slowly stepped in. I've been curious who Viscount Garrod is. His cold eyes fixed on the man in front of him. So, it was you. At this moment, Din slowly removed his disguise, revealing his true identity. Ba Tran coldly called out his name, Kaza. He decisively drew his sword, the steel glinting in the dim light. You scoundrel, you always escaped. We've finally caught you. The man clutched his wound, hissing indignantly, Ba Tran, you not only planted spies in my faction but also stole my museum. Who's the scoundrel here? Ba Tran asked in surprise, museum? What on earth are you talking about? Kaza yelled loudly, don't play dumb. Just then, his claws extended like living blades, and magic coiled around his fingertips, emitting a gloomy and dangerous light. Kaza said coldly, I'm sure you'll spill everything after I cut you in half. He gripped his sword tightly, magic surging around him, ready to erupt at any moment. From now on, I will punish the traitor, Kaza, in the name of the royal family. Very soon after, he immediately charged forward like a hurricane. Ba Tran was not to be outdone and immediately met him with all his strength. They both lunged at each other like raging wild beasts. In a flash, the two magic currents collided violently, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook the entire surrounding space. At the same time, on the other side, the tremor spread like a firestorm. Heezy and Sin were stunned, their bodies tensed, eyes wide as they watched the intense smoke rising. He wondered, is Eric causing trouble again? While she was still hesitant, Eric's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Sis! Without hesitation, he launched himself towards them like an arrow through the wind. He yelled, his eyes blazing, it's time to act. Seeing Heezy suddenly smile, Sin couldn't help but be surprised. How could she smile at a time like this? Without hesitation, she swung the hammer in a circle, each rotation creating a terrifying whistle, as if tearing the surrounding air. Immediately after, she spun around to build momentum and launched the weapon. It soared into the distance with tremendous force, crushing the seemingly unmovable pillars. In an instant, the demons simultaneously rushed out in a panic, running and screaming, the mansion is collapsing, we need to run faster. Eric and his teammates immediately turned and dashed off, to the professor. They ran without stopping, traversing crumbling corridors, ignoring the smoke, dust, and roaring explosions behind them. Before long, they arrived, and he exclaimed joyfully, Professor! Augustine chuckled, his voice full of amusement, I didn't think a student would ask a professor to do this. Zillidy shrugged, I wonder who said it's fun to mess with intelligence while pretending to be heroes? After that, they both quickly climbed up. Before the wheels started rolling, the old man turned to ask, Eric, all the residents have evaluated, what do we do now? He reached out and held the car door tight, what else is there to do? Eric's eyes sharpened, it's time to get out of here now. At this moment, Ba Chan froze, his gaze fixed on the rubble in front of him. He frowned, angrily thinking to himself, that madman, Kaza, I didn't think he would drag everyone down to die with him. Ba Chan grumbled bitterly, who knew he would have an accomplice outside the territory, that rat. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over to report, Deputy Commander, we've found the museum you mentioned. A thought arose in his mind, the castle has collapsed, making everything chaotic. My mission is to find traces of nobility and report back to the prince. Ba Chan calculated silently, this could help him seize the throne, and then I could become the head of the intelligence agency. He pondered, and if I can find the fabricated traces Eric left linking to this event. Ba Chan's eyes flashed with a cold killing intent, I can put an end to the Mogre family. Just as he was deep in thought, a subordinate suddenly ran over, his voice urgent, Deputy Commander, please come here. Ba Chan was startled and spun around. What is it? He pointed forward, stammering, Sir. The subordinate mumbled, the treasury is empty. He snapped furiously, damn it, did that demon clear this place out? He looked confused, I'm not sure anymore. Recalling Kaza's angry face from earlier, Ba Chan subtly frowned, a strange feeling stirring within him. No way, Kaza didn't know about the ambush, did he? He only discovered a spy midway when I arrived. Suddenly, he stopped short, a flicker of realization in his eyes. Wait a minute. Ba Chan gritted his teeth, clenching his hands into fists. That's right, it's clear now, there's a demon spy in the intelligence agency. At the same time, Eric was sitting leisurely, laughing heartily. Augustine asked in surprise, "What's so funny?" He replied gloatingly, his eyes sparkling with amusement, "Just imagining the intelligence agency people seeing an empty museum is funny enough." The old man chuckled, praising, "Those intelligence agency folks picked on the wrong person, truly my disciple." Eric glanced sideways. "Mephi, are you angry?" He sighed helplessly. "I've already let you absorb the magic power as promised. Why are you so petty for a demon lord?" Mephi gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice both furious and trying to restrain himself. "Wouldn't it be better if you told me how much stronger you'd become after absorbing the demon power?" Eric clutched the pile of magic power in his hands, his eyes shining brightly, his voice exultant. "How many are there here?" He cheered joyfully, eagerly collecting magic power from the demons. He furiously threatened, "If you don't keep your word, there won't be any more deals in the future." Eric sighed softly, "I know." Very quickly after that, he performed magic, tossing the magic cards into the air. Then, he waved his hand forcefully, and a surge of magic erupted. In just a blink, all the magic cards were absorbed to Eric's shout, "Absorb!" Mephi was so overjoyed that tears welled up, chewing ravenously. Finally, magic power. "I wonder if it's Azazel's. So delicious." But suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Mephi put his hands on his hips and roared indignantly, "What? Why did you take it back?" He calmly replied, "Hold on, this isn't the first time you've traded with me. There must be give and take, right?" Eric stated his condition, "The switch to activate the original Sin Seal, give it to me. Only then can I give you more magic power." Hearing these words, his face darkened, his voice choked, "You." Rising anger made Mephi tremble intermittently, but he suppressed it, standing silently, his eyes carefully analyzing, calculating which option would be most beneficial to him. Mephi cursed irritably, "You bastard." He retorted, "It's exploitation, a good exchange." Eric pondered, to use the seal, one must prove their ability, and to prove their ability, one must understand the seal. He furrowed his brow and thought, if I want to understand original sin, I need to receive a lower-tier seal of the same type. The problem is Mephi doesn't know any lower-tier ones. There's no other way, I have to find a way to use it myself. Suddenly, Eric sensed a murderous aura approaching. He glanced out the window, his eyes instantly sharpening, on maximum alert. The man slowly trudged, searching everywhere for the stolen treasure. Kaza followed the magical flow closely, treading cautiously. Seeing the spiritual energy converging here, growing denser and denser, he immediately guessed, the treasure is very near. Kaza yelled furiously, "I see you, thief!" In a flash, he darted through the forest like lightning, the leaves trembling with each terrifying step. Kaza gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. "Intelligence Bureau, Ba Chan." Then, he gathered momentum and leaped, his heart filled with determination. "I'll never give up so easily." Kaza muttered, "The totem they stole has a scent that only I can detect." A stream of thoughts echoed incessantly in his mind. "Once I absorb the totem and strengthen the seal." Kaza secretly vowed, "I'll tear you to pieces." Scene change. At this moment, Augustine had noticed Kaza's appearance. He spoke worriedly, "A demon who can walk under the sunlight. It seems he's angry about someone." Hyde immediately stood up, "I'll go check, sir." Augustine stopped her, "Sit down, little girl. There's nothing for you to get involved in." She frowned in confusion, "Excuse me, what do you mean?" He calmly replied, "Isn't it best that the one who sent the invitation to him is the one who goes?" Eric stared intently at the high priestess's statue in his hand, his eyes gleaming with intent. "Yes, Hyde, you are the one who called him here. I think there's still a lot to exploit from him." Hyde spun around in surprise. "Don't tell me. You're aiming for the seal." He calmly replied, It would be very rude to refuse when the cat's gotten the cream, wouldn't it? Kaza stood silently observing, inwardly disdainful, a royal carriage without any guards? I can't believe they intended to fool me with this, you fools. He sneered, I'll take back the totem. Suddenly, Eric's voice echoed from behind, I was worried you wouldn't come, but you really did. He tightened his grip on the statue, his eyes full of teasing, you're here for this, right? Kaza tensed up defensively, who are you? He calmly spoke, me? Without hesitation, Eric immediately took off his mask. He smirked, his voice full of teasing, Tada. Seeing the item in Eric's hand, he was stunned to realize, that cheap mask. Kaza gasped in shock, quietly exclaiming, impossible. Furious, his teeth clenched, he hissed with hatred, you. In his surging rage, the demon within Kaza was immediately activated, how dare you trick us? Kaza furiously lunged towards him, I will tear you to shreds. Mephi immediately appeared to remind him, are you sure you'll be okay provoking him like that? Even with one arm lost, he's still a demon with a pretty strong seal. In no time, he was already closing in on Eric. Roaring in frustration, die. He quickly leaned back to dodge, excellent, I've always wanted to know how much stronger I've become since I left. After that, Eric swiftly jumped up to dodge the next incoming sword strike, and I've decided on some things I need to do. He landed firmly, his eyes shining with excitement. Eric quickly cast a spell, his voice full of determination, I will eradicate the demon race. At this moment, the tattoo on his arm glowed brightly, and magic flowed like rivers over his arm. At Eric's shout, giant gleaming yellow ice shards quickly appeared, penetrate. His decisive flick of the wrist sent them soaring like arrows straight towards the enemy. Kaza frowned, clearly seeing the danger rushing towards him. Spiritual energy surged in his hand, and sharp claws protruded. Kaza shredded the rapidly approaching ice shards, arrogantly declaring, you think magic like that can stop me? His next words made Eric's face darken, a mage like you dares let me get close? Kaza threw a powerful punch towards him, his voice triumphant, you're done for, you bastard. Eric quickly threw a punch, blocking the attack. Two streams of spiritual energy collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion, magic brightly flashing, and rocks flying everywhere. He was knocked back, trying to claw the ground with his fingernails to stop himself, bewildered, how can a mage be so strong? In the thick dust cloud, he stood motionless, staring at his hand. Looking at the slimy poison on his hand, a thought arose in Eric's mind, when fighting him, this could be very dangerous. He braced himself, the poison in his demonic aura will seep into every small pore of the body. Eric quickly cast a spell to block it, muttering to himself, is this the power of his seal? I'll freeze it so the poison doesn't spread further, but this is only a temporary measure. I must be careful not to be exposed to more poison. Seeing the scene before him, Kaza scoffed contemptuously, thinking, he's stopping the poison from spreading by freezing his hand? What a petty trick. Then, he furiously unleashed magic throughout his body, the tattoo on his arm glowing brightly, muttering, if that's the case. Kaza's eyes glowed red, his voice full of challenge, how will you handle this? His two wings flapped vigorously, let's see how you freeze a poisoned wind. Like lightning, streams of toxic gas erupted, swirling around him, engulfing him with no escape. Eric gritted his teeth, his heart filled with fear, damn it, his poison is seeping into my body. This isn't something I can freeze to suppress. Suddenly, a decisive glint flashed in his eyes, but I can still do something to break his attack. Eric spread his arms wide, continuously casting spells, freeze, reverse, eradicate. I will blow this poisoned wind back towards you. In a blink, the magic immediately reversed, rushing straight towards the opponent. Kaza swung his hand, blocking the attack with incredible speed, and sneered, how foolish. Do you think the magic I use can affect me? Suddenly he was startled, his eyes wide with surprise. What? His opponent was completely gone. Kaza was stunned. Where is he? At this moment, he had silently appeared behind him without him realizing. It took a moment for Kaza to realize, but it was already too late. Eric shouted, bind. In an instant, his entire body was tightly bound by strong chains, unable to move. Kaz's face turned pale, and he cried out in panic, "Wait!" He didn't hesitate, immediately casting a spell, his face filled with delight. "Come on, ending you here wouldn't be any fun." Eric thought to himself, "It's been quite a while since I last used this move." In a flash, a secret technique, the Snow Mountain King's palm, was unleashed, filled with terrifying power. The pain made him unable to stand, his whole body trembling, his knees collapsing to the ground. Kaza panted, his voice full of horror, "How can a human use the power of the Snow Mountain King?" He grabbed Kaza's head tightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, looking straight at his opponent. Eric said coldly, "You don't need to know anything." Immediately after, he cast the absorption spell, drawing all of Kaza's magic power into himself. Kaza's entire body cracked, and in an instant, he fell to the ground, dead before he could even gasp. Eric stood silently, his cold gaze fixed on the motionless body on the ground, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Mephi's face darkened, his heart churning. "Exterminate demons? He dares say that in front of me?" He flashed a satisfied smile. "That means even though we have no choice but to work together now, we'll still become enemies that we'll have to fight in the future, won't we?" A thought arose in Mephi's mind. "This is great, that's what I think too." Eric put one hand in his pocket, the other clenched into a fist, his sharp eyes staring at the corpse on the ground. Suddenly, something affected his body, his brows furrowed tightly, and his vision became dizzy. Eric clutched his chest, losing all strength and collapsing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black liquid. Augustine and Mage saw this and anxiously ran over from the car, calling out. Eric gritted his teeth, silently feeling the poison accumulating in his body. Mage held one of his arms, while Augustine placed his hand near Eric's back, transferring power and asking, "Eric, are you all right?" He closed his eyes and replied, "Yes, I feel better now." After a moment, Eric wiped the grime from his face with the back of his hand, tilted his head, and asked, "Have demons always been this strong?" Augustine withdrew his hand, confirming to him, "Yes, of course." He recalled the face of the demon they had encountered earlier, then mused, if he had been at his best condition earlier. A strong wind blew past them. Augustine clasped his hands behind his back and concluded, "Then you probably would have lost to him." Eric sat cross-legged on the ground, confidently refuting, "No, I think I still would have won." Augustine's eyes widened, thinking to himself, the boy has boundless confidence. He watched Eric, who was calmly stretching as if nothing had happened. Augustine secretly marveled. He thought, "I guess the boy will find a way to defeat his opponent, no matter how disadvantaged he is." His lips, hidden behind his beard, slightly pursed, however. Augustine then reminded the person in front of him, "Didn't I tell you not to let arrogance consume you? You need to change." Eric curled his lips, wondering, "But Augustine, why are you making that face?" Augustine's face clearly showed excitement, and he kept uttering self-praise, "Truly worthy of being my disciple." At night, the sky above was dyed a deep black, with only the full moon emitting a shimmering light. The scene on the ground below was a pile of desolate ruins. A uniformed person asked the one standing opposite, "What does the captain want us to find here?" His teammate replied, "How should I know? Why does he keep telling us to look for traces of a third party here?" The masked uniformed person closed his eyes and sighed, "We've been searching all day and haven't found a single trace. If this weren't in order." Before he could finish his sentence, a hand from behind directly pierced through his abdomen. Blood splattered onto his teammate, whose face became stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. Lucifer's eyes flashed red light. He casually withdrew his blood-stained hand, and immediately, the uniformed person's entire body collapsed to the ground. The teammate stared blankly on the spot. Lucifer asked him, "Hey, what happened here, fella?" The teammate reacted, his feet slowly moving as he yelled, "Who's there?" He loudly threatened, "Show yourself." This time, he also couldn't finish his sentence before a hand reached out and firmly gripped his teammate's face. Lucifer lifted the teammate's entire body, his feet dangling in the air. He struggled and screamed incessantly. The drawing on the back of Lucifer's hand glowed. He said unhappily, "That voice is so annoying. I'll find out for myself then." A piercing scream echoed in the air. Finally, the accomplice was completely assimilated by Lucifer. His body cracked and disintegrated into countless black dust particles. All those black dust particles were absorbed by the drawing on the back of Lucifer's hand. He closed his eyes, looked up at the sky, and uttered, "Kaza has failed." In Lucifer's mind, an image appeared of Kaza, seemingly injured, trying to hold his arm. Next was the scene of two men having broken into a room. Lucifer murmured to himself, "A third party, neither the intelligence agency nor my kin, is also involved in this." Another scene appeared in his mind, the back of the prince walking away. Lucifer smiled with interest. What an unexpected harvest! When he opened his eyes, they had turned a terrifying crimson. He thought of the prince personally getting involved. In a square with a giant statue, Bakon knelt in front, with the intelligence agency members kneeling on the ground behind him. After kneeling for an unknown period, the prince spoke, signaling to everyone, "That's enough." He clasped his hands behind his back and sternly reminded them, "Remember the wounds you've suffered today for the rest of your lives and reflect on yourselves." Bakon, covered in injuries, bowed his head deeply and replied, "Your humble servant will engrave that in mind." The prince asked him, "The conquest plan, meticulously planned for years, has now completely failed. What do you intend to do?" Bakon didn't raise his head but reported some information he knew. "According to my report, Viscount Garat is not Gregory's only follower. Fortunately, the agents we sent to other branches were able to gather information about our main camp." Upon hearing this, the prince concluded, "That means the plan for this area hasn't entirely failed." Bakon affirmed, "Yes, Viscount Garrett's plan was simply our mistake in Team 4. The prince turned and walked away, giving him orders, "All right, Bakon, clean this mess up and head to the rendezvous point." As if discovering something unusual, he glared, and his steps halted. The surroundings had become chaotic, constant shouts echoed, "Ambush! Demons!" Bakon reacted immediately. He stood up, sword in hand, commanding the others, "Everyone, form up." The intelligence agency members began to coordinate, splitting into multiple directions to eliminate the flying demons in the air. Bakon shielded the prince, glaring and scolding, "These fools! Protect the prince first." All members of the intelligence agency understood his intention and immediately rushed towards the same direction to protect His Highness. As they rushed towards the prince, a black-purple aura swept past above their heads with lightning speed. Bakon was startled by that sight and thought to himself, "Too fast." He changed his position, using his sword to block the dark purple energy stream from hitting the prince. Lucifer, facing Bakon directly, praised him, "Not bad, human." Bakon swung his hand, delivering a slash, "You scum, how dare you!" Lucifer had already leaped into the air to dodge his slash. Lucifer smiled as if he had found his target, pointing a finger, "It's you." His gaze fixed on the person standing behind Bakon, uttering 4 words, "You are the prince." The surrounding demons heard his words and fell silent, exchanging glances. They simultaneously flew this way to attack the prince. "He is the prince." Bakon raised his sword and arranged, "I'll stop him. Protect His Majesty." 2 members of the intelligence agency obeyed the order, quickly leading the prince away. "Please follow us, Your Highness." Bakon recited an oath, a source of power emanating from within him. Bakon will begin to execute the enemies who dare to harm His Highness. On both sides of Lucifer, mouths with long tongues sticking out and sharp teeth appeared. He clenched his hands into fists. "That guy's pretty good, shouldn't we start acting too?" The 2 of them attacked each other without hesitation. Lucifer was like a wide-open mouth ready to swallow Bakon whole. A huge explosion occurred, as 2 streams of purple and yellow power directly collided. On the ground below, the demons continuously attacked, and the members of the intelligence agency were fighting them fiercely. The demons aimed at the prince and conversed with each other. "We'll get the seal if we bring the prince's head back to the messenger, won't we?" I wonder if we'd get a few more seals if we brought the messenger a few more of the prince's body parts. Bakon angrily charged towards a demon. How dare you lowly demons insult the one who will become the ruler of our empire? Many slashes were unleashed, blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a shouting voice, Your Highness, I will clear the way for you. A demon flew in from unknown origins towards the prince and shouted at the intelligence agency member standing beside him, You'd best hand over the prince to me. It raised its sharp hand, crazily rushing to attack. The seal is mine. The prince was so surprised that he gasped, frozen in place, unable to react to the current dangerous situation. From somewhere, a voice echoed, Who dares to stand in the messenger's way? As soon as the words ended, countless rays of power shot down from the sky onto the winged demons. Immense power struck the winged demons directly, then gathered to form the image of a lion's head. That was also the symbol drawn on the flag representing the blue lion. Lucifer held an arm, licked his lips in appreciation. You guys are lucky. A member of the prince's intelligence agency also recognized that the approaching army was the Blue Lion. Herman rode at the head of the army, with Isabel beside him. Someone joyfully exclaimed, The Blue Lion is here. Herman tilted his head, giving orders to the army behind him, My soldiers, destroy the enemy. All the Blue Lion soldiers, receiving the command, attacked without any hesitation. Just one slash from them defeated a winged demon. The prince just stood silently on this side. The intelligence agency members surrounding him all cheered joyfully, We're saved. The prince's gaze focused solely on Isabel. In his mind, he silently called her name, Isabel. After an unknown amount of time, the sky returned to a clear expanse, with stars twinkling above. The Blue Lion soldiers and the prince's intelligence agency members stood facing each other. A report sounded, although we were able to eliminate most of the demons with the Blue Lion's help. Bakon, with his clothes stained with blood, respectfully bowed to the prince and said, We were unable to eliminate the head demon. The prince closed his eyes and nodded once at the person in front of him, Thank you. Herman also bowed his head and explained, I'm glad you're safe, Your Highness. I would escort you back to the palace, but you already have your intelligence agency with you, so I'll take my leave here. The prince replied as if concerned, You must be very busy. Please carry on then. Herman bowed once more, Thank you for your understanding. Just as Herman looked up, he heard the prince suddenly ask, But may I ask where you intend to go? He had no intention of hiding it, glancing at Isabel standing next to him as he replied, I'm looking for Eric Merbinger. The prince also turned his gaze towards her, I see. Isabel bowed her head, her face slightly flushed, a very gentle smile gracing the corner of her lips. The prince calmly turned and left, only saying, All right, goodbye. But in reality, he was secretly muttering the name he had just heard to himself, Eric Merbinger, that name again. On the other side, a carriage was traveling through the forest, under the light snowfall of winter. Eric sat in the carriage, curiously poking his head out the window to look around. The carriage stopped in front of the gate of a large city wall. Eric observed the city wall ahead. This is even bigger than what I heard. He secretly analyzed in his head, the flower palace must be somewhere behind this wall. The soldiers blocking the city gate loudly demanded, Please stop. Casey said to the soldiers in front, You must be border guards. We want to cross the border. The leading soldier didn't move but raised his hand to refuse, Sorry. Eric, sitting in the carriage, nervously listened as he declared, But you may not pass. Eric stepped down from the carriage and asked the leading soldier, Has something happened beyond the wall? The leading soldier recounted the situation. The monsters outside the city wall have been causing trouble lately. Unexplained phenomena have also started appearing, so the guard soldiers are in a critical situation. Eric looked at the black-purple streaks in the sky and thought to himself, I knew the energy I felt beyond the wall was extremely suspicious. He gritted his teeth and smiled, telling himself, Even so, I have no intention of giving up yet. Eric signaled to the person sitting in the driver's seat, KAC, give them the travel pass. He replied to him, Understood. KAC quickly reached inside his jacket to look for something. He held a scroll in his hand, slowly walking towards the leading soldier. KAC didn't say anything but directly handed the scroll to him. Here. The leading soldier opened the scroll and read its contents, his face full of doubt as he secretly wondered, what is this? Sound of a loud noise. When he saw the contents of the paper, the leading soldier flinched, silently exclaiming, the Nestor family and the Merbinger family? He rolled the paper back to its original form, respectfully returning it to KAC. I apologize, I didn't realize you came from such important families. Normally, people wouldn't be able to pass even with a travel pass, but I'll make an exception for you since you're from the Nestor and Merbinger families. The soldier added, in return, please run to the highest possible shelter if you encounter any trouble. Eric asked him, if I hide there, will someone come to rescue me? The soldier blurted out a single word, no. His face became serious, and he continued, if that's the case, it will be easier for us to find your body. Eric frowned, completely stunned by his answer. A gigantic sandworm was opening its mouth very wide, revealing its sharp fangs. It swung its head, aiming at Eric who was standing on the ground below. Then, the sandworm closed its mouth and rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed. When it was only a very short distance from Eric, the sandworm opened its mouth wide once again. He raised his hand, and the drawing on his arm emitted a blue light. Fall. Eric leaped into the air, and then a sharp ice block stabbed straight into the sandworm's neck. A piercing scream echoed. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, these sandworms keep rushing here like crazy. Another sandworm appeared behind Eric, opening its mouth wide with sharp fangs and lunging to attack. As if sensing its movement, he glanced backward. Eric jumped and did a somersault in the air to dodge, while thinking to himself, after the last battle with the demon, I feel like I can't skillfully use what I've gained. He crouched and reached his hand forward, muttering to himself, if I acquire more seals in the future, my mana capacity will be a hindering factor, and I won't be able to use them to their full potential. Eric shouted, go! As soon as he finished speaking, countless ice blocks flew and impaled the sandworm. The sandworm let out a scream, then its entire body lifelessly crashed down. Huge cracks also appeared on the ground above. Eric landed right next to it, silently setting a goal, magic unique to myself, I need to create an entirely new kind of magic. He looked up, concluding in his mind, only then will I be strong enough for no one to look down on me anymore. Someone approached Eric from behind and asked, are you done, sir? Xian and the others didn't know how long they had been waiting. He clutched his coat tightly, shivering as he complained. Even though I've enveloped my body with mana, it's still incredibly cold, and I'm almost out of mana too. Eric turned his head, observing the scene before him, thinking, this place should be a hot, desert-like area. I didn't expect it to be so freezing with strong winds. I wonder if this is one of the unusual phenomena they mentioned. He recalled the information he had learned. This place is called the Black Snowfield. The name Snowfield is simply an analogy, because the land here has been poisoned and is pitch black, looking like a black snowfield. That's the meaning behind the name. Eric looked at the sandworm's corpse on the ground. This place is also completely overrun with monsters, and even the Empire has given up on conquering it. This is a forbidden zone where even archmages of 8 circles or higher are not necessarily safe. Suddenly, a hand wrapped around his shoulder. Xian closed his eyes and curiously called out, hey, Eric, is the floral shrine really a place forsaken by the gods? He asked doubtfully, in fairy tales, the floral shrine was a peaceful garden where the god of flowers lived happily with humans. Does this place look like a flower garden? Eric pulled his arm away from Xian's grasp, stating firmly, the floral shrine does exist. I can confirm its existence based on the records of my ancestors and the royal family. Augustine also asked with interest, so, you know its exact location? I don't believe you can find that with just the information in those records. Eric stated his intention, I'm thinking of going to find the demi-humans guarding the floral shrine. Augustine exclaimed, reminding him. Oh. Demi-humans have a deep hatred for humanity. Are you sure it'll be fine? Eric patted his chest, assuring him, we'll be fine. I have a way. Augustine stroked his thick beard under his chin. I don't know what you're planning, but I'm looking forward to it. It would be even more fun if I knew what you were planning. He held out his hand, wondering, but how do you plan to find demi-humans in such a vast place? Eric replied, that's something I'm still figuring out. Hyge also spoke up, do we have a map or any road signs? We can't just scour this entire snowfield. Eric answered her. No, we don't have anything. If only we had at least a compass, then. Mephi hovered in the air as if he saw something. He flew closer to Eric and whispered, hey, the ice crystal is glowing. He reached inside his robe, searching for the ice crystal he had put in his pocket. Eric held the glowing ice crystal in his hand, wondering, why is it suddenly glowing? The ice crystal suddenly flew up into the sky, startling everyone as they watched it. Xian's mouth fell open in confusion. What? From within the hovering ice crystal, a dazzling beam of light shone directly down onto Eric's head. His eyes widened as he realized, the light from the ice crystal is opening a path for us. Eric smiled at everyone standing around. I think we've found our way. In the night sky, a full moon cast its light illuminating the darkness, surrounded by twinkling stars. In the forest, a breeze rustled through the air, causing the tree leaves to sway. On the forest path, a carriage with a guiding light slowly moved forward. Eric held the ice crystal in his hand, glanced at it, and then ordered, stop. The man heard the command and replied, yes, Master Eric. Xian wondered, what's wrong? Eric looked down at the item he was holding and explained, the ice crystal stopped glowing after we entered the forest. I think we need to search around here. At night in the forest, where ancient trees intertwined, the space was shrouded in darkness, looking gloomy and terrifying. But in one area beneath the ground, a cluster of warm yellow lights appeared, illuminating a section. Eric led Xian, Hyge, Zillidy, and Augustine, walking together in one direction. Xian, feeling unconvinced, turned his face to ask, are we really going to find anything here? I don't see anything. Zillidy's eyes lit up as she said, I'm searching from above with my familiar, but I don't see anything either. Eric stared at the ice crystal, which was no longer glowing like before. Is that so? He curled his fingers, gripping it tightly in his palm. Eric closed his eyes and turned in the opposite direction. Let's head back to the carriage. The ice crystal will probably continue to guide us. A piercing scream echoed in the air, startling both him and Zillidy as they looked in the same direction. Eric and Xian looked at each other, as if understanding each other's intentions, and nodded simultaneously, exchanging glances. Next, all three, Eric, Xian, and Zillidy, darted forward with extreme speed. The three of them moved like lightning, weaving and gliding past the trees as they pressed forward. After an unknown amount of time, Eric's eyes widened, signaling, something's there. He and Xian hid behind two trees, while on the other side, several horned demon goats surrounded a woman. Upon closer inspection of the woman's appearance, Eric whispered to himself, a female demi-human? Mephi stood at the corner of a tree nearby, arms crossed, and said, that's a female cat demi-human. On the other side, the horned demon goats with their blazing red eyes opened their mouths wide and let out a piercing roar. They began to furiously charge and attack Irina, who was kneeling on the ground. She was completely defenseless, she could only close her eyes and scream loudly, is anyone there? Please help. Just then, a voice echoed, freeze. Still panicked, Irina gritted her teeth, tightly shut her eyes, waiting for her end. But after a long while, nothing happened, so she slowly opened her eyes, bewildered. The horned demon goats were now frozen solid into blocks of ice. From behind the tree, Eric raised his hand and snapped his fingers. All the frozen horned demon goats disintegrated into fragments. Eric walked closer to Irina and asked with concern, are you all right? He ran one hand through his hair, extending the other towards her. You must be quite shocked, huh? Mephi scoffed, you have no acting talent whatsoever. Eric paid no mind to his taunts, he just quietly asked Irina, if you're hurt anywhere, I'll heal it for you. As if to show his friendliness, he reached out his hand to help her stand up. Can you stand up by yourself? Irina just silently looked up, her gaze unfriendly as she stared at him. She aggressively swatted Eric's hand away. I don't need help from a human. As soon as Irina finished speaking, two cat demi-humans with bows and arrows appeared on a tree branch above them. The two of them stood guard on the tree, while below, Eric's group was surrounded from all sides by a crowd of armed cat demi-humans. Irina gritted her teeth and threatened, "You foolish human. If you don't surrender after I count to 3, I'll deal with all of you." She counted 1, and the cat demi-human on the tree drew his bow and arrow. Xian glanced at the beast human in the tree, and Irina's count rang out again, 2. Mage looked at the back of the person standing in front of him, silently wondering, "Eric, what are you planning?" A corner of his mouth curved upwards, forming a bright smile. Eric raised both his hands and plainly declared, "I surrender." Mage, Zility, Augustine, Xian, and Mephi, who were gathered together, all had different expressions upon hearing Eric's words. Eric stood in front, raising both his hands, and said with a smile, "I surrender." Mephi crossed his arms, musing to himself with interest, "He's truly full of tricks." The scene reverted to a moment earlier, when Eric's group was still hiding behind the trees. At that time, he quickly spotted Irina trembling and kneeling on the ground, surrounded by the horned monsters. Eric chuckled, "This situation, it's clearly a trap. Such an old trick." His eyes gleamed as he observed, "There are soldiers nearby too." Augustine, standing by another tree, spoke up and asked, "Eric, what are you going to do now?" The corner of Eric's mouth curved into a smile as he replied, "What else can we do? If they want to play, we'll oblige them." His face showed excitement as he said, "And we'll let them lead us right into their lair." Back to the present, in the Beastman Kingdom, a horse-drawn carriage pulling a prison cage was traveling on a desolate road in the city. Irina led the way, with cat demi-human guards on either side of the carriage. Inside the cage, everyone's hands were bound with iron shackles. Only Augustine had fallen into a drowsy state, while the others remained silent. Mephi crossed his arms and called out to the person sitting below, "Hey, do you really have to?" He asked, unable to comprehend, "Go to this extent?" Eric smiled and replied, "You're so foolish." A cunning look appeared on his face as he affirmed, "You have to be willing to sacrifice this much to successfully pull off the deception." Mephi could only lament, "I can't believe those idiotic freaks were fooled by such terrible acting." Suddenly, many beastmen appeared by the roadside, pointing at their cage and cursing, "Damned humans. Why did the search party bring humans back? They definitely don't have good intentions. Just get rid of them right now." Eric glanced at the situation outside. "Actually, I already expected this. But their anger towards humans is truly great." Mephi also looked in his direction. "After all, you humans stole their habitat and drove them here, so isn't it completely normal?" "Huh? It won't be easy to quell the ancestral rage." Eric remained silent, his eyes quietly narrowed, glancing outside the carriage. After an unknown duration of travel, the carriage wheels finally came to a stop somewhere. Irina's feet, which were moving forward, suddenly turned back. She introduced herself, saying, "I am Irina, Royal Guard of the Kingdom of Anmov." Irina's warning voice echoed into the cage, "If you value your lives, you'd better behave." Eric looked up, staring intently at her. Irina's threat echoed before the colossal castle gate, "Because our great king will interrogate you." In the sky above, many white clouds drifted idly. The castle entrance door slowly opened, and Irina led Eric's group slowly inside. She led them down a long corridor. Eric and all the others behind him were handcuffed with iron chains. Mephi crossed his arms, asking curiously, "You must have some intention, that's why you entered the heart of the enemy's territory, right?" Eric smiled, confirming to him using a communication method only they could hear, "Of course, those monstrous people won't refuse me." On both sides of the path, many beast humans stood in long lines, waiting. Eric walked past the glaring officials of the Beastman Kingdom on both sides, explaining to Mephi, "Because I possess a power they've coveted for centuries, the war technique of the Tiger King, the former Beast King." He curved his lips and uttered 3 words, "Body Enhancement Art." Eric calmly analyzed, the Tiger clan has held the position of king for many generations. But now they're all extinct. What if the body enhancement art, which represents the king's authority, appears? Eric excitedly said, let's see how valuable it will be. Mephi looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. You're really eager to sell it for an exorbitant price, aren't you? In front, Irina knelt on one knee, placing her hand on her chest and bowing respectfully. She looked at the person in front of her and loudly reported, Your great king of Anmov, I have brought the prisoners. A small figure sitting on a chair replied to her, Well done. A hand resting on the armrest of the chair, revealing sharp claws, asked, You humans, why have you entered our territory? Eric secretly wondered, is he a tiger human? The young boy opened his mouth to speak, revealing his shining sharp teeth, If you dare to lie. Eric was stunned on the spot, muttering in his mind, No way, the Beast King, the Tiger King. Velan's, sitting on the chair, seriously threatened, Then you won't leave here alive. Eric, standing below, incredulously exclaimed, It's just a child. He was completely dumbfounded. And Hige, standing beside him, was sweating profusely trying not to speak. She whispered to herself, So cute, he's too adorable. Mephi also covered his mouth, teasing, A young Tiger King, perhaps you won't gain as much from this as you think. Eric glared, thinking, It's good that the Tiger King has a descendant, but he's too young. He took a step forward, calculating in his mind, Let's try it first. I can always escape if things go south. Eric, without any fear, asked, Are you the king? Mouse, seeing his attitude, yelled in displeasure. You impudent wretch, how dare you question our great king like that? Eric retorted bluntly, Hey old man, stay out of this. Mouse was furious, pointing at him and yelling, You old man, you brat. Guards, take that prisoner out immediately. Eric tilted his head, scratching his ear. This mouse is too noisy. Just then, someone commanded, Stop. Mouse still wanted to continue, but... Velan stood up from his chair, his eyes flashing red light. He asked him in an authoritative tone, Are you going against my orders? Mouse had no choice but to grit his teeth and step back, returning to his place in line. Eric smirked, casting a triumphant glance at him. Velan sat back down and asked, Well, do you have something to say? Eric smiled, thinking to himself, I thought he was just an ignorant kid. It seems the blood of the Tigerkin still flows in him. Perhaps it will be easier to persuade him than I thought. Then he looked up, facing the boy directly, and asked in return, Do you know the body-strengthening technique? Velan's expression became stunned upon hearing the question. The boy uttered two words, What? Eric held up two fingers. If I tell you that I want to sell it, how much would you offer to buy it? The officials standing on either side started to stir when they heard him speak like that. What nonsense is this? You bastard! How dare a tiny human like you mention the body-strengthening technique? Guards! Sever this impudent human's head from his body. Velan waved his hand, ordering them, Calm down. Eric, as if losing patience, swung his hands, breaking the iron cuffs that bound his wrists, and shouted, Seriously! You guys are too noisy. Immediately, a group of guards rushed forward to shield Velan. The prisoner has broken his shackles. Protect the king. Behind the guards, the group led by Irina had also gathered. Eric's group was now surrounded on both sides by them. The iron cuffs on the remaining members of Eric's group were successively broken, shattering into many fragments that fell to the ground. Augustine rubbed his wrists and asked with concern, Monsters aren't easy to deal with. Do you want my help? Eric refused with extreme confidence, No need, sir. I'll handle them myself. A stream of light emitted from his body as he stepped forward a few paces. I need to show them my ability. Only then will they believe me. An official shouted loudly, What are you doing, royal guards? Quickly, take down those evil humans. The guards obeyed the command and charged towards Eric simultaneously. Sin sighed helplessly, he was very quiet on the way here, so I had a feeling. Hige called out. Eric, if you dare to lay a hand on my beloved little tiger, I'll skin you alive. Agility laughed excitedly. I love watching chaotic scenes like this. A blonde guard extended his sharp claws and lunged towards the boy. Eric stood still, also extending his hand, his fingers gradually curling. He took a few preparatory steps and then lunged forward with extreme speed. On the opposite side, the beastkin was also flying towards him. Both sides were about to collide directly. Eric gritted his teeth, swung his arm, all his strength concentrated in his sharp fingertips. In a flash, he swept past the guard, and at the same time, countless slashes struck the guard's body. Body strengthening technique, fierce tiger charge. The official with the two-part hairstyle gasped at the scene that had just occurred. Impossible. The official standing next to him also asked incredulously, how can a human know the body strengthening technique? Someone else gave an order, royal guards, quickly transform into beasts. The two guards looked at each other and nodded. Their human faces transformed into beast faces, their mouths full of sharp fangs, and their hands and chests also became large and hairy. Their two legs also transformed into slightly bent beast legs, and their muscles bulged, tearing their clothes. The guards completely transformed into the shape of a beast, yet they could walk on two legs. A voice shouted loudly, "Attack!" The beastmen opened their mouths wide, looking extremely ferocious. They lunged forward at the same time, targeting Eric. Someone smugly declared, "You're done for." Eric remained standing still, his hand clenched into a fist. He spun his foot in a circle on the ground, then stomped down forcefully. Eric jumped up, spun once in the air, sending all the surrounding beastmen flying, body strengthening technique, tiger claw. The beastman hit by the move, tongue lolling out, was knocked unconscious and sent flying, landing right at the feet of a guard standing far away. He tremblingly looked up at the dark shadow engulfing him. Behind Eric, a giant black tiger seemed to appear, body strengthening technique, black tiger's crushing stomp. The enormous tiger paw stomped down from above, pinning the guard to the ground. Irina trembled with anger seeing her subordinate crushed by that tiger paw, unable to move. She drew the two swords from her hips and lunged forward to attack. How dare you? When Irina's sword tip was only a few millimeters from Eric's neck, a command rang out, "Stop at once." She numbly turned her face towards the sound. Irina looked at Velens, who was standing in front of the chair, and called out, "Your Majesty." Eric pushed the sword blade pointing at him down. "I think I've shown you that my power is real, haven't I?" He smiled and asked the boy, "Do you believe me now?" Velens just stared silently at Eric. Inside the palace hall, it was now a chaotic scene, with defeated beastmen guards lying scattered everywhere. Velens glared, clenching his teeth tightly as he asked, "How do you know about the body strengthening technique, something even we don't know?" A powerful green light burst forth, filling the entire room and forcing the other beastmen to hunch over in defense. Ugh. The tattoo on Eric's arm glowed, and he smiled, saying, "It's magic." Velens frowned, not understanding, and repeated the two words he had just heard, "Magic?" Eric raised his hand, using his power to draw magical circles in the air. Magic flows through all things, it always exists in this world. It reveals nature's mysteries, and it unifies all principles within it in harmony. Velens looked up at the glittering light before him. So, the body strengthening technique has always been preserved by magic. Eric smiled and moved his hand, gathering all the magic circles, then closed his eyes and confirmed to the boy, "That's right." All the ethereal images that had just appeared before Velens quickly vanished with Eric's wave of his hand. Velens' eyes sparkled, and he stared at Eric, completely entranced. Mephi, behind him, crossed his arms and exposed, "Magic, what are you talking about? You're just pulling the wool over his eyes again." Eric curled his lips into a slight smile. After all, the monster race has a certain closeness to magic. If we present this in an appealing and mysterious way, they'll fall for it. He turned towards the officials who were discussing animatedly, "Look, it's not just the king, the others have started to believe too." Mephi also commented, "These monster folk are far too naive." Eric glanced sideways and chuckled. That's why they're perfect to exploit. It's time to close the deal. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly bowed to Velens, who was standing in front of him, getting the boy's attention. Eric closed his eyes, performing a gesture of extreme reverence. The Quang the Thuit is a secret treasure of the royal family. Even if I've obtained it through magic, its true radiant power always lies in the hands of its rightful owner. Velens smiled, a look of amusement on his face, his 2 ears on his head wagging as he heard those words. Eric straightened up, spread his arms, and declared passionately, so. We want to use this agreement to build a new foundation for the royal family and those. He hadn't finished speaking when a voice cut him off. That's enough. Eric opened his eyes and tilted his head towards the source of the sound. Finance Minister Norris clenched his hands, walked up to them, and said, simply put, you want to sell the Quang the Thuit to us for a high price, right? Eric glanced at him, thinking, I can't believe he saw my true motives. This old man is not to be trifled with. Immediately after, he smiled and patted his chest, admitting, that's right. What I need is information. Norris was slightly surprised to hear Eric say, I want to know the way to the Flower Temple. Coney looked at the person next to him, puzzled. The Flower Temple? Why would a human want to go there? Mouse also glanced towards him, adding, besides, right now that place is. Suddenly a voice interrupted him, stop. Norris turned and walked towards the door, making an announcement, we understand your desire for this agreement, but we need to discuss it further, so please leave for now. He tilted his head and ordered Irina, the captain of the Royal Guard, to escort them to the mansion outside to rest. She respectfully bowed her head and replied to him, yes, sir. Before leaving with the others, Eric turned his gaze towards Norris, sighing to himself, that was almost a successful deal, all because of that old man. Mephi was also frowning tightly, his red eyes observing Norris for a long time. As Mephi scrutinized, he seemed to sense a dark power surrounding the old man, that old man. The light in Norris's eyes was completely consumed by darkness, radiating a cunning red glow. Mephi realized this was a demon. After Eric's group had completely left, only Velens remained high up in the room, and the Beastman officials were continuously discussing animatedly among themselves. Kanya clenched his hands into fists and directly proposed, of course, we should accept the agreement. This is an opportunity to restore the bloodline of the Tiger King and thus bring glory to our people as before. Mouse also agreed, saying, right now, those bastards are quite cunning. They are a greater threat to us than those humans out there. If we can unite the will of the Tiger King and hunt them down, they will have no choice but to obey. Someone stepped forward and affirmed, they are right. Boots frankly analyzed the current situation. The Quang the Thuit is a symbol of unity for the monster folk. Its loss has caused many clans to be divided. Many species are no longer in agreement. This is an opportunity to reclaim it. Having it will eliminate the reason for them not recognizing a Tiger King because he doesn't possess the Quang the Thuit. Velens, sitting on his chair, also closed his eyes and nodded in agreement with what he said, all right, if that's what everyone thinks. At this moment, Norris intervened again, we must not do that. Boots couldn't understand, turned to face him, and loudly called out, Finance Minister Norris, if we lose the symbol of the royal family like this, we won't be able to. Before he could finish his sentence, Norris used a threatening glare to prevent him from saying anything more. Seeing that look, Boots was stunned and fell silent. Norris turned to look at the others. I understand the utmost importance of the Quang the Thuit to our people and the king. His eyes grew serious, and he uttered one word, but. Then Norris shouted loudly, the reason we, monsters, have to exist in this cursed place, have you forgotten the suffering we have endured? The other officials began to ponder, his words echoing in their ears. Humans used sweet words to lure us, then cowardly stabbed us in the back, pushing us into this predicament. Norris then turned to Velens, who was sitting on the chair, Your Majesty, if we accept this agreement, we will once again become puppets in the hands of humans, and those painful historical days will repeat. He concluded everything he had said so far, that's why we must not shake hands with humans, we need to be careful with them. Velan's raised an eyebrow, his entire face showing a pensive expression for a long time, saying absolutely nothing. Who knows how much time passed? In another room, Boots impatiently wanted to persuade again, Your Majesty, we must not miss this opportunity. This is the only chance to regain the body enhancement technique. Velan's turned his back to him. The boy silently raised his head and directed his gaze towards what was in front of him. Velan's looked at the tall statue in front of him, muttering a few words, rebuilding the royal family. The boy suddenly said, If we want to fulfill the previous king's wish to unite all the clans, then we will need the body enhancement technique. Boots immediately happily chimed in that case, we will quickly summon those people here to make an agreement. Velan's clasped his hands behind his back and turned to face him. But, we cannot do that according to Sir Norris's argument. Because I think he has a valid reason to say that, humans have also deceived us too many times. Boots hastily analyzed, I know it's true that Finance Minister Norris is quite wise in running the kingdom so well that the clans have called him the wise dark sage. But he is old, and his judgments might be biased. In this situation, Velan's began to frown, angrily warning him, watch your words. He is a man who has dedicated his life to the kingdom since the time of the previous king. I do not doubt his judgment, we need to be careful with humans. Boots knew he had spoken wrongly, so he immediately bowed very low, Please forgive my inappropriate words, Your Majesty. In the end, he could only accept the current outcome and turn to leave. Velan's walked alone down the long corridor of the castle. The boy said to himself, Norris, I trust that your judgment is sound. At the same time, the night sky above was dyed an inky black, with birds soaring through the air at the Andromov Annex mansion. A pair of legs wearing high leather boots slowly took steps on the luxurious carpeted floor. Someone inside the room pushed the door open, looking at the person standing outside. Inside the room, Eric leaned back in his chair, propping his head with one hand, and upon seeing the newcomer, he exclaimed, Well, what do we have here? What wind brought you here, sir? He casually faced the person standing in front of him directly and called out, Finance Minister Norris. The man looked down at him and replied, I'm here to make a deal with you all. Eric sat up straight, smiling and pointing to the chair opposite. Oh my, so you're a customer, huh? Please, take a seat here. He looked at the man and directly asked, It seems you've chosen to accept the deal I proposed. How do you intend to pay us? Norris extended a hand towards him, promising, I will give you what you want, and I will open the path to the Flower Temple for you. Eric gave a thumbs up in praise, Excellent, you are truly generous, just as I predicted of you. Norris's face showed an extremely crazed smile as he repeated his demand, the body enhancement technique, sell it to me. After finishing his conversation with Norris, Eric slumped his head onto the table, sighing tiredly, I guess no one else will come. He asked curiously, do they really think they can seize the throne and unite the clans just by having the body enhancement technique? Why do the finance minister and the other officials all say the same thing? Augustine, sitting in the chair opposite him, asked puzzled, I heard that the royal tiger lineage has fallen a long time ago. They need the body enhancement technique to revive this kingdom, but I didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. So, who do you plan to sell it to? Eric raised a finger and recounted, the finance minister still offered the highest price. Augustine seemed unconvinced as he confirmed, the old finance minister keeps mentioning that? Eric stretched out his hand, using his power as he said, in this case here. The entire room was filled with dazzling yellow streams of power. His question echoed in the space, there are too many clients pursuing the body enhancement technique. So it has become very expensive. If it has become very expensive, may I ask what the royal family intends to do with it? And how do you plan to pay me? A figure hiding in the shadows gradually revealed himself as Eric's power shone upon him. Velan's eyes flashed as he silently heard Eric call out his name, Your Majesty, the Tiger King. Mephi, standing behind him with his arms crossed, analyzed, the power held by the king is gradually declining. If it were me, I would have split those vassals' heads from their bodies. After all, I'm not as foolish as them. Velan's body began to tremble, his face darkened as he asked, why would the finance minister do that? Something must be wrong. Eric stood up and took a few steps closer to the boy. I already told you, didn't I? He smirked, promising with certainty, you'll witness some very interesting things. Before he knew it, Hyge had appeared. She placed both hands on Veland's shoulders, somewhat displeased, questioning him. Eric, how could you say such things in front of someone who's truly hurting? Eric's face grew serious. He called out her name loudly. Hyge, politics aren't child's play, sis. Can soothing his heart really change the current situation? Both Hyge and Veland were startled by his recent words. Eric reminded her, you know this, don't you? No matter how glamorous and beautiful the throne is, it will soon be disregarded without a solid power behind it. Hyge frowned, silently calling his name in her head, Eric. She remembered a scene from their childhood, when they were surrounded by others who bowed to them. Their family was known as the Thuat-Tin family. The image changed. Back then, only the two siblings were left, playing alone in their old clothes. The two children held hands tightly, but immediately after losing power, all the gods, nobles, royals, and even the magic tower abandoned us. At that time, they were completely helpless, able only to hug each other and sob. As an adult, Eric once again walked amidst the cheers of the people. It's the hero of Lycenter. He's the son of the Thuat-Tin family. Please look at me, M.O. Binger, M.O. Binger. He indifferently glanced at the people surrounding him. Eric recalled those faces, sneering. It was only when I became the hero of Lycenter that those who once looked down on me and called me a disgrace completely changed their attitude. He looked down at Veland and concluded, after all, power is what truly runs the world. Eric spoke, addressing the person in front of him, Your Majesty, you must sharpen your claws. Veland's face was slightly bewildered as he looked up and asked again, My claws? Eric knelt on one knee, placed his hand over his chest, slightly bowed his head, and closed his eyes in reverence to the boy. You must quietly hone them, and then at the final moment, use them to seize everything you desire. He opened his eyes and sincerely said, I will help you throughout this long journey. Veland's face was frozen in place, and his eyes, looking at him now, had become bright and sparkling. Eric secretly mused, look at those angelic eyes, I guess he's completely touched. Mephi, behind him, just shook his head. He looks like he's ready to sell his soul to you. Eric smiled and explained, I have to do this to move forward. Mephi smirked, as if he'd seen through his thoughts. Don't think I don't know. You're just trying to stimulate his fighting spirit, aren't you? His expression grew serious as he declared, even if you help him, only he can resolve the current situation. Who knows if he can be as formidable as those who came before him? Veland, standing opposite, quietly asked him, Do you know anything about the Tiger King Du? Eric was startled and asked back, Tiger King Du, the strongest Tiger King who once led the beast folk to their peak. Veland emphatically mentioned, all the assets left behind by Tiger King Du. The boy affirmed, I'm willing to trade everything, including the documents we've researched to restore the Kwang the Thuat. Eric's eyes widened, focusing on the next issue Veland brought up. However, the Flower Temple has been closed by the Eastern General. The boy extended his tiger-like hand. If you want to open that door, you will definitely need me. I will personally lead you there. Veland loudly demanded, so, hand over the Kwang the Thuat to me. Eric took the boy's hand and smiled, replying, as you command. He pushed himself up and suggested, let's sit down and discuss this in more detail. As Veland followed behind Eric, he wondered to himself, is this decision truly correct? No, I must not doubt my own decisions. I am the king, after all. Just as he said, as long as I sharpen my claws, everything will return to its rightful place. While walking and lost in thought, the boy tripped, stumbling forward, oh no. But Hyge's arm quickly appeared, wrapping around Veland's to catch him, preventing the boy from falling. Veland turned to look at her, thank you, I tripped over my own feet. Suddenly, Hyge reached out and hugged the boy tightly. Her unexpected action made Veland flustered, so he yelled, how dare you? I may be young, but I'm still the king. Hyge's hand moved to stroke the boy's hair, comforting him, if you want to cry, just cry as much as you need to. She closed her eyes and gently caressed Valence. It's not good for a child to endure like this. The boy's eyes widened, bewildered as he listened to her words. Valence felt as if he was being hugged and comforted by his mother. She stroked his hair and whispered, "If you're happy, just laugh. If you're sad, just cry." Valence seemed to hear her voice echoing in his ear. "Okay, Valence?" Tears began to stream down the boy's cheeks, clear drops continuously falling onto Yajiri's shoulder. Valence's hands that were tightly hugging Yajiri began to tremble. Finally, the boy fully reverted to the appearance of a child, opening his mouth wide and sobbing uncontrollably. Eric smiled, looking at them. Just now, he looked like a real king, but now he's turned into a crybaby kid. Mephi also crossed his arms, expressing his sentiment. After all, he's truly too young to bear the responsibility of sitting on the throne. Eric cleared his throat, covering his mouth, looking timid. He looked up at the person sitting opposite him. "You said you'd take me there yourself, so does that mean you plan to leave Amramov?" There was no answer. Eric looked at Valence and Yajiri playing together on the chair and called out again, "Tiger King." He frowned slightly, annoyed. "Hey, are you listening to me? If my speculation is correct, shouldn't we be leaving now? If we waste any more time here, we can't know what the finance minister and other ministers will do. I must quickly summon the royal guard and leave this palace." At this moment, Valence stopped, no longer playing, and turned to answer him. "There's no need for the royal guard." The boy explained, "Especially Irina, the captain of the royal guard and the finance minister's adopted daughter. He made her a guard just to monitor me." Eric waved his hand, frowned, and said, "So the finance minister already knows you're here?" Valence told him the situation. "I secretly left the castle, but now they must know." Just then, Sin and Agility rushed in from outside, pushing the room door open, announcing, "Eric, beast men are gathering outside the palace, a huge number." Eric rubbed his chin, calculating in his head, "So, we can't leave here secretly anymore." He seemed to realize something and asked himself, "Wait, do we really need to leave secretly?" Eric turned his gaze towards the first person, Augustine. Then he moved to the next person in the room, Agility. And the person standing with him was Sin. Adding two more people, Valence and Yajiri, he suddenly realized, with the current members, we can easily subdue everyone and go straight out the main door. A plan was set. Eric clapped his hands together. He smiled and called out, "All right, everyone." Suddenly, the whole room seemed to shake as a loud noise echoed. Valence quickly left Yajiri's arms, jumped to the ground. "It's an emergency signal." The boy ran towards the window over there. "Have the wrathful tribe brought their army here?" Eric looked in the direction Valence was running, silently repeating the two words he had just heard, "wrathful tribe." He remembered that it was the Beastman tribe that had a major conflict with Amramov. Eric intently observed Valence's expression, thinking to himself, "If they're here, they'll definitely try to stop King Valence from leaving Amramov." There was a large explosion in the city below, with red smoke and fire. Eric said to himself, "What an inopportune time." Valence's eyes caught sight of something outside the window. Two figures were flying towards them. The boy pointed, informing the others, "The enemy is attacking." Eric raised his hand, activating his power, and began to signal everyone, "Get ready to fight." Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out, calling his name, Eric. He paused for a moment and looked up again, observing very carefully. Then Eric turned around and waved his hand, instructing, "Stop." Two people landed on the windowsill at the same time. Sin and Agility, standing behind Eric, were startled when they saw the newcomers. Herman and Isabel stood on the windowsill, smiling at them. Eric, in disbelief, uttered her name, Isabel. Eric stared blankly at the two people who had unexpectedly appeared before him, wondering to himself, "What is she doing here?" Meanwhile, Mephi crossed his arms, frowning as he observed Herman, circling around him. "Ho!" He pointed at him and curiously asked, "Who is this monster?" Eric didn't answer Mephi's question, but instead bowed his head very respectfully and greeted him, "It's an honor to meet you, Green Lion Herman Well." Herman also placed a hand on his chest and bowed back, saying, "I'm just an ordinary warrior granted the title of Count. You don't need to be so formal, Duke Starlight." Next, Eric gestured into the room, inviting the two of them. "Let's go inside first." Isabel smiled and replied, "Thank you, Eric." Eric silently looked towards her. Isabel was talking to Herman behind her. "Father, come down slowly." Only when the father and daughter had safely descended from the windowsill did Eric ask curiously, "How did you know I was here?" Herman chuckled and explained his reason. "Ho ho, I wanted to personally thank our benefactor. You not only saved my daughter but also cured my illness." His long leather-booted feet took a few steps forward, approaching Eric. Herman said, face to face with him, "So I came to the capital, but then I learned that you had already left." Eric raised his hand and scratched his head, replying, "Oh dear, I should have left a message about where I was going. It seems we missed each other." Herman looked at him and denied it. "No, we should have sent a letter first. I wanted to surprise you, so I went looking for you without warning. The fault is ours." Then he turned his head to look to the side, but Herman glanced at the four people standing nearby, including Ijiri, Gility, Augustine, and Sin. "I see some familiar faces here." He exclaimed, "I didn't expect the Gray Lion's hounds to be in a place like this." Hijiri frowned and retorted, "I'm sure I've told you many times that I am not their hound." Eric, surprised, turned to the person standing next to him and asked, "You know my sister?" Herman was also surprised and asked back, "Ho, is she your blood relative?" He rested a hand on his chin, contemplating, "I have a somewhat ill-tempered friend. I ran into her a few times when I met that friend, but I never expected her to be a Melvinger. It's truly a small world." Herman's gaze then shifted to another person. He stared at Augustine, who was standing at the end of the line. "It's also rare to see the Nestor family's eccentric old man appearing outside like this." Augustine then spoke up in response to him, "I recall telling you not to call me that anymore." Herman closed his eyes and nodded. "What's wrong with calling an ancient monster like you an eccentric old man? What else should I call you?" Augustine and Herman stood face to face, the atmosphere around them seemingly on the verge of an intense battle. Eric, seeing the tension between the two, began to worry, thinking to himself, "At this rate, they'll start fighting." He raised his hand, preparing to intervene. But the next scene was completely different from what Eric had imagined. The two of them were shaking hands. Herman smiled and praised, "Every member of this group is truly astonishing." He looked at Agility and Valence on the other side. "There's the leader of the Revolutionary Army and a freak." Eric turned around and smiled at the others. "Ha, come on, everyone, calm down." Herman's gaze was still fixed on Eric as he muttered to himself, "That's why I want to have him even more." He took in the sight of Eric harmonizing with everyone else, evaluating in his mind, "Those who attract talent will one day soar to the blue sky themselves." Herman then looked at Isabel, who was smiling behind him, thinking, ignoring that prince I dislike in coming here was the right choice. Eric tilted his face and asked Isabel, "By the way, how did you two get here?" She slowly recounted, closing her eyes, "We heard you managed to get past the walls, so we did the same. A knight exploring the forest said he saw you being dragged away, so we came here to help you." Isabel glanced out the window. "People on our side are creating a commotion to distract the monsters. If we want to leave, now is the best time." The scene of the entire kingdom outside currently seemed to be engulfed in flames. Eric calculated in his head, "It seems if I want to escape from here smoothly, this is my chance." Then he observed Valence's expression as he stood behind him and said, "It's a good thing it's not the Wrath tribe invading." He turned around again, placed his hand on his chest, and knelt on the ground. Eric looked up and asked Valence again, "Has your resolve to leave this place changed?" Valence lowered his head and told him his thoughts, "I want to leave this place, but if I abandon the kingdom during this crisis, my subordinates will consider me a traitor and throw the city into chaos." A strong hand reached out and firmly gripped the boy's shoulders. Eric smiled confidently and said, "You don't need to worry about that, I've just come up with a brilliant solution." The kingdom was currently engulfed in a blaze of red smoke and fire. A pair of leather shoes stepped on the green grass and walked forward. Irina led a group of members of the royal guard towards the mansion. A male team member stepped forward and asked her, "Captain, shouldn't we be protecting the city?" Irina calmly replied to him, "No, the purpose of the royal guard is to protect the king." She pointed towards the mansion. "Currently, our king is with those disgusting humans," Irina declared, "once we ensure his safety and eliminate." Her eyes glowed with hatred, and she gritted her teeth as she uttered the words, "all those humans." Suddenly, a loud shout announced, "Those people are coming out." Hijiri and Sin, along with others, are leading the way out of the mansion. Irina quickly extended her arm, stopping the others from acting impulsively. She frowned and asked them, "You scoundrels, where is our king?" Sin looked up, scratched his cheek, and replied evasively, "Who knows?" Irina became furious and yelled, "Are you trying to pick a fight with us?" She immediately ordered the remaining members of the royal guard, "Everyone, transform into your beast forms." The guards obeyed, and in an instant, they all transformed into their beast forms, their roars echoing across the sky. Irina's sharp sword tip pointed directly at Sin's neck, forcing him to step back. With a darkened expression, Irina began to threaten, "I don't know what tricks you're playing, but if you don't return our king to us immediately." Before she could finish speaking, a figure appeared standing on a high rooftop, and a voice rang out, "Stop right there." Everyone below saw Eric and Valence up high. Irina shouted loudly, "Your Majesty." Eric smiled, looking at everyone below, "If anyone dares to make a move, your king is as good as dead." The officials below, hearing his words, angrily pointed and cursed, "Your Majesty, what is that madman doing? You wretch, take your filthy hands off our king at once." Valence looked up and asked him, "Are you sure this method will work?" Eric maintained his smile, holding the boy up with one arm. Now everyone has seen the human with advanced physical techniques abduct their king. He smirked, observing the situation below. Eric noticed Nora standing below, then asserted confidently, "None of them will be able to do anything reckless." Next, he waved his hand, activating the power of the design on his arm. The shadow of a black dragon appeared. Eric loudly declared his condition, "If you want to save your king, quickly clear the way for us." Irina's entire body trembled with rage, but Norris, standing next to her, called out, "Irina." He turned, covering his mouth with his hand, and whispered something into her ear. A moment later, Irina's hand, which was by her side, clenched into a fist. She yelled orders at everyone, telling them to make way for them. Immediately, members of the royal guard stepped back to both sides, creating a path for the rest of Eric's group. Xian took step after step forward, glancing at the beastmen standing on both sides. Isabel and Herman were also extremely wary of the beastmen staring at them with hateful eyes. Seeing their group had left, Irina turned around and demanded, "We've opened a path as you requested, release our king immediately." Up high, Eric slightly parted his lips. He stomped hard and used the force to launch himself into the air. Eric flew into the air, carrying Valence, and looked down at Irina, saying, "How can I trust you? I'll release His Majesty after I've safely left the city. If you pursue us, you know what will happen to him, don't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Eric soared into the sky with Valence to escape. Irina, standing with the royal guard and a few officials, could only watch Eric and Valence fly away, unable to do anything. The city was engulfed in flames, and the cries for help from the beastmen echoed everywhere. "Come help us, we have to put out the fire first." Mephi and Eric, carrying Valence, flew at high speed across the city sky. Valence was glancing down at the scene below when he heard Eric ask, "Do you want to go back, Your Majesty?" The boy struggled, refusing, "No, I'm the one who said I wanted to leave. I have to open the way to the Flower Temple for you." Eric tilted his head, looking at the boy. "Let's put that aside for now. What I want to ask is," his face showed seriousness as he asked again, "do you want to go back, or leave?" Valence kept staring down. "Just thinking about the castle now makes me feel suffocated." The boy remembered the faces of the people, "But it's different with my pure-blooded citizens. They're all good people who trusted and cheered for me." Valence's face darkened. "If I abandon them, the whole city will descend into chaos, especially if we're invaded." Suddenly, Mephi, who had been silent until now, called out a reminder, "Hey, I don't think you have time for such leisurely chats." Eric heard that, looked up, and asked him, "Mephi, what did you see?" His eyes emitted a yellow glow as he looked into the distance. Eric looked at the giant whirlwind appearing before him and asked, "A sandstorm?" Valens's face showed horror. "No," the boy anxiously uttered, "that's the Winter General." Eric looked at the giant whirlwind in front of him and realized, that's the catastrophe that destroyed the North. He frowned, thinking, if I get caught in it, I'll be torn to shreds. Mephi called out again, "Hey, Eric, it's not over yet." He smirked and said, "I think there are some annoying guys accompanying that whirlwind." Eric's eyes continued to emit a yellow light, checking the situation ahead. "What is it?" He was startled when he saw the scene over there. Beneath the whirlwind, an extremely large army was advancing towards them. That's... Eric looked at the symbol on the fluttering black flag and recognized them as the nine-tailed foxes. Mao, leading the Wrath Tribe army, shouted orders to his subordinates, "Ha ha ha, run at full speed." They are also known by another name, the Wrath Tribe. The Wrath Tribe, Andromov's arch-rivals, led by the Tiger King. An alliance of monsters that turned their backs on the Tiger King's family had lost the body-strengthening technique. While the Wrath Tribe craves Andromov's rule, so far, only minor conflicts have erupted. They've never launched any large-scale wars. Valens stared in disbelief and asked, "What are the Wrath Tribe doing here?" Eric let out a breath, speculating, it seems some traders in the castle gave them information about the body-strengthening technique. "You're still so naive, even after being stabbed in the back a few times," Valens angrily yelled, "how ridiculous." Eric turned his head and asked the boy, "If not, then why do they suddenly want to invade Andromov, and come to where I, the one who possesses the body-strengthening technique, am?" By then Valens had almost understood everything. The boy's face paled as he lowered his head, unable to refute anything. Suddenly, Valens' entire body trembled violently, making the boy gape in bewilderment. Valens was lifted by Eric's arm, bringing them face to face. The boy frantically yelled, "What are you doing?" Eric looked at the person in front of him. "Can you answer the question I just asked you earlier?" He repeated his question, "Will you return to the city or abandon this place and come with me?" Valens bowed his head and hesitantly uttered a word, In the boy's mind, he recalled the worried faces of the people. Valens seemed to have made a decision, so he looked up at the person in front of him. "I will return to the city and protect my people." Eric smiled, pleased with the boy's answer. "I knew you'd say that." Valens continued to mumble, confessing, "But I'm very weak, and I have nothing to give you. I can't ask for anything more." Unexpectedly, Eric used his head to strongly tap the boy's head. Valens rubbed his reddened head and yelled loudly, "That hurts." Eric also bumped his forehead against the boy's. "Your Majesty, friends don't care about such things." Valens repeated, slightly bewildered, "Friends?" Eric lifted the boy high up. "You just need to ask." He continued with a smile, "Ask for help." Eric affirmed with certainty, "If you do that, your friends will go to the ends of the earth to help you." He turned his head to glance at the newcomer. "Isn't that right?" Xian, somewhat helplessly, could only put one hand on his hip and reply, "Well, it's not wrong." Valens placed his hand over his chest, his eyes becoming extremely bright as he asked him, "Can I be your friend?" Eric smiled and replied to the boy, "What's so hard about being friends?" Xian also smiled. Eric's voice echoed in their ears, "You can be my friend as long as you enjoy my presence." Valens' face became extremely excited as he looked at both of them. On the other side, the Whirlwind and the Wrath Tribe army were very close. Eric continued, "Since my friend needs help, how can I turn a blind eye, right?" He smirked, called out, "Brother Xian, tell everyone, change of plans." The two large front paws of an animal were rapidly galloping on the ground, pushing forward. Mao, the leader of the Wrath Tribe soldiers, roared savagely, ordering his subordinates behind him, "Speed up." He led the charge, flying towards the city gate. Andromov is right ahead. Hugo, the fierce beast squad's adjutant, flying alongside, asked, "Leader, is the body-strengthening technique really in Andromov?" Mao scoffed back at him. You doubt this because an ordinary human possesses the body-strengthening technique? Hugo acknowledged with his eyes, yes, it's quite unbelievable that such a low-ranking race would possess such a marvelous secret technique. Mao, while pulling the reins and galloping forward, analyzed, even if the information is wrong, we cannot miss the opportunity to invade Andromov, especially given the current losing situation, right? Hugo immediately replied upon hearing this, exactly. Mao's eyes revealed deep craving as he declared, if the information is accurate, we must not allow the Tiger King's family, which has lost the heavenly mandate, to get their hands on the body-strengthening technique. At the same time, elsewhere, a large army of Wrath Tribe beastmen was gathering. A hand with sharp claws gripped the armrest. The Blood Wolf King's voice rang out, 40 years ago. If it weren't for the green-eyed, blonde-haired mage blocking our path, we could have built a great empire on the corpses of those tigers. His furry tails wagged. Even so, if I get my hands on the powerful body technique, I'll recover the tails I've lost, and finally return to the nine-tailed form I've always yearned for. The Blood Wolf King licked his lips with pleasure, saying, no one can stop me. He began to order, soldiers, bring me the powerful body technique. An enraged beastman soldier kneeling on the ground nodded upon hearing the command. The Blood Wolf King's resounding words echoed through the space, let's restore our honor and glory. He opened his mouth wide and roared, once it's done, I'll make the whole world kneel before me. Back at the city gates, Mao shouted loudly, you inherited the heavenly mandate to be our king, Blood Wolf King. He swore, I will protect the blessing of the tales bestowed upon us. Mao raised the saber in his hand and called out, brothers, advance and take the Tiger King's head. The enraged beastmen's faces turned fierce, and they shouted in unison, for the Blood Wolf King's blessing. All the enraged beastmen soldiers rushed forward at full speed, yelling, go and drink the enemy's blood. Suddenly, an image of a tiger's head emitting a blue light unexpectedly shot down from above, landing on the ground in front of the enraged beastmen soldiers, freezing them. Immediately after, a tall and long ice mountain range appeared, blocking the path of the enraged beastmen soldiers. The soldiers' mounts also suddenly became panicked and roared. A soldier was violently thrown off, falling to the ground, panting. He seemed to sense something, so he looked up and carefully observed his surroundings. Seeing his comrades still running towards them from behind, the soldier immediately shouted to stop them, stop. The mount no longer obeyed him and bared its sharp fangs. They continued to run quickly forward, even knocking off the enraged beastman sitting on their backs. Soldiers kept falling to the ground due to their mounts. The out-of-control mounts reared up on their hind legs, throwing the soldiers far away. A pair of furry hands pulled hard on the reins to stop. Mao looked at the chaotic scene, with many soldiers lying scattered in front of him, and asked, what just happened? The blue tattoo on Eric's arm glowed, and he exclaimed, oh, quite a crowd, aren't they? Xian's distinctive red hair also appeared, accompanied by a chiding voice, why are we the only ones fighting? Next, Hage's black hammer swung in the air, and she said, I think it's fun. Sunlight peeked from behind the castle, and all three of them slowly walked forward from inside Andromov's main gate. Gusts of dusty wind blew in the air. There were two figures at Andromov's main gate. Herman crossed his arms and glanced at the person standing next to him, asking, are you just going to stay outside like that? He looked at the enraged beastmen soldiers and assessed, the number of enemies isn't that many. Augustine stroked the beard under his chin and replied, Eric was the one who asked us not to interfere. He affirmed confidently, don't worry too much. Herman also responded with interest, let's see what he can do. In front, Eric's face was now smiling with full confidence. Eric, Xian, and Hage took each step closer to the ice mountain range. On the other side of the ice mountain, the enraged beastmen soldiers panicked, asking themselves, what is this? Has God abandoned us? Hugo turned his head and loudly ordered his comrades behind him, concentrate, you fools. God hasn't abandoned us yet, this is just human magic. Other enraged beastmen soldiers also began to rally their spirits, shouting, that's right. I heard that the humans of Andromov used magic. I can't believe they allied with the very people who trapped us here. Those despicable traitors. Hugo pointed a wing towards Eric's group of 3 and boldly declared, "That's right, they are our enemies. We will destroy all these wretched humans and conquer Andromov." Eric stood behind the ice mountain range, calmly picking his ear as he listened to them speak. All the enraged beastmen soldiers simultaneously raised their swords high and shouted loudly. Mao stood among the soldiers, silently staring at Eric. He frowned tightly, muttering to himself. A scene from the past flashed in Mao's mind. He was the only one left alive, with many soldiers lying scattered around his feet. Mao recalled the image of the man flying in the air back then, muttering. He remembered that man's murderous gaze. Mao looked at Eric's current appearance, muttering. He bared his sharp beast fangs, asking himself. Ending his train of thought, Mao loudly ordered his subordinate. Hugo immediately replied. He waved his wing, signaling his subordinates. The Hellkite's eyes glowed, and it arched its neck, letting out resounding cries. A dense flock of Hellkites flew in the sky in front of Eric. Commander Hugo ordered them. The Hellkites flapped their wings once, unleashing black feathers. Countless feathers attacked, aiming directly at Eric. He remained calmly standing still, watching the wind-swift feathers fly towards him. A shout rang out. The power of the whirlwind drew the Hellkites inside, making them spin several times in midair. One Hellkite stared blankly as its comrades were repeatedly hit by the whirlwind and fell straight to the ground. Another Hellkite looked at the scene before them in disbelief and asked. Eric praised. Zosin raised his hand, controlling his power while replying. Mephi crossed his arms, saying with amusement. Eric smiled and explained. He looked at the Hellkites surrounded in the sky and analyzed. Zosin used his strength to clench his hand into a fist. He charged towards the Hellkites. Zosin stretched out both arms, unleashing the giant whirlwind directly into the flock of Hellkites. Swept away by the force, the Hellkites continuously screamed. Zosin frowned unhappily, launching himself forward. Suddenly, from somewhere, an iron hammer was thrown into the air. It flew past with extreme speed, grazing Zosin's shoulder, then flying straight behind him and exploding. He looked down at the ground and saw a group of ogre bulls standing below. The commander scornfully looked at him. The surrounding ogre bulls seemed re-energized, enthusiastically cheering. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind, touched the ogre bull commander's back, and exclaimed twice. Heezy, who had appeared out of nowhere, smiled and said. She looked up and asked it. The ogre bull commander turned its head, its eyes flashing red. It gritted its teeth in extreme anger. How dare a lowly human speak to? Before the ogre bull commander could finish its sentence, a hammer swung with an extremely powerful blow straight to its face. The ogre bull took a hit from the hammer, its mouth spewed a mouthful of blood, and its entire body was sent flying far away. The ogre bull's head slammed straight into the cliff face. The other ogre bulls were stunned, beads of sweat appearing on their faces at the sight. Heezy, on this side, rested a hand on her cheek, an innocent smile still on her lips. Oh dear, I accidentally hit it too hard. Immediately after, a group of ogre bulls rushed to attack her at once. You human bitch, we'll avenge our commander. A hammer flew straight towards Heezy, but she lightly tilted her head and dodged it. Heezy didn't say a word, just swung her hammer once towards them. With just one strike from her, the ogre bulls were beaten to a pulp. Eric and Mephi stood outside, silently watching Heezy deal with the stupid demons. Mephi crossed his arms, looking at Eric's pale face, and smiled. I know why you're afraid of her now. I can't believe she shatters people's skulls while still smiling and joking like that. She has the makings of a demon lord. He was speechless, not knowing what to say. On the other side, a berserker was holding a sword in his hand. He bent down to gain momentum. Next, the berserker swung his sword, striking the rock mountain range, breaking the ice, and attacking. Finally, the rock mountain range crumbled. Eric, from above, watched a group of berserkers running towards the city gate. Perfect timing. I was getting tired of waiting. He extended his hand, and the drawing on his arm glowed again. I'll take care of all of you. The berserkers on their mounts charged forward, shouting, "There are only 3 of them, annihilate them all." Eric activated his power, Ice Spin. A cold ice storm appeared before them. The berserkers struggled to block the strong wind with their hands, terrifying. Where did this ice and snow come from? We can't advance anymore. One berserker seemed to see something from above, its eyes widening. A figure was flying in midair, raising his arm, surrounded by countless sharp ice shards. Eric casually glanced down, parting his lips to cast Ice Rain. He waved his hand, launching the ice and snow shards straight down to the ground. The sharp ice shards pierced through their armor and embedded into the berserkers. Eric estimated the remaining number of berserkers on the ground, thinking to himself, "Too many survived, huh?" He jumped, landing safely on the ground. Eric smiled, looking at his arm, the drawing on it growing darker in color. "I'll show you the magic I created." His eyes gleamed, and he calculated in his mind, "I'll combine the seals of ferocity and brutality, and envelop my body with dragon heart magic." Eric knelt on one knee, one hand pressing against the ground, "Then I'll freeze everything I touch." He swung his hand up, concluding in his head, "and destroy all of them." The rhino demon started retreating in fear. "Stop him. Put up the magic shields." Eric spun in midair, then launched himself towards the shields in the distance. He struck the shield layers continuously, body reinforcement technique, fierce tiger charge. Finally, the shields of the berserker soldiers were shattered to pieces. Eric smiled, secretly marveling, "That's amazing." A large foot stomped hard on the rocky ground, and a voice rang out, "Body reinforcement technique and magic." The dark forest behind him reminded Eric, "He's dangerous." He glared, silently sensing, indeed, with that much spiritual energy. Eric silently scanned the body of Mao, who was standing in front of him. "He's Tier 4, a monster master." He smiled and said, "An interesting human." Mao looked ahead with sharp eyes and said in a low voice, "So you are." He pointed his sword at Eric and said, "The one responsible for this mess." He tensely watched him, trying to keep his composure, thinking, "Calm down, he's not an opponent I can easily defeat. The fish I just caught got away, what a pity." Eric pressed his lips together, silently deciding, "I can't waste any more time here." Immediately after, an angry voice rang out, "How dare you run away from me?" In just a second, Mao appeared and closed in on him, filled with killing intent as he attacked. Eric looked at him in surprise, exclaiming, "Too fast." Not to be outdone, he quickly unleashed his own power. Eric faced the aggressive Mao directly, confidently thinking, "But there's nothing I can't block." Eric's fist collided directly with the blade of his sword, creating a deafening clang. Two powerful forces clashed, quickly forcing Eric to step back. He gasped in surprise, thinking, his speed and strength are both incredible. If this keeps up. Mao glanced down at his chipped sword, a hint of surprise in his eyes. A very clear dent appeared on the sharp blade. He immediately became furious. Mao stomped his foot on the ground, radiating terrifying pressure, and said in a low voice, "It seems I can't let you go now." Eric looked at the power wrapping around his leg and began to tense up again, thinking, "Indeed, I'm in his territory now. It'll be hard to escape using flight magic." He spoke, ordering his subordinate standing behind him, "Hugo, bring the Legion here." Mao's eyes were sharp and cold, and he stated very seriously, "I'll chop off his head and then chase after you." No sooner had he finished speaking than the monsters, as if stimulated, charged straight towards him. Hugo flapped his wings forward, signaling, "Monster Legion, advance." Faced with the continuous assault of the monsters, Eric could only struggle to withstand the aftershocks of the monster tide. Observing the surrounding chaos, he couldn't help but frown in annoyance. Damn it, thanks to that bear, things got complicated. Mephi appeared, hovering beside him, teasing Eric, "You're underestimating the beastmen. There was a time when even demons didn't dare to provoke them recklessly." A moment later, only Mao and he remained, facing each other in a terrifyingly tense atmosphere. Eric, feeling uneasy, whispered to himself, "Even though their population has weakened, there are still strong ones." So that's why they built walls and are always vigilant against the Rage tribe. He glanced down at him and said, "Now it's just the two of us." Eric began to use magic, telling himself, "I need to defeat him quickly by any means." Just then, the powerful silhouette of a blue lion unexpectedly appeared behind him. Eric secretly allowed a confident smile to form. His hand, clutching the sword, trembled. Mao suppressed the hatred in his heart and spoke, "To forget the humiliation of 40 years ago, I trained day after day." He leaped and lunged towards him, radiating immense pressure. Mao roared, "Even if you're not him, I'll still tear you into 100 pieces to appease myself." But instead of fear, Eric gave a friendly smile and reminded him, "That's unfortunate then. You should train for another 10 years. Rage consumed Mao's reason, and he angrily questioned, "How dare you mock me?" The sword struck down, creating a deafening clang of metal. He stared in astonishment at what had just happened to him. Facing Mao currently, Herman was parrying his attack with a sword. Mao suspiciously asked, "Who are you?" He calmly spoke, answering, "Herman, also known as the Empire's Blue Lion." Herman called back to him, suggesting, "Leave this place to me. You go on ahead." Eric quickly used magic, turned around and rushed away, not forgetting to gratefully call back, "Thank you, sir." Mao looked at the human in front of him suspiciously and asked, "Lion?" He angrily brought down a sword, scoffing, "You think a mere lion can stand against a bear like me?" Herman calmly released his energy, facing him directly. He said seriously, "Well, let's see then." At this moment, Eric was speeding away like lightning with Mephi. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred behind them, surprising him. Eric tried to steady himself, reassuring himself, thinking, even if his power hasn't fully recovered, the Blue Lion isn't someone easily defeated by a bear. Eric suddenly fell into thought, wondering silently, "I wonder if Heezy and Xian are all right." The scene shifts to the two of them. Xian was currently fighting the flying monsters in the air. Heezy was also calmly dealing with the ones on the ground. Eric floated leisurely in the sky, whistling as he watched them fight. He sighed in relief, thinking, they really are a perfect fighting duo. The battle scene below was incredibly chaotic. Eric observed seriously, secretly calculating a solution. But they couldn't stop those beast men scattered everywhere. That's why I wanted to gather them in one place to deal with them easily. Suddenly, a sound caught his attention. 3 knights appeared from out of nowhere, charging powerfully straight towards the monsters. Eric gasped in surprise, them. The 3 of them powerfully attacked their targets, easily defeating their opponents. He suddenly recognized their identities, Blue Lion Knights. It said that all Blue Lion Knights are quite exemplary. At this moment, Gray suddenly let out a loud, excited laugh. He continuously delivered slashes that were all fatal blows to the monsters. Gray at this moment looked just like a god of slaughter. Seeing such a scene, Eric couldn't help but doubt his life, thinking, "Is that right?" He laughed loudly once again, looking up and saying to him, "Leave this to us, nephew." Gray, who was next to him, stepping on a monster, also happily waved at Eric and said, "We'll make sure not a single ant gets through, nephew." These two's excessive enthusiasm sent shivers down his spine. Eric rubbed his arms, shivering and wondering, did I just hear something strange? He looked up, thinking seriously, now that the Blue Lion Knights have joined the battlefield, I just need to deal with the rest of them. While he wasn't paying attention, the monster horde had gradually approached the city wall. Observing this scene, Eric couldn't help but gasp in surprise. When did they get that far? The city was currently facing multiple dangers, but the magnificent city wall was strangely quiet, seemingly without any preparations for the impending battle. He thought, full of suspicion, what in the world are they doing inside Anmo City? There isn't even a single guard. Inside the city, the group of leaders were urgently discussing. Just spoke up, quickly reminding them, now is not the time for that. We must devise a plan immediately. Coney retorted, asking, do you think we can stop the Rage tribe by going out there and talking to them? Boost angrily questioned, so, you mean we should just sit here and watch? Amidst the tense atmosphere, Mouse slowly stepped forward. He loudly made a suggestion, surrender. Boost exclaimed in shock, Minister of Finance, what are you talking about? Mouse angrily shouted, what can we do then? If you have a better idea, speak up. He firmly refuted his idea, we definitely must risk our lives to fight and defend this city. Coney spoke up, I agree with him. Mouse stood with his hands on his hips, calmly speaking. See? The others kept agreeing with his idea. Me too, I don't want to die like this. Exactly. Boost couldn't believe it, looking at the people in front of him and scolding, you guys are crazy. Noros had been silent since the beginning, listening to the people babble. Look, are you going to put all the citizens in danger? Do you think they'll leave our people alone? The wolf-shaped mark behind his neck lit up, radiating a mysterious power, while the group around them was still constantly challenging each other. Boost continued to retort, if we surrender, we'll all become food in those beasts' bellies. A deep voice rang out, interrupting the discussion, stop. He slowly stepped forward and said, I've heard all the opinions. Noros walked over to Mouse's side and said, and the finance minister is right. Upon hearing him say that, Boost couldn't help but stare, speechless with surprise. Noros sternly commanded, those who agree, step over here. He was so astonished and angry that he trembled, saying, Prime Minister, what in the world are you doing? Noros's eyes lit up, emitting a murderous glint. He lowered his voice and summoned, Shadow Legion. Boost fearfully looked at him and exclaimed, Prime Minister Noros. Finally, he erupted in indignation, tears streaming down as he cried, do you really want to abandon your kingdom and your people? Noros's eyes transformed into a dangerous fiery red. Everyone was on the opposing side to him. Noros sternly commanded, kill that traitor. Outside the city walls, the Monster Legion was still running at full speed towards the front. Their commander shouted, Anmo is in sight. One of their commanders ordered, keep moving. A deep sound rang out, and immediately a colossal wall appeared before them, blocking their path, stopping them. The panicking monsters kept yelling, reminding their comrades behind them, stop, stop. Eric spoke up, attracting their attention, you stopped at just the right time. He gently jumped down from the cliff. When Eric landed, a powerful tremor occurred, and the shockwave easily knocked away a group of monsters. A hyena beastman couldn't help but be terrified by this sight. Eric, with the confident aura of a fierce god, smiled and said, I'm a bit disappointed I didn't get to play enough with that bear earlier, now let's have some fun with you all. A wolf wondered, how is that human here? The one next to him exclaimed in surprise, don't tell me he defeated the commander already. Barrison calmly spoke up to reassure the monsters, don't be afraid, there's no way the commander lost to him. He raised his sword forward and stated confidently, he's just a coward running away from the commander, Barrison, monster battalion leader. Those words seemed to instill confidence in the monsters. Barrison ordered, kill him, we'll tear him apart and attack the city. Eric used his magic, his hand transformed into the paw of a white tiger. He said with a grim face, divine might art. A white tiger suddenly appeared and charged straight towards the monsters, making them stammer in fear, Tiger King. Eric observed their expressions from a distance and excitedly said, it seems the aura of the Tiger King from that move scared them. Mephi, hovering behind, added, naturally, after all, the Tiger King is a powerful figure to beastmen. He asked curiously, so how do you plan to deal with these beastmen? He concentrated his power in his palm and confidently replied, divine might art is perfect for dealing with crowds like this. Right after that, a barrage of ice arrows were shot out, leaving the monsters no time to react. They couldn't resist, easily defeated by a single move, Ice Burst. When the dust and smoke cleared, the situation seemed to have shifted in Eric's favor. He observed the space in front of him and calmly stated, a single area of effect attack is enough. Eric stepped forward and said haltingly, but... Seeing his terrifying aura, the monsters instinctively recoiled in fear. Eric excitedly used muscle enhancement magic, eagerly rushing forward and declaring, direct brawling is still better. Returning to Mouse's side, the battle was still intense. However, he seemed to be at a disadvantage, being pushed back by Herman. He clenched his fist and humbly said, "I don't know if it's because I've just recovered from a serious illness, but my body isn't moving exactly as I want it to." Seeing Herman's calm demeanor, Mouse seemed provoked and gnashed his teeth, questioning, "Are you trying to trick me?" Facing his suspicion, he naturally replied, "No. I was truly ill with an incurable disease, a disease that stemmed from my desire to advance to the next level in the martial arts I pursue." Mouse listened silently as Herman recounted, "My son-in-law, thanks to him, I regained my life and was enlightened. He seriously affirmed, 'I will show you the result of the many things I've realized since I awoke.' His aura was no less impressive as he said, 'A warrior from a great tribe will never retreat in battle.'" The atmosphere between the two sides escalated to a climax, only the whistling of the wind remained in the air. The two powerhouses fought. Herman warned, "Beware the lion's claws." Mouse disdainfully replied, "As if the claws of someone like you could harm me." The two sides once again plunged into battle, a lion and a brown bear, all of them extraordinary individuals. The pressure from their powerful attacks was so immense that it cracked the ground. The battle created an aftermath that filled the entire area with blinding dust and smoke. Mouse coughed painfully, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Under the sunset, he was defeated by Herman's sword. He was full of praise, saying, "A wonderful battle." Mouse also had to acknowledge Herman's strength. Humans are truly astonishing. He held his head high, filled with regret, and apologized, "Blood Wolf King, I'm sorry I couldn't complete the mission." Then Mouse took out a flare from his body and whispered, "I hope your plan succeeds." Noticing the unusual action, Herman quickly rushed forward, annoyed and cursed, "Damn it." He delivered a fatal blow to him, but Mouse managed to activate the flare just before being completely defeated. Sparks shot up into the sky like lightning. They exploded, creating a dazzling fireworks display. Herman looked up at the sky with regret, blaming himself, "I was too late, I couldn't stop it." At the city gate, the monsters and Eric also saw his flare. He covered his eyes from the blinding light, wondering, "A flare?" The monsters exclaimed in astonishment, "Commander has fallen." He gave his final command. Immediately, their state changed. The monsters, with bloodshot eyes, turned their heads towards the city wall. An entire army of monsters, as if injected with mad blood, frantically roared and charged, "We offer our lives. For the Blood Wolf King! For the Blood Wolf King!" This sight made Eric recoil in fear, saying, "What the hell?" They lost their minds and charged desperately, shouting, "For the Blood Wolf King!" He continued his area of effect magic attack, Pierce. But it seemed to no longer have an effect. As one monster fell, another rushed forward. The rhinos recklessly rammed their horns into the massive wall Eric created. Very quickly, large cracks appeared on the sturdy wall. A moment later, it completely shattered. Barrison, commanding the Combat Legion, ordered, "Vanguard, keep advancing. We will clear the path for the main legion to advance." The giant city wall was facing immense danger. He fiercely declared, "Destroy all of Anmo. We must overthrow the Tiger King family. We will destroy the city, plunder everything within it, and kill all those who resist." Barrison charged forward, thinking, now must be the time for the signal from inside. He was secretly confident in his side's advantage. Anmo's government had decided to follow the Rage clan's wishes. Even if the human mage blocked the way, the outcome of the battle was already decided. Suddenly, a strange object appeared on the city wall. The monsters cheered excitedly, "Over there. The flag has been raised on the city wall. A sign of victory." Barrison suddenly sensed something amiss and paused. He looked at the spears lined up on the city wall and uttered suspiciously, "Wait, what is that?" Barrison fearfully kept hypnotizing himself, "No way, it can't be like that." The surrounding monsters, seeing clearly, unconsciously said, "What is that?" "Don't tell me." Noro stood high above, looking down and solemnly declaring, "All cowards have been executed." He calmly said, "Warriors of the Tiger King, heroes of Anmo. The soldiers had their bows ready for battle. Noro sternly ordered, "Don't let any traitor from the Rage clan invade this place." As soon as he finished speaking, a volley of arrows was swiftly unleashed. Barrison looked up at the sky and cursed angrily, "Damn it!" The descending arrows seemed to put an end to the ferocious monster's invading intentions. The rain of arrows did not stop but grew even stronger. A call attracted Eric's attention. "Mr. Melvinger." Valen stepped forward and asked curiously, "What's happening? Why is the minister helping us?" He calmly replied, well. Eric smiled meaningfully and said, "I made a deal with him." At Anmo's second castle, the scene was shrouded in gloomy fog. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the clouds. "Please, sell me the divine strength spell again." Eric Melvinger was in a predicament, thinking, "Oh dear, even he says that. You really can't trust anyone." Noros began, first. He stood up and offered, "There are a few things I want to show you. Would you mind coming outside with me for a moment?" He sensed a surge of power behind him, turned to notice a dark figure and glowing eyes. Valen stepped out of the shadows with sharp eyes and replied, "All right." Eric and Noros stood in the room, looking at the large stone statue before them. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting upon the statue, exuding a majestic and grand aura. He asked, "What's with this stone statue?" Noros looked up at the statue with respectful eyes. "There are many hyenas in Anmo's mansion." His words stammered, "Please." Then Noros turned to him, sincerely pleading, "Protect our king from them." He bowed deeply and said earnestly, "I beg you." Eric asked Mephi in confusion, "Why is he suddenly saying that? Earlier, he seemed like he wanted to betray the king, but now he appears." Mephi sighed and shrugged, "How should I know?" He continued to plead, "I will pay any price. I will hand over all the wealth I have ever acquired, along with the secrets of the divine strength spell, to you." Eric was surprised after hearing that. There are even secret techniques. Noros said with a slightly dejected face, "That's right. Although only a part remains, we lost the first half and the second half." After hearing, he clenched his fists, his eyes firm, not wanting to miss this opportunity. His current technique isn't yet complete. If he can get this secret technique, he can perfect it. Eric still looked at Norris, cautiously asking. He sighed, took a breath, and then answered. Norris looked at Eric's face and said. He walked and talked at the same time. He walked closer to the statue and gently touched it. After saying that, he gently pressed on the statue. A secret switch was activated, and the entire building shook. A mysterious door opened. Dazzling light shone directly towards Eric, making him unable to look straight. There was another space behind the wall. Eric slowly opened his eyes wide in astonishment. As the door opened, he intently looked at a large picture of someone identical to him standing tall. Those were his grandfather's eyes. Eric froze, as if he also felt some kind of connection. Norris walked towards him, telling him about the person. Eric held up the necklace, gently looking at it, then continued listening to Norris. The two continued to look, captivated by the mysterious beauty. When we asked him why he did that, do you know what he said? Eric asked curiously. Norris smiled happily and replied. When we asked him why we were friends, he said that the Melvinger family had always been friends with beastmen. It seems you already know this story. Eric rubbed his chin, trying to remember. Norris interrupted him. He also once said that. Norris recalled the past. A scream echoed. Eden Melvinger and Norris stood on the city wall, helplessly watching the army of tens of thousands rushing towards them. He said solemnly, his face darkening. Norris opened his eyes in surprise, seeing him like that. He looked at Eden's face, a deep sorrow and self-reproach. Back in reality, he spoke his heart to Eric. When I realized the problems the Melvinger family was facing, when I found out, it was too late to come and help you. Norris said apologetically. Eric immediately put a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. He smiled and said. Feeling his sincerity, Norris was extremely grateful. Norris clenched his fists. Looking up at Eden's picture. Norris gritted his teeth and sincerely pleaded. After that, the three of them, Irina, Velens, and Eric, walked out of the castle gate. He said. Norris stood with his arms crossed. Behind him were many spears piercing through the heads of beastmen. The fact that he was still standing there, fighting against the enemy, was a result of what happened above. Velens sobbed. From afar, leading the army, someone joyfully ran towards the three people to announce, Eric, the beastmen's army has been repelled. He crossed his arms, overjoyed. And Velens, laughing and crying, said, This is good news. Eric smiled excitedly, so now. He excitedly declared, let's end this war, shall we? The scene shifts to the battlefield. Two wolfmen escaped the explosion, completely overwhelmed. They had no choice but to order, retreat. Two figures stood on a mountain of beastmen corpses. The two fought shoulder to shoulder. Eric inquired, Minister, you're truly strong. He confidently replied, I may be a bit old, but my claws have never dulled. Irina, carrying Velens, jumped towards the two, calling out, Minister. Sir M.O. Binger. She set the boy down. Eric and Norris, seeing Velens, respectfully bowed in salute. Norris maintained a polite demeanor, addressing him as, Your Majesty. Velens nodded solemnly. Then the boy walked past the two, moving forward. He stood before the castle gate, looking out at the people. Velens raised his hand, his expression majestic. The boy shouted loudly, We have won. All the warriors and people simultaneously cheered joyfully and excitedly, raising their hands. After speaking, Velens looked towards Eric. The boy walked closer to him. Velens extended his hand, the boy happily saying, I want to thank you. The two shook hands, a rare and beautiful sight, not as a king, but as a friend. At night in the castle manor, the subordinates gathered before the king. Norris was kneeling, speaking to Velens. The boy was sulking, tears welling up, Minister, please forgive me for not trusting you. Norris also gently soothed him, It's all right. First, I apologize for not informing your Majesty about what was happening. He reached out and took Velens' small hand, saying with a satisfied expression, You have become a wonderful king. Norris continued to encourage, looking at the boy's loyal subordinates, You have connected with wonderful people. Now you can freely do everything without me by your side anymore. He lowered his hand and voluntarily said, I, who was disloyal today, will resign as minister. Immediately, Velens grabbed his hand to stop him, No. The boy said with a sad face, I still need you very much. Velens clutched his hand tighter, pulling it closer to his chest, solemnly urging, Please stay by my side for a long time and help me. Norris was moved and delighted, thinking to himself, I also want to stay by your side for a long time. Recalling the past, he stood behind the Tiger King, watching all the people cheering joyfully everywhere. He happily thought, to one day see Manhua prosper again as before, and for your Majesty to regain the glory of the Tiger King's house. Norris would do anything, even sacrifice his life, but by then I would no longer exist in this world. His body emitted a dark aura, my body has already reached its limit. The wolf's curse mark on Norris's neck is slowly taking his life. It's better that I keep it a secret from His Majesty. Suddenly, Eric exposed everything, startling him. Why did you choose to ally with the demons? Velens looked puzzled. Duke of Starlight, what are you talking about? Demons? Eric continued, making the young boy a bit worried and confused. The minister's body will soon be possessed by the demon. He stated bluntly, Is that why you can't fulfill the request to stay with the king for long? The reason he realized it was because Mephi could sense it. That guy, he's a demon. Eric asked in disbelief, The minister is a demon? He nodded and explained, more precisely. He's a demon with a ring wrapped around his heart. Mephi felt Norris's gaze, black scara, glowing red pupils radiating dark power. The assimilation between the ring and his heart is quite advanced, so he'll soon become a demon. Eric's accurate words rendered him silent, not daring to speak. He continued to ask, How did you manage to meet those demons? With no way to deny it, he admitted and recounted the events. After the previous Tiger King passed away, I no longer saw any hope for Anmove. Norris angrily clenched his fists, wanting to salvage the situation. I needed power, at least enough to do something, to save Anmove at any cost. It was then that I accidentally discovered the demon tree. Eric and Mephi were startled and horrified when they heard the name. The demon tree? Isn't that the tree that creates demons? From what I know, my family has destroyed almost all of them already. Norris turned around and sadly said, "It seems your family hasn't checked the one in the black snow field." Eric asked in fear, "So you ate the fruit of the demon tree?" He recalled his situation at the time, blood pouring from his eyes and nose, enduring extreme pain. "Yes, I ate all of its fruit to gain its full power." Norris's soul slowly fractured. "After eating it all, I received the terrifying power of the demons, but the thing inside my heart is eating away at my life force and growing." He transformed into a demonic form, manipulated beyond control. "My mind will soon be consumed by it, and then I will truly become a demon. So I plan to leave this place and die, because if I die, the damned demon inside me will die with me too." Velens painfully cried out in protest, "Minister, how can you say such a thing?" He had no other choice. "Your Majesty, that's the only feasible way." Eric spoke up, "If there's a way to cure you." His face full of confidence, he asked, "What would you do?" At this moment, Velens was crying, somewhat weakly pleading with him to save Norris. "Eric, can you do it? I'll grant you anything, please cure him." Norris seemed to think he was beyond help, not wanting to waste effort, saying, "If you're going to do something useless, then forget it. If we mess it up, we'll be in even bigger trouble." Eric's confidence stemmed from Mephi's support. "Mephi, are you sure?" He confidently replied, "Of course. If you can subtly control magic to sever the link of all souls, with a vast amount of magic to repel the demonic energy in his body." He looked towards Norris and Velens, narrowing his eyes slightly, thinking, "I can do it if I have enough time, but his body won't be able to handle it. In that case, there's only one way." He turned to look at Augustine. "Master, can I ask you for something?" The old man smiled, realizing, "I once said you could ask me for anything. Is this that time, right?" Eric bowed respectfully and said, "Yes, that's a treatment method only Master can perform." The old man smiled and asked, "All right, just tell me what I need to do." Norris was skeptical. "Is that really feasible? This treatment method would be extremely difficult for most mages." He smiled and said, "You don't need to worry." Augustine slowly stepped forward, his body emanating countless brilliant white halos, so vast they were like a myriad of stars in the universe. Seeing this, Eric confidently said, "Even my grandfather can't compare to my master now." Norris's eyes widened in astonishment. Augustine let out a sigh. He looked at the old man and stated his request, "If Master can sever the link between his soul and heart, I'll take care of the rest." Augustine understood and instructed, "I know what you intend to do, but be careful." Eric silently obeyed and looked at his master. The old man shouted, a light enveloped the room, swallowing the darkness. "All right, let's begin." The powerful surge of light spread in all directions, pushing everyone around back with Augustine's power. Suddenly, Norris was transported to another space, a space enveloped in power. He exclaimed in surprise, "This is White Knight." This terrifying amount of power frightened him. Is this really the power of just one person? Sensing something, Norris's eyes widened in alarm. Augustine's colossal body reached its hand towards Norris. That massive hand squeezed him and pulled him away. Outside, Augustine raised his hand, pulling the devil's soul from Norris's body. It emerged in the form of a growling wolf demon, resisting. It angrily bared its sharp fangs. I was about to take over his body. "How dare you interfere?" Eric seized the opportunity, gathering spiritual power into his hand and squeezing the wolf's neck. He gradually absorbed it. "Oh God, this demon talks a lot." "Absorb it." The demon was absorbed into his hand by his blue spiritual power, leaving only scattered black dust. Eric thought to himself, two birds with one stone. With this, I'll be able to replenish my demonic energy and put Manhua in my debt. His face showed joy as Du chuckled, it's been a long time since I've had such delicious demonic energy. Eric smiled contentedly and instructed it, eat your fill, but remember to leave the seal intact. Having eaten its fill, Du gradually faded. Thanks for the meal. A black mark appeared and extended on Eric's hand, radiating energy. Du's seal had finally evolved, from vicious to malevolent. Suddenly, Eric sensed something that made him afraid. Suddenly, he appeared in an infinite red space. Eric looked into the distance and saw the silhouette of a demon holding a sword. What just happened? The demon stood on a mountain made of countless human skulls, proudly silhouetted against a blood moon, a tragic sight. He exclaimed in surprise, Mephi. He stood on the peak, looking down at the demon army. All mysteries and absurdities originate from me. I am Mephistopheles of original sin. Eric hovered in midair, looking at Mephi's back. He thought to himself, are we in Mephi's memory now? He frowned slightly in confusion, asking himself, I just absorbed demonic energy as usual, why is this happening? Below, a horde of monsters charged ferociously towards Mephi. They yelled furiously at the one standing on high. At this moment, a pair of feet gently lifted off the ground. Mephi, holding a weapon radiating terrifying power, swept over the heads of the monsters. A chilling voice rang out, you arrogant fools. Immediately after, he focused his power and charged straight down at the monsters below. Mephi fell like a meteor, creating a shocking explosion that blew everything away. The weak monsters couldn't avoid being blown to smithereens. Not stopping there, Mephi continued to pick up his sword and charge. He unleashed a powerful strike towards those flying monsters. Mephi wildly struck, loudly questioning them, do you think that's enough to kill me? Eric, from above, witnessed Mephi frantically stabbing and slashing the monsters. He observed everything, complexly thinking to himself, I always considered him a spirit of evil to be used, so I forgot, but this is Mephi's true power. Eric watched Mephi powerfully cleave off a monster's head with a single sword stroke and softly called out, the greatest and noblest demon king. Suddenly, he reached out and touched his left chest, perplexed, thinking, I don't know why, but I could feel Mephi's emotions. Below, Mephi was laughing maniacally. He looked at him standing amidst the monster corpses and recalled Mephi saying, this situation isn't what he wants. Mephi's smile gradually stiffened with Eric's thoughts, and he only acted that way because it was his destiny since birth. He watched Mephi roar, a terrifying sound, and expressed his thought, punishing everything, that is his nature, just as I must breathe to live. That is why he is the only demon king known as original sin. At this moment, a pair of large, powerful wings stretched out. A pair of bloodshot eyes, full of danger, appeared. The soul of a dragon appeared behind Mephi, symbolizing his terrifying nature. Eric calmly uttered, this is Mephi's true nature. Suddenly, a pair of terrifying eyes appeared behind him, asking, what are you looking at? As the mysterious words faded, Eric startled awake, returning to reality with a glowing mark on his hand. He had now escaped the memory and returned to the castle's main hall. Augustine saw Eric breathing heavily and asked, Eric, what's wrong? Do you feel unwell? The others behind him also asked worriedly, Eric, what's wrong? He quickly waved his hand, replying, it's nothing, I'm fine. He let out a light breath, looking at Norris lying on the ground, quietly exclaiming, it seems not much time has passed in reality. Suddenly, a worry rose in his heart. It seems Mephi also saw my memories, just as I saw his. Eric remembered the scene at that moment, full of confusion. How did this happen? He looked at the mark on his hand and wondered, the demon I just separated from the minister was absorbed into this magic seal. And then suddenly I was sucked into Mephi's memory seal. Unexpectedly, Mephi's voice rang out, what else could it be? Your soul is now linked to mine. Eric startled, glancing at the demon next to him, suspicious, you can hear what I'm thinking? I didn't say it out loud, did I? He calmly and indifferently replied, I'm also shocked by that. I can't believe that even in spiritual form, a link could be formed between me and a human. Eric slightly furrowed his brows, a little suspicious, and inquired, "Do you know what happened?" Hearing him ask, Mephi gave him an annoyed glance and couldn't help but scold, "I'm not omnipotent, you know? That seal you absorbed. I can only guess it's because that seal is of a lower rank than mine." Hearing these words, Eric was slightly startled and looked down. He started thinking about some images and asked again, "A seal of a lower rank than yours? No wonder it looked like a wolf, but why didn't you recognize it from the start?" Hearing such a foolish question, Mephi angrily roared, "Didn't I tell you, I was born at the pinnacle of demons? Why would I care about the rank of lower species?" Immediately, Eric sneered in rebuttal, "Are you sure it's not because no one wants to play with you?" Seeing this smile, he was so angry he trembled and said, "You bastard, why would I want to play with anyone?" Then Eric chuckled a few times and asked, "So what did you see in my memories? Did you see anything embarrassing?" Contrary to his expectation, Mephi sulkily looked away without answering. A moment later, Norris was moved into the bedroom. A werewolf's hand gently took the human's slender hand. Norris offered a gentle, weak smile, expressing his gratitude to Eric. Thank you very much." He gently patted his hand and replied, "You need to focus on taking care of yourself to get well soon." Norris nodded slightly, "I understand. I'll rest more so I can see the king grow up." Eric smiled faintly with satisfaction, then he looked at Velens and Irina, secretly exclaiming, "I think it's time for me to get my reward." Suddenly, Mephi reappeared and jabbed at him, "You act so kind, but it turns out you're just too greedy for money, aren't you?" Eric casually replied, "Is that surprising? I've always been like this." Then he openly complained, "And please stop secretly reading other people's thoughts like a pervert." Seeing him act with such disdain, Mephi angrily retorted, "As if I wanted to hear it." Suddenly, a box was brought before Eric. He took the box, surprised by Veland's words, "As promised, here is the treasure map, the Tiger King's mission reward, and the research report on the body strengthening technique." He took the box, exclaiming in astonishment, "Does this belong to the former Tiger King?" Saying that, Eric quickly opened the box lid and looked inside. Veland's continued to instruct, "Please look beneath the cloth." He followed the boy's words while repeating, "Beneath the cloth." Immediately, Eric's expression changed to one of stunned awe. He peered at the item beneath and exclaimed, "Wait, isn't this a rare herb from the eastern continent? Why are you giving me such a precious item?" Veland slowly explained, "In the Beastman's legend, a detail is mentioned. When the world falls into crisis and faces extinction, the heroic king, who has learned the body-strengthening technique, will lead everyone. When the harsh winter arrives and freezes everything, even human hearts, he will appear and dispel that cold winter, and warm spring will once again come to this land." Concluding his tale, Veland confidently asserted to Eric, "I believe you are the heroic king mentioned in the legend." He instinctively clutched his shirt over his chest and uttered, "Winter." Suddenly a voice echoed, "Go." Odohan's image appeared, reminding him, "And complete the winter." Thinking of this, he secretly mused, so that word appearing in the prophecy wasn't a coincidence. Then Eric remembered Yuden's sad face at that time. "I'm sorry I arrived too late." He affirmed firmly in his heart, "If that's the case, does it mean Grandpa went there because it was part of the family's plan?" Returning to reality, Veland smiled kindly and declared, "So you deserve to receive the royal elixir." Eric nodded slightly, thanking the boy, "All right, I'll be right there." Immediately after, the boy offered, "Now, I will guide everyone to the Flower Temple." At this moment, in a gloomy castle, a trembling bird knelt on the ground. Hugo tremblingly kowtowed and pleaded, I'm sorry, Blood Wolf King, I won't fail next time." Suddenly, his eyes widened as he cried out in pain. Something invisible wrapped tightly around Hugo's neck. The Blood Wolf King's terrifying voice rang out, "Because you failed." Saying that, he slammed his hand down on the table, accompanied by a cold voice, "I'll get my tail back." As soon as he finished speaking, Hugo was instantly decapitated. A second later, the Blood Wolf King's tail returned to its original state. "It's those Bengir dreamers again." He then asked the person approaching, "Where have they gone?" The one who had just arrived, the deer-headed man, respectfully replied, "The Flower Temple." Receiving the answer, the Blood Wolf King withdrew his hand and slowly repeated, "The Flower Temple is the path my heir has taken." Immediately, he ordered the deer-headed man, "Burn them to death." The enormous Blood Wolf King looked down at them, saying loudly and authoritatively, "Burn them to death along with the temple." Vast, black snowfield. The moon high in the sky was obscured by shadow. Below, on the path winding through the Rocky Mountains, a brightly lit carriage slowly moved forward. Inside the carriage, fully furnished like a real palace, many people were gathered at this moment. Veelens held out his tiger hand, demanding, "Give me your hand." The boy, seeing the white tiger in front of him completely ignore his words, angrily shouted, "Such insolence! How dare you ignore the Tiger King's command?" Veelens and the white tiger had a chase scene around the room. Xian, sitting in a chair, saw the scene and laughed a few times, "Ha ha ha." Then he shifted his gaze, looking in another direction. Xian looked at Eric, Herman, and Isabel standing close together, whispering, and wondered, what did they just say to each other? On this side, Herman rested the sword in his hand at his hip and said with a smile, "In that case." He extended his hand and asked the person standing opposite him, "Do you intend to learn swordsmanship in the future?" Eric, surprised, asked him back, "Swordsmanship?" Herman, without any hesitation, directly praised, "You have the ability to learn all kinds of martial arts very quickly, even improving upon them. Frankly, you are an unparalleled genius." Eric didn't answer him immediately, but just propped his chin, bowed his head slightly, and pondered thoughtfully. Herman continued to persuade, "I think swordsmanship will be necessary when you fight against people who can enhance their bodies. I can teach you a few things." Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting him, "Don't be so hasty." Augustine, with his hands clasped behind his back, flew in from outside the window, emanating immense power. Jay, Gray, and the others were startled, grabbed their weapons, and got ready for action. "What's going on?" Agility looked at them and loudly ordered, "You'd better stand still." Suddenly, several beetles flew in from somewhere and landed on their necks. The beetle's body swelled and emitted a red light. Agility continued, "Just one wrong move." His yellow eyes gleamed, full of menace, "Your head will explode." Agility crossed his arms, but Augustine beside him curled his lips and asked, "Should we do that?" The wind outside, the snowstorm, is roaring fiercely. It's very suitable for burying bodies. Veelens sat in the chair, his tail bristling. He trembled with fear and tightly hugged Hige beside him. Isabel frowned worriedly. Herman stood in front of her, extended his hand, and reminded, "Please calm down, there are children here." Both Agility and Augustine did not reply to him, but gradually retracted the power they were emanating. Finally, the beetles that had been perched on the skin of Jay and Gray's group flapped their wings and flew away. Jay closed one eye, raised his hand, and tried to rub the spot where the beetle had just landed. Herman placed his hand on his chest and sincerely bowed to Augustine, "I didn't mean to steal your disciple." He began to explain, "Because he fights with a style very different from normal mages, I simply thought that learning a little more martial arts would make him stronger." Augustine parted his lips, letting out a sneer, "Sounds good, but—" He radiated immense power, looking at the person in front of him and asking, "Do you think I can't see through your trick?" Herman didn't show any weakness and retorted, "I heard that old people tend to worry excessively. Are you worried I'll steal your student?" Outside, the drivers controlled the carriage, which slowly moved forward. Suddenly the carriage swayed violently, a massive surge of power erupted from inside the vehicle. Both Herman and Augustine flew into the air, standing parallel to each other. Augustine extended his hand, cursing, "You damned brat, I'll teach you some manners." Behind him, a giant hand appeared, aiming directly at the person opposite. Herman calmly closed his eyes, raised his sword, "Isn't that too much?" He opened his eyes wide, concluding, "What a stubborn old man." In the vast, pitch-black space, a dazzling beam of light suddenly flashed. As Herman shot past, he swung his sword, and Augustine's giant hand was severed into two parts. Down here, Agility sat on the back of a white tiger, facing off against Gray, Jay, and another person. He stroked the white tiger's head, disdainfully waving his hand. Blue Eagle Corps, aren't you? Perhaps I'll have to teach you a lesson too. Both members of Gray's group simultaneously charged to attack. You must know, hunting monsters is our profession. They had stopped the carriage and parked it on one side, while on the other side was a scene of fiery combat. Nephi crossed his arms, feeling curious. I don't understand why they're fighting each other to contend for you. Eric ran a hand through his hair and sighed. Well, of course, my talent is simply too amazing. Sometimes being too good is tiring. Hearing his words, Nephi could only grit his teeth, speechless. He asked again, are you eavesdropping on them? Eric asked back, it would be a bit crude to just directly read other people's minds, wouldn't it? He heard Augustine's words, Eric is my student now, don't even think of taking him from me. Nephi let out a long sigh, are you just going to let them fight like that? The words of those two stubborn old men are starting to get vicious. Just then, Herman's voice rang out, you're already nearing the end of your life, yet you're still so greedy and selfish? A shout rang out, oppression. A surge of power from somewhere shot towards the group of people fighting, making them pause all their movements in bewilderment. Eric announced to everyone present, everyone calm down, I will study swordsmanship. In the dark sky above, the clouds shimmered with a golden light. Back inside the carriage, Eric and Nephi sat on one seat, facing Agility and Augustine on the opposite seat, while Herman stood beside them with his arms crossed. Augustine disagreed and loudly protested, why? We still have so many things to teach you. Agility, sitting next to him, raised his fist and added, that's right, I still have moves even stronger than Shadow Eyes. Eric bowed his head and replied to both of them, because I want to become even stronger. He bowed his head, his hands clenched into fists. I've realized that without a foundation in martial arts, I won't be able to grow stronger no matter how much I train my body. Demons are very strong, and if I learn swordsmanship, I'll increase my chances of winning against them, won't I? Both Agility and Augustine had calmed down, lowering their hands to listen as Eric continued. Learning swordsmanship doesn't mean I'll neglect magic, I only consider it a tool to support my magic. Herman glanced at the two sitting on the other side and said, I never said I'd lead him into the world of swordsmanship while neglecting magic, I just want to help him become stronger. Eric beat his chest, declaring with extreme sincerity, I won't learn swordsmanship if you two don't agree, because I am your disciple. Agility and Augustine remained silent, they nodded, exchanging a knowing glance. Augustine spoke first, there's no reason to refuse this offer, after all, you are the clan leader of the glorious Cat King clan before you are our student. Agility also added, after fighting them, I found those swordsmanship techniques weren't too bad. Eric smiled at them, thank you, both of you. Then Augustine turned his head to look at Herman, who was standing on the other side. He gently instructed, please take good care of him. Herman smiled and assured him, I will pour all my heart into him. But in his mind, he secretly gloated, old man, I won, didn't I? Augustine gritted his teeth, provoked, and silently retorted, I'll only let you win this one time. Eric's eyes were shadowed, as he secretly calculated, this is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity to have Sir Green Lion, one of the strongest swordsmen on the continent, as a master. He secretly resolved, I must make the most of this opportunity. After an unknown amount of time, Eric completely collapsed, kneeling on the ground, continuously vomiting into the bucket. His face was pale, drained of all color, and he sighed in his mind, I feel like I just died and came back to life. Herman rested the wooden sword across his shoulder, smiling as he slowly approached, I didn't expect your stamina to be so weak. Eric looked up, wiped the dirt from the corner of his mouth with his hand, then asked him, can any normal person swing a sword 10,000 times a day without using mana? Herman chuckled a few times, replying matter-of-factly, that's what every child in my family has to do as soon as they can walk. Mephi crossed his arms and called out, Eric, I've decided. Eric still paid no attention to him, only clenching his teeth with all his might, his whole body trembling. Mephi closed his eyes, spread his arms, and muttered to himself, "The day I appear and unify this land, I will treat the Blue Lion Corps kindly. I will let them sit on the right side of my throne." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Jump!" Instantly, Mephi's clothes transformed into a ballet costume. His body automatically spun around, making him furious as he cursed, "Stop this game, you bastard." Eric laughed heartily, "Serves you right for being rude." At the same time, the wheels of the carriage, which had been moving forward until now, finally stopped. Veelens opened the door, looked at the person inside, and reported, "Young Master Eric, we've arrived." Eric decisively stepped down from the carriage, thinking to himself, "Finally, we've reached the Flower Temple." His moving feet inexplicably halted. Eric's face became stunned, his eyes wide, as he blurted out 3 words, "What is this?" He looked at the huge, dilapidated gate and the broken, incomplete stone pillars before him, wondering, is this the Flower Temple? Veelens looked up at the person standing next to him and recounted, "It's currently temporarily sealed due to the Eastern General. I told them we were coming, so the gate should open soon." Mephi crossed his arms and nodded, "They mentioned the Flower Temple. I even wondered if it was the place I was thinking of." "So, it's still here, huh?" Eric glanced at him and asked, "What do you mean?" Mephi looked at the gate ahead and explained, "A place born for the apocalypse, it's a kind of archway." He smiled and continued, "Humans, dragons, and giants all feared the army of the great demigod. They planned to rebuild from scratch here after the world was destroyed." Mephi spread his arms, "Of course, the Miao Ving Ji family stopped that army." Eric fell silent after hearing that, only looking down, staring at the ground. He gripped the necklace on his shirt, silently mumbling to himself, "Dragons, giants, and demigods." A chaotic image of many monsters flashed through his mind, and Eric wondered, does the apocalypse Mephi mentioned have anything to do with what I've seen? Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and shards of rock fell right next to his feet. Eric snapped out of his thoughts, his eyes wide in confusion about what was happening. The surrounding space shook more and more violently, and Veelens, standing next to him, pointed in one direction and exclaimed, "Eric, look!" The dilapidated gate from before was emitting an extremely dazzling light. Veelens pointed his finger at it and shouted, "The gate is open." Eric stood next to Mephi, staring blankly at the colorful streams of light emanating from inside the gate. Mephi bared his sharp teeth, thinking to himself, there must be a very familiar face inside. The gate ahead radiated a sparkling golden light, illuminating the entire area. From within, a dark figure slowly approached Eric and Veelens. The person's shod feet stepped on the sturdy stone surface, creating echoing sounds. The woman clasped her hands together, her eyes closed, and introduced herself, "I am the pillar who governs the Flower Temple. My name is Hunyachoka." She opened her eyes and suggested to everyone, "You can just call me the pillar." Hunyachoka politely extended her hand in an inviting gesture, "It's cold outside, please come in." Eric seriously bowed in response to her. Veelens, standing nearby, observed his action and did exactly the same. Eric's feet lifted, beginning to move forward. Eric, Veelens, and Mephi led the way, along with the others, into the temple gate. Rays of sunlight shone in the sky. Below the ground was a lush green meadow with countless vibrant colorful flowers, and in the far distance, mountain ranges stretched endlessly. In the middle of the meadow stood a magnificent temple. Hunyachoka introduced, "When winter arrives, the Flower Temple will begin its rest." As she led Eric's group towards the temple, she explained, "Normally, we don't receive visitors during this season. However, due to the urgent request of the Tiger King, who has always helped us, you have become an exception." Hunyachoka further reminded, "I ask all of you to please follow my instructions and pay attention to your actions and gestures, as the deity has entered hibernation." Just then, a voice rang out, catching Eric's attention. He turned his head. "Humans?" Dufour was extremely excited, flapping her wings behind her back. "So many people! It's been 40 years since I last saw them, I'm so excited." Eric looked at her, secretly guessing, a fairy? Hunyachoka introduced to everyone, "This is Dafor, the god of daffodils." Eric thought to himself, not only a fairy but also a god. Dafor flew next to Hyge, enthusiastically praising, "This young lady is so beautiful." Hyge smiled, gently touching her cheek. "Oh, thank you, you're very beautiful too." Dafor then flew to Augustine and remarked, "Monster, monster." Both annoyed and dejected, he retorted without hesitation, "You're thousands of years old, yet you're calling me old?" Dafor then flew closer to Isabel, smiling and encouraging, "Unrequited love, you must work hard." So beautiful, the most fragrant. Her entire face flushed red, so embarrassed that smoke seemed to be rising from her head. "Thank you." Eric turned his head, his gaze towards Dafor, secretly assessing, what a noisy god. Dafor then circled to where Eric was standing. She covered her nose with her hand, a look of discomfort on her face. Dafor trembled, pointing in one direction. So scary, dark energy, so much dark aura. Eric turned his face to look in the direction she was pointing. Mephi, arms crossed, spoke up teasingly, "Humph, who is this? Looking so ugly, must be a pumpkin flower." "No? Or is it a jasmine?" Eric questioned in his head, disbelieving, did she see Mephi? Dafor angrily stomped her foot at Mephi. "I'm a daffodil. I'm not ugly. That young lady even said I was beautiful." He shook his head mockingly. "Do you really think she meant it? Are you even a god?" Eric watched Mephi and Dafor arguing nearby, secretly exclaiming, "I can't believe she can see Mephi." Herman felt curious. What is the daffodil god doing? Gility and Augustine also paid attention to Dafor's movements. Is there something there? Eric thought helplessly, at this rate, they'll discover Mephi. Fortunately, Hunyachoka gave them a reason. Dafor doesn't have many friends, so she's just playing by herself. Augustine cried out sympathetically, "Oh my, poor thing." Herman also believed her. "I understand why she's lonely." Gility just silently shook her head, and Eric breathed a sigh of relief. Dafor didn't accept her words and loudly denied, "I'm not lonely, you ugly little thorn." Hika ignored her and asked Eric, "Why did you come to our temple?" Eric didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pulled open the hem of his robe and reached inside, searching for something. He took out a glowing ice crystal ball. "I want to give this to the camellia god." Finally, Hika led Eric into a circular corridor. The stone pillars on both sides had countless cracks, looking old and damaged. Eric observed the surroundings, speaking in a voice only he and Mephi could hear. The temple must have suffered a lot of damage from the winter general. "I thought this place would be a fairy tale paradise." Mephi also found it confusing. This place should have been an archway to resist the attacks of the demigod. "I can't believe it's in this state just because of that winter general." Eric asked him, "Why is the winter general so stubborn lately?" Mephi narrowed his eyes, speculating, just as that beastman said, "Perhaps he's just changed his temperament, or it's related to some arrangement of your family." A red glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Eric and said suggestively, "Don't you think everything's too much of a coincidence?" He was startled by Mephi's analysis. "Everything seems to have been prepared, just waiting for you to appear in the corner to start." Eric secretly wondered, could this be part of the arrangement my ancestors mentioned? At the same time, Hika, who was walking ahead, stopped in front of a room, then stretched out her hands and pushed open the large door. "We've arrived." Inside the room was a large hall. Many small tables and chairs were arranged in a circle, and 5 fairies of different colors were already waiting in their seats. The yellow fairy asked first, "Who are you?" The pink fairy also continued, "Why did you come here?" The purple fairy crossed her arms, vigilantly inquiring, "What business do you have with the camellia god?" The orange fairy rested her chin in her hand and spoke, "Why do you want to give her the ice crystal ball?" Eric glanced at the fairies in the room, silently wondering, the camellia god hasn't arrived yet? He placed a hand on his left chest, closed his eyes, and bowed respectfully, introducing himself, "I am Eric Menger." The orange fairy flew in front of him. "Menger, blonde hair, blue eyes. The pink fairy quickly changed her attitude, becoming friendly. We are friends. It's been 40 years, Yuden. Eric asked blankly, my grandfather came here before? The pink fairy smiled and replied, yes, he visited this place once. The orange fairy recounted, Yuden is our friend. The purple fairy also flew over to surround him. So why are you here? Eric raised the hand holding the ice crystal ball. I came because my ancestors told me to give the ice crystal ball to her. Where is the camellia god? Suddenly, all 5 fairies of different colors fell silent, their faces showing a hint of sadness. Afterward, the 5 fairies led Eric to a glass room, where countless stone boxes were neatly arranged along the path. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Eric seemed to see something and stopped. He stood before a stone box with the name Kmedia carved on its lid. One fairy spoke, she has withered. Eric stared at the box on the ground. Is it because of the winter, General? As soon as he finished speaking, voices echoed continuously in his ears, some winters last too long, and spring doesn't come. Everyone withers away. All the winter flowers and plants have gone into hibernation. We don't have much time left either. He squatted down beside the stone box and gently placed both hands on the lid. Eric's hands trembled, and he thought to himself, if I can't give the ice crystal ball to the camellia god, then coming here this time was useless. His eyes were obscured by shadow, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, in that case, I won't be able to rebuild my family either. Mephi, behind him, frowned, I didn't expect these gods to wither because of winter. He exclaimed, how pitiful. The orange fairy pointed indignantly, Demon King, be quiet. The purple fairy also shouted loudly, we only allowed you in here because of our friend, we didn't want to see you. Dapper waved his hand, you're just the past. Mephi bared his teeth aggressively, who do you think you are to talk to me like that? The orange fairy put her hands on her hips, angry, huh? The purple fairy said bluntly, being angry is useless anyway. In front, Eric suddenly thought of something, wait, they withered because of the cold? He opened the lid of the stone box, muttering to himself, withered, not dead. Eric saw a dark brown round sphere inside the stone box. This seed really exists. He carefully placed the permanent ice crystal orb next to the dark brown seed. Perhaps it will work. Eric brought his hand closer to the 2 items in the stone box. His eyes lit up as he chanted, awaken. A surge of power from inside the ice crystal orb flowed into the dark brown seed. The seed also glowed, gradually absorbing all the power from the ice crystal orb. A dazzling light radiated throughout the space, making all the fairies' eyes widen and their mouths drop open. The seed absorbed the power, and then cracks appeared on its shell. A shimmering green branch grew out from within the seed. Next, a red stream of power shot from the branch straight into the air, making everyone present step back in alarm. A girl with long, flowing hair appeared before Eric and the fairies. Her dress was like soft pink petals layered on top of each other. The girl spoke, you have arrived. Behind her, a pair of butterfly wings fluttered in the air. As promised. Kmedia looked at the person sitting on the ground and uttered a name. Menge. Eric got straight to the point, he frowned slightly and said to Kmedia, I am Eric Menge, Yuden Menge's grandson. May I ask what promise there is between you and my grandfather? Hearing the question, Kmedia suddenly fell into thought. She hesitated, that is, before she could finish, someone suddenly shouted, Kmedia. From somewhere, many sprites flew over, exclaiming, Kmedia, it's been so long, I missed you so much, did you sleep well? Hearing this, Kmedia seemed to be holding back something as her body trembled slightly and she said in a low voice, hey, listen. Kmedia suddenly crossed her arms over her chest. She frowned slightly, clearly annoyed, and growled, everyone, quiet. I'm having an important conversation, so please be quiet. Why are you all so noisy all the time? Seeing this, the cheerful and bustling little sprites immediately fell silent. The atmosphere instantly became subdued. After observing Quidia for a while, Eric suddenly thought, the goddess Quidia is a bit different from what I heard, she's much more mature. Mephi, standing next to him with his arms crossed, suddenly smirked and said in a low voice, "Where did your arrogant attitude go?" Then Quidia turned to face Mephi. She raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. "A long time has passed, and your ugly face is still the same. The only commendable thing about you was your true primordial body, but now that's gone, reduced to a ghost, isn't it?" Hearing her words, Mephi frowned angrily and snapped, "I am the king." Quidia immediately retorted, "King my ass." She let out a dismissive sigh, glanced at Mephi contemptuously, and said, "You don't even have a throne. Who acknowledges you as king?" Seeing Mephi's angry but helpless expression, Quidia looked clearly triumphant. She smiled and turned to Eric, praising, "So, you said your name is Eric, right? A very beautiful name." Eric politely bowed and said, "Thank you, my lady." Quidia then asked with confusion, "How did you manage to awaken me?" Eric maintained his respectful bow and replied, "I sensed the demonic energy hidden within the frigid cold where your seed slept." Eric briefly recalled the seed that had glowed brilliantly earlier, then continued, "So I thought I could awaken you if I absorbed that cold energy through a seal and the permanent ice crystal. But as you can see, it was successful." Quidia crossed her arms again, her gaze fixed on Eric. She silently assessed him for a long moment. "You seem as intelligent as you look." Hearing this, Eric bowed politely and replied, "Thank you, my lady." As soon as he finished speaking, Quidia's sweet voice rang in his ears. "You." After a moment, she looked at Eric with captivating eyes and said, "Have you ever thought about marrying me?" After hearing those words, Eric froze. His face gradually twisted into an ugly expression. He stared at Quidia in shock. Seeing that situation, Mephi could only sigh and pout, saying, "Again, you're still the same, flirting with anyone who looks halfway decent." Hearing that, Quidia immediately frowned and retorted, "Your low-class attitude, always meddling in others' business, is still the same, isn't it? I have nothing to say to an ugly demon king, so disappear." Then Quidia turned back to Eric, smiling gently and asking, "What do you think? That's an honor you won't get a second chance at." Hearing that, Eric involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. He smiled awkwardly, secretly thinking to himself, "Normally I'd reply, 'What nonsense are you talking about?' But I can't do that with the family's deity in this situation." After thinking for a long time, Eric respectfully bowed. "Thank you for your offer, but I cannot marry carelessly as I represent a family that needs to be restored. I still have many things to do. I apologize profusely." Quidia involuntarily raised an eyebrow and exclaimed with a regretful smile, "Oh dear, what a shame. It's been so long since I've felt this way." With that, she turned and flew higher, saying, "That's enough talk. You want to know the promise between me and Uden Minger, don't you?" Hearing this, Eric immediately replied, "Yes." Quidia gently bowed her head. Her beautiful face momentarily gained a hint of solemnity. "He said his grandson would come here someday." After a moment, she continued, "To take away the winter that has plunged this place into darkness, and to bring spring with him." Strangely, the moment Quidia spoke those words, Eric seemed to see his grandfather's image speaking them too. He was momentarily startled and stunned. Eric involuntarily raised his hand to grasp his necklace, then secretly thought, "Grandfather, how did he know?" Suddenly, Quidia's voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts, "Eric Minger, Uden Minger's grandson." She gently turned her head to look at Eric affectionately. "Will you take away this long winter and bring the spring we long for?" Eric, holding the ice crystal in his hand, replied, "I don't know if I can take away the winter." Mephi, extremely uncomfortable, turned his head away. Eric's calm voice continued, "But my grandfather told me to give you this and said that." He continued to fix his determined gaze on Quidia, extended the ice crystal in his hand towards her, and said sternly, "I am here to dispel the winter." Quidia looked at the ice crystal in his hand and suddenly sighed, "An ice crystal. This must be that annoying human's words. However, this connects everything together." With that, she suddenly flew higher, slowly raised her hand, and spoke, "From now on, you shall go to this place." As soon as she finished speaking, Comedia gently brought her hand to her lips and softly blew. In an instant, many flower petals flew out with the breeze she had created. Suddenly, those petals flew towards Eric, startling him. Suddenly, his necklace lit up. At that very moment, Comedia's voice rang out again, "And learn how to take away the winter." As soon as Comedia's words ended, Eric, he didn't know how, found himself lying on a lush flower field under the warm, radiant sun. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's been so long since I've felt this way." Eric immediately sat up and looked at his surroundings. This is the flower temple. He gazed at the fresh, colorful flower field and added, "This is exactly as I imagined." After looking around for a while, he asked himself, confused, "Where's the temple?" Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through, sending leaves flying everywhere. Eric instinctively closed his eyes and used his hands to shield himself from the incoming leaves. After a short moment, he opened his eyes. Eric was astonished by the space before him and involuntarily exclaimed, "Ah!" When he realized he was sitting at the boundary between winter and spring, he thought in shock, "What's going on here?" Suddenly, a deep, raspy male voice behind Eric shattered all his questions, "This is the Black Snow Field." Hearing that, he instinctively turned around. What met his eyes was a tall, unfamiliar yet somewhat familiar back. The person continued, "This is where your strength will be tested for the second event." That voice and that stature. Eric seemed to recognize who was in front of him. His eyes suddenly flashed. Could it be? Otto slowly turned around, smiled gently, and spoke. "Yes, it's been a long time, hasn't it?" Seeing that, Eric immediately rushed to him and replied, "Yes." Otto still stood there, looking at him, a benevolent smile on his lips. "You've grown up a lot since we last met." Saying that, he lowered his gaze to the tattoo on his hand. "It seems the seal of fury has found its rightful place." Eric smiled brightly and asked Otto, "Why are you here?" Otto chuckled softly and replied, "Until you've dealt with winter, I'll keep following you and nagging you." Hearing this, Eric immediately stiffened. He instinctively clutched his head and muttered softly, "The painful memories are coming back." After a brief moment of reunion, Otto suddenly turned his gaze elsewhere and spoke. "All right, we don't have much time, so I'll explain right away. Look over there." He began to explain to him, this place was once full of blessings, the land where all life originated, but when that appeared, death covered this land. Hearing this, Eric frowned slightly and said, "The Dong Tuongda." Otto immediately continued, "That's right, it was left behind after the demon god passed through this land, remnants of the past and curses." Saying this, Otto suddenly turned to Eric and looked at him. "Therefore, my descendant, from now on, I will teach you how to devour the Dong Tuongda." Hearing that, Eric's brows furrowed slightly. He thought in surprise, he's telling me to swallow this giant catastrophe? Can I even do it? But if he could devour it, he could gain immense power. After a moment of thought, Eric suddenly smiled excitedly. Under Otto's keen observing eyes, he paid no mind and continued to think, I can become much stronger than I am now. Eric raised his hand and spoke, I just need to put the Dong Tuong into the seal of fury like the first time, right? Otto replied in a deep voice, that's right. After hearing the answer, Eric's eyes gradually became serious. He thought to himself, since this is the second time, my opponent will definitely be much stronger than the Snow Mountain King. But then he still bravely spoke up, I'm ready. Do I need to fight like I did with the Snow Mountain King? Without making him wait, Otto placed a small seed in Eric's palm. Here, take this. Eric looked at the thing in his hand. He thought doubtfully, a camellia seed? He frowned and asked again, what am I supposed to do with it? Otto smiled and explained, plant it into a tree in 100 days. When the flowers bloom, the test will end. Hearing those words, Eric was momentarily stunned. He gasped in surprise, I have to go plant a tree. Otto elegantly adjusted his glasses and asked, what, is it that difficult? Eric looked at the small seed in his hand in confusion and blurted out, "First, there's planting seeds in this desolate land, but I don't understand how this relates to dealing with the disaster of winter." After a moment of thought, Otto smiled affectionately and said, "You'll understand when the time comes." Hearing this, Eric instinctively raised his hand to his forehead and sighed, "More nonsense." Then an idea popped into his head. Can I scare him into explaining a bit more clearly? What am I supposed to do with so little information? Suddenly, Otto's voice cut through his thoughts, "Don't worry." With that, he snapped his fingers. A complex magic gate system appeared before him. Otto spoke, "I will assign a perfect guide for you." Amidst the blinding light, a gruff voice echoed, "Could you please stop disturbing me?" Seeing the person before him, Eric suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. With the gentle breeze, petals also flew along. From within that flowery breeze, a beautiful girl stepped out. Camellia spoke with annoyance, "I've told you many times not to wake me up." Eric was astonished by her appearance and quickly shouted, "Goddess Camellia." Camellia looked at the two of them, full of confusion. But then she unconsciously brought her index finger to her lips, her eyes filled with curiosity. She asked in return, "How do you know me, handsome boy?" Seeing this, Eric fell into contemplation again. Her appearance was definitely that of Goddess Camellia, but the presence she exuded was completely different. Although she didn't look tall, he felt like he was looking at a giant tree. A giant tree that could easily cover the entire sky. So, this was a true deity. After a moment of contemplation, Otto gestured towards Eric and introduced, "Let me introduce you, he is my descendant." Hearing that, Camellia daintily stroked her hair and replied, "It's a pity you are M.O. Binger, but I'll overlook it because you're handsome." Then she winked at Eric and smiled, "Do you want to marry me?" Hearing that, he was speechless and thought, but her personality is still the same. As if realizing something, Camellia suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my, Eric M.O. Binger, you've already rejected my proposal once, haven't you?" At this moment, Eric involuntarily froze, stunned, and thought to himself, "Is she connected to the camellia outside?" But then Camellia let him off the hook. She spoke. "Anyway, it's very difficult to raise a camellia tree. Are you sure you can do it?" Eric looked at her and replied with determination, "I will try my best." Camellia spoke clearly again, "I will simply be by your side and give you advice, but growing the tree is entirely up to you." Eric looked at the seed in his hand and nodded, "That's fine." Unbeknownst to Eric, Otto had already picked up a small stone tablet and approached him, "My descendant." With that, he handed the object to him and said in a deep voice, "This is the communicator that allows you to know the true condition of the tree." After speaking, he created a magic block in his hand, and you will gradually discover its other uses. Then he cast a spell, "All right, I hope you succeed." After a while, Eric walked and listened to Camellia explain, "The curse of the demon god, also known as the frozen land. The first time was 400 years ago. You must obtain the ingredients and items I tell you and use them." Suddenly, Eric showed a worried expression. He thought to himself, "I wonder if the environment of this era is better than the outside world." Thinking, he turned to Camellia and asked, "What do I need to do first?" She immediately replied, "Find soil to plant this seed, a good place for germination." Then Eric pursed his lips and thought, "I wonder if purifying this land will be faster than searching all over the snowfields." Suddenly, Camellia spoke up, catching his attention, "This place is a realm of the mind, so the environment here is actually similar to the true dark abyss outside." As Camellia was speaking, she paused briefly, as if sensing something approaching. Eric immediately turned his head to observe. A gigantic monster flew towards him from somewhere. A series of gigantic winged monsters flew in one after another. Camelia's voice continued steadily, she warned, "And you also need to be wary of monsters." No sooner had she finished speaking than the monsters were immediately petrified. The very next second, they suddenly shattered into pieces and fell to the ground, all dealt with by Eric. He absorbed all those monsters with the tattoo on his hand and simultaneously smirked, "I didn't expect this place to have a monster feast for me." After observing from the side for a long time, she suddenly spoke up in praise. "You're very capable, truly the appearance a Morbinger should have." With that, she gestured into the distance and said, "Do you think you can find that piece of land in this vast snowfield?" Camelia's words brought Eric back to their main objective. He thought to himself, any open terrain with small trees, there must be a water source nearby, a place I can easily defend from monsters. Suddenly, as if reminded of something, Eric turned to Camelia and asked, "Camelia, if we're 400 years ago, Andromov would be around here, right?" Hearing him, Camelia smirked. "You're thinking of Andromov? I think by this time, they've probably finished building the city. This terrain is very different from what you know. How do you plan to find Andromov?" Hearing that, Eric smiled confidently. "It's not that hard." With that, he took a running start and leaped high into the air. From above, Eric explained, "Usually, canyons or high hills don't change much in just 400 years. Then he flew in one direction, saying, "If I use a place like that as a center, I can roughly guess where it is." After a while, the two stood before a desolate field. Eric excitedly exclaimed, "Here it is, found it." Camelia crossed her arms and praised, "It seems you paid attention to Andromov's surrounding terrain and memorized it. Smart choice, truly a Morbinger." As Eric swung his hand to cast magic, he enthusiastically said, "All right, let's prepare the soil." Camelia was overwhelmed by his magical power. Under the dazzling light of the magic, she instinctively squinted her eyes. After a long moment, Eric boisterously exclaimed, "Is this enough to plant a tree, right?" Next to him, Camelia uttered, stunned and amazed, "I don't think it's just enough to." Before the vast plot of land, surrounded by many layers of towering sharp ice barriers. Camelia looked at the result Eric had created. She complimented, "The soil quality is quite good, and most monsters won't come near this place." Then Eric started running, and Camelia watched his hurried steps, gradually falling into contemplation. "I know he's a Morbinger. But for a human to be able to use dragon speech so perfectly." She continued to watch Eric with a longing gaze, then thought to herself, "What should I do with him?" While Camelia was still immersed in her fanciful thoughts, Eric had already jumped out beyond the ice barrier. Suddenly, the stone slab Otto gave Eric began to glow brightly. Seeing this, he shouted, "Camelia!" After Camelia flew over, he smiled triumphantly and reached into his pocket to take out the stone slab. "Look at this stone's reaction, I think I've succeeded." But as soon as he looked at the surface of the stone, Eric froze unexpectedly. On the stone appeared brilliant yellow glowing text that read, "Mission failed, return to day 0. Immediately, Eric and Camelia were back at the starting point. Eric sighed wearily and said, "Starting over again." Camelia chimed in, "This is because of that perverted old man, Otto Hahn, isn't it?" Eric put his hands on his hips and said solemnly, "During the first test, I always returned to the beginning whenever I died. This time, we're starting over again when the mission fails." Hearing that, Camelia rolled her eyes. "I guess you've forgotten something." Eric immediately asked back, "Do you know why?" Camelia replied coldly, "Because this place is the Black Ice Plains, there are countless reasons why planting trees fails here." As soon as she finished speaking, Camelia gently waved her hand. A spatial gate opened, and Camelia turned to Eric, announcing, "Besides, I think I've given you enough instructions. I'll go take a nap while observing the outside world." Seeing this, he quickly asked, "Where are you going?" Camelia gently reassured him, "I'll go to a safe place. Just focus on the mission until I return." As soon as she finished speaking, Eric pleaded, "Before you go, please give me a few more hints." Before he could finish his sentence, Camelia and the gate vanished. Eric gloomily exclaimed, "I guess I'll have to figure out the reason for failure myself." Eric leaned his head on his arm, comfortably lying on the ground in thought. After a moment, he suddenly sat up and thought, "What did I miss? I can't waste any more time. I need to focus more." After thinking, he immediately cast magic, creating brilliant yellow streams of light on the rocky ground. Suddenly, something emitting a strange light lay still beneath the layer of dirt and rocks. Eric wondered to himself, "What's under the ground here?" Eric closed his eyes, fumbling through the magical current. He silently sensed, it seems there's something there. At this moment, the ground beneath Eric's feet suddenly shook violently. The sight before him greatly startled him. Damn it! From beneath Eric, a gigantic monster suddenly sprang up. He immediately leaped aside, narrowly dodging the fatal blow. Eric thought in astonishment, a death worm? A monster that would take at least 3 six-circle mages to defeat. I'm not sure I can kill it. He immediately unleashed magic, and a series of sharp ice arrows continuously appeared. Eric was filled with worry. It seems I can't complete this mission, from what I remember. Immediately, under his control, they darted towards the monster. To kill it, I first have to pierce its tough scales. But the sharp ice shards seemed useless against it. Eric felt extremely uneasy. Its scales are too hard. He frowned, anger rising within him. If magic can't do anything to it. A stream of thoughts flashed through Eric's mind. Then I'll have to use body reinforcement secret techniques. Suddenly, the death worm's mouth gaped open, emitting a terrifying sound. He froze, his entire body tensing, alert to the extreme. Before he could finish his thought, streams of slimy, green venom sprayed directly towards Eric. Eric quickly used magic to erect a poisonous barrier, angrily exclaiming, "Spraying venom?" His eyes widened as he watched the ice barrier gradually melt. Patches of it were corroded and mottled, and he was terrified. I can't believe this venom is strong enough to penetrate my magic barrier. Eric pondered, if I keep approaching it without caution, I'll surely be swallowed by this venom. Seeing its tough opponent, the monster immediately turned and fled. He yelled, "You can't escape." Then, he quickly chased after it, secretly calculating in his head. The death worm sped away rapidly, its gigantic body shaking the ground. Suddenly, it lashed its tail fiercely, slamming it into the ground. The ground immediately cracked open, and dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Then, the death worm suddenly raised its head to observe. Eric immediately realized its intention. Eric quickly leaped up, landing smoothly on the monster's tail, and scoffed. Suddenly, Eric froze, his eyes flashing with alarm. Streams of sticky venom erupted violently, spreading throughout the space in a flash. He ran like the wind, trying to escape the danger, angrily cursing. The poison relentlessly clung to Eric, chasing him closely. He suddenly bent his knees, pushing himself backward to dodge the approaching venom. Eric stared at the death worm's mouth full of sharp teeth, thinking. His eyes grew sharp as he focused all his strength, unleashing his full power. Eric quickly threw a punch at the monster, a single thought echoing in his mind. Thoughts kept appearing in his mind. The tough scales on the death worm's body were blown off, falling scattered to the ground. Eric continuously erected layers of barriers, trying to block the surging venom. Unfortunately, some of the poison still stuck to him. Eric told himself. He tiredly collapsed to the ground, panting. Eric told himself. He muttered in surprise. Suddenly, the scale in his hand glowed brightly. Eric froze, eyes wide. That light suddenly poured straight into the tattoo on his arm, making it glow as if burning. He was bewildered. After only a moment, the magical energy disappeared. Eric sat silently, deep in thought. He raised his arm, looking at the newly distinct mark, wondering. I can use it to break the frozen state of the icy land, just like I did with the Snow Mountain King, right? Eric scratched his head, sighing. He pictured Mephi's disdainful expression, his heart suddenly sinking, his face pale. Eric waved his hand, muttering. He raised his hand, his eyes filled with determination. Suddenly, he yelled. At this moment, the ground once again shook violently, alarming Eric. At the same time, the system announced. In a flash, countless death worms shot up from underground. The system continued to display. They all rushed towards him. The system emphasized. Eric growled. He helplessly clutched his head, despairingly yelling. Eric quickly jumped to dodge, his heart full of annoyance. A stream of thoughts emerged in his mind. Eric pondered, he had to try every possible way. He laughed loudly, Trying a few more times would surely lead to a solution, right? A while later, Eric was completely disheveled, his clothes stained and dirty, muttering curses, "Damn it." After the 34th time, he collapsed onto the ground, panting, "I've tried everything already." In one battle, Eric took a blow, hurting so much he coughed up blood. In another battle, his body was covered in poison, hurting so much he cried out miserably. In the next battle, Eric was beaten to a pulp, his shoes torn, lying motionless in a pool of fresh red blood. In the following battle, his entire body was tightly wrapped by deathworms, making it hard to breathe, filled with despair. The cycle repeated over and over. Eric kept trying, but in the end, his whole body still ended up in the monster's mouth. In another battle, the sharp teeth of the deathworm bit tightly onto Eric, and he cried helplessly. After countless battles, Eric still couldn't kill those deathworms. He sadly sighed, "I guess I'll have to try another area far from here." Eric worried endlessly, but the seeds still wouldn't sprout. Seeing the deathworms approaching closer and closer, he broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. "Will I be stuck here?" Eric muttered, "Mephi isn't here, nor is the goddess Cornelia. Even my ancestors are probably watching me struggle and laughing. Isn't anyone going to help me?" Suddenly, Eric realized something, his eyes lighting up. "Wait a minute." He excitedly shouted, "I'm so stupid, why didn't I think of this sooner? They didn't forbid me from asking others for help." A look of triumph flashed across his face, "The Tiger King's family." Eric's voice continued, "I have to ask them for help." Scene change. Under an ancient tree, a girl lay silently, vibrant pink leaves gently falling, carried by each soft gust of wind. Cornelia slept soundly, completely peaceful in her slumber. Suddenly, footsteps grew closer. The man teased, "You sure sleep a lot." She was startled, immediately waking up from her dream. Otto stood before Cornelia, smiling gently, making the surrounding atmosphere softer. She wondered, "How did you get in here? You shouldn't be able to enter without my permission." He immediately replied, "Someone else wished for me to come in here." Cornelia grew angry. "When did this happen?" Otto calmly replied, "Have you forgotten what happened that day? It seems you've reached the age where your memory is starting to fail." She sighed softly, "I used to be a queen, living in an ice palace, and now I'm treated like this? It's really tiring." Then, Cornelia asked sharply, "So, what are you doing here?" He replied again, "I already said, someone else wished for me to come in here." Otto's eyes suddenly deepened. "Are you all right? You had to sacrifice 40 years of your lifespan to fight that curse." She coldly stated, "I'm fine, you don't need to worry, but I hope you won't enter here without permission again." Cornelia continued, "By the way, how is that young man doing?" Otto waved his hand, and a screen quickly appeared. "See for yourself." Inside the screen, Eric was struggling to escape from fierce beast men, who angrily roared, "That's the sworn enemy of our tribe. Kill that human." Cornelia was astonished. What the hell is going on? Why is he being hunted down by those beast men? He laughed gleefully. "Isn't it very amusing?" She angrily yelled, "Are you still laughing? Go help him already." Otto stopped her. "Don't create more trouble. Right now, He continued, "He has his own plan." On Eric's side, the beastmen furiously chased him. "That's the sworn enemy of our tribe. Kill that human." Eric laughed happily, his smile filled with an unusual delight. He glanced behind him, a thought arising in his mind. The Tiger King's lineage still hasn't appeared. Eric quickly landed, secretly calculating in his heart, to solve the problem encountered in the mission, he must seek help from those who built the city on this land full of deathworms. The exhausted beastmen panted, "Finally we caught you, you madman. Charge and tear him apart." He sighed to himself, searching for the Tiger King's lineage across this vast black snow field truly is a difficult task. Immediately, magic flared, engulfing Eric. The secret technique of the Black Tiger's body reinforcement was instantly unleashed. He thought to himself, however, "I possess the secret technique of the Tiger King's lineage, the body reinforcement secret technique." The scene before them made the beastmen tremble in fear. How can One of them yelled in astonishment, "How can a human use the body reinforcement secret technique?" Eric frowned in anger. "With this power-boosting body reinforcement secret technique, do you think I'll let you off?" At this moment, a vast expanse of rolling mountains, covered in pristine white snow, exuded an unusually peaceful aura. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted there, causing the space to violently shake. The beastmen were thrown far away, their bodies tumbling through the air. Unable to believe what he was seeing, one of them suppressed the pain and said with difficulty, That guy." His voice continued to echo, "We can't let him escape." Eric stood silently above, observing carefully. After destroying 6 beastman cities, it's almost time for them to react. He lightly rubbed his chin, his eyes deep in thought, or perhaps the rumor hasn't spread far enough yet. Suddenly, Eric sat down, secretly calculating, once I trample a few more remaining villages, they will appear. Watch out! At the same time, a sharp claw suddenly appeared behind him. In an instant, its slash struck the tree Eric was standing on, splitting the trunk in half immediately. He reacted in time, leaping to the ground immediately. Eric glanced at the severed tree, a slight shiver running down his spine. If my senses hadn't been sharp, I'd have been dead before I could even gasp. Suddenly, in the dim night, a shadow slowly strode towards him. "Your senses are better than I thought." Eric's sharp eyes fixed on the figure before him, he gathered the scattered beastmen across the black snow field, rising as the great lord of the north, a creature that brought terror to the empire. He frowned, on high alert, the great ancestor of the Tiger King's lineage. He spoke a compliment. A mere human can master the body reinforcement secret technique. This person was the first leader of the Beastmen Alliance. He said coldly, "Who are you?" This muscular beastman was named Tiger King Du. He spoke with a resolute tone, "You are certainly human." Du continued, "But I can't understand what's happening here." Suddenly, the beastmen behind Eric exclaimed in surprise, "Tiger King Du." Everyone was stunned, startled. One of them tremblingly asked, "Why are you here?" He replied grumpily, "Why do you ask? Did I come to a place I shouldn't have?" Hearing these words, the beastmen gaped, completely silent in fear. At this moment, a thought popped into his head. The Tiger King has conflicts with other tribal beastmen. Eric secretly confirmed, this must be before Tiger King Du unified the beastmen tribes, so he hasn't reached the 5-star strategic level yet. He wondered, but even so, why can I feel such a cold pressure? Du angrily shouted, "If you're not going to fight me, then get out." The beastmen scattered in fright. One of them shrieked, "Protecting a human? You're an enemy of the beastmen." The one next to him chimed in, "You'll pay for this." He picked at his ear, sighing softly, "Finally, it's quiet." He mused, "Did he protect me?" He subtly curved his lips, his eyes full of smugness. It was really clever to only cause trouble with the Berserker tribe, a tribe hostile to Tiger King Du. Upon hearing, Eric immediately bowed in gratitude, "Thank you, sir." But at that moment, Du suddenly grabbed his neck tightly. He coldly questioned, "How do you know my tribe's body enhancement secret technique?" Eric struggled, trying to explain, "I learned it from my master." Du urged, "Tell me more details." Eric subtly pointed at the hand gripping his neck, his voice heavy and strained, "First, you must let me go." His eyes fixed on him, flashing with a terrifying cold sharpness. Then, Du let him down, his voice full of menace, "If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll wring that neck right off." Eric rubbed his neck and said, "My parents were farmers who fled to the black snowfield to escape the Empire's oppression." He feigned pity, "But after my parents were attacked by monsters, I, an orphan, was saved by a beastman." Eric's acting was so good that tears rolled down his cheeks. "That person taught me how to protect myself, using the body enhancement secret technique, which is why I could survive here." He frowned inquisitively. "What was the name of that beastman tribe?" He sadly lowered his head. "My master said they had forgotten their own name, and ultimately, he didn't tell me what it was." As he recounted the fabricated painful memories, Eric was in extreme agony. "I couldn't touch upon their past suffering. So I only called that person master with all the reverence in my heart." Du stared straight ahead, his gaze sharp and cold, carefully scrutinizing whether those words were true or just lies. He remained immersed in his sorrowful role, tears welling up, thinking to himself, is he judging whether what I said is true? Eric seemed to understand his opponent well. The Tiger King, with his keen senses, distinguishes lies by listening to heartbeats and the movement of muscles in the body. He secretly felt smug, but now I'm controlling the flow of my chi to stabilize my body, so it's easy to deceive him. When he perceived that it was all true, he couldn't help but be astonished. Then he spoke softly, so it seems you're a brother of my tribe. Eric secretly exclaimed, perfect. He gently wiped away his tears, realizing his acting was flawless, and joy surged within him. Brother is a term used for heirs who have mastered the body enhancement secret technique. In other words, he has acknowledged me. Suddenly, Du placed a hand on Eric's shoulder. Brother, do you have anywhere to rest in this barren land? Amidst the deep darkness of night, white snowflakes silently fell. He rode on the wolf's back, journeying with him. Suddenly, a magical glow flashed in midair, accompanied by Camelia's reproachful voice. Really, you acted recklessly. She sat on Eric's shoulder, scolding angrily. Why isn't anyone in the Merbinger family clear-headed? He whispered, is it all right for you to appear like this? Camelia reassured him, I've cast a spell so others can't sense my presence, so don't worry. She worried, but what are you going to do next? Do you really believe he'll accept you as an ally? Eric confidently replied, of course, he won't believe me yet, but he'll keep me by his side. Camelia exclaimed in surprise, why? Eric explained, now is a time when conflicts between tribes are escalating. Every tribe will accept a strong individual as an ally, no matter their origin. Soon, they arrived. A beast man joyfully cheered, the leader has returned. Everyone, gather around. He continued to explain, especially the ambitious Tiger King Du, he would even be willing to do that. She remained silent, pondering those words. However, in this era, the beastman's hatred for humanity is still very strong. Will the tribe members accept this kid as Tiger King Du did? The beastmen of the tribe widened their eyes in horror upon seeing Eric. One of them roared furiously, a human, the enemy who killed my father. The one next to him gritted his teeth and questioned, hey, why did you bring a human here? Du yelled, stop. This is one of our brothers. The enraged beastman howled, brothers? How can a human be a brother? How can a human become one of us? He coldly ordered, calm down now, gather around. He looked at the beastmen in front of him, and a thought echoed in his mind. This is the period when the Empire's oppressive regime is most brutal towards both beastmen and common people, which is why the hostility towards humanity is so strong. He worried, if I can't convince them, all my plans will fall apart. Suddenly, the beastmen changed their demeanor, knelt down, and cried while clutching his legs, startling him. They whined, my master, why did you leave us so soon? One of them suddenly grabbed Eric's hand. You're truly lucky to have been taught martial arts by such a person. He frowned, his eyes full of confusion as he glanced to the side. Du smiled, giving a thumbs up in encouragement. Eric was bewildered, wondering, what are you guys talking about? Eric's gaze was fixed on Du's figure, surprised. Just moments ago, they were about to tear me apart. Why have they suddenly become so friendly? He silently confirmed, it must be thanks to Tiger King Du. Suddenly, he struck a blow that shattered the table next to him, as if ordering everyone to be silent. Then, Du presented, that's why his master said this before he passed away. He slowly recounted, although we had to face the racial boundaries between beastmen and humans, I'm still very glad that even if I have to leave this world, we will forever be master and disciple. Du's body trembled slightly, his voice cracking, let's meet again in another life. His voice continued, unbroken, my students. Du acted so dramatically that all the beastmen couldn't hold back their tears, wailing, damn it, open your eyes, teacher. How cruel. How can your little student continue to live on? Eric was stunned, his heart overwhelmed, speechless. Did I really say that? He whispered, just play along, they're foolish and very gullible. The corner of his lips suddenly curved upwards, his eyes filled with gratitude. Suddenly, a cold voice cut in, "We disagree." Eric started, turning abruptly to look behind him. Raph continued, with what the human said. He frowned and questioned, "What proof is there to believe it?" Eric didn't answer, just stared at the figure in front of him. Camellia introduced, "They are the Black Wolf tribe. The loyal dogs of the Tiger King," he thought to himself. The Black Wolf tribe, so they are Minister Norris's ancestors. Du immediately stood in front of Eric, his voice full of anger. "Raph, are you disobeying my orders?" Raph quickly clarified, "I'm not going against you." He pointed at him, angrily shouting, "Even if he is real, how can our tribe accept such an inferior race?" Hearing these words, he was extremely displeased, repeating, "Inferior race." Du's magic erupted with killing intent, and he growled, "I hope." His eyes flashed with a cold light, "You haven't forgotten our faith yet." Du's next words made Raph turn away in shame. "We were abandoned and driven away. Though our races and bloodlines may differ, we are still family." He stated plainly, "If you've forgotten that faith, I'll slit your throat." He silently looked at Eric, his mind a tangled mess. Suddenly, he spoke, breaking down the boundaries between tribes and uniting all beastmen into one. Eric continued, "I hear this is the goal of the Beastman tribe." Du exclaimed in surprise, "You know about us?" Eric nodded, "Yes, I heard that while wandering alone in the snowfields." His voice continued, "Even though you are considered an enemy by countless other tribes because of that faith, I hear more and more people are being condemned for it." Eric expressed his gratitude. "As an abandoned human, I received the kindness of my master, and you as well, you accepted me as a younger brother." He bowed his head in thanks. "I believe this is an extension of the ideals you are pursuing." These words moved Camellia to tears. "Hoo-hoo, as expected from Merbinger, you're really good with words." Eric's voice became serious, his eyes resolute. "I will also meet your expectations. I believe I also need to prove my worth to accompany you on your journey." Raph snapped impatiently, "I hear ranks among beast men are determined by strength. What do you want?" He replied without hesitation, "Let's fight. If I win, I'll be part of the tribe. If I lose, I'll leave." He trembled with rage, his voice full of disdain. "How dare a mere human challenge a great black wolf warrior like me?" Eric scoffed mockingly, "Why do you talk so much?" His face clearly showed defiance. "Scared?" Raph gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with anger. "You bastard." He pointed forward, scoffing, "You're the bastard." The feeling of being scorned immediately spurred him on, his long, sharp claws shooting out in an instant. Then, Raph declared coldly, "I'll kill you." Eric's magic also flared up fiercely. He provoked, "Think you can?" Suddenly, Du lunged between the two, his whole body radiating an overwhelming aura, throwing them both far away. Both landed safely, but their faces were still filled with bewilderment, as if they hadn't yet recovered from the collision. He said sternly, "Let me ask you both." Du asked, "Will both of you accept the outcome, even if it means losing your lives in battle, or not?" Raph calmly replied, "If that human wins, I will consider him family." Eric raised his hand and pledged, "I swear on my master's honor that I will accept the outcome." Du looked straight ahead, his eyes sharp as blades, and uttered, "Good." As soon as he finished speaking, they immediately rushed at each other. "Begin." Raph raised his sharp claws, swiping at his opponent, hissing, "I'll tear you to shreds." He quickly ducked to dodge, a thought sparking in his mind, "The story I made up won't last long, I need to prove my worth to Tiger King Du." Eric stood firm, ready to take the blow, his expression cold. Thanks to him, this matter would no longer be a problem. He frantically charged towards him, his mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Magic surged fiercely in Eric's hands, ready to confront his opponent, not to be outdone. In an instant, Raph took a full blow of body-strengthening technique, Fierce Tiger Impact. Seeing him flee in fear, he scoffed, "Overwhelmed by just one punch?" Raph hissed angrily, but couldn't react in time to his opponent's next punch. "You said." He was pummeled relentlessly by the body-strengthening technique, Crushing Strike. The sight before them stunned the beastmen. One cried out in horror, "Raph is one of the top warriors in the Royal Guard. I can't believe he was hit by a single move like that." The one next to him trembled. "I can't believe a human could use body-strengthening techniques so skillfully." Unable to believe his eyes, one gasped, "Raph." In just a blink, Raph's strength was exhausted, and he collapsed onto the cold ground. Seeing his battered body, Du exclaimed in surprise, "It seems the battle ended quicker than I expected." He announced, "This is enough for you to become family with us." Suddenly, Raph's eyes turned blood-red, filled with killing intent. In a blink, he stood up straight, a terrifying hiss echoing, signaling immense danger. Eric flinched, glancing behind him, the thought appearing in his mind, "Berserk, when a beastman's anger exceeds its limit, their power increases exponentially, but they can only fight by instinct." Seeing him furiously charging towards him, he worried, "Fighting him head-on is too dangerous for me." In a flash, Eric unleashed magic, a surging stream of energy pouring from his hands. Immediately, the freezing spell shot swiftly towards his opponent. The slippery ice fragments made Raph lose his balance. He fell backward, landing hard on his rear. Immediately after, chains shot out, swirling above Raph's head. In an instant, it lunged towards the opponent. In just a moment, the chains tightened, binding his entire body. Seeing Raph struggle incessantly, Eric quickly raised his hand. He immediately slammed his hand hard on his opponent's neck. "Just be quiet for a bit." Not long after, he lay motionless, sprawled on the ground. A beastman behind him frowned angrily. Is that magic? Is that scoundrel a mage?" The one next to him was stunned. "Did he deceive us?" Eric stood silently, calculating in his mind, "If I want to subdue him without killing him, using magic is the only way." He pondered in confusion. They must know this too. Eric looked worriedly towards Du, the story he had prepared for this situation. Suddenly, he burst out laughing, the resounding sound breaking the tense atmosphere. Du patted his shoulder, his voice full of excitement. "You're more interesting than I thought. I can't believe you know both body-strengthening technique and magic." Eric secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "I guess I don't need to worry anymore." He continued to act. "I should have only used body-strengthening technique in battle, but I didn't want to harm someone who was about to become my family, so I had to resort to magic." He encouraged him, "Whether you choose the easy path or conceal your strength, the victor on the battlefield is the strongest. That is the cruel rule of war." Then, Du asked kindly, "What's your name, human?" Eric immediately introduced himself. "I am Eric." At this moment, he had gained the trust of the beastmen. He solemnly declared, "According to the results of the battle, we will accept Eric as a member of the tribe. Does anyone object?" They happily replied, "Not at all, me too." Du raised his hand to the sky and solemnly swore, "At this very moment, I declare Eric to be a member of our family." The entire horde of beastmen cheered in unison, excitedly jumping and welcoming the tribe's new member. Suddenly, the system shard glowed with a dazzling light. Gomelia curiously stepped closer to see. A new message. It displayed the text, "All necessary requirements have been met. Second restriction removed. True name revealed." In Eric's mind, a thought arose. There is a plain where deep shadows fall. In that desolate land, the wind blows as sharp as a knife. The true name of this seal, which holds the sharp wind of the Black Snow Plain, is Ice Sealing Blade. He thoughtfully looked at the tattoo on his arm. It was a rare-grade seal, exactly like the Great Sin of Wrath seal that the Mountain King had bestowed upon him. But since he still didn't know how to activate it, he couldn't use it right away. Eric thought to himself irritably, "Gomelia the goddess is already nowhere to be found. Isn't she going to instruct me on how to use this thing?" He clicked his tongue. "Oh well, what can I do now?" A determination arose in Eric's heart. "For now, I will focus on my own long-term plan." Inside the meeting room, the beastmen stood in 2 rows, solemnly welcoming the new member. At Du's call, he slowly walked inside. "Come in." He smiled, his voice friendly. "Now, everyone, let's greet each other properly." Du continued, "Starting today, Eric will officially become a member of the Royal Guard of the Kingdom of Andromov. Eric bowed slightly. Since you've accepted me into the Guard, I'll do my utmost. He laughed heartily, his eyes filled with praise. That's a good attitude. To commemorate your entry into the Guard, I will assign you your first mission. He nodded in agreement. Yes, please give me your command. Do immediately assigned. You mentioned that you came here after traveling across the snow plains. With your experience from those journeys, please help us find a suitable area where our tribe can settle. Eric froze, staring at the person in front of him. He chuckled inwardly, thinking sardonically, everything aligns perfectly, doesn't it? He rubbed his chin, feigning contemplation. While wandering the snow plains, I did keep an eye on a certain spot. Eric continued, it's surrounded by canyons and hills, making it not difficult to defend against external threats. With water nearby and very little soil erosion, it's a fertile land. However, there's one problem. The two of them said in unison, it's the deathworm swarm. He explained, before, it was considered a potential location, but because of that problem, no one has settled there yet. However, finding another place like it on the Black Snow Plain is very difficult. Du was troubled, and quietly said, what should we do? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. That's right, let's do it this way. Hearing the chieftain's plan, Eric was stunned, his eyes wide. Feeling the murderous intent behind him, he angrily thought to himself, I must find a way to deal with these troublemakers. A moment later, Eric gradually calmed down. A thought echoed in his mind, well, although they often have personality clashes, the Black Wolf tribesmen have the most excellent teamwork abilities, so. Actually, choosing them is not hard to understand. However, pairing me with these Black Wolf guys I'm not familiar with, they must want to test my strength, right? Suddenly, a beastman approached him. Fighting the deathworms is the most arduous mission. He said, this mission won't be simple. This beastman's name was Du, the third captain of the guard. Raph taunted, that's right. If some random stranger hadn't said unnecessary things just now, we wouldn't have to deal with this complicated situation. He sneered, honestly, what's so good about the deathworm's old nest? Someone's just trying to show off in front of the captain by doing trivial tricks. Eric suppressed his anger, cursing inwardly, look at these dogs, seriously? Raph continued to provoke, after all, that's why humans can't. But before he could finish his sentence, Du slapped him hard, making him see stars. Seeing the person in front of him filled with raging anger, he softly exclaimed, Captain, you're scolding me, bringing personal feelings into the team. I told you not to do anything to ruin this atmosphere. Du threatened, if you ruin everyone's mood in the team again, I'll rip your head off, understand? The beastmen were utterly terrified, sweat pouring like rain, and they replied in unison, yes, we will work hard. His gaze fixed on the person in front of him, only then did Eric understand clearly, the reason Tiger King Du brought him into this team was because he trusted him. He was so trustworthy that even if a conflict occurred, he would immediately quell it. Afterward, Eric bowed his head, expressing his gratitude. Du paid no attention, immediately turning his face in another direction. Seeing his attitude, a thrill surged within Eric. You mean you're just doing what needs to be done, right? I like it. Next, Eric looked at him and asked, Captain, the deathworms are creatures that won't come out of the ground even if slightly threatened. Is there a way to lure them out? Du calmly replied, there is a way, but it's very difficult and time-consuming. He wondered, why is it so difficult? He explained, we need to obtain the life and death grass, a devilish plant. They're very sensitive to the scent emitted by life and death grass. If we have that, we can herd the deathworms out of the ground. Seeing Eric trying to suppress a laugh until his face was red, Du was stunned. Why are you making that expression, huh? He cleared his throat, trying to stay serious, it's nothing, please continue. He continued, to lure those deathworms out, we need that plant. Since they are very rare, they are very hard to find. Eric confidently pointed at himself, you don't have to worry about that. I can find it. Du said nothing, his eyes thoughtful, full of doubt. Confidence is good, but the environment where life and death grass grows is quite harsh. Finding it is one thing, but harvesting it is very difficult. He was still deep in thought when the scene before him astonished Du. It won't be easy, right? At this moment, the life and death grass was already in his hand. He happily sang, people harvesting, people carrying, it's so lively here. The beast men were so astonished they couldn't utter a word as they watched Eric easily pluck each stalk of life and death grass. Eric threw it into the basket, urging loudly, "What are you guys still standing there for? Aren't you going to put it in?" A beast man hurriedly held out his basket to catch it. Whoa! He was flustered. I didn't even know. He contemplatively looked at the field of crimson grass, as he had seen a lot of life and death grass in the labyrinth of clarity created by his master. Eric thought to himself, because that magic was so prominent, even if I tried not to find it, I still would. An idea sparked in his mind, if I just absorb the magic of the life and death grass, then. Immediately after, Eric activated the seal, let's go. He rudely shouted, Dogmen 1, 2, 3, I'm going faster now so stick close to me. The beastmen roared in indignation. Is this guy really crazy? They indignantly complained, Captain, do you know what that guy just called us? Dogmen. Du did not defend them, even delivering a kick to the behind of the one who had just spoken. He snapped, what are you doing, you damn fools? Do what Eric says. He was resentful, tears welling up in his eyes, softly calling out, Captain. Eric's eyes showed clear surprise as he witnessed Du's actions. His lips curved slightly, and a hint of interest rose in his heart, as if he had just found something worth looking forward to. Soon, the life and death grass was filled into large and small barrels, and they quickly brought all of it back to the tribe. Du praised, to collect so much life and death grass in such a short time, your ability is truly remarkable. He humbly replied, not entirely, sir. I was able to do it thanks to the help of my team members. He looked at the exhausted beastmen, leaning against the tree roots, utterly drained of strength, and nodded slightly in confirmation, it seems that's truly the case. Then, Du urged gruffly, all right, that's enough chit-chat, let's begin. The blazing red torches were immediately thrown into the pile of life and death grass. In an instant, the flames spread, consuming everything. Very soon after, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. Cracks quickly spread like a spiderweb. In the blink of an eye, hordes of giant deathworms surged up from the ground. Du immediately ordered, everyone, begin the attack. But suddenly, a panicked beastman reported, Captain, we have a big problem. He spun around, what is it? If it's not important then. The man was too terrified to speak. His next word stunned Du, the Wrath Tribe is on their way here. Du asked anxiously, what do you mean the Wrath Tribe is coming? Explain clearly. The beastman hurriedly explained. It seems they've found out we're hunting deathworms, and right now, they're coming to ambush us. He gritted his teeth in anger, those filthy bastards. At the same time, the deathworms simultaneously bared their hideous mouths at Du. Outside the tribe, a muscular beastman slowly walked under the dim moonlight, his shadow stretching long on the ground. The beastman's eyes were bloodshot, glinting with a cold sharpness. Advance, warriors of the Wrath Tribe. He was Nevet, the second in command of the Wrath Tribe. Nevet led his subordinates forward aggressively. Today we will capture Tiger King Du. Today we will end all their hopes. Even with the deathworms roaring right beside him, he calmly walked on, not paying them any mind. At this moment, Du quickly leaped into the air, dodging the monster's sharp mouths. Then, his sharp claws immediately tore a deathworm in half. Witnessing this scene, Nevet couldn't help but praise, Tiger King Du, just as expected, his skill is truly at its peak. But today, I have prepared a magical artifact used in the battle against humanity. The thoughts continued to echo in his mind. No matter how strong you are, you can't stop a barrage of fire while being held back. A triumphant smile bloomed on Nevet's fierce face. Now, I will make you kneel before me and become the king of all beastmen. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept in, carrying thick smoke and dust. He instinctively raised a hand to cover his face. He wondered softly, where did this wind come from? A pungent scent suddenly spread. Nevitt froze, his eyes showing a flicker of astonishment. This smell. Life and death grass? In a flash, the death worms surrounded him. Immediately after, they simultaneously rushed in to tear him apart, gruesome screeches ceaselessly echoing. At the same time, Dew stood proudly on the corpse of a death worm. With a gleeful smile, who'd have thought they could be destroyed so quickly? He continued. Using magic to create wind to push the scent of the life and death grass towards the Fury tribe and exploit the death worms to destroy them, while the Fury tribe would destroy the death worms. Dew praised, coming up with such an idea is truly impressive. Eric then said, you must repay those who ambushed you in kind. He laughed heartily, it seems you and I think alike. He quickly jumped onto the monster. Now, Eric suggested, shall we go clean up the remnants? On the other side. Nay gripped the axe tightly in his hand, fiercely chopping at the death worms, those still alive, gather. Suddenly, a subordinate trembled. Horrified, he exclaimed, Dew, it's Tiger King Dew. Immediately after, a brilliant golden light struck the ground, creating a resounding explosion. From within the thick smoke and dust, Dew and Eric's figures slowly emerged. He glared angrily, furiously hissing, Dew. Upon hearing this, Nay immediately raised his weapon, his eyes filled with murderous intent, the cowardly ambusher. But at that very moment, a fierce magical power suddenly erupted from him, tearing through the air directly towards the enemy, smashing his head into pieces. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. Dew's eyes turned sharp, he decisively ordered, Royal Guards, capture the survivors and bring them back. Kill anyone who resists. The Beastmen swiftly charged forward, acting decisively without hesitation. They dashed forward, shouting in unison, yes. The Beastmen of the Fury tribe also did not retreat, bravely charging forward to meet the enemy, do not retreat. The two sides engaged in fierce combat, the clang of metal and roars echoed across the battlefield. Eric stood motionless in the middle of the battlefield, his hands clenched into fists. He silently observed Dew's every move, that was the Tiger King's ultimate physical technique. Eric realized, just by watching, he could see the strengths and weaknesses in his own physical technique. Behind them, Raph's eyes glowed, blazing with murderous intent like a wild beast about to pounce on its prey. Each of his sharp sword strikes cut directly into the enemies, he praised, not bad, is it? In the blink of an eye, under Raph's hand, enemies fell like grass, their bodies piled one upon another. Suddenly, something sharp shot by, embedding itself directly into Raph's neck. He cried out in pain. Seeing this, his comrades panicked and shouted, Raph! He winced uncomfortably, sweating profusely, on his pale skin, greenish veins stood out, crawling across his face. In just a moment, the green bloodline spread across his face. Raph stoically endured the pain, refusing to collapse. Eric stepped closer to him, asking, Hey, Raph, are you okay? Raph was too exhausted to speak, only groaning out a weak sound, you. After that, he couldn't bear it any longer, collapsing and lying motionless on the ground. Without hesitation, he immediately recognized the spell, Eliminate. Streams of spiritual energy immediately surrounded Raph's body, and in just an instant, his body returned to its normal state. Seeing Raph collapse, the Beastmen panicked, frantically screaming, Raph! Eric reassured them, don't worry, he's only unconscious for a moment. First, take him to a resting place. A nimble Beastman carried him on his back, saying, understood. After that, they immediately rushed Raph back to the tribe to rest. Suddenly, Dew's voice rang out, Eric, it's all done. He urgently suggested, continue with the next plan before the Wrath tribe knows about the current situation. He hesitated, saying, wait, before that. Dew expressed his gratitude, thank you for saving Raph. Immediately after, the Beastmen collectively bowed respectfully, their gazes solemn, as if directing all their respect towards Eric. His gaze was fixed on the people in front of him, and the corners of his lips subtly curved into a satisfied smile. Eric sat steadily on the corpse of a death worm, silently watching the beastmen of the Wrath tribe being escorted away before his eyes. His mind was troubled, pondering the next plan. Suddenly, Camellia appeared, her voice full of praise, to gain the favor of the monster in just a few days. Well done. Eric frowned reproachfully. You've been observing from the start, so why are you only showing up now? She shrugged, replying nonchalantly, I thought you could handle it yourself without my help. He pouted, immediately standing up and leaving. All right, good luck to you. Eric waved his hand vigorously, and Du immediately shot out. Looking at the swirling dark spiritual energy in the air, Eric was secretly astonished. There's more magic power here than I thought. He looked at the tattoo on his hand, thinking to himself, the seal of the ice enchantment has immediately increased to 4 stars. Suddenly, it shrieked shrilly, as if boasting about its recent achievement. Looking at the surroundings, Eric exclaimed, You've cleaned up everything without leaving a trace. Thanks to that, I don't need to purify anymore. He sowed the seeds into the ground. With this much effort, I guess it will grow without any problems, right? Under the pale moonlight, a long silhouette was cast on the ground, silently as if melting into the cold night. Eric held the notification stone in his hand, mumbling, Since there's no notification saying I failed to sow the seeds, it seems the matter is settled. Immediately after, a miraculous thing happened that caught his attention. The freshly sown seeds sprouted, and unexpected green shoots emerged from the earth. In just an instant, the stone glowed brightly, emitting a dazzling light, a clear sign that the mission was completed. Eric joyfully exclaimed, It's done. Immediately, a new tattoo appeared on his hand. The stone displayed the text, Necessary conditions fulfilled, the third prohibition has been lifted, ambition achieved. Suddenly, the scenery around him changed. Looking at the architecture in front of him, Eric was stunned. Is this the flower temple? He quickly went inside, slowly walking through the corridors. Eric cautiously peered around, his whole body on alert. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. A thought sparked in Eric's mind. Who is she? Is she the goddess Camellia? No, that aura. Is it the Demon King? Eric felt overwhelmed upon learning Camelia's true identity. Who would have thought that the goddess Camellia is actually the Demon Queen? With this much magic power, she must be very strong. Camellia sat gracefully with her legs crossed on the throne, her sharp eyes staring intently at him. In Eric's eyes, Camellia directly split into 2 opposing forms, one side brilliantly shining, the other dark and evil. He wondered greatly, how can a god and a demon queen coexist, and this magic power? Just as he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out in his ear, Eric. Immediately, he was startled awake by that voice. Eric returned to reality thanks to Camelia's call, Eric. She asked anxiously, Are you okay? He suddenly lost consciousness. Eric immediately said, The seal of Dongfang. Eric faced Camellia, asking her in a serious tone, Is it from you? She didn't answer Eric's question immediately, but bowed her head and wondered, Why do you think that? He replied, I saw you. Camellia was curious, What did you see? Eric carefully recounted in detail what he had just seen. You were there, alone, in an empty palace. You were dejected, lonely, and sad, and your magic power radiated similarly to the seal of Dongfang. She casually stroked her hair, then replied in a low voice, Right now, that's just history long forgotten. Eric continued to probe, Is the chill across the black snowfield from you? Camellia admitted without hesitation, That's right. She held out her hand, creating a pale pink source of power. Camellia sadly replied, But it no longer belongs to me. I am Camellia and the god of flowers. After looking at the source of power radiating from her palm, he couldn't help but wonder, Is this what's arranged to erase your traces? Camellia suddenly clenched her palm, and that faint source of power immediately vanished into thin air. She replied indifferently, Who knows? Camellia hovered in front of Eric and said, All I can do is give you advice on planting the seeds. She carefully reminded him, Remember what Odohan told you. Odo's image immediately appeared in Eric's mind. At that time, he had conveyed one thing, You will learn how to devour the Eastern general. The Eastern General is the past and the mistake of the god Camellia. Eric racked his brain. To plant the seeds, I need to dispel the cold from the god Camellia. Then, Camellia continued to instruct him, always be wary of the Eastern General, she will become the biggest obstacle on your path. Scene change. In the blink of an eye, Eric quickly returned to the gloomy neighborhood called Amramov. He stood excitedly observing under the shade of a large tree. It's been 91 days since the arrangement began. Eric contentedly gazed at the budding flowers. The flowers have started to bloom. Just as he was absorbed in enjoying the beauty, Raph suddenly ran over to deliver news. Hey, the chieftain is looking for you. Eric's face immediately darkened, and he tiredly thought to himself, damn it, again? Scene change. A gloomy and desolate forest appeared. Dry tree branches pointed skyward like hideous claws in the night. Eric was thrown backward by a terrifying force. He groaned in pain to do. Come on, can't you go easy on me? Hearing that, he laughed loudly. You're the one who asked to spar with me as a reward for saving Raph. I'm the chieftain, I can't break my promise. Eric sighed helplessly. I just wanted to experience body-strengthening techniques. Who knew I'd get beaten so badly? Du's expression suddenly became serious. He intentionally reminded him, as my brother, you shouldn't give up so easily. Eric quickly readjusted his fighting stance. He thought to himself, I successfully restored my stance in the first half, so thanks to that, I have an advantage. Then, Du began to crack his knuckles. A continuous cracking sound echoed. He chuckled, seemingly ready for the next match. We'll start again with the fierce tiger charge. Just as Du was about to launch his attack, a strange sound suddenly entered his ears. Du turned his head to observe his surroundings, then he changed his mind. It seems we'll have to postpone the match. Eric was surprised. What? What's going on? Facing his question, he said nothing. Du left Eric and immediately departed. Scene change. Du quickly returned to Amramov City. Countless innocent people suddenly flooded into the city, all of them severely injured. Du silently observed them from the rooftop. Eric also followed him there, expressing surprise at the unfolding scene. Eric was a little angry. He asked Camellia, are these refugees here because of General Dong? She nodded and replied, that's right, General Dong has begun to act. Eric wondered, I don't remember General Dong being that strong. Camellia then explained, General Dong in your time was much weaker, but the current General Dong is a real disaster. She provided Eric with important information. Tiger King Du can only stabilize the chaos, but he cannot defeat her. Du quickly turned and ordered, Raph, gather the tribal chiefs to my tent. He bowed, acknowledging the order, understood. He also made another request, Eric, I want you to change into your battle attire and come to my tent. As soon as he finished speaking, even as he jumped off the city wall with another person, Raph still hadn't left. He called out to Eric. Hey! Raph shyly handed him a bottle of precious medicine and said, take it. Eric curiously asked, what's this? He immediately pushed it into Eric's hand and replied, it's nothing, I have too much of it, so you can take it or throw it away, do whatever you like. After giving him the bottle of medicine, Raph quickly left as well. Melia knew at a glance that this was a precious medicine, only available in small quantities among the Black Wolf tribe. She laughed and said, he probably only has a small amount of it. That kid has a cute side too, doesn't he? Eric suddenly felt warmth in his heart. I hadn't expected it. Scene change. A large tent immediately appeared, with yellow lanterns hanging above, casting a faint light. A wide table was placed in the center of the tent. Du and 8 other tribal chiefs sat around it, all with serious expressions. The Deer Tribe chief spoke first. Our tribe has suffered heavy losses. Next, the Hound Tribe chief also added to the conversation. Our ancestors shed blood to build this place, but now it's just ruins. We've lost many loved ones. Du called out loudly, Eric, come here. His face darkened. I have something to ask you. Is it about the disaster spreading fear among the refugees? Eric replied without hesitation, that's right. We must find General Dong. Du questioned, can you lead the way with magic? As soon as the question was raised, the chiefs of the hound, deer, goat, and antelope tribes all held their breath and looked towards him. The remaining 4 chiefs, from the rabbit, mouse, brown bear, and rhinoceros tribes, also eagerly awaited Eric's answer. Du patiently gave him time to think. Eric did not disappoint those present. He decisively replied, yes, I can. After hearing his answer, Du happily stood up. He immediately ordered the chiefs present at the meeting, all chiefs, gather your elite warriors, we will depart tomorrow. Everyone was very excited. Everyone replied in unison, understood. The 8 chiefs quickly ran outside to prepare their armies for tomorrow. Eric breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, everything is on track, find the Fox King due to plant the seed. He speculated on Otto's plan, and confronting General Dong with him was certainly part of Otto's arrangement. The next day arrived quickly. The chiefs had completed the task of gathering the most experienced soldiers, just like that. Eric was ready to depart with Du and the other soldiers. The real mission had begun. Although the current weather was harsh, everyone was willing to set off together. Du and Eric led the way, guided by a magical light. He suddenly said, no matter how many times I see it, magic is still something very captivating. Seeing this, Eric immediately asked, do you want to learn magic? If it's you, I'm sure you'll learn basic magic easily. Du shook his head and laughed aloud, with you here, why do I need to learn it? He grimaced and replied, is that a new way to make me your slave? Du took advantage of the situation, teasing. If you don't like it, you can be the leader. Eric sighed, thinking to himself, I can't believe the strongest king in monster history is a madman. I wonder if his subordinates know that. Du suddenly expressed his gratitude. Our tribe has changed a lot since I met you. There were times I even thought you were a lucky star fallen from the sky. Eric replied proudly, oh really? Thank you for saying so. He chuckled, therefore, this is a gift for you. Eric was curious, a gift? Du revealed the gift he was about to give him, the last part of the body-strengthening secret technique. Eric was very surprised. As soon as he turned back, Du suddenly changed his demeanor. You think I don't realize? He smirked with a cold laugh, that you approached me with a purpose? Eric faltered, when did you know? Du slowly approached him, carefully analyzing, a human saying he learned a body-strengthening secret technique from a reclusive monster, that's truly suspicious. But it's not impossible. Du leaned close to Eric, pointing out all his suspicions, but you can't lie about magic, and the reason you go around causing trouble with tribes hostile to me. He looked at him with eyes that seemed to devour everything. Du stated Eric's goal must be to meet me. To complete this body-strengthening secret technique. He wondered, if you already knew, then why did you leave me be? He said, puzzled, normally, to seek your own personal gain. Then Du's expression suddenly changed 180 degrees. He laughed loudly and clapped Eric firmly on the shoulder. Because whether human or monster, everyone wants their own personal gain, don't they? Right? I didn't touch you simply because it also benefits me. Melia teased from the side, from beginning to end, you were always in his palm. Eric still didn't understand, but there's no reason for you to teach me the last part of the secret technique. Just then, Du unexpectedly reached out his hand. He gently stroked Eric's head. Du happily explained the reason, I want you to survive. You've struggled so much to get here, so if you sacrifice yourself to protect someone else's family, it wouldn't be fair. His warm words stirred Eric's heart. He still couldn't believe it. The reason he wanted to teach him the monster's secret technique was because he wanted him to survive? Eric's expression darkened. He bowed his head. Perhaps he cares this much because he doesn't know that this is the past repeating itself. After a moment of thought, Eric smiled faintly and replied, thank you. Melia interrupted, sorry to break this emotional moment, but now was not the time for sentimentality. The scene before Eric immediately shocked him. His pupils constricted continuously. A shadow filled with terrifying killing intent was staring at Eric, the energy emanating from Melia. What I just saw, a huge surge of malice, it felt like it could swallow us whole at any moment. There's only one word that could describe her, a demon. That energy began its attack. Eric thought to himself, we have to get out of here quickly. You're separated from everyone by that strange black energy. What is this? Eric gnashed his teeth in anger. Goddess Comelia and the scout team, I can't pinpoint their location. He stood silently alone in the darkness. The demon general's demonic energy had severed all mana flow. Eric feared the worst-case scenario, if we fall into the demon general's trap. King Yu and the scout team will be annihilated. I have to eliminate the demon general's darkness before that happens. He gnashed his teeth in anger, at a loss for how to save everyone at that moment. Eric looked at his right arm and suddenly remembered, the Eastern Wind Seal. It's also something that came from Goddess Comelia, just like the demon general. He clenched his fist with hope, so maybe I'll be able to use it. Then another headache arose. Eric scratched his head and thought, but I need to know how to activate it to use it. He wondered worriedly, is there nothing else I can use besides the Eastern Wind Seal? The mark on Eric's right arm suddenly glowed. Otto's image appeared in his mind once again. His message echoed in Eric's ears, you'll have to learn how to defeat the demon general. At that time, Eric had asked, I'll have to put the demon general into the Seal of Wrath, just like last time, right? Otto nodded and replied, that's right. He quickly regained his composure. Eric closed his eyes, sensing his surroundings. Eliminate, demon general, if. Then, he murmured the name of a skill, absorb. The currents of energy surrounding him were gradually being sucked into the mark on Eric's hand. I absorbed the demon general's coldness into the seal of harsh cold. The mark on his hand glowed continuously, and absorbed the demonic energy into Yu's seal. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, clamping down on his arm. Demonic energy is leaking out of the seal of harsh cold. Eric could clearly feel the pain emanating from his right arm, and connected to the Eastern Wind Seal. After all the gloomy energy currents were sucked into the mark on his hand. Suddenly, a violent spasm spread throughout Eric's body, causing him to gradually lose consciousness. When Eric opened his eyes again, he saw many people around him. But strangely, they were all only in black and white. Only Eric, standing among the crowd, retained his own colors. He raised both hands and looked at them, utterly confused. Eric wondered, this place is... A child's voice suddenly rang out, attracting his attention. Queen, Queen. The boy held a bouquet of vibrant red flowers in his hand, then happily said, these are newly bloomed flowers from outside. I brought them because they look so much like you. Comelia sat coldly on her throne and asked, how are they alike? Eric immediately recognized, this was before Goddess Comelia became the Demon Queen. Two farmers began discussing with each other, these flowers are very beautiful, how could they not resemble the queen, don't you agree? Others below also chimed in, hey, how can these flowers compare to our queen? Do you think the queen would like that? He happily affirmed, of course she'll like it, whoever disagrees, come here. The atmosphere around her was joyful and lively, but in contrast, Comelia's expression was very sorrowful. They asked in confusion, Queen, why are you so silent, Queen? She merely sighed, the cheerful, bustling scene right before Comelia's eyes. In an instant, it vanished into thin air. Everything disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only her sitting alone on the throne. Eric felt sorry for Comelia. I think I've somewhat understood her feelings. She muttered to herself, I'm truly bored. The loneliness that creeps in when loved ones are gone, I'm very familiar with this feeling. Comelia suddenly rose from the throne. He quickly understood the problem she was facing. She could be lively thanks to those who had followed her in the past. But now, whether her eyes are closed or open, there's only emptiness. Eric followed her steps with his gaze. Having to do everything herself in an empty continent, she is the queen. Comelia stepped forward, then pushed open the doors with both hands, vassals and common folk. Eric stood silently behind, observing her every move, the queen's loneliness. It was a vast palace and a territory where not even a single tree could grow. On this barren land, there was only white snow. Even the nearby neighborhood had only a few scattered houses, all buried by the snowstorm. Comelia stood silently on the terrace observing. A negative thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Perhaps I should just go to sleep. Just then, a strange light shone on Comelia's face, making her curious. Comelia gently sat down. She was very happy. A rare smile unexpectedly appeared on her face. Comelia thought, perhaps the upcoming time won't be boring anymore. Eric was very surprised. The queen's ice-cold face, for the first time, showed a smile. Throughout many centuries, her world had always been just one color. It was just a green sprout, yet that small thing was enough to instantly change Comelia's expression, as if a new color had appeared. Comelia quickly brought out a flower pot and carefully picked up the sprout growing underneath, reminding it, "There's something you need to know." Then, she gently placed it in the pot she had just taken out. Comelia treated the sprout as a friend to confide in. "I'm not the type to care about trivial things. You must remember how lucky you are." She raised her hand and cast some magic. "You may have chosen to stay here on your own." The sprout was carefully cherished by Comelia, she sternly said, "but whether you can leave is not for you to decide." Time passed quickly. Comelia tiredly leaned against a pillar on the terrace, drifting off to sleep without realizing it. When she woke up, the scene before her stunned Comelia. The sprout had actually bloomed into beautiful crimson flowers. She exclaimed in surprise, "Flowers, they've bloomed." Comelia, disbelieving, reached out to touch it. Her expression suddenly grew solemn. "This can't be happening." Then, Comelia hugged the flower pot and suddenly ran inside, to Eric's astonishment. She held it tightly to her chest, then frantically ran around the palace, seemingly in a hurry to find something. Comelia ran for a while and then suddenly stopped. Unbelievable, she risked her life to run so fast just to plant that tree in a larger area. Comelia was captivated by the flower's beauty, her hands continuously caressing its petals. Under that enchantment, Comelia couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." Eric remained silent, watching her from behind. Despite the cold and snow outside, nameless flowers bloomed in many different places. Not long after, that barren land was nurtured by her, and this place became a flower garden. A petal gently fell, and Comelia immediately reached out to catch it. She smiled contentedly. She herself seemed to regain her original colors. The queen who commanded ice and snow was now among the flowers. Before Comelia could fully enjoy that happy time, a sudden sharp pain spread throughout her body. She collapsed to the ground in pain, coughing continuously. For one who lived under winter's embrace, the warmth of spring was a deadly poison. Comelia gasped for breath, her whole body drenched in sweat. However, the botanical garden the queen personally cultivated continued to flourish even after she was gone. Before leaving this lonely world, the happiest image of her life reappeared in Comelia's mind once more. "Queen, so many flowers have bloomed. Please look at them, because this is where your deepest memories reside." And so, Comelia gently took her last breath, falling into the flower garden she had personally nurtured. The life of the Winter Queen, who loved this world so much, had come to an end. Just then, around her, the sound of water dripping could be heard. Tiny fairies, each with a distinct color, flew out one by one from the flowers in Comelia's garden, yet her dream had brought new life. They excitedly approached her. "Who is she? Is she asleep? She's so beautiful." Eric chuckled softly. The flower spirits were still the same, whether in the past or present. He suddenly felt very curious and looked around. But what happened after that? This place used to be so peaceful. The sky outside, which had been clear blue, immediately turned a dark, gloomy black after Comelia collapsed. Eric was curious. That is, a mysterious black energy continuously poured into her flower garden. That made the flower spirits feel very afraid. A shadowy figure appeared, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Demon God." After observing for a moment, he concluded, "Although his form looks different, that's definitely the demon god I saw in my dream." He raised his hand, controlling the black smoke that enveloped the entire palace. That dark energy began to surge into Comelia. He angrily roared, "Winter should just remain winter." Just like that, Camellia was revived by the demon god. But at this moment, she had transformed into a completely different person. He respectfully called her Demon Queen. Next, something else slowly emerged from the dark black energy. That was the Ice General. She declared that spring would never come to this place again. Then, the Ice General suddenly screamed, and her body unleashed a strange power. Eric quickly recognized her identity. That's the Ice General. But, even if this is truly the malicious energy of the Ice General as I just felt, I also sense both warmth and coldness. The happiness and sorrow of the Demon Queen, however, these things have destroyed the garden and brought cruel winds to anyone living here. He suddenly remembered something. East wind, the fourth restriction has been released. What Eric was holding in his hand, on it was written, Star Elixir. His gaze turned cold. I think I know how to use the winter seal now. The mark on Eric's hand immediately glowed miraculously. He snapped his fingers in the air and shouted, Mineral Rule. Eric immediately dispelled whatever was covering his body. His terrifying power was unleashed, effortlessly sweeping away that dark energy. Next, a sparkling galaxy appeared before his eyes. Camellia joyfully said, Master, you succeeded. She sadly gazed at the galaxy before her. Even if you've seen something. Eric interrupted Camellia, the botanical garden. He promised Camellia, I will do everything to restore it to its original state. Eric then explained his words, to see beautiful flowers bloom in the botanical garden once again. It was still your dying wish, that scenery you wished to protect even after you were reincarnated as a god. Camellia worried. But Eric was resolute. If I can perfect winter, I can also reclaim the lost spring from the demon god. Those words surprised her a little. Camellia quietly asked, Can I entrust this to you? Eric cheerfully replied, Why be so polite with me? Friends don't need to be like that. With that, he quickly left the place, leaving Camellia alone. Tears welled up in her eyes. Camellia wondered, Friends, huh? You're really naughty. Even though I went to such lengths to draw a line between us, you just crossed it like that? Scene change. At this moment, Dew's group was strenuously battling a horde of monsters. Damn it! He angrily clenched his bleeding hand, so tough. Dew was very worried about his comrades, the warriors who were taking increasingly more damage. He bravely faced the giant monster, thinking to himself, Eric must know how to fight this thing. Just as they didn't know how to deal with it, a loud sound continuously echoed. Raph yelled, What is that? The monsters swarmed in groups, and the soldiers continuously whispered to each other, Are those the monsters the migrants mentioned? There are countless of them. Dew laughed loudly, Are you scared just by that pile? I'll need to personally train each one of you when we get back. Raph stammered, What did you say, sir? He loudly replied, I said it's great to have so many targets. All right, now only those who are injured will have special training with me. Dew shouted, giving orders to everyone, It's hunting time. Kill them all. Just as they were about to charge into attack, Eric suddenly appeared. He muttered, slash and tear, and the monsters' bodies immediately exploded into small pieces. Everyone exclaimed in shock, What just happened? Only Dew knew what was happening. He raised his head and faintly smiled. Eric hovered above them. He happily said, Brother, there you are. Feet wearing white boots gently landed on the ground. Eric bowed slightly in apology. Sorry, I'm late. Dew nodded, So you didn't run away, huh? He looked up and asked back, Have you ever seen me run away from anything, sir? Dew smiled. He turned his head, standing parallel to Eric. He motioned for him to look at the giant stone man, sighing, But that thing is too hard. I don't know what it's made of. My attacks are completely useless. Eric's green eyes lit up. He speculated, Perhaps, we can only injure it if we hit it in a specific way. Thanks to his penetrating gaze, he easily analyzed the stone man's energy structure. Energy was accumulating around the very bottom of its left leg. Hearing that, Dew muttered, Damn it, I hit its head earlier. What a waste of effort. To regain his image as a mighty tiger king, Dew cleared his throat. I intend to use the body-strengthening art to destroy that thing. He sat down, motioning for him to watch. You can copy it or whatever. With a bang. Du leaped high. The aftershock caused the ground beneath his feet to explode. Eric enthusiastically followed. He also sat down. I guess you'll personally teach me the steps to learn that technique, won't you? Don't be shy. He was an excellent student. He replicated it perfectly after just one look. The ground beneath his feet also exploded as Eric leaped high. And so, the two small figures leaped high, aiming for the stone man's left leg. While moving, Du began his practical lesson. Perhaps people think the body-strengthening art is a fighting style that only focuses on senses and instincts, but only blockheads would say that. The stone man saw someone attacking. It swung its arms, its moves simple and unadorned, just swiping back and forth. Du said, you need to stand in the correct stance and time it precisely to unleash an appropriate strike, to achieve higher effectiveness and greater destructive power. The two quickly dodged. He instructed, furthermore, even if the strikes are the same, it depends on how you coordinate them. He placed his foot on the stone man's body, using its momentum to move. Then Du pulled his hand back to his side, transforming his hand into a claw, and the power will always be different. With that, he activated the body-strengthening art, powerfully attacking the stone man's left leg. Fierce tiger impact, hit. The stone man's energy-filled left leg cracked, and a few stone fragments fell off. After demonstrating, Du turned his head and said, the principle sounds simple, but it's very difficult to grasp, so for now, just observe. However, Eric had already begun gathering energy in his hand, his stance perfectly poised. Immediately after, he also activated the body-strengthening art. Then he struck the stone man's left leg hard. Unlike Du's demonstration, Eric's force was strong enough to pierce through its leg. Fierce tiger impact, hit. When he released his hand, a considerably large hole had been made in the stone man's leg. Du stared in astonishment. Not only did you replicate it after just one look, but you also combined your own technique with it. He smiled in praise. You really are a beast. With that, Du continued to charge at the stone man, attacking like a storm. Eric obediently followed along, precisely replicating each move. He felt abundant energy in his body, as the disjointed steps of the body-strengthening art connected because he followed him. The three seals also began to merge. Just then, a powerful surge of energy erupted, throwing Du and Eric off the stone man's body. Both landed on the ground, sliding for a distance before regaining their footing. Eric realized that energy source is leaving its body now, which means... He grinned triumphantly, now we can attack any part of its body. Du's eyes flashed. He was bursting with enthusiasm. All right, now I'll teach you the final 3 steps. He sat down to demonstrate. These 3 steps are crucial for you to create your own body-strengthening technique. Eric wasted no time, immediately following suit. Du stomped his foot firmly on the ground. If the first part of the body-strengthening technique is like how a wild beast walks, then he channeled energy into his tiger claw hands. The latter part will be the claws of the beast. Du's eyes lit up, like a prowling tiger. That step is... He leaped up, lunging towards the rock man, the fangs of the king of beasts. Whatever move Du made, Eric copied it exactly. As he fought, he taught, bite deep and embed inside. Both punched hard into the rock man, core impact. Once a beast's fangs bite into something, they never let go. Both succeeded in punching through the rock man's chest. Immediately after, both swiftly moved out of its attack range. Du instructed, make sure the opponent can never get up again. Next, he continued to attack other parts of the rock man's body by tearing and devouring the opponent. Eric learned and practiced simultaneously, attacking the other side. He gained momentum by running on its right arm. Du gained momentum by running on its left arm. If the opponent hasn't completely stopped breathing, you won't have a chance to win. So, you must become a great disaster for your opponent. Both simultaneously leaped high, aiming for the rock man's head. Du continuously lectured, so you won't have to worry about anyone being able to harm you. He swung his fist, channeling most of his energy into the attacking hand. Show them the overwhelming difference in power. Eric copied the movements flawlessly. Without any unnecessary movements, both punched hard into the rock man. A loud explosion echoed, and shockwaves spread. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. At this very moment, they were the kings dominating the battlefield. Thanks to Du's enlightenment, Eric's sixth sense awakened. The characteristic blue eyes of the Muir family lit up. It is the world created by the combination of your mind and your sixth sense. When the battle temporarily ended, Du asked, "How does it feel?" Eric looked up at the sky and smiled. "It's exhilarating." He also laughed and exclaimed, "I can't believe you're standing there smiling in a place where you could potentially lose your life. You're truly not normal at all." Eric retorted, "But you're smiling too, sir." Du didn't take this as an insult or sass, he felt proud of it. "Haven't I told you? I haven't been normal since the day I was born." But for a moment, Du's pupils contracted, and his brows furrowed tightly. "You." He saw the brilliant golden magic rings behind Eric. "You've gotten stronger again, haven't you?" At this moment, he was surprised to notice his own strength. With the seventh magic ring, he had managed to overcome the wall that trapped him, thanks to Tiger King Du. Eric looked gratefully at Du, who treated him very sincerely. He couldn't help but feel bewildered. Why was Du so friendly with Eric? They weren't blood relatives, so he had no reason to teach him these things. He asked what was on his mind. Eric questioned, "Why are you helping me?" Du looked at him and honestly replied, "Once I acknowledge someone as a brother, I choose to trust them to the very end." He ruffled Eric's hair. "Even if they're hiding something from me, as brothers, there's no reason not to help each other." Du's words gave Eric pause. Brothers? Besides his sister, he didn't trust anyone, because he knew very well that people could change their minds at any time. He looked up at the Tiger King in front of him and wondered, if I want to lead a group, do I need to be as open as Du? Suddenly, the snowstorm intensified, causing both of them to stop and look in the same direction. The rock golem was battered, but it still lumbered forward, as if this battle couldn't end yet. Du complained, "That thing truly is a troublesome opponent." Eric, however, showed interest. "Now that's what I call a worthy opponent." With that, he cracked his knuckles. Both of them stepped forward to face the challenge. Eric smirked, "Let's go for another round." At the same time, the night moonlight cast a silvery glow over the lavish mansion. Inside the living room, four people were restless. Isabel stood by the window, looking out and biting her nails, a classic sign of her inner anxiety. Herman glanced at his daughter and advised her, "Hey, just worrying won't change anything. Why don't you calm down a bit?" She couldn't heed his words, her brows remained tightly furrowed with worry. Today was already the fourth day. Vest clasped his hands together. "Has it really been that long since my nephew-in-law went in there?" Gray was also worried but helpless, "But there's nothing we can do." Across from them, Hige bowed slightly, politely but distantly, "We're currently busy handling family matters. Thank you for coming, but I hope you won't interfere with this issue." Gray whispered to Vest, "It seems they don't want us interfering with their family affairs." Vest reassured his granddaughter, "Besides, that crazy old man, the White Knight, and the King of Beasts are with him, you don't need to worry." Even so, Isabel couldn't completely let go, but... Suddenly, the entire mansion shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. What was that? Outside, a fire alarm gong suddenly rang out. Isabel startled and looked out the window. Her eyes widened, and she immediately flung the window open. The sight before her eyes left Isabel even more shocked, and her inner anxiety grew more intense. She didn't know who started the fire, but the beautiful garden outside was currently burning fiercely. She involuntarily exclaimed, "No." As Francis stood watching the scene before him burn down, a voice called from behind, "Leader." He glanced back and saw the deer head approaching to report, "The Blood King's breath has been fully utilized." Francis held out his hand, revealing a power shaped like an animal's head, engulfed in flames. "All right, this is the last one." He just stared at the power before him, in front of all his subordinates, then spoke, "Now then." Then Francis and his accomplices charged forward into the sea of flames. Let the operation begin. The scene shifts to another location. At that moment, Herman angrily shouted, "Who dares attack the sanctuary?" Before him were fierce beasts wanting to attack everything. "Look, humans! Destroy them!" The beasts slowly charged towards Herman as if unafraid. But then, one of them suddenly had to stop. And before them was Agility, riding on the back of a giant tiger, attacking everything. He glared and cursed, "You bastards! How dare you come here?" Isabel, to one side, was extremely worried. It's strange. They should know our strength, so why are they carelessly attacking like this? As she watched Agility and the tiger attack, she couldn't help but think, they aren't even attacking secretly, they're attacking head-on. Isabel's eyes flashed with panic. Could it be? Some nearby men scoffed, "All right, let's quickly finish them off before there are more casualties." She quickly rushed to stop them. "It's dangerous." The man laughed loudly and said carelessly, "Haha, you're so kind. Are you worried about us?" "It's fine, no matter how strong they are," but he was interrupted by Isabel, "That's not it." Then she told him the truth, "Eric is in danger." She added, "They're just distracting us by attacking. The real target is Eric." At that moment, Francis and a few others moved quickly to their destination. They arrived before a tightly closed door. He quickly used his large hand to destroy the door. The deer head coldly watched and scoffed, "What a hassle." As the door opened, Francis was met by fairies attacking him one after another. "Intruder, get out of here. This is God's sanctuary, those without faith are not allowed to enter." Francis, still very polite, apologized, "Pardon me for disturbing the god's slumber. I'll accept punishment for my sins later." He fell silent and stared straight ahead. Francis pointed to the opposite side, "The enemy is behind that door." Dafer flew over to intervene, "Don't come closer." He ignored her. "If you continue to get in our way." Francis's face became unusually ferocious. "We'll have to resort to force." Dafer was so scared she started sweating profusely. "We can't." Suddenly, she remembered Camelia's warning, "If the dream realm is destroyed, Otto von Merbinger's descendant will be trapped there forever. We mustn't let anyone interfere." From then on, Dafer became extremely determined. "I must stop them at all costs." Then she held out her hand to use her power. Francis drew his sword, and with just one strike, he forced the fairies to huddle together. His gaze was sharp as a knife. "It's useless." Francis lunged towards Dafer in a flash. She fearfully covered her face with her hands. Then Dafer opened her eyes, looking bewildered. The scene before her was Francis being pushed back by the sharp tip of his opponent's sword. He cast a cold glance, "So it's you. You've captured the leader of the Monster Legion." And it was none other than Herman, the master, who could control Francis. He looked towards the source of that call. Herman looked directly at Dafer amidst her unease. Then he unleashed his power, capable of sweeping away anyone. "No one is allowed to pass here." Turning to the freezing snow mountain, Eric looked around and said, "Even after being destroyed like this, it keeps recovering." Du added, "You must feel it too, that thing." Facing the two was the ice monster, ready to destroy them instantly, and it's getting stronger. He turned and asked helplessly, "There's no other way, right?" He replied indifferently, "Probably." Du looked at Eric, who was destroying some rocks behind them, and said, "This monster, no matter how many times we kill it, it keeps resurrecting. We're suffering too many losses." The monster was huge and had many allies. "Although we've completed the mission of locating Dong Tuong, this bastard won't let us go." Suddenly Eric called out, "Hey, no way." He didn't understand what Eric was saying. "I haven't even said anything yet," Eric replied. "You don't need to finish your sentence, sir." He understood Du's whole plan and replied, "You're going to tell me to lead the reconnaissance team to escape while you buy us time, right?" He replied to Eric with determination, "At this moment, you're the only one who can do it." Then Eric obeyed. I'll stay, so you take them and go. As soon as he finished speaking, he just looked on in silence. At the same time, deep down, Eric was filled with worry. I can start over, but... And he also had a strong resolve. I can't let the Tiger King fail in this round. Du turned to Eric and teased, are you giving orders to me, your leader, to leave you behind? With a flustered expression, Eric said, but... He countered Eric, would I do something like that at a time like this? Then Eric didn't answer, and silence enveloped them. Du laughed and threatened Eric, if you dare to refuse, you'll be charged with insubordination and fall right here. What are you going to do now? Finally, he relented, I'll do it. I'll go. So Eric left in the dense snow, but I'll be back soon. He called out to Eric, don't die, all right? Eric ordered, reconnaissance team, return to Anmove. He and his teammates moved quickly forward, but in his heart, he didn't forget to remind himself, I'll bring them back safe and sound in return. Try to hold on until then. Du watched as their figures gradually disappeared from sight. He felt a sense of reassurance and was ready to fight the ice beast. As soon as they left, Du used his fist to attack the layers of rock in front of him. Where do you think you're going? He discarded his cloak. His body had transformed into a giant tiger. Don't you dare touch the children. Cutting back to Eric, they were entering an abandoned building. One of his teammates sighed in relief, we're safe. The other person also chimed in, we're saved. Another teammate called out, Eric, you're going back to the leader, right? I'll come along. I don't know if I can be of any help, but please let us fight alongside you too. Eric didn't answer the other person, making him call out again, Eric. That person continued to call out, Eric, but at that moment, he was focused on something else. Oh no. Before Eric was a species of plant with brilliant red flowers blooming beautifully, making him exclaim, the camellia plant, it's blooming. Eric placed his hand on his chest and the stone slowly appeared. Before him was the old stone with the inscription, all limits have been removed, order completed. Eric looked up at the night sky, which seemed to be shattering into pieces, and thought, order, it's ending. Suddenly he ran away quickly, no, not yet. Eric ran at full speed to get where he needed to be, not yet, I haven't said goodbye yet. While Eric was leaving quickly, Camellia flew in from somewhere, it's almost all set, why are you in such a hurry? Eric, with a worried look, shared with her, I still haven't said goodbye. Camellia turned to him, full of questions, to Tiger King? Why do you have to do that? This place is just a virtual world anyway. Eric didn't answer her but just moved faster. He began to recall the past. He remembered all the faces of those who had betrayed his family. Images of the father who abandoned Eric and his sister, those who heartlessly turned their backs on him and his sister. In the past, that father cruelly pushed his sister's hand away and drove Eric's sister away even though she pleaded desperately. At that time, many people had ill intentions towards him, sly foxes with smiling faces who only aimed for the little property they had left. When he was little, Eric cried and begged people to stay, don't go, please, uncle. Among those who left, there were countless people he considered friends or family, people he trusted and relied on. But after growing up, he became stronger. After experiencing all the humiliation, Eric closed his heart and became cold, because if he wasn't vigilant, many people were targeting him. Then he continued, however. Many like-minded people appeared in Eric's mind. He had met people who helped him open up, and they slowly melted his frozen heart. Images of Du also flooded back, and there was someone who completely trusted and regarded Eric as his brother. Back in the virtual world, he chatted with Camellia, even though this was just a virtual world that I would forget. Then he flew high and disappeared. I would still say goodbye. Camellia slowly stopped. She also didn't say anything. Then a reassured smile appeared on Camelia's lips. Merbinger, I couldn't find anything to hate about them. Returning to that snowy mountain, his steps were slow. There were huge cracks in the sky at that time, but Eric didn't pay attention and continued walking. He stopped walking. There wasn't even a smile on his face. Du sat with his back to Eric. He smiled brightly, delighted, you're back. He just hesitated and asked, Ice General, how was it? But in Eric's mind, there was another thought. I want to ask, is he injured? He was filled with thoughts before Du's hearty laughter, but he felt he should ask what he wanted to say and make him proud. The injured man turned back and replied, Of course I won. Eric didn't answer immediately, Of course. I wonder how confident he is. Du also didn't know what he was thinking, so he spoke, Hey, don't tell me you thought I lost. Eric had many thoughts he couldn't express. People might find him unlikable. And deep in his heart, he still had a desire. Like me, I want to become someone like him. Eric put his hands on his hips and happily replied, Of course not, while Du seemed to be meditating. Failure is not in my dictionary. Even though I don't look very cool right now, I chased her away, so it counts as a win. He looked around and thought, It's a shame I couldn't witness his battle with the Ice General. But then a question from him froze Eric, Are you here to say goodbye to me? Du just smiled as if he knew everything. What's wrong? Are you surprised that I hit the nail on the head? And he was extremely surprised. How did you know? Then he answered Eric's question. Initially I didn't know, but then I just figured it out. Du had a question for him. Actually, I'm very curious. I want to know why you wanted to learn the body strengthening technique. He pointed to the crack on the transparent wall around them. I knew you'd tell me eventually. As he pointed, he confided in Eric, After passing through that sparkling wall, I understood. I can now see through many things I couldn't before, and that includes who you truly are. His mood began to drop. Indeed, there must be a reason why he still shines despite having just gone through a fierce battle. Du, in a happy mood, sat in a meditative pose with a bright red fiery light around him. Eric watched and pondered. King Du had surpassed his own limits and become a 5-star master. Because he had reached the realm of a superhuman, he had realized that this world is fake. Then he spoke. Chieftain, Du raised his hand, gesturing, Stop. He now only wanted to let go of everything. I'm no longer curious about what will happen next or who you are. I am simply me. Everything else doesn't matter. The two were covered by the cracked ice wall in the dark night. Du also offered Eric advice. We just need to focus on the present. Right? He agreed. You're right. He still had his back to him and asked, Good. Before I say goodbye, let me ask you this. What's your real name? He replied, Eric. Eric also stated his full name. I am Eric Merbinger. Du repeated, Merbinger. Suddenly he laughed loudly. I see, so that's it, ha ha ha. Du slowly sat up. Ha ha ha, my brother Eric Merbinger. You kept your promise to return alive and once again saved my clan. To reward you, I will show you something interesting. He paused for a moment and continued, It's also a farewell gift from me to you, my brother. Next, Du shared a martial arts stance with Eric. This is something I learned. I used it to drive away the Ice General. He performed each movement one by one. He slowly showed them to me. The movements happened continuously, each step, each movement. Du conveyed them with all his determination for me to observe and memorize them carefully. Eric paid attention to all those movements. I won't miss any detail. The scene at that time was truly wondrous. Instead of seeing the cracked wall in the sky, now it was as beautiful as the Milky Way, his final gift to me. The sky was truly beautiful with countless stars shining brightly. After finishing, Du stood up and let out a sigh. Eric couldn't help but feel sorrow in his heart, if fate allows. In front of him was Du, smiling brightly. I hope we meet again. At the same time, the ice wall shattered into 1,000 pieces. Returning to reality, Eric opened his eyes after a long sleep. He looked around, shrouded in fatigue. At that moment, someone spoke. You don't look very happy. Otto stood looking at him. He said a few words. Because you've received more than we thought, you should be proud. Eric, a little indignant, raised his voice. Can't I try again? If you give me a chance, I'll definitely find a way to defeat the Ice General. But Otto only replied, You can't do it. He didn't believe in Eric's ability. Even King Du later had to sacrifice himself to drive her away. How could you succeed in 100 days? Camellia next to him just listened silently as Otto spoke. The evil flower temple was created because no one could stop the Ice General. He threatened Eric amidst his trembling fear. The curse of the demon gods is that terrifying. Otto began to lecture him. The reason I aborted the setup and was helped by Eden was also for your own good. Eric was utterly surprised by those words. Did you also get involved in the setup to help me? The plan has been laid out. You just need to follow it. Because our goal is to teach you how to defeat the Ice General through the setup. In return, you must fight against her. Otto clasped his hands behind his back. He seemed very firm in his idea. Then Otto continued, you still have to solve the problems you couldn't resolve in reality anyway. Eric stared at the man in front of him. Moving to another area, it was extremely dark. In the room, Eric and Camellia were fast asleep. Suddenly, from afar, a strange wave of power aimed at the two of them. Then a voice rang out, so you've been hiding here. That strange energy was from the deer head, Merbinger. He pulled a knife from his pocket. I can't believe a lowly human like you dared to stand in the way of the Blood Wolf King. Then the deer head quickly rushed towards Eric. Your crime deserves death. The knife was about to reach him, but he was still fast asleep. Then suddenly Eric seemed to sense something. He opened his eyes. A terrifying attack occurred, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Herman is fighting Francie directly. Back then, one hit would have been enough to take his head, but now it's tough since my body's recovering. He held his sword firmly, but his mind was constantly calculating, is that the only way left? The secret technique caused me to suffer from mana reflux disease, even though it also brought me new visions and powers. Herman's eyes started to become more dangerous. Although this could be dangerous, it was to protect Eric. Francie on the other side smiled, making him confused. Why was he smiling? Then Herman suddenly turned towards the door, full of panic. No way. At that moment, the deer head was also attacking at full speed. You must be executed for your crimes. Eric was still in a deep sleep, unaware that he was about to be in danger. Then he seemed to sense something, which made him open his eyes. The deer head was about to touch Eric just as he managed to open his eyes. Its body froze solid, rendering it unable to do anything else. What? Eric snapped his fingers. What do you mean what? After that, he gave a satisfied smile. You're done for. A gigantic beast with sharp teeth appeared. Do, Dever. The deer head's eyes widened. No. And just like that, it was dealt with swiftly. Eric looked at the tattoo on his arm and said, Dew's seal has become stronger after the agreement. Just then, a voice asked him, the winter monsoon? Mephi slowly flew towards Eric. After ice, you can also use cold wind. You can also create snow and clouds to make winter. He pretended to cover his face mockingly. That's strange. Why do I feel happy seeing your ugly face? He irritably asked back, what did you say? Eric laughed and replied, aha, it's probably because the ugly face of that demon king looks funny. Camellia also flew over and chimed in, you have to accept it. Mephi trembled with anger. You. Eric laughed cheerfully while watching the other two bickering. Suddenly, he noticed something else. A giant snowflake was in Eric's hand. Why did the ice crystal turn into a snowflake like this? Eric had a premonition of something bad to come. Could it be? So all three turned to look. What is that? The closed door suddenly burst open. He cursed worriedly, damn it. Before them was the sight of Herman collapsing amidst a desolate scene. Herman still struggled to reassure him, luckily, you're still okay. Eric rushed over, Master. He ran to help him up and asked, are you all right? Herman replied to him, yes, I'm just exhausted from using too much power. Eric saw him smile and wondered, but you look refreshed. Herman turned to ask back, although my body is no longer as strong as before, do you know what good thing happened to me after meeting you because of the reflux disease? Eric didn't know and asked, what is it? The two walked and chatted. I've gotten closer. Then Herman pointed at Francie lying on the ground. One step closer to where I've always waited. He offered, I'll transfer some mana to you, so stay still. But he refused. If it conflicts with other energies, it'll cause internal injuries. Even so, Eric still transferred power to Herman, much to his surprise. He looked at the energy surrounding him and couldn't help but be surprised. What has happened these past 4 days? It's unbelievable that he has such a huge and stable source of mana. He has already surpassed another limit of power. Eric always cared for Herman. Are you feeling better? Herman happily replied, yes, thank you. But before the two of them had gone far, the ceiling above cracked open. It's still noisy outside as usual, huh? Excuse me. He rushed off to deal with all the problems happening. Outside was a giant fire, witnessed by Eric. Creatures with human bodies spread the flames further. He saw the scene and couldn't help but be annoyed, damn them. Eric pointed to the sky and shouted, stop. All the surrounding flames were extinguished by his icy blast. Those human-bodied creatures were now also turned to stone, unable to move. The other creatures weren't petrified, but seeing him, they all panicked. What? That's Ma Binger. Retreat, retreat quickly. Eric's face was no longer cheerful, instead, it was filled with anger. He was like playing a game of cat and mouse with them. Entering this battlefield might be your choice, but you don't get to decide when to leave. Thousands of sharp ice shards were launched by Eric, swoosh. Seeing this, they panicked even more. Damn it, what is it again? Don't just stand there, destroy it. Before they could leave, they were rooted to the spot. Eric was now covered by a giant power sphere, Blood Wolf King. He yelled the spell name, swoosh. Then all of them were defeated in an instant. Vet and the others had seen everything. He called, Eric. In front of everyone was the wonderful sight of sunrise over snow-capped mountains, so beautiful. The tiny fairies admired the scenery and exclaimed, it's snow. So white. Snowflakes. Dafer looked at the surrounding scenery with sparkling eyes, truly. In front of the fairies was a sparkling frozen tree. They're so beautiful, I didn't think the sight would be this pretty. Eric flew high above, and they bowed their heads to look. A joyful smile bloomed on his lips. The scene shifted to daylight, with sunbeams shining through the window. Eric stood in the room discussing with everyone, I plan to use ice crystals to absorb the cold energy, awaken the winter flowers, and imbue them with the divine power of the flower gods. Cornelia added, just like how you awakened me. Then Eric continued, if we gather the power of the flowers and plant winter flowers, we can even place ice spirits within them and summon spring. He looked at Mephi and thought, to end this winter as Mephi said, I need many elements beyond ice magic and winter winds. In Eric's hand was ice and snow, freeze. He used the snowflake as a source of his power. Here, there are camellia flowers and elements that awaken the queen, who is peacefully sleeping in the flower forest. On the ground was a cracked circular object. If I place everything, the queen dispersed when she rested in the black snowfield. Everyone present was looking expectantly at the object on the ground. Then winter will end, and the forgotten spring will return. At the same time, tiny fairies also woke up from their sleep, in the place where the winter flowers withered. Herman also recovered and sat talking with everyone around him, the warm spring breeze. Isabel then noticed something in front of her. Then a radiant smile appeared on her face, and the fragrance of spring flowers will emerge. The scene of the flower field with golden sunlight appeared so beautiful, turning towards the large castle. Eric was arguing with Sin at that moment. He asked, what do you mean, how? I already told you, we have to kill the Ice General. He retorted, I didn't mean we should kill her. Sin explained to him, but rather that we shouldn't act rashly without any information. Eric understood, don't worry about that, I know where she is. He asked, where? Eric smiled brightly and replied, the Rage Tribe. Sin, feeling helpless, didn't bother to say, you're doing it again. He turned and asked everyone, so, aren't you all coming along? Eric said to everyone, I think the rest of you share my opinion. Everyone was happy with what he said. Sin sighed wearily, damn it, since things have turned out this way, I'll help you. I know you like it, don't pretend to be annoyed anymore. Everyone present followed Eric. It seems everyone has agreed. Shall we go now? It's time to stir up some trouble. Anger made the Blood Wolf King slam his hand hard on the chair. He started cursing, "You fool, how could you lose? It seems the plan to burn down the temple isn't working." The Blood Wolf King sat talking with the person opposite him. A place like the Flower Temple, whether it exists or not doesn't matter, a pile of insignificant junk. But there's one thing that bothers me. The vampire hit the nail on the head. Actually, you can't deal with Merbinger, can you? The Blood Wolf King's face scrunched up as he was hit where it hurt. He spoke with an innocent tone. "I'm no different from you. That's the annoying name we've known for a long time." The Blood Wolf King presented his plan: just build another army and eliminate them. First, complete the assembly. To do that, we need the Ice General. Along with that, let's unify our power on the snow plains. But suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The Blood Wolf King frantically screamed, "How dare he!" He was extremely upset. "My tail is disappearing, damn Merbinger." The vampire spoke up, "It seems." Then he flashed a sinister smile, "You need our help, don't you?" Turning to the inner city of Donfram, a whirlwind was appearing there, sweeping everything away. It swept through everywhere, causing humanoid monsters to become chaotic. The stronghold is collapsing. How could the Ice General? Where did the guards go? Eric watched from above, gloating, "That place is in ruins." Mephi scoffed, "You're making a mess." He replied seriously, "If they intend to turn the temple into a sea of fire, they should also prepare for this." Cornelia on the other side also smiled with satisfaction. It's like an entire century's worth of weight has been lifted. In Eric's hand, he held the blue orb tightly. Inside the orb, images of Huan, Vex, and Grey appeared. The three of them spoke eagerly. "The more we do these things, the more fun it gets. Hey, nephew-in-law, anything else? Just tell us to do anything." Mephi saw it and shook his head disapprovingly. "What a bunch of perverts." Eric retorted, "You're just as perverted." Even so, he was very satisfied, as thanks to them, everything was going very smoothly. Grey continuously kicked the stone in front. "When we destroy the barrier stone." Sin and Hyge also furiously destroyed the stone. "Those damned Rage Clan members who are no longer blessed will now." On the other side, the Beastmen were pleading for help everywhere. "Your Majesty, Blood Wolf King, please save us," completely helpless against the Frost General. Cornelia was a little puzzled. The Rage Nation was formed by unifying most of the cities on the Black Snow Plains. Destroying so many cities would be very difficult. Eric replied as if everything was part of his plan. "They won't just sit idly by and watch. However, I don't intend to just go around destroying these stones." He said, thinking of the Blood Wolf King, "The city's loyalty to Rage is solely due to the Blood Wolf King's overwhelming power and his ability to protect them from the Frost General, nothing more. He's like a true monster, ready to control his subordinates to do whatever he wants. When the cities realize they can't escape the threat of the Frost General, they will be consumed by fear and doubt, eventually leading to rage. When rage begins to collapse, Ancho-Morph will absorb them." Eric was extremely confident in the plan he had laid out. "We will achieve what we desire." Surrounding them were vast snow-covered mountains. Shifting to Netter's castle, why did those Ancho-Morphs suddenly attack the barrier? He still couldn't understand many things, even if it severely damages our territory. They can't even guarantee defeating the Blood Wolf King, so there's no way they'd accept that risk. Deputy Commander of the Rage Tribe, Netter. He looked at the map and could only ask, what exactly do they want? He suddenly realized, could it be? Then Netter took a pen and marked an important point on the map. He was in utter panic. How do they know about this? Netter trembled, thinking of many things. The city they attacked is the border established to protect the Night Zone. He looked at the marked point, unable to contain his anger. That's where the Frost General's true body is hidden. Netter began to fear, if the fact that we're hiding the Frost General and using fear to control the cities is exposed. He turned to leave. The cities that have sworn allegiance will revolt against us. Netter informed his comrades, we must mobilize the army. back to the icy snow mountains as dusk fell. Eric stepped onto the cliff face. Through my arrangements, I only knew that the Frost General was in the Night Zone within the Rage Clan's territory, but I wasn't sure of the exact location. He looked out while strategizing about the enemy. Therefore, by disrupting the area around the Night Zone, I am certain that Rage will act to protect the Frost General. Eric looked down and said, just like that. Mephi crossed his arms and chuckled. I wonder how they'll react when they realize they're in your palm. Cornelia also chimed in, it's quite interesting to watch Merbinger's tactics when we're on their side. Eric stood talking to the orb, Blue Lion. As expected, Rage has already taken action. Herman asked again, are you sure you'll be all right going alone? I can help you right now. He replied decisively, no, it's more advantageous if I go alone. Please wait there with your brethren, Blue Lion. He supported his decision. If you've decided, then I'll follow. However, Herman gently reminded him, but I hope you don't overexert yourself. Eric thanked him. Thank you for your concern. I'll signal you later. He put the orb into his pocket and ordered, now then, shall we depart? In the icy snow forest were 4 small tents. Is everyone assembled? Tim ordered his troops. This is a crucial mission issued by Commander Netter, squad leader of the 4th Squad, Tim. He noticed the end of the line and called out, you, the one at the very back. Tim spoke, drawing everyone's attention. I don't recognize you. Then Eric hastily introduced himself. My name is Riken. I received orders to come here. Did I do something wrong? He replied, yes, sir. Tim was annoyed but didn't do anything to him, but I haven't received any specific orders. Tisk, utterly useless. He warned him, here, even a small mistake is unacceptable, understood? Eric obeyed, yes, understood. Tim led the troops to battle. I'll explain in more detail when we get there. Mephi appeared next to him and wondered, even if they're foolish, why do they keep falling for such obvious traps? But Cornelia brushed it off. Perhaps they never thought anyone would infiltrate this far. Eric became self-satisfied. My acting skills are amazing. This is the 7th circle transformation. How could they possibly recognize me? He shot down his thought, amazing my foot. Eric threatened Mephi back, keep mocking me, and you'll taste the dance of wrath. Tim ordered his entire team, from now on, we'll defend this spot. Ensure not even a mosquito can get through. Reinforce the defenses. Everyone replied, yes. Only Eric stood there, looking at the leader. He was blurry in the crowd, appearing and disappearing. Eric swiftly weaved through them. Then he left with the other 2. I can see the magic barrier concentrated over there. Eric ran and reported, once we cross, we should go look for the Ice General. The 3 of them rushed towards the target. Then Eric landed safely on the ground. He then looked up, bewildered. Before him were countless chains. What is this? A woman's body was tightly chained. The Ice General was tightly bound by chains, unable to move. Eric stood motionless, his expression serious as he thought, why is the Ice General bound? The chains look rusty, so she might have been tied for a very long time. Mephi laughed loudly, didn't think she'd be shackled like this. He spun around to Cornelia and said, this must be related to why you suddenly fell asleep 40 years ago. Looking back at the chains, a faint scent wafted from around them. It's not hard to see why these chains strangely smell strongly of flowers. They were created with divine power. Cornelia's eyes flashed coldly, observing the scene before her carefully. 40 years ago, Ustin and I were also chained like this. The seal wasn't too strong, but you can see how long it's lasted. The Ice General was suspended high by chains, streams of light rising. Everyone looked at the scene. Someone has recreated it. Eric mentioned a name, Vi Fook. Wisps of smoke gathered, forming the face of a fox. Blood Wolf King. He took a step towards the Ice General. I never thought I'd be grateful to the Blood Wolf King. I didn't know how to deal with the Ice General. He smiled, holding a snowflake crystal in his hand. Since she's already bound like this, it'll be much easier to put her into this cold ice crystal. The snowflake floated in his hand, absorbed. A black hole appeared in the sky, and from within it, black lightning bolts radiated. A cold voice echoed, "Is there a rat sneaking in?" Eric unexpectedly jumped back. From inside the black hole, a mysterious person slowly stepped out. "What is a monster doing here?" Mephi put his hands on his hips, looking annoyed. "TSK, I didn't think I'd meet him here." The boy standing next to him also spoke up. "I thought I'd felt that energy many times before." The vampire stepped out of the black hole. Behind him were streams of black energy radiating. Azazel, the lunatic, a demon of Gregory. He walked over to Eric. "A mere grunt isn't afraid of my eyes and their seal." The vampire suddenly stopped, narrowed his eyes. "You are one of the Merbinger clan." The boy transformed back into a human, the lion's head now just an illusion. "You saw through my disguise magic, not bad for a demon." He frowned unhappily, thinking that Merbinger is obstructing the Wrath clan's plan. It's him. He recalled his mission. "The mission assigned to me by the organization is to help the Blood Wolf King befriend the Black Snowfield, turn them into allies, and then defeat the Ice General." The two stood facing each other. Around them, strong wind swept away the snowflakes on the ground. "If it weren't for him, my mission would have been completed." The vampire smiled, his mouth full of sharp teeth bared in a terrifying grin. "This is a good opportunity for me. With this, I'll be able to gain the approval of those who also have a feud with the Merbingers." The vampire's hand began to clench. The organization determined his level to be, at most, equal to a Taoist priest. He raised his hand in front of him. Thick black energy streams appeared and gathered into the tattoo. "He's not skilled enough to fight me." A whirlwind was created. Mephi, who had been observing, suddenly spoke up. "A powerful whirlwind. I guess he has the bloodline power of the demon race." He smiled, reminding, "He won't be an easy opponent." Eric continued, "Perhaps." He excitedly approached, his steps firm. "I've caught a big fish. This is a top-tier item that can rival a totem." Mephi, standing next to him, shook his head in resignation. The vampire, who had been listening to their conversation, thought in disbelief. "He's smiling. Is he out of his mind?" He raised his hand high. "Go ahead and smile while you can, soon enough." The vampire swung his hand. A black light stream flew towards Eric. "You'll be torn to shreds by my raging storm." His body was ripped apart by the whirlwinds, blood continuously gushing from the wounds. The vampire smiled triumphantly. "Not many enemies can withstand me." However, instead of wounds, the boy's body remained intact. This made him, he was stunned, impossible. Eric grinned. He held out his hand, streams of blue, yellow, and black light gathered around him. "You think I'll lose so easily?" He counterattacked. A yellow light stream rapidly shot towards the vampire. Wherever the light beam passed, everything was destroyed, explode. He tried to resist the attack with thick stone walls. "I must block it." But it was all in vain. The light beam still quickly pierced through the walls. He was stunned, unable to believe it. How does he possess the skills of the Ice General? The vampire looked at Eric in disbelief. How can he use the north wind and the blizzard? At this moment, snow began to fall, a wind that swallowed and tore everything apart, a blizzard that whitened the entire world and froze everything. The vampire recalled Azazel's appearance, one of the great powers of the demon lord that we need to devastate the Empire and revive Lord Azazel. He pondered, the one we need to rescue right now is the Ice General. Looking at the powerful whirlwind before him, he wondered, how can a lowly human master the north wind and blizzards? Even we demons find it very difficult to use. How can a Mobinger possess such power? Eric reminded him, "We're fighting. What are you thinking so intently about?" Saying that, he closed in on him, with body reinforcement, fierce tiger impact, pierce. The vampire quickly sprang back to dodge, but still lost an arm, body reinforcement. He cradled his lost arm and quickly leaped backward. The vampire erected a wall for defense. Damn it. Hurriedly regenerating his lost arm, he thought in surprise, at most, he should only be at the level of a sorcerer, but this power is completely wrong. The vampire gnashed his teeth in anger. He's at least a 7-ring mage, the level of a grand mage. He quickly pulled out a piece of paper, and if he can use body reinforcement freely, then he's not someone I can defeat. The vampire nervously tore the paper. I'll escape with a teleportation spell now and report to my superiors. However, the paper in his hand began to vanish, and his head broke out in a sweat. The vampire was stunned. Why isn't it activating? Eric seemed to know what he was thinking and replied, of course it won't work. He had appeared behind the vampire sometime earlier. His hand rested on the vampire's head, and he whispered into his ear, I had to ensure this in case you tried to escape. Saying that, Eric decisively smashed the vampire's head into the ground, shattering the surrounding stone. His hand merely lifted a little before going limp. Eric gently released the vampire, telling Mephi, I was a little worried because he seemed stronger than the demon I fought before. But this was too easy. He just stood with his arms crossed, looking in another direction. A follower of Azazel can't be too strong. Mephi secretly glanced at him and thought, this monster, what the hell happened to him? How did he get so much stronger in such a short time? Eric squatted beside the vampire, but I didn't expect Gregory's influence to spread even to this place. His tattoo glowed brightly, and countless black streams of energy flowed into the tattoo, and an illusion of a tiger appeared. I want to inquire and learn more, but I'll only absorb his demonic energy because he's already dead. The vampire's tattoo suddenly turned red, and the streams of energy gradually dissipated. Suddenly, Zu appeared behind him, reminding him, you should be cautious. He widened his eyes in surprise. Suddenly, a shadow appeared, causing Eric to spring back to dodge. He landed, asking in surprise, what the hell? The vampire's body unexpectedly stood up, but instead of a head, there was a plume of black smoke. He's definitely dead. The smoke gathered, and from within it, facial features appeared, grinning at him. You are the one who killed Kaza. Eric froze in fear. Someone with this much demonic energy, is it the demon lord? Mephi frowned in fear. Don't tell me he has awakened. Behind the vampire, another face appeared as if from nowhere, smiling at the two of them, Azazel. Mephi recalled the past. When humans defeated demons, the reason humans won against demons 30 years ago was because no one led the demon legion. But what if the great demon lord, Azazel, also known as a tyrant, revives? This is a serious problem that the royal family and the 6 families managing the magic tower must intervene in. Eric suddenly interrupted, Mephi, the wind is too strong. We should retreat first. He turned his head and said, no, there's no need. Both looked towards the vampire. Hearing that, he was skeptical. What do you mean? He frowned and replied, that's just a replica. He continued to explain, an inferior version, it can't become Azazel. You might think so. Around the vampire now were streams of black and red light. The air around him was thick and suffocating. Hearing that, Eric clenched his fists. Mephi still stared at him. All 4 great demon kings, including me, have either been sealed or are dead. But as long as our true identities still exist, we will never completely disappear. It was then that he voiced his question, do you think Azazel's true identity is out there somewhere? Mephi sneered, glancing over, if that weren't the case, Gregory would never have been able to exist until now. Those guys are conducting all sorts of experiments to revive Azazel's true identity. Thinking of the suffering and lamenting people, Eric thought to himself, so that means Gregory is doing all sorts of evil things. In the human world, just like how they used Tatum to take the lives of farmers, right? He sternly, his eyes shining with determination, this is bad. He stood up straight, puffing out his chest and spoke to the vampire. Hey old man, just as you said, I've killed Kaza, so I'll definitely have to face Gregory in the future. I won't run away anymore. The vampire raised his hand, streams of energy gathered into the tattoo on his hand, he coldly uttered, then. The vampire extended his hand towards Eric. From behind, 3 wild gales were rushing forth, sweeping away everything around. You will die. All were rapidly charging towards him. Gale. Even though there was danger ahead, he still smirked. Eric raised his hand to the sky. A whirlwind also appeared behind him. He exclaimed, Whirlwind. Can't you speak properly? The two whirlwinds collided, sparks flying like Roro. From the ground, countless chains emerged like snakes coiling around the vampire. Bind. He sneered, "Don't run so fast." With that, he swung his hand, severing the chains. Eric was now behind the vampire. "That was a distraction, you bastard." His hand glowed with a blue light. "White tiger will sharpen its fangs." His attack carried the strength of a tiger. Body reinforcement technique, white tiger's claw. Eric punched the vampire hard. The surrounding ground exploded from the force. He grabbed his hand. Body reinforcement technique, He was quite surprised that his attack was blocked so easily. Immediately after, Eric used his hand to pull the vampire closer and launched an attack, tear to shreds. His wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "It's useless." The vampire pulled his fist back, preparing for the next attack. "Begone." Eric couldn't escape the vampire's grip, making him worried. Too dangerous. A loud explosion echoed, slash and block. With a bang, he successfully blocked the vampire's attack. Eric felt the tremendous power emanating from his severed arm. He gritted his teeth, thinking, he's only just possessed this body and is already this strong? Then how much stronger must his true body be? Eric threw away the vampire's arm. The more time passes, the more the soul will merge with the body. From now on, it'll only get stronger. As if knowing Eric's thoughts, Mephi reminded him he might just be a clone, but he's still a clone of the great Demon King. It would be a huge disgrace if a child like you easily defeated him. He angrily gritted his teeth. How annoying. But Mephi was right. If things continued like this, it would, at best, be a draw. He quickly turned back. The more important issue is. At this moment, in another location, Tim ordered everyone around, spread out and surround the area. Don't let the intruders escape. Eric gritted his teeth, thinking, the slave race is approaching this place. My plan to secretly absorb the Ice General has completely failed. Behind the vampire, countless black holes appeared. It seems I've won. Demons rushed out from those black holes. The demons landed on the ground. You're completely surrounded. How do you plan to escape now? He calmly said, if I use up all my mana, I might be able to escape, but it'll be very difficult because the raging tribe is still there. Mephi heard that and asked, so what are you going to do now? He raised his hand. Mephi, do you know something? Eric swung his arm towards him. Absorb. The vampire quickly used a protective shield. Effort. Will. Be. Futile. He smirked happily. My family's tradition is truly something. Suddenly, he angrily yelled, Pos. See. Blee. Eric unleashed another attack. If I can't have it, no one else will either. But instead of hitting the vampire, the attack hit the Ice General, breaking the chains wrapped around her body. He said in disbelief, You. Mephi saw Eric's action and gritted his teeth, yelling, You're crazy. The Ice General screamed in pain. Camellia frowned worriedly, her eyes filled with horror. I know you're a Mobinger, but are you really that crazy? Mephi, standing next to her, burst out laughing. That's right, that's what a Mobinger is like. Since signing the contract with you, this is the best you've ever done. She also chimed in, didn't you intend to imprison her in ice crystal? Why release her? Eric got into position. What else can I do? He stomped his foot hard on the ground. Then he jumped high, level with the heads of the two nearest demons. Eric put his hand back, his fist clenched. Time to run. The vampire ordered the demons, chase him. The Ice General walked as per his command. Mephi spoke up, we must capture the Ice General again, because we can't know where she'll attack from. Eric sped forward, with two demons chasing him from behind. If he escapes, he'll become an obstacle to our future plans. The vampire knelt down, ready to spring after him. We must sever the Mobinger's root before he becomes stronger. Suddenly, the vampire clutched his chest, coughing up a mouthful of blood. He angrily thought, damn it, I didn't expect this body's life force to run out at this very moment. The Ice General is running close to Eric and the two people. Mephi and Cornelia turned in another direction. He wondered and asked why she was only chasing Eric. She sighed and replied, because she only reacts strongly to the mana of the Mo Binger household, which was used to seal her. He continued, the monster race, those who strengthened the seal, also did, so why is she only chasing Eric when she's so angry? She lowered her eyes tiredly. Cornelia glanced behind, watching the Ice General angrily chase Eric, and wondered, how strange. The Ice General had never discriminated against any life form, she had never shown anger towards anyone specific. Her face was grim at this moment. Despite being tired, she still chased Eric. She secretly recalled that she had known the Ice General for a while, but she had never seen her so angry. Cornelia suddenly remembered. She immediately turned to Eric and asked, "Hey, did you do something to the Ice General?" He looked at her and replied, "Not exactly." Then a cracked arrow appeared from his hand when I unsealed her. The arrow in Eric's hand shot forward quickly, shot. The ice arrow shot directly into the Ice General's forehead, making her angry. I accidentally shot an ice arrow into her forehead. Cornelia stammered in fear, "Shot?" She angrily yelled, "Are you crazy? Why would you do that?" He chuckled, "I had to do that to hurt her to where I wanted." At this moment, the Ice General had changed direction. On the ground, everyone was terrified. Someone screamed, "The Ice General has been freed." A demon ordered, "Capture that Mo Binger." The Ice General walked forward, knocking away everything in her path. Eric casually continued, "But at the same time, I can also use her to deal with these flies." The three of them continued to fly forward. Behind them were desperate screams, "Run!" Mephi crossed his arms and turned to Eric, "What a mess. What are you going to do now?" He heard that and replied, "Since it's come to this, I guess I'll just have to open hell." He burst out laughing, "This is the first time I've actually liked you." He also smiled. Suddenly, a questioning voice rang out, "Eric, what the hell is going on?" In his hand was a communication orb. 3 men appeared in the orb. One worriedly asked, "This chilling wave is getting stronger, are you hurt?" He heard that and replied, "I'm the one who caused this mess, so don't worry." Gray held the orb, closed his eyes, and sighed softly, "Eric, be careful. If you get hurt, your niece will scold me." Jay spoke up, questioning, "But what did you do to get to this point?" He calmly replied, "Nothing, I just freed the Ice King." After hearing that, all three were surprised by his words. Herman was too stunned to speak. Jay slung his arm around Gray's shoulder and excitedly said, "I knew it. You're crazier than all of us. You already have a plan, don't you? Do you need our help with anything?" Eric suggested, "Escort me." Someone asked again, "Are you going somewhere?" He smiled and replied, "Yes." Behind them, the Ice General was still chasing Eric. "I'm on my way to the Wrath Tribe." In the city of the Wrath Tribe, everyone worriedly screamed, "The surrounding darkness has been destroyed." The Ice General is at the Wolf Tribe. Iterato is suffering heavy losses from the Ice General. The Ice General is at Taycan. Netter slammed his fist on the table, angrily roaring, "How could he have freed the Ice General?" Temp, standing nearby to report, quickly said, "Sir, we are being bombarded by questions from all over. Why the Ice General appeared in the Wrath Tribe's territory and what happened to Vi Fook." He gnashed his teeth in anger. "The Ice General is our tool to maintain dominance, a secret that must be kept. If this continues, the Wrath Tribe's hierarchy will collapse." He turned to him, pointed, and ordered, "Immediately deploy troops. Warn them that if they dare to do anything stupid, they will be executed on the spot." Temp hastily ran off, "Yes, yes, sir. We must prevent other cities from even breathing a word. Once we suppress the Ice General, we will prevent her from escaping." Netter clawed at the tabletop, "How did things turn out like this?" Thinking of Eric made him angrily gnash his teeth. "It's all because of that Mo Binger. He must be killed at all costs." Netter turned to the deer and ordered, "Find that Mo Binger. He's definitely behind this." One person quickly replied, "Sir, we've found someone who might be Mo Binger." He heard that and asked, "Where?" The deer stammered, "That is." It fearfully replied, "Right in front of the Wrath Tribe's main gate, sir." Netter was surprised. "What the hell are you talking about?" Suddenly, the castle shook violently, making him look up and question. He walked closer to the window to look outside. Netter's eyes widened in surprise. This. In front of him, Eric was rushing towards this direction, with the Ice General still chasing behind, that crazy bastard. He smiled when he saw him. Everyone shouted loudly, "The Ice General is coming! What the hell is this?" Eric stopped, raising his hand to his forehead to wipe away the sweat. "This chase is exhausting." Mephi glanced at him and said, "I always thought this way. It's truly pitiful for those who face you." The Ice General was still running towards him. He continued, "What did she do?" "She's angry because you shot ice arrows at her." He replied, "Come on, you know me well." Eric raised his hand to the sky. Now then, a black hole appeared. Countless ice arrows shot out from the black hole behind him. "It's time to turn this place into hell." The arrows flew straight towards the tower but couldn't attack it. A shield appeared around the tower. "Penetrate." Netter pointed at him and ordered, "Stop him, stop that bastard." However, everyone still didn't dare to charge forward. Suddenly a voice rang out, for people appeared in the city. "Sorry, but we can't let you do that." Netter turned and pointed at the four of them, ordering, "What is that human saying? Deal with them." Upon receiving the order, the soldiers rushed towards them. He suddenly widened his eyes. Looking at the shield gradually cracking and shattering, he couldn't believe his eyes. "No, it can't be!" he exclaimed happily. To the center. The ground began to crack open. A giant figure appeared, roaring angrily, "Who dares to disturb my sleep?" A colossal fox appeared in a thick white smoke, its eyes gleamed red. All the beastmen knelt simultaneously, calling out in unison, "Blood Wolf King." Eric's eyes widened. He secretly wondered, is that the Blood Wolf King I've only heard about? What is that aura radiating from him? He looked at the scene unfolding behind the Blood Wolf King, muttering to himself. It repelled the Ice General's cold with both magic and demonic energy. The Blood Wolf King narrowed his eyes and affirmed, "Green eyes and blonde hair, and that unpleasant scent. You must be a marrow binger." His foxtails were wagging in the air. He recalled, "Before, I restored my 8th tail with demonic energy." The Blood Wolf King looked at Eric, calculating in his mind, "I need body-strengthening techniques to restore the last tail, but thinking about him coming to find me." Just then, in the distance, the Ice General was screaming and frantically running towards this side. She stopped, standing a distance from the Blood Wolf King, both sides aggressively roaring at each other. The Blood Wolf King bared his sharp teeth, the red mark in the middle of his forehead glowing. He raised both hands, opened his mouth wide and roared, "A mere monster without a mind dares to target me." The Blood Wolf King swung his hand, attacking the Ice General. "Get out of my territory." Two streams of power directly clashed. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred, debris and rocks scattered everywhere, and smoke and fire enveloped the entire area. Eric, Mephi, and Cornelia stood on the side watching, a protective shield in front of them. Eric wondered aloud, why is the Ice General suddenly attacking the Blood Wolf King? Cornelia, flying behind him, speculated, perhaps she saw him tightening the chains that bound her as if he were an enemy. The three of them were like spectators, observing the battle between the Ice General and the Blood Wolf King from the sidelines. Eric and Mephi both remained silent with their arms crossed, his eyes fixed ahead as if contemplating something. Cornelia saw Eric's expression and flew closer, asking curiously, "Is something wrong?" He didn't answer her question, but instead turned and walked away. Mephi and Cornelia completely didn't understand what was happening but hurriedly chased after him. "Wait for me." Eric flew away while reaching into his shirt flap, searching for something. Cornelia saw what Eric was holding in his hand and asked, "What are you going to do, sir? Why are you carrying an ice crystal?" On this side, the Ice General threw her head back and roared, releasing a huge surge of power from within her. Eric flew in front of her, raising the ice crystal in his hand. The Blood Wolf King has gone to great lengths to help me. He began to use the power of the ice crystal. I can't let this opportunity slip away. The ice crystal glowed, gradually drawing the ice general into it. Mephi crossed his arms, smirking as he spoke, "Steal what you need and mercilessly destroy your opponents." He commented with amusement, "You really have talent just like me." Eric heard those words, closed his eyes, and just chuckled a few times. A moment later, he seemed to remember something, opened his eyes, and cried out. Eric leaned sideways, casting his gaze towards the Blood Wolf King standing behind him. He smirked, extended one of his arms, and the blue dragon drawing on his skin also glowed. Eric thrust his arm straight out, then shouted, "Rats," unleashing a direct attack at the person in front of him. The Blood Wolf King was caught off guard, blocking the incoming power with his hand while loudly asking, "What are you doing?" Eric retorted in a provocative tone, "Don't you think we're on the same side?" Mephi secretly realized his plan. It seems he wants to defeat him by cooperating with the Ice General. He looked at the Blood Wolf King on the other side, thinking, that damn fox must be furious. The Blood Wolf King was completely enraged by Eric, continuously muttering his name in his head, "M.O. Binger, M.O. Binger, if only I had 9 tails, I wouldn't be intimidated like this." His eyes darted around, while secretly devising a way to deal with Eric in his mind. After an unknown amount of time, as if he had thought of something, a smile curled at the corners of the Blood Wolf King's lips. A gigantic fox tail, appearing from nowhere, fell to the ground and slowly began to move. The fox tail shot into the air, striking a powerful blow, but Eric swiftly dodged and avoided it. He flew to one side, looked at the fox tail, and scornfully uttered 3 words, "Cheap trick." Another earth-shattering explosion occurred, filling the air with white dust and smoke. As the white dust and smoke gradually dissipated, the image of 4 or 5 identical Blood Wolf Kings appeared inside. Eric sneered when he saw them, repeating the same 3 words, "Cheap trick." Without a hint of fear, he charged towards where the Blood Wolf Kings were standing. Eric raised his hand forward and shouted the spell, "Freeze." He powerfully swung his arm, and immediately countless slashes shot straight towards the Blood Wolf Kings on the opposite side. Eric's sharp eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous expression on his face. He stood up straight, loudly declaring, "I don't know what you're planning, but I won't let you carry it out." As soon as he finished speaking, Eric tilted his head and extended his hand once more. His lips gently parted, and then he uttered a single word to activate his move, illusion. A stream of white power was blowing out from Eric's mouth. The Blood Wolf King intently watched his every gesture, muttering, "Got him." Eric's entire body collapsed as if lifeless, surrounded by a source of power. Eric's eyes had turned completely white, devoid of pupils. The Blood Wolf King, confident of victory, calculated in his mind, "Once I obtain the body-strengthening technique from his memories, I will achieve my 9th tail." His eyebrows knitted closely together, and his red eyes became extremely serious. The Blood Wolf King saw the image of a gate opening, revealing the entrance to a mansion. He wondered, is this the mind world of that kid, M.O. Binger? He observed Eric's small figure from behind, exclaiming with interest, "Fool, a mage who places his mind world in such a rundown place." Saliva dripped from the Blood Wolf King's mouth in longing. "Thanks to this, everything will be easier. I will shatter your soul into pieces." He extended his hand with sharp claws towards Eric's soul figure to seize the body-strengthening technique. Suddenly, the Blood Wolf King's entire body was stopped by some power, and a voice echoed, "A common monster dares to lay hands on my things?" Sweat dripped from his face as he asked in disbelief, What is this? Such terrifying power." The voice continued to echo in the Blood Wolf King's ears, "You are not even worthy to stand before me. Devour her." He looked at the sharp teeth approaching him and asked in shock, "What?" The Blood Wolf King was in pain, holding the area directly in front of his chest with one hand. The Blood Wolf King's eyes were blurry as he secretly wondered, what are those things? Eric, on this side, his bewildered face was already beaded with sweat, panting, "What was that inside my soul?" He glanced at the person standing next to him, asking, "What just happened to me?" I remember being attacked by the Blood Wolf King. Mephi turned away abruptly, replying, I don't know. Eric asked, puzzled, why are you suddenly like this? From the other direction, the Blood Wolf King roared furiously, you bastard. He furiously unleashed the power within him, roaring ferociously, I'll burn you to ashes. The beastmen below, seeing the scene, ran away in a panic. The Blood Wolf King is enraged. Run, run. If he hits you, you're dead. Eric manifested a protective shield in front of him, gritting his teeth as he wondered, what's he doing? His eyes widened and his mouth hung open at the scene unfolding before him. A blinding source of power shot up into the high sky, turning everything around into a pile of rubble. The light faded, the sky above was obscured by black, and the Blood Wolf King panted, thinking, I don't remember when I last used this much power. He mumbled to himself, although I couldn't destroy the Ice General. The Blood Wolf King tilted his head back, laughing loudly and concluding, I can still burn that bastard Mo Binger to death. A voice reached him, making his laughter abruptly cease, wow, that's quite some good power. Eric rubbed his chin with one finger, if the firepower were a bit stronger, I think it would burn even better. He turned his head with a smile, clutching the ice crystal in his hand, Fox, show me more of that power. The sky above was dyed an orange-yellow color of sunset, and inside the castle of the Amramov Kingdom, urgent sounds echoed. Valence placed a hand on his chest, breathing heavily, as a comforting voice echoed in the space, please don't worry too much, Your Majesty. One of his legs folded, kneeling on the ground, and his entire body slowly sat down. Noros looked at the person in front of him, reminding, you are the Tiger King, the King of the Mountains. You must show the dignity of a tiger. Valence bowed his head and spoke, it's not as easy as you think. Those who betrayed Amramov and bared their fangs at us have been doing so for a very long time. Noros remained silent, listening to the boy's next words. Will they be convinced by my words? They'll think I'm too young and disrespect me. Suddenly, a call came from the other side, and both Noros and Valence stared in that direction, stunned. Two figures appeared in the dazzling light. Mage asked the boy, you said you wanted to rebuild the royal family and help all beastmen live happily, didn't you? She smiled, extending her hand, affirming, that's something only you, the King of Amramov, can do. Xion stood beside her, stroking his hair, adding, we're with you, so don't worry. Both of them smiled, their eyes full of trust, directed at Valence. The boy looked up, saying to himself, yes, this is something only I can do. Valence looked at Noros, Mage, and Sin standing before him, secretly resolving, I have to do it. The boy remembered Eric's face, telling himself, for those who trusted and helped me, and for Eric who gave me this opportunity. As Valence walked towards the room, he thought, if he were here, he would definitely run the meeting and laugh as if it were no big deal. He would also deal with those who oppose him. The door slowly creaked open. The boy was continuously cheering himself on, so I will try to be like him. Valence took steps forward, with Mage and Sin behind him. An announcement rang out, the king is entering. Inside the room, on the left side, a line of people including Mouse, Boost, and several ministers were already waiting. The right side was the same, with beastmen serving as ministers standing upright and waiting. As Valence walked past them, the ministers all stared with wide eyes and open mouths. They simultaneously closed their eyes and bowed extremely respectfully to the boy. Valence walked to the throne. When he turned his head, the boy's eyes radiated sharpness and an imposing presence. On this side, a hand was holding the ice crystal, which was continuously drawing in power. Eric watched as the ice power was continuously absorbed by the ice crystal shard, then smiled in admiration, this is too good. Cornelia called out anxiously, Eric, even if you absorb the ice general's power, it doesn't mean she'll get weaker. Eric replied to her, I know. He looked at the ice general in front of him and continued, I also know that the ice general is learning from its opponents and growing stronger. The design on Eric's arm continuously drew power from the ice crystal shard, he analyzed, but we've already gotten what we came for. My ice seal is now stronger. Most importantly, Eric gave a confident smile and told her, I have a way to absorb the ice general now. He shot up, then flew over the Ice General's head, facing the Blood Wolf King directly. Eric stood with his hands on his hips and called out playfully, "Hey there, Wolf, looks like you're exhausted, huh? Why don't you surrender?" The Blood Wolf King's entire face was drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Why is it Mo Binger again? If they didn't exist then." Images from the past appeared in the Blood Wolf King's mind, inside a damp stone cave. That was when I was slowly dying in a dark and cold place after being abandoned by the tribe. I met a person who wielded mysterious power. After training for centuries with him, I received power that no enemy could match. I gathered and built up forces under my command and tried to become king. I tried to break out of the black snowfield and make the empire submit, but a colossal wall blocked my way. The name of that wall was Mo Binger. At that time, he told the king, "I'm sorry, but please go back to where you came from. If you obediently assist the army, no one will get hurt." The Blood Wolf King angrily pointed and ordered, "Don't just stand there, break through those walls for me." I tried to deal with that arrogant human, but we met a tragic end. But I never gave up and rebuilt my army, but this time that bastard blocked my way again. He was closer to my ideal than I was, Tiger King do. The Blood Wolf King bent over, unable to accept it, asking, "Why can't I do it? Why?" He could only scream helplessly, "Why do I suffer such a humiliating defeat against mere mortals?" The Blood Wolf King's eyes became firm and sinister, and he began to mutter, "I must become stronger, a power that no one else can achieve." And then I discarded everything I had learned over centuries and touched forbidden power. I ventured into the territory of demons, those we had previously been very wary of. The Blood Wolf King seemed to see the image of Eric from the past in the current Eric. "Why do you keep obstructing me?" He repeated the name he could never forget for centuries, Mo Binger, Mo Binger, Mo Binger. The Blood Wolf King's eyes turned blood red, staring wildly at Eric. "Why do you keep blocking my way?" He let out an oath, "I will not spare you, Mo Binger." The ground shook violently, forcing Eric to bend his knees to steady himself. The Blood Wolf King bent over, exerting force to utter each word, "I will definitely." Cruelty appeared on his face as he vowed, "Tear off your limbs and end your life." Before the Blood Wolf King could finish his sentence, a loud cry rang out, "Slash!" When he glanced behind him, he saw that his fox tails had been cut off and were scattered everywhere. Red blood flowed from the Blood Wolf King's eye sockets as he cried out in shock, "No!" Eric flew over from this side, raising a hand, "Hey, Fox, looks like you always have bad luck with my family, huh? Let's end this karmic connection here." He swung his hand, launching an attack towards the king. Eric chanted, "Ice Element." A massive explosion occurred, and white-blue ice flames engulfed the entire space. As the white smoke gradually dissipated, the Blood Wolf King's entire body was frozen, lying motionless on the ground. Eric's feet in high leather boots stepped towards him. The Blood Wolf King saw him, gritting his teeth and cursing, "You damned bastard." His black eyes struggled to open, and he painstakingly uttered a few words, This isn't over yet." Finally, the Blood Wolf King lay completely motionless, his eyes closed, slumped on the ground. Eric bowed his head, pondering his words. "Not over yet, huh? But it seems nothing else is happening." The Ice General on the other side was desperately screaming for him. Eric turned to look at her. "All right, I'm doing it now, don't rush me." He smirked and declared, "Let's get started, shall we? I'll deal with you right now. It's time to play a game of tag." Cornelia, standing with Mephi, heard Eric's words and wondered, "A game of tag?" Mephi crossed his arms and speculated, he must have seen something. Cornelia cast a curious glance at the person standing next to her. "What do you mean?" Mephi looked at Eric's back in front of them and recounted, he said something similar before. After absorbing one of the seals, he can see memories that help him understand the seal's owner. He continued, perhaps he saw something after absorbing the Ice General's power. Cornelia pondered, like when you understood my memories? An image from the past appeared in her mind, when Eric had asked, "This is the scene you've always wanted to see since becoming Goddess Cornelia, isn't it?" Cornelia worriedly called his name. Eric, you can see the Ice General's memories too? However, the Ice General is an inscrutable mystery. Even I couldn't understand her. How could you? On this side, Eric looked at the screaming Ice General in front of him and asked, why are you so cautious? I thought you wanted to play with me. He observed her expression, analyzing inwardly. Initially, I thought the Ice General was just a facade of Goddess Cornelia, filled with malice. Eric's gaze shifted to the ice crystal in his hand, musing, but the Ice General's memories that came with that shard are completely different from what I thought. His eyes widened, and an image appeared in his pupils. The Ice General I saw was just a lonely child. The Ice General, initially not hostile to humans, was born as the Ice General due to the demon god. Full of curiosity like a newborn, but that curiosity quickly turned to hostility. When the Beastmen children saw her approaching them, they trembled, unable to bear the icy cold, and cursed, what kind of monster is that? It's so cold, I feel like my whole body's freezing. They threw stones at the Ice General and chased her away. Go away, monster. Don't come here again. In truth, the Ice General simply wanted to play with them. To play with the children running across the black snowfields, to talk, laugh, and eat with them. She wanted to hunt monsters with them, run through the forests, and play in the water. When she approached them, she only had such simple thoughts, but the Beastmen all drew their weapons to protect their villagers. The monsters also quickly fled, fearing the Ice General's immense power. Even the trees were swallowed by darkness, and the river froze and stopped flowing. She simply wanted to make friends, but accidentally froze everything. She, someone without family or friends, didn't know how to acquire those things. Because she was only recently born, she didn't know what to do and ended up destroying everything. That's why the Ice General thought the whole world was hostile towards her, and she wanted to make everyone suffer as she did. That's why the Ice General became a true monster, filled with hatred. However, deep down in her heart, she still wanted one thing, and it wasn't anything grand. The children she first saw when she was born, the games they played were truly fun. And what the Ice General wished for was, she wanted to play that game too. Eric quietly said to himself, even if unintentionally, the things I did while bringing her here were quite similar to a game of tag. He smiled, thinking to himself, although on the outside she seems very angry, I can feel that she's secretly getting excited inside when I absorbed that shard. That's why I intend to continue playing this game with her. Eric pointed to himself and said, all right, since you couldn't catch me, it's my turn to be the chaser. He gestured to the Ice General, now you can move. Eric pressed one of his hands to the ground, because if the chaser catches you. Next, he launched himself into the air, holding the ice crystal piece high, then it means you lose. The Ice General bared her teeth and tried to run as fast as she could forward. She ran in front while Eric chased from behind. Mephi crossed her arms, letting out a sigh of exasperation. I can't believe she only wanted to play such a simple game, how pathetic. Camellia watched Eric and the Ice General chasing each other below, thinking to herself, I can't believe the solution to protect the fields and the temple, something I've struggled to find all this time, is just a simple game. She bowed her head, feeling bewildered. The solution shouldn't be this obvious. Was she born from my mistake? Camellia recalled her past self. She was probably as lonely as I once was. She must have felt very lonely, just like winter. She looked up again at the scene before her. As a result, the Ice General was extremely happy, immersed in the game, constantly running fast to escape. While Eric patiently chased her, Camellia said to herself, Eric almost became her friend to alleviate some of that loneliness. The ice crystal piece was still absorbing the icy power. Eric let out a shout of praise. Oh, you're quite good at running. The Ice General's entire massive body seemed to be shrinking more and more. After an unknown amount of time, her size had completely shriveled to that of a normal person. The Ice General's escaping speed also gradually slowed down bit by bit, her figure becoming faint. The hands covering her eyes slowly dissipated, and the ice ropes binding her body came undone. The Ice General had transformed into a different shape, with fingers reaching out to gently touch her shoulder. Eric said, Got you. The figure in front of him was now a young girl with long, flowing pinkish-brown hair. The ice general had now returned to Camelia's appearance when she was young, turning her head back and smiling innocently at him. The little girl's image began to shatter and then dissipate into the air. The glowing fragments on Eric's hand absorbed the pieces. Before completely disappearing, young Camelia left him with a line, "I had a lot of fun playing." Eric held the ice crystal piece in his hand, the glowing drawing on his arm, after absorbing the fragments, dimmed and returned to normal. He raised his arm with the drawing towards the sky again, chanting, "Disperse." A pink beam of light shot into the air, the scent of flowers, dispersed into the snowflakes carried by the winter wind and spread everywhere. The scent passed through cities, flying into the black snowfields. To push back the darkness covering the world, and melt the frozen lands, it awoke all dormant life. The air was still cold, but the breeze blowing through was incredibly refreshing. The invigorating sensation eased the suffocating feeling everyone had experienced throughout this time. It was the spring frost, proving to everyone that winter had passed. 2 streams of tears fell from Camelia's eyes as she stared blankly at the scene before her, and spring. Ahead was an image of vast, lush green meadows, shimmering, colorful flowers blooming to welcome the warm sunlight, has arrived. Golden rays of light shone down on the rubble on the ground. A voice echoed in the space, "Is it really over? The Fury clan has fallen." Valence, standing beside Norris, observed the scene before them and said, "I also heard that the Ice General was defeated. Seeing it with my own eyes gives me a strange feeling." Norris blankly continued the young man's words, "I feel the same way. Overnight our long-held wish has come true." He tilted his head and reminded, "However, the important thing is what happens from now on. Even though the Fury clan has fallen, rebuilding the Tiger King clan and unifying the Snow Plains won't be easy." Valence smiled, looking up, agreeing with the previous statement. "You're right, now is the time we should be more united than ever." Suddenly, a few laughs echoed in the young man's ears. "Ha ha." Valence glanced over and saw the red-yellow fairy cheering excitedly, while the pink fairy threw her hands up. "Spring has arrived." The orange fairy added, "Spring is here." The purple fairy and Dafer also appeared. She pointed and shouted loudly, making Valence turn his head. "Look! Over there! Eric, Camelia." Eric, leading Mephi and Camelia, slowly walked closer to them and asked, "Have they arrived?" Dafer, curious, directly asked the boy, "How did you do that?" Eric stretched out his hand and replied, "It's all thanks to the flower scent you gave me. Nothing drives winter away better than that." Dafer, looking puzzled, pointed at herself. What do you mean?" The pink fairy beside her was also completely bewildered. "I don't understand what he's saying either." Camelia crossed her arms and explained simply to them, "He means that everything is going well thanks to all of you. If you still don't understand, just accept the thanks." Dafer grabbed the hands of the other two and happily spun around. "We drove winter away." The pink fairy exclaimed, "We helped Eric drive away winter." Eric rested a hand on his hip and asked the two in front of him, "Is everything settled?" Valence placed a hand on his chest and replied, "But we managed to convince them." Eric closed his eyes and bowed his head. "When I arranged the meeting, you were the one who convinced them." Nora stood behind, watching the two of them converse, and thought to himself, "Seeing our king negotiate with the leaders of the Fury clan, it felt like seeing Eric Merbinger there." His hand clenched into a fist as he muttered to himself, "A man admired by the Lord of the Forest." Norris looked at Eric's confident demeanor and silently affirmed, "He must have been born with the qualities of a king. The future of the continent will surely be influenced by the Merbinger family." His eyes became serious as he quietly pondered, "We must align with him no matter what." At the desolate ruins, where fragments of rock lay scattered everywhere, white dust covered the entire space. 2 soldiers were standing guard before the body of the Blood Wolf King. The first soldier sighed, "I still can't believe the Blood Wolf King is no longer alive." The second soldier remarked, "It seems that human named Merbinger is truly very strong." The first soldier agreed and added, "Just look at how he defeated the Ice General." Before he could finish his sentence, a burst of power shot through his body, accompanied by a voice, "I knew it, it was him." The vampire raised the hand he had just used to deal with his two soldiers, continuously muttering, "Merbinger." He ground his teeth in anger. "I barely maintained my body by stealing the life force of my subordinates to get here, yet the Blood Wolf King and the Ice General have both been defeated." The vampire tilted his head, turning his gaze toward the frozen corpse lying on the other side, and said to himself, "We invested 10 years into the Blood Wolf King to be able to reach the Winter General." His hand, resting by his side, clenched into a fist, trembling. If the Blood Wolf King could unite the monsters, reaching the North Wind and the Winter Blizzard would only be a matter of time. The vampire looked up at the sky and thought, "We should have eliminated that Merbinger brat when he became an obstruction. We should have burned away all traces of the Merbinger family. Our complacency has bitten us." His eyes gleamed with a fierce red light as he said to himself, "If that's the case, there's only one way left." The vampire looked at the cold corpse on the ground and devised a plan. "It's to awaken the demon dwelling within the Blood Wolf King." He knelt beside the corpse, threw his head back, and screamed loudly, "Oh, demon gods and demon kings!" The vampire recited an oath as he plunged an arm straight into his own chest. "I offer this life to you." Black liquid oozed from the corners of his mouth and from the spot on his chest, but he continuously murmured, "Please turn your gaze to your loyal servant." The vampire's entire body began to melt into a black liquid, and a mysterious voice echoed in his ear, "Your wish has been granted." The black liquid flowed toward the Blood Wolf King's corpse, and the mysterious voice still resonated, "You seem quite desperate." The black liquid slowly seeped into the Blood Wolf King's body, and the mysterious voice demanded, "If so, then reclaim those emotions." The black liquid clung to the old man's hairy feet, and the mysterious voice did not stop, but continued to declare, "And make them pay 100-fold." After a long time, the Blood Wolf King's entire body was completely covered by that black liquid. Finally, the Blood Wolf King's body was possessed, and the mysterious voice's prompt echoed through the space, "That is how you can become a greater demon." His eyes widened, bloodshot in his crimson pupils, and the mysterious voice declared, "A new path will be opened for you." At the same time, on the other side, in the wooden house complex, someone asked, "What are you going to do with the Ice General?" Eric, holding an ice crystal shard, replied to her, "I have now collected enough materials to create winter." He lowered his head, staring at the item in his hand, and continued, "I need to complete the winter heaven." Camellia further asked, "Do you know how?" Eric turned to face her and asked back, "Of course not, I've never even heard of it." "Camellia, do you know anything?" She closed her eyes, waved her hand, and vaguely replied, If I know, I know. If I don't know, I don't." Eric, speechless, exclaimed, "What the heck?" Suddenly, the ground around them shook violently, making him flinch and frown tightly. Eric's face darkened, and he wondered, "What's happening? Is she's not done yet referring to the Blood Wolf King?" The sky was covered in a brilliant red, and before them was a gigantic, ferocious black shadow. The Blood Wolf King's sharp fangs were bared, and its hand, with sharp claws, was spread wide. His eyes glared, emitting a dazzling yellow light from within. The Blood Wolf King threw its head back and let out an extremely ferocious roar, also spitting out a stream of black power from its mouth. It simultaneously extended its long tongue and flew forward. Wherever the Blood Wolf King flew, houses below on the ground burst into flames. Someone recognized it and shouted, "Eric, someone sacrificed themselves to use demonic power to revive the Blood Wolf King." Camellia urgently said to him, "If we let this continue, another Ice General will be born." Eric put his hand into his robe, searching for something, and thought to himself, "I knew things were going too smoothly." He pulled out a communication orb, then ordered the two on the other side, Mage, Zen, gather the mutants and get them out of the city immediately. The two of them were stunned. "What?" Mage anxiously asked, "Eric, what about you?" At that moment, an attack shot straight towards them. Eric dodged and replied to her, "I'll be fine, go quickly." After saying his last words to Mage, he swiftly launched himself into the air. Mephi crossed his arms and asked, "What are you trying to do by yourself? You should know that's not something you can handle." Camellia next to him also spoke up, "He's right, You defeated him before thanks to the Ice General, but this time you won't be so lucky. Eric focused his gaze on the ice crystal shard in his hand. I have an idea. I want to study it a bit more before using it. However, Camellia interrupted him directly, asking, "What are you talking about?" Eric decisively put the ice crystal shard into his mouth. "I will complete the winter heaven right now." Seeing that scene, Camellia reached out to stop it. "What are you doing? Stop it right now." Mephi also panicked. "Are you really crazy? Let go." Eric's eyes had turned completely white, and a thin layer of ice appeared on both sides of his face. His breath, when exhaled, turned into an extremely cold mist. Eric's eyes flashed. He stretched his hand forward, and then shouted, "Come on, Dong Tian." Suddenly, he used the skill, Incarnation, Winter, causing an icy whirlwind to appear and blow everything away. This action made Mephi angrily growl, "That idiot is causing trouble again." Even Camellia couldn't believe Eric would act like that. The ice crystal is a mysterious item possessing superior qualities. It's already a dangerous thing on its own, and now it also contains an ice general. Her gaze turned towards the Blood Wolf King standing behind Eric, an entity that had brought frost to the snowfields from time immemorial. She couldn't imagine him trying to absorb it, even if it was Eric, and he was absorbing it without any preparation. She couldn't understand this life-threatening gamble. He would surely be affected. His body might even be torn apart by that rampaging, tyrannical mana. "Eric, what exactly are you trying to do?" Returning to Eric, he himself was aware that he was weaker than this surge of mana. "I know, what an enormous amount of mana this is." He clearly felt this icy mana flooding into his body. As he absorbed such a vast amount of power, the seals of Ice Blast and Ice Blade were also rapidly increasing. Suddenly, a strange sensation surged through Eric's veins. He was astonished to realize that his own mana flow couldn't handle this violent mana anymore. Despite his internal mana thrashing, he still endured and persevered. "I must endure, no matter what." Eric's eyes gradually became hazy. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared on his chest. A moment later, he gradually became more conscious. He blankly looked at the pure white space before him and wondered, "Is this my spiritual world?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him, "Will you come with me, kid?" The person who appeared here was Camellia as a child. The other person was Otto, gently conversing with Camellia, nodding. "So what? Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person who will harm you, kid?" The reply to his question was Camelia's strange silence. Nevertheless, he spoke softly, "You're so kind, so why do they only see you as an enemy?" Finally, Otto suggested, "All right, let's go together. If we can reach the other shore, you won't be sad anymore." These words made Camellia so happy that she rushed into his arms, and he smiled and asked, "Are you that happy?" At that moment, both of them looked in the same direction. Then Camellia ran towards a man, and the little girl bowed as if thanking him. Seeing this, Eric gently said, "You don't need to thank me. Just go over there and play to your heart's content." At this, Otto said contentedly, "You did better than what Eden and I thought. We thought you would defeat the Ice General and seal her within the ice crystal." As he gently stroked Camelia's head, he calmly said, "But you truly saw through her real self, understood, and soothed her heart." He looked at the smiling Camellia with loving eyes and said wistfully, "If I had chosen to approach her by understanding her like you did, perhaps she wouldn't have been hurt so much." At this point, Otto praised Eric again. "Anyway, this last method I unintentionally left behind. You completed it faster than I expected." Hearing him say that, Eric seized the opportunity to request, "It's time to hand Winter over to me." Of course, he wouldn't easily give it to him. "I never said you were qualified. To receive a season, you need to be even stronger. Learn more and understand them little by little." A series of difficult demands put forth by him made the boy annoyed and retort, "What do you mean? I've done so much, and you're saying no to me?" Otto saw that he was quite impatient and explained, "I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. I just said it's not yet time for you to receive Winter. When the time comes, I will hand it over automatically. For now, just wait patiently." These words made Eric even more sarcastic. So, that's all you wanted to say? Then, he both mocked him and gestured for Carmelia to come to him. Ice General, this old man is a bad guy. Come here. Carmelia saw him call her and quickly moved towards him. He took her hand and said sternly, "Are you planning to take her away to carry out some scheme? I won't let you achieve that." Eric's attitude made Otto sigh helplessly and scold him, "I see you're getting more and more out of hand. Why has my family become like this?" Not bothering to believe his complaints, Eric demanded, "Do you even deserve to say that? All you do is think of ways to bully your descendants. So, are you going to give me winter or not?" It was the same old answer. Otto felt that he couldn't have it yet. "I was just joking a bit. However, holding it now won't benefit you at all. First, you need to have a solid foundation." Rejected twice by him, Eric replied with a bit of confusion, "Well, I've wanted it for a long time, but the situation out there isn't so good." Back in reality, everyone saw him motionless and suspended in the air, so they worriedly called out, "Eric." Carmelia tried to wake him, "You have to wake up quickly." The moment she screamed, the enormous Blood Wolf King appeared right in front of Eric, if not. Back in the spiritual world, despite the danger outside, once inside, Eric recounted very casually, "I almost lost my head." After hearing him, Otto helplessly replied, "Saying that is practically insulting our ancestors." Not bothering to keep him any longer, he flatly dismissed him and didn't forget to instruct, "All right, now go. When things outside are settled, remember to come to my private residence to meet me." And then, before he truly left, he managed to tell him one thing: all the necessary materials to complete winter have already been gathered there. Back in reality, Carmelia tried to call the unconscious Eric, "Eric." Despite her urgent calls, he remained motionless, "Hurry up." Her cries echoed everywhere, "Open your eyes." Just as Carmelia desperately thought the Blood Wolf King would finish Eric off, no. To her surprise, a voice came from him, "Winter will find you, in a terrifying and cruel form. I hope you won't be swallowed by the demons." The tattoo on his hand began to glow. That light seeped through every crevice of the monstrous hand gripping Eric tightly. A sky-shattering explosion occurred. Eric seemed to have awakened his power. Mei Fei noticed this and was somewhat appreciative, even with Otto's support. For him to absorb a general-level seal is truly the talent of a genuine demon. At this moment, the Blood Wolf King was fiercely attacking Eric. He didn't hesitate to attack it either, striking out. Both sides fought back and forth, neither willing to yield. Carmelia saw that scene and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Winter? He has truly acquired winter and can freely control it now." The Blood Wolf King was now enraged and swiped its paw. But unfortunately for it, its enemy wasn't hurt at all, rather, it was the one that was hurt, surging. Eric is currently attacking with great vigor, his magic energy is on a completely different level. So this is what it's like when the elements forming winter are combined within it? A snowflake-shaped seal and a wolf-shaped seal appeared, they are called the seals of winter. At this moment, the Blood Wolf King was struggling, trying to break free from Eric's ice attack. Just as it was about to counterattack, unexpectedly, it was struck by Eric again. He even scolded, "You are being too noisy." Without hesitation, he used the skill, Silence. Immediately, a bunch of ice chains locked the Blood Wolf King's muzzle lock. Seeing it muzzled like that, Eric said with satisfaction, "Isn't it easier to think when you're silent?" The Blood Wolf King was trying its best to break free from the ice chains. But no matter what it did, it failed because Eric had enhanced the skill, Bind. Immediately, the Blood Wolf King was even more tightly bound by the ice chains. Currently, it is besieged with no way out. Seizing this opportunity, Eric rushed towards it, "It's time." He directly dealt it a blow and shouted, "It's over." However, life is not a dream. When the Blood Wolf King couldn't use its limbs, it used its mouth. As a result, it broke free from Eric's binds before he could eliminate it. This situation displeased Eric, it had even grown stronger. Seeing the Blood Wolf King's power devouring his ice and snow, he was somewhat astonished. The winter barrier can't even withstand that energy? To avoid wasting more time, he quickly used his divine eye to inspect. After a moment of inspection, he realized that it was absorbing demon energy from the air to become stronger. Eric's gaze focused on the core in the middle of the Blood Wolf King's chest, and he made a decision. To kill it, I must destroy that core, but due to the Firefox, approaching it is very difficult. By now, the Blood Wolf King was furious, muttering bloody murderous words. I will kill you, Moby Dick. I will kill you, Moby Dick. With this situation, Eric predicted gravely, if I let this continue, another Demon King will be born. However, at this moment, he still hadn't thought of a way to deal with it. If something were to happen, I would be able to do something. But there was nothing. Just then, you chuckled and asked, need my help? Seeing the beast he raised actually offering to help him, Eric laughed sarcastically. Help? You look more like you want to eat it. These words caused you to reply with a hint of pain, still unwilling to ask for help? Your pride is truly high. Of course, he had no time to play with him and bluntly dismissed him. If you don't like it, then don't do it. His coldness forced him to become serious again. Of course not. You said nonchalantly while letting his mana seep closer to the Blood Wolf King, why wouldn't I seize this opportunity to devour it? As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in a form 3 times the size of the Blood Wolf King and completely overwhelmed him. Unwilling to suffer a disadvantage, he gave him a bite that drew blood. Eric quickly realized this was his chance while you was suppressing him. He hastily planned, a half-hearted attack wouldn't work. As soon as he made his final decision, he immediately lunged towards the Blood Wolf King, determined that even if it cost him all his mana, he would finish him off with one last strike. Eric knew which move he should use. He would use the final enlightenment that Fox King Yu had taught him. His eyes were currently filled with mana and murderous intent. And then, the decisive move he used was Body Strengthening Technique, 10,000 Tiger Claws, 10,000 Tiger Claws. Immediately, deep claw marks covered the Blood Wolf King's body. His limbs bled after a painful howl. His eyes were also hit. Yet, those eyes still held deep hatred. Seeing the Blood Wolf King like that, Eric excitedly thought, it worked. Suddenly, the heart within him fluttered. This made him painfully clutch his left chest and curse, damn it, Dragon Heart's mana. Finally, he fell into a free-fall state. Back to you and the Blood Wolf King. The latter had now counterattacked with a claw and escaped from you. The current situation made Eric feel more panicked than ever. No, if I miss this chance, it'll be the end. The symbol on his hand suddenly glowed brightly. He didn't care, still engrossed in his thoughts. Why is Mephi's demonic energy reacting so suddenly? It didn't even react when I absorbed the low-level barrier. Just then, Mephi appeared and said, it seems my remnants, suppressed by that damned Sin's energy, are reacting to the absorbed demonic energy from the low-level barrier. He sternly provided information. Even so, it's only a small fraction of my power. Eric felt apprehensive upon hearing this. Was Mephi's demonic energy surging because his Dragon Heart's mana was depleted? Suddenly, the beast within him growled triumphantly, this much energy is enough. Receiving its words, Eric didn't hesitate for another second and prepared to send the Blood Wolf King to his demise. You damned fox, may we never meet again. He clenched his fists and yelled, crush. Immediately, the power core within the Blood Wolf King cracked. And finally shattered. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. The explosion startled Valence and Norris. The terrifying explosion destroyed everything, even Valence in the distance paid attention. It also made the boy so panicked that he exclaimed, no. The scene before his eyes surprised Valence. Spring has finally returned. The boy had personally witnessed a scene that seemed to have faded into the past. If the hot wind rose, the snow plains would face drought and the environment would become harsh due to the heat. At that very moment, Zimia suddenly appeared. He stood in front of Valence and loudly ordered. Royal knights and warriors must protect His Majesty. He did this because from afar, the Blood Wolf King's remaining mana was rushing towards their location. The other werewolves, despite their fear, bravely confronted this immense amount of mana. Zimia knew full well the limits of himself and his guards. We cannot stop the hot wind ourselves. He clenched his fists, filled with regret and anger. At times like this, he wished they could use magic. We are in this situation because the monster race refused to evolve due to their arrogance. Even though he knew he wouldn't survive if he stopped this mana flow, he still believed that, as long as His Majesty was alive, they could always rise again. Then Zimia loudly called out to his guards, "O great warriors, protect His Majesty at all costs, even if it means sacrificing yourselves." Just as they thought they were about to perish, unexpectedly, a strange surge of mana appeared and dispersed the remaining mana of the Blood Wolf King. This surprised Zimia so much that he exclaimed, "What is this?" From within the smoke and dust, someone's figure emerged. Zimia asked, "Who are you?" Augustine calmly walked forward and clicked his tongue, lamenting, "Should have just let me handle it from the start." The old man exuded an undeniable pressure. Back on that day, Augustine asked his good disciple, "Don't you need my help?" Eric replied in a firm tone, "Yes, I cannot keep relying on you forever." However, Augustine didn't pay much mind to it and retorted, "So what?" So Eric explained to the old man, "Before I became your disciple, I was still a clan leader guiding my family. No one would follow a clan leader who couldn't do anything on his own." He declared in a serious tone, "I will walk every path before me, just like you, even if I have to face danger, to lead my family back into a shining world. I must overcome this myself. After all, this is the destiny of a Merbinger." Augustine's reply was a question. "Do you mean that as your master, I have to stand by and watch my disciple die?" Eric smiled and denied it. "No, not at all. I won't die." At the same time, he took the opportunity to ask his master a favor. "Oh, please protect King Valence and Anramuth for me, master. They are very important to me." That was the reason Augustine was here, rescuing Valence. After a moment of silence, the old man remarked, "That is also my role as a teacher, to protect." Suddenly, he turned around and called out, "Hey, monster!" Seeing him called, Zimia calmly replied, "Yes?" Augustine bluntly asked, "Have you ever met us, Eden?" The old man's question puzzled Zimia, but he still had to answer, "Yes." Suddenly, the old man's voice deepened, "Then look closely." His pressure and killing intent suddenly exploded, along with a competitive question, "Between him and me, who is the more dangerous mage?" The pressure erupting from Augustine scared Zimia so much that he recoiled. He trembled all over and wondered, "I feel overwhelming power from him. Just how strong is he?" At that very moment, Augustine took a step forward. Each step he took exuded formidable power, and a spell was activated, Night is Rising. As soon as this skill appeared, Zimia was horrified to realize its power. If the Ice General controlled shadows by using ice to block the sun, then that thing drains all light from the world, a blinding night, a terrifying entity that not only absorbs death, but also one's very existence. The other werewolves were affected by this power, each clutching their ears in pain and collapsing. Zimia could hardly believe it. This power felt like facing a catastrophe. No one would have expected such power to belong to a human. After enduring the pain from Augustine's attack for a while, something in the air suddenly seemed to shatter, the ice and snow vanished, and the current scene was a beautiful sunset. The werewolves looked at each other in confusion, wondering, what just happened? The flame was completely extinguished. Zimia, still immersed in lingering horror, thought, "He's as overwhelming as a catastrophe." Suddenly, someone called him, "Zimia." Seeing Valence running towards him, Zimia worriedly asked, "Your Majesty, are you all right?" The young boy, anxious and hurried, delivered bad news. "We must quickly return to the city. Eric is in danger." His confusion was met with Augustine's confident smile as the old man said, "You think my disciple would fall because of something like that?" No sooner had he finished speaking than Eric's group was seen approaching from afar. Seeing him safe and sound, Valence was so happy he burst into tears. Walking beside Eric were his teammates. Camellia was flying high above, and lurking like a ghost was Mephi. While Eric was chatting with his friends, someone suddenly called out to him, "Eric." seeing Valence standing next to his master and waving at him so enthusiastically. Eric felt a bit shy, but also happy, and was about to wave back. The moment he called the boy's name, Valence, was also the moment he collapsed. This scene startled Isabella so much that she cried out, "Eric!" while she and Exaion were bewildered, worried, and terrified. Suddenly, they both heard Eric snoring louder than thunder, which made them both gasp, "Eric!" Exaion helplessly sighed amidst everyone's laughter. He's really good at scaring people. It could be said that's how all the problems in the Black Snow Plains concluded. And one beautiful day, as Eric was sound asleep under a tree, suddenly, someone stood in front of him, making him open his eyes. What met his eyes was the innocent smile of a young camellia. As soon as he saw her, Eric smiled and asked, "Kid, are you here to say goodbye?" Camellia didn't reply, but just smiled brightly, and her smile spread to Eric. He gently stroked Camelia's head and instructed, "When you get there, remember to have fun, and don't cause trouble, okay?" In his heart, he thought, "I don't know where the girl will go, but wherever she goes, he always hopes that Camellia will always smile happily like this. I hope she won't have to be sad anymore and only laughter will remain." Suddenly, Camellia stood up, her voice like a ringing bell. "Will you play with me again, big brother?" Her request astonished Eric so much that his eyes widened. Then he casually agreed, "Of course." In that moment, Camellia replied with a smile that couldn't have been happier. The beautiful sky with flower petals flying in the wind. The petals flew to someone's room balcony. And then a petal gently landed on Eric's face, who was in a deep sleep, and he slowly woke up. Then he immediately sat up, asking himself, "How long have I been out?" Just then, someone's voice rang out. "You're awake?" Seeing someone else in the room, Eric glanced at where the voice came from. Seeing Valence sitting obediently next to his bed, he asked curiously, "How long have you been sitting there, sir?" Valence honestly replied, "Camellia said you'd wake up soon, so I just arrived." Hearing that, Eric exclaimed, "Oh, I see." Suddenly, the boy handed him a book. He took it and wondered, "What's this?" "I received research materials a long time ago." However, this was different from the materials Eric had received. Valence revealed the origin of the book. This is the diary left by King Tiger Dew. The fact that the boy gave him the King Tiger's diary made Eric ask curiously, "This is an important item to the King Tiger family. Why are you giving it to me?" Valence calmly replied, "Yesterday, I accidentally found it while rummaging through the library and I discovered something interesting inside the diary." Furthermore, the boy persuaded Eric to read the page he had marked. "I think it would be good if you read it. That's why I used the leaf to mark it. Please read through it." Without overthinking, Eric quickly turned to the marked page. The content inside left him so astonished that he exclaimed, "This is..." Inside, it recorded the first day Dew met Eric, February 14th. "I discovered an interesting individual and brought him to the tribe. This human said he was kidnapped by a beast man when he was young and knows how to use power enhancement techniques." It also recorded what Eric did for the Beastmen tribe, February 16th. "The human, who I wasn't sure would adapt to the tribe's culture, quickly adjusted and dispelled all my worries." The diary continued on the day Eric suggested moving the Beastmen tribe to another place to live, February 17th. "I wondered if it was time for us to settle down, and when that kid suggested a perfect place for us, we settled there. Then there was the day the two of them sparred, February 29th. That human was interested in my power enhancement technique. Now that I think about it, his power enhancement technique has some similarities with mine." The diary recorded the period when the Ice Generals appeared, April 16th. "Recently, due to a strange phenomenon called the Ice Generals, many members of the tribe have been affected. The journey to eliminate the Ice Generals began with Eric leading the way. We asked that human to guide us and started the journey to eliminate the Ice Generals." Eric himself was so stunned reading this that he blurted out, "That is... Isn't this a setup? Is this real?" His hands trembled as he read the word human repeated many times in the diary. "The human mentioned in the diary, is it me?" Eric never expected the dates in the diary to perfectly match reality. Even the events related to the ice generals that occurred afterward completely aligned with what had been arranged. His hand gently glided over the page. Each line of the diary was carefully read by him. My younger brother has left. He suddenly disappeared. Just like how I found him, his name is Eric Merbinger. He said he is the heir to the Merbinger family. As soon as he read this, Eric was so surprised he had to touch the family crest on his chest. 1,000 questions appeared in his mind. What the hell is this setup? Come to think of it, it's too real to just be a world in my mind. However, if it's reality, then that means there's magic that helps people go back to the past. There's no way such a godlike power could exist. Then he remembered Otto's words. I don't know anything about it. Otto told me to find him at his private residence. And to find the answer, Eric decided, that's why I must return to the Empire as quickly as possible. Just then, Xian suddenly ran in a panic, burst through Eric's door, and called out loudly, Eric. Seeing Eric awake, Xian breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, thank goodness, I was worried you wouldn't wake up. His rushed behavior made Eric sigh helplessly and ask, I don't think you ran all the way here just because I woke up. What's wrong? Xian's voice suddenly became hesitant about that. He delivered shocking news that left Eric speechless. War has broken out in the Empire. Xian delivered news that shocked all 3 realms. War has erupted in the Empire. Eric, of course, didn't believe it and asked in return, what? Why are you suddenly talking nonsense? So Xian revealed the rebel, Count Wins. Eric heard this and, a bit astonished, asked, the Red Lion family has rebelled? He, of course, also knew this family. Count Wins, everyone surely knows who he is. The Red Lion family is one of the 8 vassal families supporting the Empire. According to some information, the Red Lion family is also the governor of the military colonies established to defend the borders. Their troops are known to be an elite force. That information made Eric wary of this family. If a place like that rebels, it can't be underestimated. Xian, still shaken, added, I heard that by the end of today, Count Wins will be declared an enemy of the Empire. These words made Eric feel like something was wrong, something very suspicious. He was quite curious. A family known for its loyalty rebelling, isn't that strange? Xian quickly informed him, I heard he conspired with demons. This information startled Eric, making him turn around and exclaim, demons? The shocking news wasn't just that. Xian then revealed another bombshell. That's right, what's even stranger is that the Crown Prince is leading this entire affair. Hearing this, Eric scoffed and said, the Crown Prince, the one who's pursuing Gregory, is the one leading this whole thing? The corruption is unbearable. No, one could say it's rotten to the heavens. Then he quickly left and didn't forget to urge Xian, hurry up, we must return to the Empire immediately. A little later, Velan's and his retinue personally saw Eric and his team off back to the Empire. You have to leave already? Velan's felt a little regret that they were leaving so soon when he hadn't had a chance to repay them yet. Compared to what you've done for us, we haven't had a chance to do anything in return. Hearing the young man's words, Eric slowly sat down and asked. He left sincere advice. Eric also added. This promise of his moved Velan's to tears. This scene made Eric's companion smile in satisfaction while the white tiger shed tears as if on cue. Now Velan's replied. Eric burst out laughing and praised. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. The fairies beside Cornelia appeared, all reluctant to let Eric leave. They rushed to hug Eric and pouted. Seeing them, Eric laughed and said, But, he gently asked the fairies clinging to him like pandas to a tree. The reason he asked was because he saw the person who needed to come had arrived. Eric smiled and said. Cornelia, still maintaining her arrogant demeanor, replied. After speaking, she looked at Eric with eyes full of unspoken thoughts. Then she sent Eric a reminder. However, Eric nonchalantly thought. His confidence made Cornelia merely smile. Later, Eric's group truly departed. He stuck his head out of the carriage and waved goodbye to everyone. This trip brought Eric more than he had hoped for. Restoring the family's honor and making the ruler of the Black Snowfield an ally, what force could rival this power? Eric's hand touched the family crest with respect. On that carriage ride, his faith and determination to pursue his goals grew even stronger. Eric recalled Cornelius' farewell smile, that was. At that very moment, he became even more certain of. At the same time, in the demon castle, several demon soldiers fearfully pleaded. Ignoring their pleas, the leader was busy reading a letter. After he finished reading the letter, a giant mouth unexpectedly appeared. That mouth devoured all the demon soldiers present, while they desperately begged. Screams mixed with the voice. The one who received the letter, after reading it, muttered to himself. Lucifer was angry and full of resentment towards Eric's interference. If it weren't for that damned Mebinger interfering, we could have offered the north wind and the heaven-raging snow to Lord Azazel by now. To not waste any more time, he quickly left, even though he had to temporarily retreat now. However, the resentment still burned within him. Next time we meet. He swore he would deal with Eric next time. I will personally offer your head to Lord Azazel. Back to Eric's group, who had now arrived back at the city wall. Xian stretched wearily and asked, so we have to leave this place now too, huh? Suddenly, a shout rang out, causing the carriage to stop abruptly and startling those inside. Stop! Not understanding why the coachman stopped midway, a voice from inside the carriage asked, Sir, what's wrong? The coachman stammered, I think you should come out and see for yourself. So Eric and Xian stepped out of the carriage. Immediately, soldiers on the city wall warned them, if you don't comply, we will consider you intruders and open fire. Eric saw the weapons in the soldiers' hands and immediately realized they had deployed ballistas on the city wall, something only used when war broke out. Is it due to the Red Lion family's rebellion? At that moment, the soldiers on the city wall demanded they declare their identities and the number of people accompanying them. Xian loudly introduced his family while snapping his fingers, we are the convoy that passed through here 2 months ago, from the Nestor family. Immediately, his family's emblem appeared on the carriage roof. Without hesitation, he somewhat impatiently requested the soldiers, please open the gate. The soldiers were a bit surprised to see Xian's family emblem. Nestor? Have they really returned? We thought everyone had died since there's been no contact for the past 2 months. Seeing them hesitate without opening the gate, Xian annoyedly yelled, open the gate, already. So one soldier quickly shouted to the gatekeeper, open it now. As a result, the carriage, along with Xian and Eric, leisurely entered the city. In the Lord's office, the city lord respectfully introduced himself, I am Vannon. He expressed his regret for daring to stop the Nestor family's carriage, please forgive our rudeness and mistakes. Xian's understanding was his reply, it's all right. Moreover, he praised with satisfaction, seeing you steadfastly guard the Empire's border like this, as a citizen, I only feel very proud. His praise made Vannon laugh heartily, to have my efforts recognized by the third young master of the Nestor family, this is the first time in 30 years here that I've felt so touched. Then he suddenly uttered a puzzling sentence, but today is very strange, why do so many esteemed guests keep coming to such a remote place? That made Xian curiously ask, besides us, has anyone else arrived? Vannon quickly confirmed, yes. Then he revealed the identity of the other esteemed guest, the fourth prince is here now, would you like to meet him? This information shocked Xian and Eric, who turned to look at each other. After that, Xian whispered something and received Eric's confirming nod, this is, without a doubt, he must be waiting for us, right? In his heart, Eric also wondered why a figure of the fourth prince's stature would personally come to a border outpost at such a crucial time. At the same time, in another room, the fourth prince was gradually losing patience, tapping his finger heavily on the armrest of his chair. Eric wondered what scheme Drummond had. What was he planning? In another room, the fourth prince impatiently listened to someone babbling, Your Highness, from a young age, Eric Mebinger and I have had a very special relationship. A young man tried to prove his worth to Drummond. If I personally step forward to persuade him, I'm sure he will lean towards our side. That man is Rodeo Frank. Drummond, upon hearing this, merely gave a cold, thoughtful. His stoic face, showing no emotion, made Rodeo a little nervous, but he still tried to encourage himself. I must seize this opportunity at all costs. The reason he flattered Drummond was because the fourth prince, Drummond, was a genius of the royal family, whose swordsmanship was once recognized by the Golden Lion. Although he was young, he had already been granted a title and bestowed the title of Black Lion. Thanks to his talent, the nobility wagered that he would become the successor. He was one of the 3 people leading the empire, if one could win the favor of the one rumored to be the next emperor. After a moment of silence, Drummond finally spoke, saying, "All right, I'll try to believe you." Receiving his consent, Rodeo bowed happily and replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." In his heart, he was currently beaming with pride. I will become the next head of the Frank family. At this moment, in the private meeting room for guests, Xin was quite surprised by Eric's decision and asked loudly, "Are you really going to meet him? Normally, you always hate getting involved with the royal family." Eric casually replied, "I've decided I won't care anymore." His answer shocked Xin, who blurted out, "What?" Then he growled, "You bastard, are you plotting something again?" Of course, Eric wouldn't easily tell the truth, so he made up a seemingly plausible reason. Plotting what? Not at all. I've realized I can't just sit still anymore. I will restore my family. This reason made Xin disbelieve him and ask again, relying on the fourth prince to rise again? However, those were just Eric's current words, as he hadn't truly made a decision yet. I'll decide that after I meet him. Seeing his determination, Xin sighed helplessly and said, "So, that means you're going to spread your wings on the battlefield then, huh?" Eric didn't reply but only thought shrewdly, as Xin said, "If I want to restore my family, the fastest way is to achieve great merits in war, or become a royal retainer." He already had a plan. I've separated from the crown prince, so the fourth prince might be a valuable chess piece. Suddenly, the room door opened. A man entered and asked, "You sent for me?" Seeing that the person had arrived, Eric replied, "You're here?" He warmly stated, "I've been waiting." Herman regretfully said, "I had hoped you would come to continue sword training, but looking at the situation, that's probably not it." Eric laughed upon hearing that, then politely invited, "Let's talk about that another time, please sit." As soon as he sat down, Herman directly asked, "So why do you want to see me?" Eric didn't hesitate to answer, "I want to ask you something." There was one thing he wanted to know: what kind of person is the Black Lion? His question made Herman ponder. The Black Lion. Then he stated, "Outside, everyone says he's full of ambition. They say that about him, but I see it differently. He judged the Black Lion as someone who lives passionately. He's just a lion obsessed with swordsmanship and martial arts." These words made Eric pause. At this point, Herman added, "Perhaps you'll get along with him, or perhaps you won't, but if you meet him directly, who knows, you might even find him not so bad." Eric gratefully replied, "Thank you, thanks to you, I now know how to approach him." Suddenly Herman hesitated slightly, also. This made Eric look at him intently, curious. Then he uttered a sentence unrelated to the Black Lion, "You seem to have changed quite a bit." In that moment, Mephi appeared and revealed Herman's true intention in saying that. "I sense he's itching for a duel with you." Eric chuckled softly, replying, "Oh, actually, I'd really like to test my skills again." Without hesitation, he quickly suggested, "Would you like to have a sparring match?" Of course, Herman wouldn't back down. "That's exactly what I've been waiting for." A moment later, he led Eric to a certain place, and Eric saw a whole group of soldiers in front of them. Eric threw his hands up and asked, "Did you call all these people here?" Herman gave a forced smile and denied, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Seeing this, Mephi burst out laughing mockingly, and also took the opportunity to scoff at Eric, "His acting is just as good as yours." Eric paid no mind to the remark, only sighing helplessly, "This was just a spur-of-the-moment decision of ours. I don't know how this news spread so quickly." His gaze fell upon Isabella, who was hiding behind Herman, and he realized the culprit. It must be Isabella. Mephi, however, highly praised her. Indeed, that girl is no ordinary person. Her political instincts and strategic mind are very sharp. Even Eric had to admit, she really is different. She proved her capabilities before the Border Defense Forces. You also have to acknowledge Isabella's abilities and raise your own worth before meeting the fourth prince. By then, Eric was ready to have a proper match with Herman. It seems both you and your daughter intend to give me wings, so I will fly very high in return. Since Herman was a veteran, he went all out as well. Don't expect me to go easy on you, you should focus. Neither of them would yield to the other. In a flash, both of them charged at each other. Both sides exchanged blows, each move powerful and fast. The soldiers couldn't help but admire them fighting like that amidst the squad. They didn't expect them to duel without using mana or aura. They didn't expect Eric to be able to spar with Herman, the head of a prestigious mage family, fighting on equal terms with the blue lion with bare hands. That's ridiculous. If mages are this strong, what are we supposed to do? The two of them fought as if oblivious to their surroundings, with dust flying everywhere. At this point in the match, Eric was pushed back forcefully, causing the ground beneath his feet to shatter. Herman didn't hesitate to praise Eric, saying his movements were much cleaner. However, he still spotted weaknesses in Eric's every gesture, and there were still quite a few wasted movements. Eric sighed with emotion upon hearing that. It seems I still have to continue training under your guidance. Just then, they suddenly saw someone. That person appeared among the soldiers. That person was none other than Drummond. He was giving a round of applause for Herman and Eric's match. As soon as he saw him, Eric realized, so that's the fourth prince, Drummond. Immediately, he and Herman respectfully bowed to Drummond. It was late at night outside. Eric was on his way to someone's room. Just then, he unexpectedly saw Rodeo. As soon as he saw Eric, he enthusiastically greeted him as if they'd known each other for ages. "Oh, Eric, long time no see, my friend." Mephi immediately showed dislike for this Rodeo character. "What's with that hateful smug face? Do you know him?" Eric replied softly, "He's the official heir of the Frank family." Upon hearing that, Mephi immediately recognized, "Frank? That notorious Red Cliff family?" Eric quickly confirmed, "That's right." Suddenly, Mephi burst out laughing, saying, "So he's the traitor." At that moment, this overly confident Rodeo dared to walk up to Eric and ask, "Why so quiet, my friend?" He casually assumed, "You're probably quite shy after all these years of not meeting." He had no idea where he got the confidence to assert, "I know he hates my family, but since Merbinger's inheritance is with me, he can't consider me an enemy." Rodeo seemed delusional, smugly thinking to himself that Eric wouldn't beat him to a pulp, and besides, now my family is not only a vassal of Merbinger but also a major power in the court, he wouldn't dare confront me. Not only that, he arrogantly declared, therefore, if my family proposes to return Merbinger's inheritance, he will be forced to shake my hand. So Rodeo immediately put his arm over Eric's shoulder and foolishly brought up something he shouldn't have, "My friend, before we meet the prince, I want to discuss the matter of Merbinger's inheritance, which is currently in my family's hands." Before he could finish, Eric coldly uttered, "Hey." He growled an order, "Take your hand off." This scene surprised Rodeo so much that he let out a gasp, "Huh?" Annoyed with this guy, Eric emphasized once more, "I told you to take your hand off." His murderous aura frightened Rodeo so much that he recoiled. The scene before them made Mephi secretly think with delight, so, those who claim to be Merbinger's right-hand men know nothing about him at all. At this moment, Eric's voice coldly stated, "Count Frank should have shown me the utmost respect. Yet, a third young master like you." Mephi understood Eric's anger perfectly, the hatred the Merbinger family carried. Eric's murderous aura and oppressive presence exploded. He questioned in a low voice, "How dare you speak so insolently to a Duke of the Empire?" Mephi beside him whispered with certainty, "Eric's hatred will never disappear." Speaking of the Frank bloodline, for over a millennium, they became a sturdy fortress protecting the Merbinger family, vassals who had stained countless enemies red who came due to insatiable greed. That reason led to the fact that, precisely because of this, he and his sister called the Frank patriarch uncle and placed immense trust in him. But in the end, they betrayed Eric's family, yet now they side with the imperial family, those who usurped the inheritance and contributed to pushing Merbinger to the brink of destruction. Not only that, they also coveted things they had no right to, and even worse. They even conspired to usurp our proud magical bloodline title, planning to force my sister to marry Rodeo Frank. Yet, after using Eric and his sister, and after the refusal of the marriage, we were abandoned in a derelict villa, struggling to survive. Eric couldn't believe that even now, after all they had done, they could still shamelessly play the role of the righteous. Knowing he couldn't fight back and that he had a lowly status, Rodeo quickly bowed his head in apology. "Sir, I was truly too insolent." Finding him too obnoxious, Eric growled, dismissing him, "If you know that, then get out of here quickly. I don't want to see your face again." Having said that, he calmly walked away. Rodeo was now filled with resentment towards him. At this moment, Eric had entered to meet Drummond. Eric Merbinger, Duke of Starlight, patriarch of the Merbinger family, humbly greets Prince Drummond. With a welcoming smile, Drummond warmly replied to Eric, "It's an honor to meet you, Duke of Starlight." This attitude of his made Eric wonder. It was clear, he must have heard all the exchanges outside the door, yet he had no reaction. Even Mephi spoke up, remarking, "He doesn't care that his subordinate was humiliated. On the contrary, he observes the person opposite him with amusement." Eric boldly speculated, "Perhaps His Highness understands Rodeo Frank's true nature and has no expectations. It's highly likely he just wants to see how I'll react." Suddenly, Drummond asked a question that startled Eric. "You just used the body-strengthening spell in your recent battle with the Blue Lion, didn't you?" Eric was amazed, unable to foresee it. Body-strengthening spell, he recognized it. Currently, the two of them just looked at each other without speaking, each with their own intentions in mind. Seeing Eric's body tense like a drawn string, Drummond smiled, walked over, patted his shoulder, and promised, I know this magic is listed as a forbidden spell by the Magic Tower, so rest assured, no one else will know about this." Suddenly his voice faltered a bit. "Now then," he asked directly, without any beating around the bush, "tell me what you think of Merbinger's former territory." This surprised Eric once again. "What?" In that tense atmosphere, Mephi burst out laughing. He found this matter incredibly interesting, beyond his own imagination. At the same time, he also had a different perspective on Drummond. "It seems you've let your guard down. He's very good at taking the initiative in negotiations." Eric himself immediately adopted a defensive stance against the fourth prince's calculating cunning. "I thought the conversation would progress slowly. I didn't expect him to get straight to the point like that. If I'm careless, I'll completely lose control of this negotiation." His hand clenched. Then he asked, "Excuse me, but what do you mean?" Not liking to beat around the bush, Drummond immediately suggested, "I'm used to being straightforward. I don't like roundabout negotiations. If Merbinger is willing to support me, I'll simply repay him with whatever I can bestow." His offer was met with Eric's questioning reply, "The family territory has become a barren wasteland. Even weeds can't survive because of an evil curse, so what do I have left to offer?" Before he could get an answer from Drummond, the butler beside him suddenly whispered something. He didn't know what the butler said, but it made Drummond frown uncomfortably. But then he quickly returned to normal and said, "Oh, it seems I've been impolite, my apologies." Drummond's voice, full of calculation, uttered, "A land comparable to Merbinger's former territory, for example." He promised Eric a generous reward. "I will bestow upon you the border region belonging to the Red Lion family's territory." This made Eric quite astonished, wondering, the Red Lion family? That land, precious as gold, he's willing to give it away? He was quite curious. He also said he would personally face the wave of opposition from his allied nobles. That's not something anyone would dare to do without true determination. Even so, it wasn't easy for him to agree. However, he quickly bowed and refused. "Please forgive me, but I am merely a subject of the Empire. I only obey His Majesty's orders. In his mind, Eric thought, I never intended to negotiate from the start. According to his initial intention, I just wanted to test my own worth and identify what kind of person Drummond is. Despite being refused, Drummond patiently advised, even so, my offer remains valid. Please consider it positively. If you need it, I'm willing to offer even more incentives. His persistence made Eric sigh. So you won't give up easily, will you? So he didn't hesitate to propose. Then, if it's convenient, may I make a request? Outside in the hallway, someone was so angry they slammed their hand against the wall. Rodeo was furious. Eric Merbinger, you are truly bold. With his timid nature, he only dared to swear inwardly, you think you can insult me just with that noble title? I swear I'll take revenge 1,000-fold for this humiliation. Just then, someone called him, Sir Rodeo Frank. The butler approached and said, His Highness is looking for you. Hearing Drummond call him, Rodeo turned back and respectfully asked, Your Highness, did you summon me? Seeing him arrive, Drummond looked towards Eric and asked, Here, I've summoned Frank Rodeo. Tell me, what is your request? Rodeo looked at the silent Eric and thought, Eric, that scoundrel, it seems the negotiation failed, so he intends to use me as a middleman. He confidently thought, how foolish, he thinks that will soothe the tension between us. He smirked and thought, all right, just state your demand. I'll repay the recent humiliation twofold. After a moment of silence, Eric pointed towards Rodeo and demanded, Give me Rodeo Frank's right arm. His request left Drummond so surprised he couldn't speak. Rodeo himself couldn't believe it. What did that bastard just say? At this, Drummond finally spoke, asking, The Frank family is on my side, you know that. Eric replied indifferently, How unfortunate. His audacity made Drummond think seriously. This made Rodeo misunderstand. Do you think His Grace would abandon our family just for someone like you? The Frank family has served the fourth prince for many years. Then Drummond spoke, asking, Rodeo Frank, are you my vassal? Rodeo tossed his head back and replied, Yes, the Frank family and I, your humble servant, have long pledged loyalty to your highness. Hearing this, Drummond said, Then, please forgive my upcoming action. His words made Rodeo confused. What? What do you mean, your grace? Before he could finish speaking, Drummond drew his sword. And with a swift strike, he severed Rodeo's right arm. The right arm fell with a thud onto the table. In that stunned scene, Rodeo's scream echoed, My arm. My arm. Eric himself was a little surprised, even shocked, that lunatic, I only intended to disrupt the negotiation. At this, Drummond picked up Rodeo's right arm and asked, What do you think? Even though he had just committed a bloody act, he smiled brightly and asked, Am I worthy enough to be your friend now? Seeing him like that, Eric couldn't help but sigh. As expected, he's gone mad. So he asked again to confirm, You've sacrificed too much just for an alliance. Are you sure? Frank and the other noble families will surely turn their backs on you. Drummond confidently replied, Don't worry about it, the Frank family will never dare betray me. His words made Eric certain of one thing, it seems he has the Frank family under his control. He even holds sway over other nobles. Instead of fearing Drummond, he was quite intrigued by him, having him as a friend would definitely be extremely interesting. Seeing Eric's silence, Drummond asked again, At least, I've shown my full sincerity. What do you say? Just as Eric was about to answer, yes, he suddenly felt something and quickly turned to look out the window. Even Drummond's gaze turned in that direction. The window shattered, fragments flying everywhere. The butler outside heard the loud noise and immediately rushed into the room, calling out, Your Highness. The moment he cried out, several assassins flew towards Drummond and Eric, Please leave here immediately. One attacked Eric, and he quickly dodged it. A quick glance at them made him realize, assassins. Moreover, he was surprised, with both the garrison and royal guards here, they still dare to attempt an assassination. Not letting them overwhelm him, Eric immediately counterattacked and froze the assassins. His hands suddenly clenched. Instantly, the assassins who tried to ambush him were frozen while he was busy looking for Drummond. "Hurry, protect the prince." His eyes met the sight of Drummond calmly fighting back against the assassins. "He's fine." At this moment, Drumhand lifted his leg, then stomped forcefully on the ground, sending the assassins sprawling backward. Not stopping there, he quickly advanced. And with his masterful swordsmanship, he cut down the assassins. Drumhand's technique was both decisive and brutal. Any who dared to block his path were sent on their way. The killing intent within Drumhand erupted, spreading everywhere. Now Eric could rest assured about this fourth prince. "That's right, he's a black lion. I was worried for nothing." At that very moment, more assassins stormed into the room. "The prince!" Seeing these idiots dare to rush in, Eric helplessly exclaimed, "Do these guys want to die so badly?" Before any of the assassins could attack, a shout suddenly rang out. "Who dares attack the prince?" This shout drew their attention, and as they turned their heads, the whole group exclaimed, "They've gone this far?" Eric's group had arrived and charged, cutting down assassins. "Block them, protect the prince." After some fighting, the royal army had arrived. The scene was now somewhat bloody, with the corpses of assassins scattered everywhere. The support group had fully arrived. The royal army and the Blue Lions are here. The remaining assassins, not knowing left from right, just charged forward, leaving Eric exasperated. They're attacking without knowing what they're up against. Herman and Drumhand turned to each other, nodding in a signal. Immediately, both of them charged forward simultaneously. Drumhand struck one blow, Herman added another. Seeing them fight with such vigor, Eric felt very relaxed and hummed to himself, "Now I feel sorry for them." Facing two lions at once. Suddenly, his gaze fell in one direction. "Then I will." It turned out he noticed several mages playing hide-and-seek in the room. "I'll deal with those who are still hiding." Eric had been aware of these little rats all this time. One among them whispered a reminder, "Don't touch the Blue Lions, just target the prince." Seeing the opportune moment, he raised his hand, then gestured. Immediately, the remaining few received the command and rushed forward. Before they could do anything, an ice arrow suddenly shot out. The leader, seeing some of his team shot dead, gasped in surprise and yelled, "What the?" Just as he was frantically searching for the culprit, Eric had already noticed him. He flashed a cunning smile. And then, without hesitation, sent that little rat on his way. "Penetrate. Die." Having finished, Eric smugly blew on his fingertip. His action made Mephi wonder, "What kind of pose is that?" He shrugged casually and replied, "I don't know, I just felt like doing it." Then his gaze fell upon the assassins, and he couldn't help but sigh, "These guys are truly pathetic. They look skilled, but unfortunately, their natural enemies are right here." At this point, Eric's expression darkened, and he wondered, "But who are these guys? Going to such lengths just to assassinate a fourth prince?" After pondering for a while, he decided, "First, I need to capture a few and interrogate them." Before he could do anything, someone's voice stopped him, "They can't be caught." Hearing the familiar voice, Eric immediately stopped and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, sister." He turned to Hige, wondering, "What do you mean, they can't be caught?" Hige replied indifferently, "They've been trained to this extent." She looked around at the assassins and said, "If they don't take themselves out, a brainwashing switch will activate and kill them." Seeing how knowledgeable she was, Eric quickly asked, "Do you know who they are?" She only uttered two words, "Sigma." This name surprised Eric quite a bit, and he wondered, "Sigma? Is that organization real?" Hige then stated, "Only recently. They're very mysterious." Her knowing so much made Eric curious, "Then how do you know?" Her eyes suddenly filled with killing intent as she glared at the Sigma group, then she growled, "Because the leader of my mercenary squad is their enemy." It's a long story. Her attitude left Eric with nothing but a helpless smile. Then, as he mumbled, "An organization that's never appeared before." Suddenly, one of the Sigma members loudly signaled, "Everyone, retreat." Seeing them about to leave, a calculating smile spread across Eric's lips. Planning to run? If so, he decided to have his subordinates follow this Sigma group. I'll send my men to pursue them. As he smugly thought, you wouldn't have thought of this, would you? Suddenly, an eerie aura and a low voice from someone echoed, startling him. Well, if I abandon the mission like this, the core of the organization will be exposed. Eric muttered in shock, no way. He couldn't believe it. How could there be someone? He noticed a figure wearing a wooden mask, who had appeared without him realizing it, without any aura whatsoever. Huinon drew his sword and asked, so this is your doing? The sword was drawn with great power. And just like that, the insects Eric had secretly attached to the Sigma members were sliced dead by Huinon. This made Eric somewhat angry. Seriously, he even noticed my subordinates? Drumhand now also noticed his presence and asked, so you're the leader? Who are you? Who sent you here? Huinon calmly replied, I don't think you expect me to tell you, do you? Prince. Without asking anything further, Drumhand decided to strike Huinon directly. Right, it would be boring if you spilled everything. Right behind him was Herman. The two teamed up, preparing for a 2-on-1 fight against Huinon. After taking 2 slashes from them, Huinon remained very calm and remarked, but being surrounded by lions isn't good either. Herman and Drumhand, after their slashes, were somewhat surprised to see Huinon completely unharmed. This time, it was his turn to strike at the two of them. Watching them recoil from his slash, he calmly said, I like to play too, but today isn't suitable. Without wasting any more time, he quickly left the spot. I must be going. Before Huinon could get anywhere, he was surprisingly blocked, disperse and disintegrate. This made him exclaim in confusion, what? A voice spoke, surprising Huinon, you can come here as you please. Eric rushed over, intending to punch Huinon, but he can't just leave whenever he wants. Eric used 2 techniques at once to attack Huinon, body enhancement art, Skyfox slash, yet Huinon still dodged and even exclaimed in admiration, I still thought you were just a sorcerer. It seems Eric's techniques were too powerful, causing several walls in the mansion to be shredded. Seeing this, Huinon could only exclaim in admiration, it was just a graze, yet it was so dangerous. While he was off guard, Eric immediately used the skill, Bind. Ice chains immediately appeared and surged forward. Without a moment's hesitation, Huinon easily cut the ice chains and contemptuously remarked, can't even get a moment of peace. Realizing too much time had passed, he hastily tried to climb the balcony to leave. But before he could leave, Eric attacked again, Pierce. Every arrow that flew towards him was easily parried by Huinon. It's unknown who he saw at that moment that made him burst out laughing. It turned out Huinon saw Mage rushing forward, intending to hit him with a hammer, the only female in the Black Tower. He stepped back to avoid Mage's attack and asked, are you colluding with Master Mobinger again? As Huinon was exclaiming, Eric and his sister rushed towards him. This was truly unexpected. No one knew what his expression looked like because it was hidden by the wooden mask. On the other side, he saw Herman and Drumhand also charging towards him simultaneously. Things were getting even more complicated now. He was surrounded by experts from all 4 directions. In this situation, Huinon decided, there's no other choice. Suddenly, an explosion occurred, sending the 4 experts flying. This surprised Eric, who wondered, he just withstood a combined attack from 4 people. At this moment, Huinon appeared incredibly confidently after the explosion. His image suddenly became blurry and illusory. This surprised Eric a little. What's this? His aura has changed. He noticed Huinon's strange transformation. Just before, it was merely a gentle breeze, but now it was complete silence. The air seemed to freeze, as if facing an invisible wraith. Herman recognized the danger and quickly shouted a warning, retreat quickly. Surprisingly, Huinon had vanished at some point. This shocked Drumhand a little, and Mage was astonished. Eric was equally startled. He furrowed his brows, looking around for him. Where is he? Eric used his divine eyes to search for him but couldn't find him. Not even his divine eyes could detect him. Just then, Zhu appeared and taunted, how can you be so foolish? It seemed he was tipped off by the guy, so Eric quickly dodged the fatal blow. Seeing this, Huinon exclaimed, "You dodged it? Not bad." After speaking, his image became blurry and illusory again. That made Eric worried. I'm dodging attacks mostly by instinct. He dodged another attack and angrily thought to himself, damn it, how can I attack if I don't know his position? At this point, he was struggling a bit to dodge the attacks. Huinon, unaware that Zhu had helped Eric, loudly assumed, "It seems you're reading my every move." He growled, challenging, "You're the reason this assassination failed, aren't you?" Suddenly, there was a soldier's cry of pain. This made Eric turn to look in surprise. Other soldiers cried out in horror, "Karen, what just happened?" At that moment, others were also unexpectedly attacked, even the royal knights were hit. This situation made the knights quickly gather around to protect Drumhand, protecting the prince. Shouts echoed everywhere, "Guards, form a perimeter, tighten it." But before they could do anything, they were cut down. This scene made Eric both worried and enraged, thinking to himself, "We must figure out how to deal with him, we need to gather information about him." Then he turned to Hige and asked, "Sister, do you know anything more about him?" His gaze returned to the attacked soldiers, and he asked, "Do we have to find a ghost that's invisible to the naked eye?" Mephi had also appeared and stated, "He's not an easy opponent, even I can't see him." Suddenly, Eric thought of something. Wait, a ghost? Seeing him suddenly look at her and then fall silent, Mephi asked curiously, "What's wrong?" He didn't answer but just confirmed something, "That's it." Eric closed his eyes and thought, even if he's like a ghost, ice appeared around him. At the same time, he was pleased with the thought, he's not magic like Mephi, so he used the move, Whirlwind. Snow began to cover the area. If he still has a physical body, then he definitely will. Footprints of the phantom appeared on the snowy ground, leaving footprints. As soon as the footprints appeared, everyone exclaimed, "Those footprints! I see them, he's right there." Knowing he couldn't play the ghost game anymore, the phantom appeared and said, "So, you are using this method to track my movements." Suddenly, he charged towards Drumhand. Even so, the outcome won't change. The moment he was about to strike, Eric struck first and blocked the phantom, internal force wave. Without bothering to dodge, the phantom struck and shattered the ice wall. Being blocked by Eric made him extremely angry, and he glared at him. "It's you again." So he decided to deal with Eric first. "First, I must finish off that wretched Moorbinger." Suddenly, Herman appeared and growled, "How dare you underestimate me?" Herman attacked the phantom and shouted, "I'm extremely furious." While fighting him, the phantom felt uneasy. Damn it, facing the Azure Lion head-on isn't easy. Even though he was fighting Herman one-on-one, the phantom still noticed Eric behind him, and because of him, I can't use my invisibility. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared, and the phantom recognized that aura. Taking advantage of his distraction, Herman quickly delivered a slash. Without bothering to argue with Herman, the phantom focused only on the newly appeared aura, terrifying, brutal pressure, impossible to resist. That aura came from Augustine, whom the phantom called White Knight. As soon as he appeared, Augustine irritably chided, "You all struggled with just one lowly fellow." As soon as they saw the old man, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief, we're saved. Augustine's appearance left the phantom helpless. At this rate, I won't be able to do anything. Eric smugly thought to himself, no matter how strong he is, he wouldn't dare take risks in front of Master. At that moment, the phantom respectfully said, "Long time no see." He called Augustine Master, which shocked Eric so much that his jaw dropped. "Master." Augustine indifferently questioned, "Who are you calling Master?" The phantom calmly replied, "I have always considered you my master. Do you not see it that way?" He didn't bother to argue with him but coldly ordered, "What does that have to do with me? Stop bothering me and get lost." However, before truly leaving, he looked at Eric and said, "You desperately sought a disciple to impart your martial arts to. Now you finally found one. Congratulations." Seeing how talkative and long-winded this person was, Augustine immediately lost patience and threatened, "I've already told you, it's none of your business. If you didn't hear clearly, do I need to bore you a new pair of ears? Knowing he couldn't defeat him, the Phantom quickly left. No need. I'll take my leave now. He snarled, leaving him with one last sentence, don't you ever let me see your face again. As he vanished, the Phantom calmly said, when the opportunity arises, I will respectfully greet you. With that, he disappeared. Eric saw this and thought to himself, if Master has made up his mind, even a prince would have difficulty stopping him. He was a bit curious about Augustine and the Phantom. The masked man also called him Master. What exactly is their relationship? It was already morning. Drummond spoke with a slight regret. What a pity. I wish we could talk a bit more. Eric calmly replied, next time we meet, I'm sure we'll talk for a very long time. His next words surprised Drummond a little. At that time, we will strengthen this friendship. Realizing that Eric's words were an agreement to cooperate, Drummond responded joyfully, the body-strengthening technique you displayed is truly impressive. Next time we meet, I want to spar with you. Eric also readily replied, I look forward to that day as well. Thus, a friendship was formed. Seeing there was nothing else to discuss, Drummond quickly left. Well then, I'll be going now. After saying that, he turned and departed. Eric watched his retreating figure and smiled. Just then, Xian ran over from somewhere and loudly called, Eric. Seeing him in such a hurry, Eric asked in surprise, Huh? What's wrong? He panted as he informed him, Father said he wants to see us urgently. A moment later, they all gathered. Eric's mind was only concerned about Drummond, wondering if they would return safely. After seeing him off at the gate, Herman said goodbye, perhaps it's time for us to part ways. Eric agreed, stating, it's a shame, but the Blue Lion coming to Hexagram will face big trouble, so separating here is for the best. Isabella smiled and advised, Eric, remember to take care of yourself. Eric smiled back, you too, Isabella. The way their eyes met made some in the group exchange knowing smiles, and even Mephi bowed her head in amusement. It turned out that Eric had been having silly thoughts in his head, so he immediately brushed those thoughts away. He let out a helpless sigh. Returning to reality, Eric boldly asked, Master, may this disciple ask about the relationship between you and that masked assassin? This question surprised Augustine somewhat. He remained silent. Then he said, you don't need to know that. His refusal to answer Eric's question surprised both Eric and Heezy. However, Augustine only left them with a promise, you'll get your answer eventually. A moment later, they departed in the carriage. In a certain castle, a figure was leisurely walking down the corridor. Just as this person was about to open a room. As soon as the door opened, they heard the person inside say, when you left, you were full of confidence. The man inside the room sneered, now you look pathetic. He was the Red Lion, Andre Wynn. Ignoring this name, Phantom just wearily flopped down onto a chair. Andre stood up and asked, but more importantly, where is the fourth prince's head? Don't tell me you returned empty-handed? Seeing Phantom didn't answer him, Andre kept asking, come on, you're joking, right? You set out with such a fierce spirit. His voice was full of sarcasm. No way, Phantom, the one who claimed he could put anything in his pocket, returned empty-handed? Then he sat next to Phantom and said, where did you hide it? Want to surprise me, huh? Finding this guy too talkative, Phantom pushed Andre's hand away and shouted, shut up. His attitude made Andre realize, oh, so you really failed. So he laughed gleefully, you once said assassinating the fourth prince outside the palace was as easy as flipping a hand. Exhausted by his nagging, Phantom could only helplessly sigh, damn it, your mouth is the problem. Then Andre asked, so, why did you fail? Suddenly, Phantom uttered a name, Eric M.O. Binger. Andre heard this and curiously asked, is clan head M.O. Binger really that formidable? Even if he's called the heir of White Knight, isn't he just a mage? Phantom coldly stated, our information is all outdated. He seemed to highly regard Eric's abilities. The M.O. Binger I met is a 7th ring mage, and his martial arts are also very impressive. Andre heard this and sighed, asking, Mo Binger is still Mo Binger, isn't he? When exactly did things start to go off track? His mind was flooded with questions. Was it when I refused the Crown Prince's request for my support? Was it when I rejected the Crown Prince's proposal for my allegiance? The current situation had put him in a dilemma. No matter what, I've been branded a rebel leader and I can't justify myself. Therefore, I intended to kidnap the fourth prince to bargain for a new agreement with the Crown Prince, or to use him as a hostage to force the royal family to withdraw their troops. But all plans collapsed. Suddenly, Phantom's voice rang out, attracting Andre's attention. Finally, as his voice deeply resonated, a figure appeared right outside the room. There's only one choice left, isn't there? A pair of sisters appeared and asked, So you failed? Will you answer me now, sir? Upon seeing them, Andre quickly stood up and thought, just because of my decision, tens of thousands of loyal subordinates may lose their lives. He approached the two sisters, but now was not the time to weigh pros and cons. He knew in his heart, the reason we're being branded as rebels is the accusation that I conspired with the demon race. Andre's eyes were filled with determination, therefore, I am forced to give them what they want. It was night at a mansion. Hui gravely said, I know you must be tired after your long journey, but the reason I urgently called for you is this. He handed Xian a carefully sealed and stamped scroll. As soon as he opened it, Eric exclaimed in surprise, This is... Hui solemnly stated, the Emperor himself issued the imperial decree. The contents of the letter made Eric's face darken. The Mo Binger family is forced to go to war. The Emperor's directive, defiance will result in execution. At the same time, the contents of the decree appeared, Golden Seal Imperial Decree, sent to the Mo Binger family, citizens of the Empire, and longtime friends of the royal family, I hereby directly command. To prevent abuse, high-ranking noble families were only permitted to use it very few times. For the Mo Binger, they could only issue a maximum of 2 such decrees. For this reason, the royal family hadn't used the Golden Imperial Seal for hundreds of years to maintain control over the Mo Binger. Yet now, it was used. After reading it, Eric gritted his teeth and thought to himself, the scent of conspiracy was too obvious to ignore. Mi-Fi quickly crossed her arms and spoke, It's like they've dug a hole and are making us jump into it ourselves. Isn't this openly declaring that they want to harm us? Next, Xian furiously slammed the table and stood up. What the hell is this thing anyway? The Mo Binger aren't even a family sworn to Nestor. He couldn't help but question, Father, are you planning to overlook this matter? Even so, Hui calmly replied, Calm down, Xian. He gently explained, I'm not happy either that the royal family holds us in such contempt. There's no way the royal family doesn't know about the covenant between us and the Mo Binger. It's unclear if they intend to break the relationship between our two families or if they have other plans, but one thing is certain. This decree is too carelessly made, which makes me suspect if the Emperor himself signed it. A moment later, Xian asked, the Mo Binger family head seems to have realized it too. What do you think? Before Hui could answer, Eric spoke up. If I resist, they can easily kill me on the pretext of insulting the royal family, or push me to the front lines and fake an accident. Saying this, he smirked as if he had long anticipated the royal family's intentions. No matter which outcome, the royal family loses nothing. As soon as he heard Eric's laughter, Xian irritably said, In this situation, can you still laugh, when you're about to walk into a trap yourself? Without hesitation, he eagerly replied, We were going to enlist anyway, and besides, why shouldn't I laugh? Next, Eric continued in a gloomy, deep voice, I'm figuring out how to bury that damned crown prince alive. This immediately made Xian's face darken. It's that madman again. A moment later, he began to tell Mi-Fi his plan. Mi-Fi, since the crown prince is also hunting Gregory, if we combine them in one place, we can bury both at once. He calmly replied, That's right, that's exactly like you. In a flash, Xian curiously asked, Eric, there's still a month before the summons deadline, what do you plan to do? Hearing that, Eric chuckled lightly, There are 2 things I need to complete. I'll need your help. Scene shifts to the Central Magic Management Bureau. Inside the room, Brian's voice, full of disgust, echoed, "How annoying, how troublesome." He clenched the paper in his hand. "I can't believe there are still fools who rely solely on proxies." At the same time, the contents of the letter appeared: recommendation letter for the Priority Magic Exam, Nestor Region. Next, Brian fiercely flipped to the next page. As soon as he saw Eric's name, he growled, "Eric M.O. Binger." In the carriage, XIN wondered, "Eric, do you really need to get a magic certificate right now?" Seeing this, he immediately explained, "If I have a magic certificate, I can take on an important position in the war." Nevertheless, XIN remained confused. "Under Duke Chan Song, they'll automatically grant you command. Why go through all this trouble?" Eric continued to answer XIN's question, "If I'm appointed like that, I'll definitely be constrained in what I want to do. Moreover, I have another reason." He didn't need to hear the rest of the sentence, he already knew. "You're not planning on telling me the reason, are you?" He softly apologized. "Sorry, that's a family matter." Suddenly, XIN asked worriedly, "But are you sure you'll be able to cram in time? That exam isn't easy at all." With an extremely confident tone, Eric firmly said, "Even though I always failed at the academy due to my vascular disease, did you forget that I always excelled in theory?" His nonchalance made him even more anxious. "Hey, do you think the academy exam is the same as the Mage certification exam?" He paused for about 2 seconds. XIN began to explain, "Each examiner will give different questions, especially that examiner Brian. The pass rate is only 0.1%. Despite his continued anxiety, Eric fearlessly replied, "That only proves that all the candidates are trash. Also, isn't the exam going to last 8 hours? XIN quickly replied, "Yeah, that's what people say." After hearing the answer, he slowly said, "Take a break." Next, Eric confidently announced to XIN, "I'll be done in 30 minutes with a perfect score." The scene shifted to the Magic Management Bureau, where Brian seriously introduced himself. "I am Brian, a 5th grade examiner of the Central Magic Management Bureau. You are candidate Eric Merbinger, aren't you?" Eric immediately replied, "Yes, may I start the exam now?" He decisively turned away and said, "We will begin as soon as your identity is verified according to regulations." At the same time, Mephi, floating in midair, spoke up, "So he's the one your brother mentioned." Having only interacted for a short time, Eric didn't seem to know much yet. A moment later, gentle sunlight began to shine into his exam room. Brian brought the exam paper and explained the content. The first part of the exam includes elemental, magical physics, spiritology, alchemy, ancient history, dark magic, and literature, a written test with a total of 600 questions. Note, the use of magic will be considered cheating. Eric casually picked his ear as if he didn't take the exam seriously. Why would I need to use magic? His attitude secretly annoyed him. Brian knew Eric had been cured and became a hero in Lazen, but such an arrogant attitude. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. "Even if it's an application based on connections to restore the honor of a fallen family, don't think Brian doesn't understand." The next second, he slowly announced, "Begin." Without hesitation, Eric opened the exam paper and started working. Brian immediately affirmed in his mind when he saw his relaxed expression, just as expected, "It's just an act." It seemed he couldn't hide his dislike for Eric. Even Tassa Nestor, the only one who had ever achieved a perfect score, had to ponder and hesitate for a long time before giving an answer. Just as Brian finished his thought, Eric completed the exam. "Done, here." He grew even more suspicious. 15 minutes? Eric isn't even bothering to pretend anymore? There was a time when he greatly respected the Merbinger family. But now, he was only bringing shame to their name. Huh? Immediately, Brian's surprised shout rang out, "The score is perfect." But unable to believe his eyes, he panicked. "What is this? How can it be?" Ignoring Brian's surprise, Eric calmly spoke, "May I ask if we can move on to the next part?" Hearing that, he hesitated. Okay. In a flash, Brian suddenly remembered, that's right, at the academy, he always excelled in theory, didn't he? Clearly, Eric had been studying theory for 1,000 years. Thinking of this, he excitedly smirked, however. The second part, the magic control test, cannot rely solely on theory. Immediately after, Brian instructed, place your hand on the magic orb. As he watched Eric take the test, he told himself, the amount of magic power and its purity must exceed the standard, even many seasoned mages fail this test. Before Brian could rejoice for long, the orb emitted a dazzling light. What's happening? This light was so powerful that cracks gradually appeared on the orb. As expected, the orb shattered into pieces amidst Eric's terrifying power. Brian quickly turned pale at this sight. Seeing this, Eric awkwardly scratched his head. If I broke it, would I be considered to have failed? His eyes clearly showed despair, having received too many shocks in such a short time. Outside the management bureau, Xian was waiting for him. But he couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed in surprise, "What? You really came out after half an hour?" Xian eagerly asked about the situation. What's the result? This question made Eric flash a very joyful smile. He confidently pulled out a piece of paper, asking, "Why ask what's superfluous?" Right then, the paper displayed the words, Temporary Mage Certificate, Eric, Master of the Merbinger Family. The newspaper headline read, All tests, maximum score achieved by the dazzling brilliance of Eric Merbinger. Just then, Xian's joking voice rang out, I'll be back when this cup of tea is still warm. Before leaving the carriage, he had shown clear confidence to his friend. He couldn't stand it, threw the newspaper onto the table, and yelled, Hey, are you going to write a whole novel here? With Mephi's annoyed expression, Xian continued to exclaim, It's crazy, that annoying lucky guy. How could you finish in just 30 minutes? A moment later, he curiously asked, By the way, where did you choose to go for the third trial, the mission? Eric softly replied, I'm going to the Scarlet Soul Forest. This answer surprised Xian. Huh? That sounds simpler than I thought. Don't you want to attract too much attention? Why not choose somewhere more challenging? He slowly explained, time is not abundant. I just want to get it done quickly. Next, Eric tentatively asked, Mephi, is the legend of Otto's masterpiece there true? Mephi quickly replied, whether you believe it or not is up to you. Hearing that, he suddenly thought of the eerie scene in the forest, a masterpiece hidden in a place full of spirits. If it's Otto Hahn's work, it's not hard to believe. Perhaps the rumored ghosts haunting the Scarlet Soul Forest are the guardians of the masterpiece. While Eric and Xian were engrossed in conversation, a knock on the door suddenly echoed, making both of them turn immediately. The next moment, the door slowly opened. It was Mage entering. Eric, can I talk to you alone for a bit? Under the gentle moonlight of the late evening, Eric and Mage slowly strolled down the road. She calmly asked him, You said you're going to the border province of Wen, right? Without hesitation, Eric replied, Yes, the Emperor's golden decree has been issued. What other choice do I have? Not just me, but the Tower and the Lion Ducal family have all been summoned. But why do you bring that up? Mage immediately responded, Because it seems I have to go there too. My organization received a general mobilization order. This information made Eric pause for a moment. Immediately after, he wondered, But you don't have to obey, do you? You're not even a full member yet. Mage's calm voice rang out, Associate members must also go. If I'm absent, I'll be expelled permanently. It seemed Eric didn't agree with her decision, no, but still. Before he could finish his sentence, Mage slammed her suitcase onto the ground. She forcefully growled, Just because you started living decently doesn't mean you have the right to tell me to give up. Thanks to you, I don't have to worry about money now, but I love my job and am proud of what I create with my own hands. At this, Mage's face grew stern as she threatened, and yet you tell me to drop my weapons and rest? If you foolishly mention marriage, I'll smash your skull first. After hearing her heartfelt words, Eric quickly replied, I won't say it. It's your life, why should I interfere? From behind, Mephi rested his chin in his hand and commented, "Your sister is much braver than most." He immediately continued, "Without such a tenacious will, how could our family have survived until now? If she had magical talent, she would have been the family head, not me." A moment later, Eric gently bid farewell, "All right, stay safe. See you on the front lines." Next, Mage turned around and wished, "Yes, I hope your plan succeeds." As if to reassure her, he affirmed with full determination, "Up until now, you've been the one protecting our family, haven't you? From now on, I'll be the one to bear that burden, so rest assured." Just as Eric finished speaking, Mage slowly reached out and gently patted his head. She gently praised, "Have you grown up now?" Under that warm head pat, Eric smiled brighter than ever. The scene shifted to the Scarlet Soul Forest. At that moment, Bensi had caught up with Sophia's group, causing her to panic. Of all things, it's Death Reaper Bensi. In this dire situation, Elton suddenly tripped over a branch. As he fell, Varen anxiously yelled, "Elton!" In a flash, Bensi was very close to Elton. It ferociously swung its scythe to take his life. Under Sophia's terrified eyes, Elton struggled to call out to her as if to utter his last words, "Sophia." Before he could say more, he was gone. At the same time, the Bensis had surrounded Sophia's group. Seeing this, Varen trembled and asked, "What should we do?" Sophia bit her lip, clearly unwilling to accept it. "Is this our end?" Just as she finished speaking, ice shards continuously flew towards them, astonishing them into gaping mouths. "What is this?" Next, Sophia saw Eric's powerful figure right before her eyes. It turned out he was unleashing an attack, Pierce. Seeing this, she hastily yelled, "Ice attacks are useless. Physical attacks don't affect it either." While Sophia was still speaking, the Bensis were defeated by Eric's ice shards. "Wait, what exactly is this thing?" His cold stream of power quickly shot straight into the chest of the last Bensi. This move immediately pierced through its body. With this strike, Bensi took a fatal blow. From its corpse, ominous wisps of aura gradually rose. This sight left Sophia, Varen, and John stunned. Ignoring their dazed state, Eric swiftly gathered power into his arm. He sighed, exclaiming, "Finally caught one." Afterwards, Eric grumbled dejectedly to Ju, "Because of that person, the ghosts are in chaos, and I can't complete my mission either. I need to collect 10 ghost souls, and I only have 2 now." The man quickly replied, "I want to help, but you know I can't." Beside him, Mephi was advising, "Didn't this king already say it? It's better for your spirit not to interact with him." Ju retorted, unwilling to back down, "You're just an empty dragon shell. Even if you were bait, ghosts wouldn't even bother looking at you." As if provoked, he yelled loudly, not even looking up, "How could a bunch of nobodies understand the greatness of this king?" Despite the two of them arguing loudly, Eric remained lost in thought. Suddenly, he grew curious, but why is Bensi the Grim Reaper here, when it should be deep in the forest? And that magical energy flow is? While carefully observing the patterns on his arm, Eric thought to himself, frozen wind concealment. Meaning Otto's legend could be very close by. While he was still deep in thought, Sophia suddenly spoke up, sorry." She and her companions gratefully bowed, "You saved us." Eric immediately said, "I only did what I had to do." Next, he curiously asked, "But why were you all being chased by Bensi the Grim Reaper?" No sooner had he finished speaking, Eric saw familiar items on the ground. His eyes quickly showed anger. "Those are..." Eric observed these treasures even more intently. At the same time, Varen admiringly spoke up, "Only a senior-level mage can use spells to deal with Bensi the Grim Reaper." John couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing." Sophia quickly chimed in, "Are you perhaps from the Magic Tower?" At these false compliments, he gradually clenched his fists as if trying to restrain himself. Even so, Eric furiously thought to himself, "Look at these people, huh?" Mephi, beside him, added fuel to the fire. "Of all people, it's these damned grave robbers." In a flash, Eric regained his composure. "Well, that might be good." Hearing that, he curiously asked, "What do you mean?" He asserted firmly, these scoundrels will surely bring about their own demise. Sophia knew nothing of Eric's plan. With a choked voice, she asked for help. I'm sorry, but could you please help us one more time? Our companions are still trapped in the dungeon. We'll reward you generously, please, help us. As they understood each other too well, Sophia, Varen, and John quickly chorused, we implore you. Eric slowly agreed, all right, I'll help. Where are they? Hearing that, Sophia excitedly exclaimed, really? Varen also quickly thanked him, we sincerely thank you. But unable to wait any longer, she eagerly led the way, this way. We have to hurry before any more Bincy appear. As soon as they turned away, they revealed scheming looks on their faces. As expected, Eric also began to put his plan into action. Behind him, Mephi softly sighed, how pathetic, to dare rush in and bring disaster upon themselves. A moment later, they arrived right in front of a strange cave entrance. Sophia immediately rejoiced, look, that's the place. Following her instructions, everyone slowly moved forward. As soon as they reached the cave entrance, they suddenly stopped as if mentally preparing themselves. Suddenly, Sophia turned and carefully observed Eric. She asked gently, may I ask, what is the name of our benefactor? Without hesitation, he replied, Rick. As if utterly bored with Eric's blandness, Mephi grumbled. That name again. So uncreative. Following that, Sophia rushed over and embraced his arm, praising, oh, your identity is as wonderful as your magical talent. Ah, that's right. Before she could finish speaking, Eric coldly interrupted, it's just mediocre skill. Sophia didn't give up and continued, if it's not too sudden, may I ask which magic faction you belong to? I sincerely want to repay you. Hearing that, he became even more resolute, no need, you don't have to worry. But unable to bear her closeness, Eric pulled his arm away and said, let's go. You said your teammates are in danger, right? Sophia replied in surprise, yes. Immediately after that, she stared blankly after his resolute figure. It seemed Sophia had never suffered rejection from anyone. She gritted her teeth and thought, what? I can't believe it. How can Eric maintain such a cold expression? While Sophia almost fell into him. Even so, she secretly calculated, Eric's magic is decent, but he's ultimately just a recluse. It's good for Sophia. After he deals with the Guardians, she'll stab Eric in the back and claim all the treasure for herself. After that, she turned and nodded to John as if they had agreed on a plan. As she walked behind Eric, Sophia thought, she'll make a fool out of Eric, oh, respectable naive noble. A moment later, they had ventured deep inside the cave. Eric quickly glanced behind him, where are your teammates? Hearing this, Sophia replied, they were still inside when we left, if they're safe. After about 2 seconds, she guessed, perhaps they're hiding at the fourth turn of the corridor. Hearing that, he asked, that deep? Beneath Sophia's scheming expression, Eric gently warned, be careful, we don't know what we'll encounter. She hesitated, replying, yes, we'll be careful, don't worry. As soon as Sophia finished speaking, the Bincy's appeared, blocking their way. Their sudden appearance made her shriek and fall backward. As the Bincy's rushed forward, Sophia shrieked in fear, Reaper. Her face turned pale, please save us. In a flash, Eric swung his arm, ready to attack. Immediately after, cold streams of energy from his attack shot straight towards the Bincy's, engulfing them. Sophia shivered, hugging herself because of the cold, and thought, what is Eric doing? He's freezing them. Doesn't he know the Reaper Bincy isn't affected by these attacks? As if disbelieving her eyes, she exclaimed, they're frozen. How? No way, elemental magic doesn't work on this type of monster. Immediately after, Eric asked them, are you all right? Sophia quickly replied, yes. Despite her panic, she voiced her gratitude, thank you. Sophia still found it hard to believe, what the hell? He's stronger than I thought. Does Eric possess holy power? Thinking this, Sophia suddenly regained her confidence. Even so, you won't be able to defeat the guardians behind us. When Eric is done with them, that's when she'll make her move. But as soon as she finished speaking, reality hit Sophia hard. No way. It turned out that while she was plotting, Eric had already dealt with all of the Bensi. It seems there isn't much time left, let's speed up. Sophia's eyes widened at this sight. Using so much magic, Eric should have been exhausted by now, yet he was still completely unfazed. Up ahead, Eric was also whispering with Mephi. After all, thanks to them, we didn't have to wander in the forest and still reached Odo's tomb. The stolen artifact has also returned to its original place. He was also very satisfied. Moreover, I also obtained demon energy. There's nothing left to complain about. Suddenly, Zhu spoke up curiously. What an unexpected development. I heard Mo Binger is humanity's sworn enemy, yet you know how to use demonic power. As expected, Eric quickly fell deep in thought because of his question. Actually, that part is still a mystery. Next, he carefully observed the patterns on his arm. To restore Odohan's winter, Eric created a seal using the demon's relic and gave it form. Each guardian of this place holds a fragment of that seal. A strange image suddenly appeared in Eric's mind, but in their thirst for power, they allowed themselves to be devoured by devils, causing disaster for generations. Eric had a hunch, but it was just a hypothesis. He would find out the truth right here. A moment later, Sophia spoke, giving instructions. Turning right here will lead to the deepest level. Then, Eric slowly walked in the direction she had pointed. Just as Sophia said, he encountered a sturdy, closed door. Next, Eric carefully observed the door. He quickly realized that all the magic flow in the dungeon was heading towards that door. This was definitely the deepest part. As soon as he figured it out, Eric turned back and confirmed with Sophia again, "Your comrades are trapped behind this door?" She replied anxiously, "Yes, and there's something very scary inside. Please be careful." Without hesitation, he said, "I'll open the door right away." The mysterious door slowly began to open. Extremely dazzling streams of light emanated from within. It seemed both Eric and Mephi were very surprised by the situation inside the door. Strange experimental equipment appeared before their eyes. The guardian standing guard in Odo's tomb also began to stir. Inside the room, the two comrades of Sophia had already vanished without a trace. Suddenly, all the guardians stared at Eric simultaneously. Sophia recoiled in panic. All of them are reacting. She bit her lip, thinking angrily, last time they came here, only one reacted, and just one wiped out the entire team. Immediately after, Sophia glanced at Varen and John as if giving a signal. No matter how strong Eric is, he can't fight 10 of them at once. It's a pity, but if he dies here, they won't escape either. Without any hesitation, they turned around and tiptoed away. We have to run quickly. The next moment, a resounding noise startled them, making them freeze. Sophia quickly turned back, yelling, "What? What's happening?" It turned out that while they were planning to escape, all the guardians had knelt before Eric. She wondered in astonishment, why are these guardians kneeling as if loyal subjects meeting their master? In contrast, Eric showed no surprise at this sight. He slowly walked through the path the guardian army had cleared for him. Varen's eyes widened in disbelief. "What should I do?" John, standing beside him, also said fearfully, "What if I follow them and they turn against us?" Unlike their cowardice, Sophia was incredibly stubborn. "If you want to go back, go by yourselves. That wizard just uncovered the dungeon's secret." She smiled excitedly as if about to achieve her goal. "Are you crazy to give up now?" Hearing that, John and Varen quickly followed. Okay, we'll go too." As soon as they entered inside, the mysterious door slammed shut. At the same time, Eric's necklace suddenly glowed as if to guide him. Eric calmly walked forward, following its guidance. As he walked, he glanced at the guardians behind him. Are these Odohan's guardians? Servants who, even after death, still protect their master's achievements. When Eric rebuilds his family, will he be able to find such loyal and trustworthy allies? A moment later, he abruptly stopped. It turned out Eric had seen a mysterious magic circle. This magic, it's similar to the one at the entrance of the Snow Mountain King's tomb. As soon as he realized it, he placed his necklace on the magic circle. In a flash, a secret door appeared. The scene inside simultaneously astonished Eric and Mephi, leaving them speechless. Here he is, the ancestor who laid the foundation for Mebinger, who, after hundreds of years, is still waiting for him, their descendant. Eric stepped forward and spoke, "I'm here." After a 2-second pause, he continued, "Odo. He looks like an old man here. Wait, how many years has he been like this?" While Eric was still marveling, Mephi suddenly burst out laughing. He couldn't help but laugh like a madman. The next second, Mephi growled, "Odohan, Odohan. I've wondered, but in the end, you're just a human. Even you, whom I thought would imprison us forever, even you, who looked so monstrous, are human. How many times have I sworn that if I were to live again, I would personally avenge myself on you and your followers?" At this point, his voice suddenly dropped, but in the end, those vows were merely fleeting. Mephi's words made Eric realize Mephi's reaction was understandable. Then, he unwillingly rushed forward, shouting, "No, it can't end like this." Seeing that, Eric's thoughts continued. The demons and the 4 great demon kings tried to swallow the continent, but then couldn't overcome the Mebinger wall led by the Creator and Odohan. At the same time, Mephi became even more enraged when he received no response. "If only you close your eyes and die with such a satisfied smile. Then what about the hatred in my heart? What am I to do with these cries of agony?" Eric also told himself that the reason he wanted to revive was just to overcome that wall. But he couldn't take it anymore. He shrieked in pain, "Say something, answer me." Eric's eyes showed clear curiosity. What secret does Odo hold? Immediately after, the mark on his arm suddenly glowed brightly. What is the Winter Seal? And what is the true secret of Eric's family? Next, Odo's body gradually dissolved into thin air. Faced with this sight, he was even more surprised. Strangely, a peculiar stream of magic suddenly enveloped Eric. This was Odo's mana. As if to lead him to another place, the amount of power became denser and denser. They quickly merged into his body, making Eric cry out in pain. After a short period, he returned to normal. Looking around, Eric wondered, "Where am I?" Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind him, "You must have many questions." It turned out that old Odo had brought him into his private space. "With the knowledge you possess now, there are certainly many things you can't understand." In the blink of an eye, Eric regained his composure and questioned, "What exactly is Mebinger?" As if he had anticipated this question, Odo gently replied, "I cannot answer all of your questions. But since you've come all this way, I'll tell you a few things, considering it a reward for you." Immediately after, he boldly clapped his hands. And a magnificent image of the Creator from the past suddenly appeared before Eric's eyes. He widened his eyes in surprise. Eric immediately recognized the Creator. Ooh. He hadn't realized it earlier, but now Eric could feel it. The overwhelming power of the one who created Mebinger. From behind him, Christina's annoyed voice rang out, chirping like a sparrow. "So noisy, I'm going to die. Can't you be quiet? You're making my head spin." Young Odo also retorted irritably, "I told you I was having a monologue. Do you have a problem?" Hearing that, she angrily lunged forward and hit him several times. "Say it again, keep chattering." Odo, clutching his head, surrendered, "All right, I'll be quiet, okay?" This sight made Eric ponder. Even in their younger days, she treated Odo like this. That red hair, it must be her, the only female among the 4 vassals, renowned as the strongest in mana and destructive power. He silently mumbled her name in his head, Christina Mebinger. With that fiery spirit and the heat radiating from her, among the 4 seasons, she must be summer. While they were still bickering, Odo suddenly spoke up, "It's here." Following his words, Eric also looked up curiously. Something is in the sky. From within the dark circle in the sky, a mighty foot stepped out. Eric was instantly astonished to see a familiar face, Mephi. Then the other three must also be demon lords like Mephi. And that's what I saw when we fought against the Winter General. Thinking this, Eric intently observed the demon god above, demon god. The creator and the four seasons, the demon god and the demon lords, and thus, their war began. The founder and the four seasons, facing off against the demon god and the demon lords, the war between the two sides had begun. As an outsider, Eric was visibly astonished by this sight. It's hard to believe. He thought to himself, Eric's general was already incredibly powerful. Yet, even facing them was something he had never considered. As soon as the two sides rushed into battle, a massive explosion resounded everywhere. It turned out the demon god had begun to act. With just one move from him, the surroundings were engulfed in dark shadows. Suddenly, from the sky, a powerful beam of light shot down, tearing through the gloomy darkness. Just as expected, the creator wasn't to be outdone and unleashed a move that shattered the demon god's attack. The explosive scene before Eric surprised him. What's going on? The magic of both sides was clearly completely different. He suddenly wondered why they felt so similar. In a flash, Eric was astonished to realize, could it be? As if waiting for this very moment, Otto spoke up to answer, yes, that's it, that thought. We are correcting our mistakes. By absorbing, devouring, and draining all the world's magic, to eliminate and eradicate all non-humans from this land. He couldn't believe it and asked, so, Mebinger was originally a non-human? He calmly replied, no, that's not it. We, Mebinger, and non-humans, collectively known as demons, are like two sides of a coin, both born from the same source. Eric continued to be curious, what about the creator and the demon god? Without hesitation, Otto gently explained, they started from the same root, but ultimately clashed due to different goals. It's hard to believe the creator reached a divine level like the demon god. At this point, his voice suddenly turned sorrowful. Mebinger and non-humans, born from the same source, slaughtered each other. That war lasted endlessly. According to Otto's words, the battle between the two sides became increasingly terrifying. Christina also decisively chopped off the head of a demon king. Realizing the situation wasn't looking good, Mephi from the past immediately turned and fled the battle. A moment later, Otto slowly recounted, but in the end, we were victorious. After a pause of about 2 seconds, he said in a low voice, yet, a flaw still occurred. We won the battle, but lost the war. At the same time, the figures of the creator and the demon god clashing high above appeared before their eyes. The demon god smugly said, ultimately, humans are still just humans. You chose that path, didn't you? Even though he was still arrogant, the creator had no intention of answering. Seeing this, he continued, but that arrogance ultimately led you to death. Even if I disappear, I will still leave a trace somewhere, but you, never. After hearing the demon god's final words, he wasn't worried. Instead, the creator even gave a mysterious smile. Eric looked up at the sky and asked, do you mean the creator was defeated by the demon god? Otto immediately affirmed, yes, ultimately, the curse he bore killed him, while the demon god can resurrect anywhere. Before closing his eyes, the creator left countless prophecies. That when non-humans rise again, the demon god will also return. The next second, he remembered the sorrowful plight of the four seasons having to bid farewell to the departed creator. In the past, Otto couldn't hold back tears. Our clan, we will definitely restore our family. As the family head, he carried out the creator's will and led the family on the path to prosperity. At the same time, they were ready for winter. They had waited and continued to wait. Giving up love, youth, and everything else. Waiting for the descendant prophesied by the creator, the one who would save the world. According to Otto's narration, time continuously passed until he grew old. Back to reality, Otto smiled contentedly, and finally, the moment to fulfill the will has arrived. Because I have met you. Patting Eric on the shoulder, he firmly affirmed, that's right. To his astonishment, Otto spoke, you are the prophesied child. This declaration kept echoing in Eric's mind. He was the descendant chosen by the founder 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, he gnashed his teeth and cursed angrily, "Damn it." Otto calmly stroked his beard and said, "Just as I thought, you're not very happy, are you?" Without hesitation, Eric loudly retorted, "Should I be happy? I want to carve out my own destiny, not be dictated by a predetermined fate." It seemed he understood why Eric was upset. Otto gently comforted him, "Don't misunderstand, a prophecy is just a prophecy. The world constantly branches into countless paths, continuously changing its form." His next words suddenly surprised Eric. "You must have felt that before, haven't you?" In a flash, Du's image appeared in his mind, Ken Du. Pausing for about 2 seconds, Otto continued, "Prophecy or not, the final decision still rests with you. Even if you don't actively seek this arrangement, we won't force it upon you." After some thought, Eric agreed with him, "Indeed." Immediately after, Otto extended his hand and seriously said, "I asked you the first time we met, but now I ask again. Will you stop the wheel, or let it roll on?" It seemed Eric had come to a realization. "Of course, my answer is still the same. It's the fastest way to become more powerful, so why wouldn't I choose it? So quickly, give it to me." Eric's words puzzled Otto. "Give you what?" Eric gently replied, "Didn't you tell me to come here to complete the winter? Don't tell me you're going back on your word." Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, "Truly, you are incredible." The scene shifted to Otto's tomb. Varen anxiously asked, "So what do we do now? Are we staying here forever?" John quickly replied, "Yes, that's right. If we rush in, the guards might attack us." As soon as he finished speaking, the secret door suddenly lit up. Seeing this, Varen joyfully exclaimed, "That light!" John immediately responded, "The treasure has awakened." Without hesitation, Varen greedily chopped off his head. "That treasure is mine." Varen quickly lunged towards Eric. He ferociously swung his sword, threatening, "Don't regret dying like a dog here, Mage." While Varen was yelling loudly, he suddenly coughed up blood. "I'll use everything you have for a better purpose." It turned out Sophia had secretly attacked and eliminated him. Ah, his face darkened in disdain, blinded by treasure, judgment lost. "You don't even realize the terrifying magical energy radiating from that mage." At this point, Sophia quickly pulled the dagger out of Varen's body and thought, without Eric, they wouldn't escape this dungeon either. "I just need to pick up the items from the 2 dead ones and follow him to get out." Just as Sophia was deep in thought, Eric unexpectedly spoke up, "Not bad, he's quite capable." Sophia urgently turned her head towards the direction of the voice. "Luckily, you've woken up. As for the Tomb Raider, he wasn't too bad." Sophia was so startled she stumbled and fell. "Huh, how do you know that?" Hearing that, Eric replied without hesitation, "What's so surprising? You made it so obvious from the start, how could I not realize?" In an instant, Sophia broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, the one who set the trap wasn't them, but him. Eric deliberately lured them here. Indeed, he who knows the times is a wise man. Sophia quickly cried and pleaded, "I'm sorry, Sir Sorcerer, please. Please forgive us." Without hesitation, he calmly asked back, "Why should I do that?" Then, Eric's voice suddenly deepened, "You plan to kill me. And I'm not allowed to kill you?" Sophia still tried to cry, "We'll do anything you want, just tell us your demand, please, be merciful to us." A moment later, he said with annoyance, "Adding more corpses here would be a nuisance. Get out before I change my mind." As if pardoned, Sophia immediately fled, still remembering to say, "Thank you, sir." Sophia's frantic figure gradually faded from Eric's sight. This scene made Mephi excitedly speak up, "They'll really die like stray dogs." "Hey, are you really going to let them escape like that? Wouldn't that make the dungeon's location easier to expose?" Eric smirked and replied, "They'll never leave this dungeon." Hearing that, he curiously asked, "What do you mean?" Immediately after, he didn't answer directly, but merely said vaguely, "Perhaps, it might be so. You'll understand later." More importantly, what do you think about the next situation? This question made Mephi surprisingly ask in a deep voice, "You've finished already?" While he was still probing, Eric unleashed his power as an answer, "Winter." Returning to his conversation with Otto, the Winter Seal, magically speaking, had reached the level of a war king. Moreover, that was my true identity, used to destroy even the Demon King. Then, he immediately clapped his hands loudly as if summoning something. After the surroundings had transformed into a bitter winter, Otto continued, the Winter Seal is created from the awakening of two types of powers. This information quickly astonished Eric. Powers. Noticing his confusion, he began to explain, if magic is the embodiment of the world's laws and truths, then power is the ability to bend those laws and truths with absolute will. Therefore, people call power the might of deities. These powers are called North Wind and Blizzard. As soon as Otto finished speaking, an extremely terrifying wind enveloped the two of them. North Wind, the utterly dry cold wind from the north, leaves only devastation in its path. It is a calamity that causes drought and failed harvests, a horror that brings the death of famine. Blizzard, the ceaseless snowfall, snatches away all flourishing life, bringing death in silence. A silent death is a rest for all things, but at the same time, it sows fear, because no one knows when it will come. Amidst Eric's surprised expression, Otto calmly said, if you can fully master freezing ice and piercing wind, you will completely perfect winter. Hearing this, he immediately clenched his fists with determination. If he grasped these powers, Eric would possess the terrifying strength Otto once had. Seeing his resolute expression, he praised, yes, that look is what I wanted to see. It's time, as a special exception. Speaking of which, Otto gleefully said, I will personally train you. Back to the present, Eric grumbled, his face pale. Just thinking about it gives me chills. What kind of ancestors would torture their descendants so terribly? While he was complaining, Nephi thought to himself, that kid, Eric, has almost reached the rank of a war king. Immediately after, he suddenly summoned power and realized that Nephi's own spiritual power had also increased accordingly. As for O2, when Eric's figure gradually disappeared behind the light, he softly sighed, finally, that guy left. I've transferred all the remaining mana to him. I wonder if that arrogant kid realized it. A moment later, Ota turned around and left, saying to himself, finally, I can rest as I wished. Would Snow Mountain King be willing to wait for Ota one more time? Following his footsteps, Snow Mountain King's figure gradually appeared. Ota spoke gently, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. As soon as she heard his familiar voice, she turned her head in surprise. If you allow it. The next moment, he sincerely asked, would you give me another chance? Even though he was in a cold space full of wind and snow, Ota was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat. It seemed that Snow Mountain King was still very surprised. She remained silent for a long time. After a moment of thought, Snow Mountain King gave a beautiful, human-like smile as her answer. Ota was so moved that his eyes welled up. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude, thank you, truly, thank you. Before Ota could even take a step, Cornelia rushed over and hugged him, making Ota even happier. Without hesitation, he turned around and said, you silly child, did you really think your father would abandon you? Let's go to the other world together and live life to the fullest. Ota carried her in his arms and walked with Snow Mountain King like a happy family. Although content, he slowly glanced behind him and sighed, the next generation will have a hard time. O2's voice gently echoed towards Eric. It seems I heard something, but I'm not sure. A moment later, he smiled softly, as if he had guessed what the sound was. Eric politely bowed in gratitude. Although Ota had given him a lot of trouble, Eric was still grateful for everything he had done so far. May Ota rest in peace. Meanwhile, Nephi seriously turned in a certain direction. It turned out he was intently observing the chair Ota used to sit in, Ota Han Mo Binger, Nephi's longtime enemy. One day, they would reunite and finish this unfinished battle. The scene shifts to outside the dungeon. At this moment, Sophia's resentful voice rang out, damn it, I lost all my treasures and now I have to run away like this. As soon as she reached the dungeon entrance, she stopped to rest and regain her strength. It seemed Sophia was still unwilling and hatched a scheme. Should I hide somewhere nearby, wait for Eric to leave, and then go back to retrieve something? In an instant, she rejected the idea. If I get caught, I'm dead. It's best to. Before Sophia could finish her sentence, she suddenly froze. A thought suddenly popped into Sophia's head. If Sophia dared to step outside even one step, she would die. The next moment, a teasing voice rang out, "What a sharp woman." Looking up, Sophia's face turned pale. That's the exterminator of the Blue Lion clan. It turned out Tanan had arrived. Is Eric there? She thought to herself. In a flash, Sophia became even more flustered. Wait, Eric, do you mean Eric M. Binger? That wizard is the hero of La Senta. But not wanting to get into trouble, she immediately said, I have nothing to do with him. Before Sophia could say anything more, Tanan swung his sword and swiftly eliminated her. He calmly entered the dungeon. I just asked that. Anyway, I won't let anyone leave here alive, Pao Tunong's sword. From the throne, Bao growled, this time, you must obtain Eric M. Binger's head. Huan immediately replied respectfully, please rest assured. He asserted confidently, your subordinate has deployed the most elite warriors of Tam Lang to Tanan. Victory is predictable. Huan, commander of Lam Lang's first squad. Hearing that, the man curiously asked, I heard the relationship between you and Eric M. Binger is very special. I think this will affect you when carrying out the mission. Then, Bao aggressively threatened, a week from now, a duel will take place within the family to contend for the patriarch's position. You understand what needs to be done, right? Immediately after, Huan became even more respectful. Yes, Eric M. Binger, the one who has set foot on unexplored land. With the man's confident expression, he continued, he will die due to an unexpected accident. Outside the camp, the full moon had risen in the dark, hazy sky. Just then, Herman's panicked voice rang out, what? Lam Lang has left the imperial capital with a large force. Isabel Quio calmly announced, Uncle, no, Bao Vile has already sent Tanan. Looking at their marching direction, Eric is clearly their target. He sadly looked up at the sky and sighed, the brother I once knew, is he no longer himself? I wish I could raise a glass with him one more time. Hearing that, she secretly thought, Herman has always been too soft-hearted towards his family members. Isabel Quio will have to make him tougher. As soon as she finished thinking, she suggested, for now, let the uncles lead the Lam Ma and Lam Dung armies to pursue and support him. Herman immediately regained his composure and replied, Tanan is a dangerous man, known as Pao's sharpest sword. Their action at this moment shows they have thoroughly prepared all their schemes. His tone gradually became more resolute than ever. At all costs, Eric must not face him. Scene shifts to the dungeon where Bensi's group appeared to stop Tanan. His accomplices quickly shouted, get out of the way. Immediately after, Tanan's eyes widened as if he was summoning power. He aggressively slashed a few times and annihilated them. After being defeated, Bensi's group vanished into dark magical energy. He boringly said, slicing these ghosts isn't interesting at all. With an arrogant and wild tone, Tanan gloomily sighed, if only a few real men would appear to be my prey. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly froze before an unfamiliar oppressive aura. Tanan confusingly asked, this cold wind, where is it blowing from? In a flash, he realized, you finally appeared. As expected, the dignified figures of Eric and Mi-Fi appeared before Tanan. Eric M. Binger. Mi-Fi immediately realized, you let that girl go just now because of these guys, didn't you? Hearing that, Eric did not deny it. Since I entered the forest, someone has been following me, so I thought there was no need for me to kill her myself. His coldness was not unexpected, truly worthy of a cold-blooded schemer. What are you going to do now? Eric's tone suddenly became very excited. I've just learned a new skill. Shouldn't I try it out right away to see how it is? He immediately cast magic as if to freeze Tanan's group. Seeing that, he loudly commanded, everyone, prepare to cast ice magic. Immediately after, he tore a strange paper filled with spells. Tanan confidently thought, they know that Lam Lang's second and third squads were defeated by ice magic. It turned out that paper contained fire magic, and immediately blazing red flames surrounded them, but with their 7th level circular fire magic, Eric's magic would never have any effect. After that, he smirked, rushed forward, and severed Eric's ice chains. With just a few basic moves, Tanan provocatively boasted, "Is this all you can do, Mo Binger? That illusion is useless, blocking vision won't help." As soon as he finished speaking, Tanan suddenly widened his eyes in horror. Amidst the biting snow wind, he couldn't believe it. What? Following Tanan's thoughts, Eric's calm figure gradually became clear. This aura is... Just as he said, Eric used the move he had just learned, Blizzard. This attack was so incredibly fast that they couldn't react in time. In the blink of an eye, an aura colder than winter enveloped Tanan and his subordinates. The entire cave was also frozen by this magic. It seemed Tanan still couldn't believe his eyes. He thought to himself in fear, "My lungs. Frozen in an instant. Is that the power of a human?" Immediately after, he turned his head to the side and became even more stunned. Tanan exclaimed in his mind in shock, "No, no way. The elites protected by 7th level circular magic were defeated in just one blow. Eric only recently became a mage, how is this possible? Don't tell me you've gotten even stronger." As soon as he realized the truth, Tanan immediately yelled, "Everyone, retreat now." Since ancient times, the wind from the north has always carried the breath of death, known as the cursed wind. It carries the grudges of tens of thousands of souls and reaps the lives of the living, the second power of winter. Not letting Tanan have his way, Eric continued to cast North Wind. At his summons, the Bensies were called forth again, but with more terrifying power than ever. They fiercely swung their scythes to take the lives of the remaining ones. Bensi was determined not to let even one person escape. This sight made Tanan grit his teeth, but he could do nothing. Even if only one person escapes, he must report to his master. Next, Tanan, with determination, tried to draw his sword. Realizing he was trapped by ice chains, he angrily cursed, "Damn it." Tanan furiously chopped off those chains, "I told you not to block my way." With extreme rage, he turned around and issued an ultimatum, "Remember this, next time, I will definitely." Huh? While he was still mumbling, Eric's nonchalant striking image appeared. It turned out he had no intention of sparing Tanan. To Tanan's astonishment, Eric separated Tanan's head and body, each to a different place. In his terrified eyes, Eric's figure looked 1,000 times scarier than Bensi. The Bensies, having completed their mission, quickly departed. Right after, Eric slumped to the ground. Being too tired, he kept panting. This power. Normally I wouldn't dare use it. Just once has completely drained my magic. Seeing this, Mi-Fi crossed his arms and coldly snorted, "Blizzard and North Wind. It seems you've been fully recognized as the successor of Winter." Immediately after, he curiously asked, "Winter, so next is spring?" Hearing this, Eric didn't reply but only recalled, "Spring. Winter is just the beginning. I need to gather enough power from all 4 seasons." At the same time, Otto's lecture suddenly echoed in his mind. The 4 seasons are fragments of the great power of the ancestors, divided into 4 parts. If you can merge all this power, the magic of the ancestors will be awakened. His words made Eric even more terrified. Just winter alone was so frightening, but if he possessed the power of all 3 remaining seasons, he would gain power beyond imagination, and if he could even surpass the ancestors. After finishing his rest, Eric slowly stood up. He powerfully moved forward as if ready for the next journey. He would be able to break the shackles left by the ancestors. Eric slowly walked through the dungeon, deep in thought. Now that they had winter, it was time to find spring. Next, he asked himself, where is spring? Where could it be? Suddenly, Eric recalled Otto's advice. He must have revealed the location when entrusting him with the task of completing the 4 seasons. Why couldn't Eric remember it now? As his thoughts flowed, Otto's image also faded. Spring. Eric couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that someone tampered with my memories? As soon as he thought of it, Eric immediately turned to intently observe Nephi. His strange gaze made him mutter irritably, "What are you looking at?" In a flash, Eric denied it himself. No, that can't be. He was also the most sincere person, always wanting Eric to become stronger. He worriedly thought to himself, then, who is that person? If there's someone capable of setting limits on Eric without him realizing, then that person could also take Eric's life before he even has a chance to resist. The scene shifted to outside the dungeon. Harry's rescue team had arrived and he continuously ordered, "Hurry up. We must capture Blue Wolf at all costs." Without hesitation, they quickly made their way inside the dungeon. As soon as he saw the bloody scene inside, he worriedly said, "Damn it. Some people have already lost their lives." Gray immediately asked, "Brother, what should we do now?" Harry seriously replied, "For now, just move forward." Then, he began to draw his sword and thought to himself, "If even a single hair on my grandson-in-law's head is harmed, my sword will." Before Harry could finish his sentence, he paused at something very strange. It turned out that right before Harry's eyes were the frozen, rigid figures of Tandon's subordinates. He slowly walked closer to a familiar head. Next, Harry recognized him, Tandon. Even I would find it hard to defeat him. While Harry was deep in thought, he suddenly and decisively spun around. It turned out that Harry's army had encountered the Bensi. He yelled, "All troops, prepare for battle." He shouted loudly, "Come here if you dare." Immediately, a Bensi aggressively charged forward, raising its scythe as if ready to take Harry's life at any moment. He refused to be outdone and summoned magic to prepare his counterattack. At that critical moment, Eric's calm voice rang out, "Enough." With just 2 words, the Bensi quickly left under his command. It was fortunate that Eric appeared in time to control them. What if the situation had escalated and there were real casualties? It seemed the sight of the Bensi respectfully kneeling before him stunned both Harry and Gray for a moment. A moment later, everyone moved outside the dungeon. Eric quickly clenched his fist and began to summon power. Immediately after, he unleashed his attack, Break. Large rocks on the mountaintop immediately collapsed, covering the dungeon entrance. Harry spoke with curiosity, "Just a glance, and I can tell this dungeon is no ordinary place." "Are you sure?" As if to reassure him, Eric calmly explained, "It hasn't been completely destroyed, it's just been hidden so no one can find it." As soon as he finished speaking, he told himself, "From now on, this place will be both the family's sanctuary and a defensive base." This could only be accomplished thanks to. Thinking of this, Eric gently touched the necklace. This. A secret teleportation magic. This necklace is actually an important key. It can open or seal every secret the family has ever hidden. Harry remained curious, but wouldn't it be a waste to leave the guards here? They're a powerful force. Hearing this, he decisively replied, "Of course, I'll take them with me." In a flash, Eric unleashed another move, Break. The Bensi immediately rushed out at his command. They quickly transformed into streams of dark power and were absorbed by Eric into his arm. This sight left Gray in utter disbelief, his eyes wide and jaw dropped. Good heavens, he's even stronger now than during the event at Bak Tuet and Gwen. Despite having the same expression as his brother, Harry still proudly exclaimed, "He truly is my grandson-in-law." After a while of collecting power from Bensi, Eric slowly clenched his fist. With immense confidence, he had completed his mastery over all winter magic. Beside him, Mephi calmly spoke, "Odohan, he truly has given you something terrifying." However, Eric was not arrogant. No matter how powerful the guards were, they were not invincible. He roared in anger, "Foolish words. You don't understand." At this, Mephi suddenly recalled Odo's majestic image from the past. "You don't know what realm Odohan reached when he summoned winter and controlled the undead. Odo possessed extraordinary skill, capable of manipulating souls at will. Even the undead you are controlling now are." As if not wanting to bring up old memories, he angrily turned away. "Enough, let's just forget it." After hearing these words, Eric secretly wondered, the people who served Lord Odo when he was alive were all outstanding individuals, weren't they? If they were chosen by Lord Odo himself, the one who led the Merbinger family to its peak, then they absolutely deserve to be called heroes. He resolved in his heart, if Eric can skillfully control them, then he can restore the Merbinger family's glory once again. He has now inherited Lord Odo's entire legacy. And winter has returned to this land after 2,000 years. A moment later, Eric steadfastly continued on his chosen path. It's time to announce to the world that the Merbinger family has returned. Switching scenes to the Central Magic Administration, reporters were now curiously asking each other, why did they suddenly summon reporters here? What's happening? It must be to announce Eric Merbinger's recognition as a main mage. But completing the task in just 3 days? Is that even possible? Even Taza Nestor couldn't do it that fast, so he must have another reason. Soon after, a reporter suddenly turned and saw something strange. He immediately announced loudly, "That's the chariot of the Blue Lion." The carriage slowly stopped in front of the Central Administration office. Seeing this, everyone became curious and started discussing. The next moment, Eric elegantly stepped out of the carriage. Reporters immediately swarmed him, bombarding him with questions. "The public has been very attentive to your achievements recently, Lord Eric Merbinger. Is it true that you completed the task? If so, it means you've broken the records of both your grandfather, Uden Merbinger, and Taza Nestor. What's your secret? Some say it's not the 3, but the 4 new stars. Do you have any comments on this?" As Eric stepped forward, Brian's proud voice rang out, "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." He solemnly announced, "The Central Magic Administration officially recognizes Eric Merbinger as a mage." This statement made the reporters even more eager. It's been over 30 years since the Merbinger family, a renowned magic family, had a certified mage. How do you feel, Lord Eric Merbinger? Please share your thoughts. Unable to wait any longer, Eric began to speak. "I will make a statement, but before that, let me say one thing. During the course of the mission, I was ambushed by a group of strangers. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he continued to drop shocking news, and I nearly lost my life. Thanks to the support of the Quell family, I was able to survive, but after careful consideration, I concluded that this insult cannot be overlooked. Therefore, I declare the initiation of a territorial war." Eric's announcement immediately sent shockwaves through the reporters. A territorial war? Doesn't this type of war only end when one side is completely annihilated? But the Merbinger family now has less than 2 people. How can they declare war? A reporter loudly questioned, who dared to assassinate the head of such a major magic family? It seems this question hit exactly what he wanted. The target is Powell. With a solemn tone, Eric firmly stated, "He is the traitor of the Quell family."